Chapter 71. How dare you look at me, son? Is the Empress so fragrant? For a moment, the entire court fell into silence. Cui Xinghe was standing not far away, and he had to say something wonderful. With just a few words, he turned passivity into initiative. Such means can really make a powerful minister in prosperous times and a treacherous minister in troubled times. His eyes were complicated. At this time, Gaofeng stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, my son finally achieved great success and was going to continue the family line for the Duke of Dinghua Mansion, but Prince Wu dared the world to disapprove of him and molested him. I beg your Majesty to punish him severely. When Wu Long heard this, his face suddenly turned dark. Gaofeng was not so shameless before. Who did he learn this from? Seeing this, Qin Jinghua also stood up and said, Your Majesty, our Dakian has always attached great importance to etiquette and morality. Since the prince is a member of the royal family, he actually has an affair with Long Yang. How can it be disgraceful if it gets out? Your Majesty, please punish me. Lu Jin and Zhao Penu also stood up and said, I second the motion. But soon after, Su Xuanji and a group of imperial censors also stood up. For a moment, the huge golden throne hall was as bustling as a vegetable market. Wu Long knew that it would be difficult to deal with Gao Yang today. He and Wu Cheng looked at each other, and Wu Long shook his head slightly. Wu Cheng had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, Your Majesty, since it is just a misunderstanding, just clear it up. I am indeed fine. Following Wu Cheng's voice, Song Li also had a complicated expression. It was clearly an attack against Yao Yang, but it was eliminated without a trace in just a few words from Gao Yang. This method is simply incredible, and this should have been his, Song Li's, son-in-law, Qilinzi. Even if it is a black Qilin, it is still a Qilin. Song Li felt regretful. At this time, Gao Yang stood up and said, Your Majesty, I have something to say. As soon as Gao Yang opened his mouth, all the civil and military officials looked at him. Wu Cheng was also surprised. Gao Yang, what do you have to say? Wu Zhao asked. Gao Yang cupped his hands. Your Majesty, although the truth of the matter has come to light, my innocence has not yet been restored. All counselors in the world value reputation. Since I am a counselor, I am no exception. Moreover, I am born with a pure character and act uprightly. But now I am being slandered and accused of drugging you. I would like to claim 1,000 taels of silver from the prince as compensation for mental damage. Your Majesty, please understand. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng could no longer hold back. Are you born with a good character and act in an upright manner? Is this you? Why don't you just put it on yourself? He didn't pursue any of his victims, but Gao Yang even started to seek compensation. This is really too much. Gao Yang, don't go too far. Wu Cheng was so angry. Gao Yang straightened his chest and said loudly, Bamboo can be burned but its joints cannot be destroyed. Jade can be broken but its whiteness cannot be changed. Even though I die, my name can be left on bamboo and silk. If the prince refuses to accept, I will ask the Ministry of Justice to intervene and investigate this matter thoroughly. Wu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, but he saw fearlessness and cowardice in Gao Yang's eyes, so he decided to challenge him if he didn't agree. Gao Yang was not afraid of being punished at all. Now he was favored by the Empress and protected by the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. His reputation, when all the officials heard this, especially Yan Zhang and his group of imperial censors, they were shocked. They murmured to themselves, Bamboo can be burned but its joints cannot be destroyed, jade can be broken but its whiteness cannot be changed, even if the body dies, the name can be recorded in bamboo and silk. Just one word fully expresses the lifelong pursuit of these censors. Yan Zhang stepped forward and said, Mr. Gao's words are enough to show his integrity. This vicious plot is just Mr. Gao's means. I also think there is a misunderstanding. Wu Zhao was also impressed by Gao Yang's wonderful poems. She would admire this sentence no matter who said it, but when it came from Gao Yang's mouth, she always felt a sense of irony from the bottom of her heart. This farce ends here, it's all a misunderstanding. In the end, Wu Zhao made the final decision. Wu Long and his son Wu Cheng both looked gloomy today. They failed again. Gao Yang bowed and saluted, but in fact he just wanted to discuss Wu Cheng. Cui Xinghe looked at Gao Yang with a complicated expression. He put away his inner contempt for Gao Yang and regarded him as his lifelong enemy, but he believed that he, Cui Xinghe, would not be worse than Gao Yang. He will also shine with his own light. Cui Xinghe was determined in his heart. I have one more matter to discuss with you, my dear ministers. Wu Zhao held up a memorial and said, Since I ascended the throne, except for Yin and Qi, the other 4 countries have not moved. Among them, Zhao is the most despicable. Zhao borders our Dacian and has always been willing to submit to us in the past. But now it refuses to bow its head. This clearly shows that it does not take me seriously. What do you think, my dear ministers, should we do? Wu Zhao spoke, her eyes filled with endless coldness. This obviously irritated her. Upon hearing this, Lu Xun said angrily, "How dare the Zhao kingdom ignore your majesty like this? I think that when the army is sent to attack and the Dacian iron cavalry arrives, the emperor of Zhao will definitely beg for mercy." As soon as these words came out, Wu Long said coldly, "Zhao has been vigorously developing its army over the past few decades and has already become strong and powerful. If a war breaks out, my Dacian may not be able to defeat Zhao. It's inappropriate to send troops." Lu Xun said, "Since we can't mobilize troops, what else can we do? Should we just pretend we don't know and bear this?" For a moment, the ministers were silent. Wu Zhao's gaze finally fell on Gao Yang, and she gently said, "Yuan Weilong, do you have any clever ideas to punish Zhao?" Following Wu Zhao's words, brush for a moment, all the ministers looked at Gao Yang, Qin Jinghua, Lu Xun, and Zhao Penu stared at Gao Yang closely, their cloudy eyes suddenly shining with brilliance. In just a matter of words, Gao Yang became the absolute center of the Dacian Golden Palace. Even Cui Xinghe couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. Cui Xinghe was confident that he was no less confident than anyone except Gao Yang, especially when it came to conspiracy and intrigue, where he was truly inferior. Gao Yang was originally dozing off with his eyes closed. With all the ministers present, there would be no place for him to use his power. Even if it was an open conspiracy like the enfeoffment order, it would be carried out in secret. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Wu Zhao's chest twice more. Compared with Shangguan Wan'er, the empress is obviously more brainless. "Your Majesty, Zhao is a strong country with a strong army. Once a war breaks out, it will be hard to say who will win. I don't have any good solution. I think he can be as arrogant as he wants. I, Dacian, will remain unmoved. It is better to be tolerant and be lenient to him first, and influence him with love." After these words were spoken, all the officials seemed slightly disappointed. Is this the plan Gao Yang suggested? Lu Xun and others also frowned tightly. Something is wrong. This kid is so mean. Even if there is no better solution, it should not be that there is no solution at all, not to mention the use of love to influence others. Wu Long breathed a sigh of relief. This boy wasn't as vicious as he had imagined, but you still can't stay. Cui Xinghe looked thoughtful. To influence with love, his face looked strange. Gao Feng's mouth twitched. He thought it was normal that he couldn't come up with a plan, but where should this evil boy look? This inexplicably reminded him of Gao Yang's words, "Don't look to the side." Does "don't look to the side" mean that he's staring at her all the time? Wu Zhao couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when she heard this. Gao Yang also said yesterday that he wanted to get rid of Prince Rong and had a plan to sanction the 6 countries, but facing Zhao State, etc. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye, her face cold. What is this bastard looking at? Wu Zhao was about to get furious, but suddenly came to her senses and realized what a stupid thing she had done. She actually openly asked Gao Yang for his brilliant plan against the state of Zhao in the court. I'm afraid that if Gao Yang says this, Zhao State will be on guard. As for looking at her chest, there must be a solution. When Wu Zhao thought of this, her heart was burning with joy. She kept her face cold and said to the officials, "Yuan Weilong is right. For the sake of the people of Dacian, I will pretend I don't know. I want to influence Zhao with love. Since there is nothing to report, then we will adjourn the court." Wu Zhaozhao stood up straight, and her pair of eyes with a hint of meaning fell on Gao Yang. Gao Yang responded with a meaningful look. Both sides looked at Shangguan Wan'er and felt somewhat terrified. Although it was a bit inappropriate, the first word that came to her mind was "in cahoots with each other." She always felt that the empress seemed a little different from when she first ascended the throne. There was even a tacit understanding between the two of them. There was a sense of satisfaction in Gao Yang's eyes. This empress had a keen sense of smell. Although her capital is more substantial than Shangguan Wan'er's, it is not that exaggerated. At least her brain is sufficient. Gao Feng's face turned dark instantly. This evil boy, are you still watching? Is the empress so fragrant? Chapter 72, using the country as a platform to attack the economy. Outside the palace, the morning sun covers the earth, but it is not as scorching as at noon. On the contrary, it feels warm and comfortable on the body. Gao Feng's face darkened, and he could not help but say, "Evil son, tell me honestly, where did you look at last? Do you know that is a crime of blasphemy?" Gao Feng lowered his voice, looked around, then looked at Gao Yang, his words filled with pain. "My child peeked at the empress. How did father know? Gao Yang looked curious. I have been in the officialdom for decades. In this court, the most important thing is to read people's expressions. How could I not know what you are looking at? Evil beast, you didn't expect that you were caught by me, right? Gao Feng snorted coldly, somewhat complacently. So according to this, father is also peeking at the empress. Otherwise, how would he know that I am peeking, or even where I am looking at? Father, you are so disrespectful. If mother knew about this, it would be really shameful. Following Gao Yang's words, Gao Feng's expression froze and his eyes widened. This made a lot of sense, and it even left him speechless for a moment. And this brat even threatened him? I heard from Luluwa that on the first day we left the city, you wanted to look at Lord Shangguan's legs in the carriage. Also, last time you said you didn't look away. Are you also so presumptuous? Gao Yang shook his head, not really. Gao Feng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. There were many people in the court, so it was okay to just take a look, but it was different in private. The empress would surely notice it. Before he could completely breathe a sigh of relief, Gao Yang added, the legs I saw last time, hiss. Gao Feng looked up instantly and took a breath. Others may not know whether Gao Feng's son is lustful or not, but doesn't he know it? Could he resist not looking? He was about to get angry, but Gao Yang quickly walked to the side. Lord Shangguan, what a coincidence! Gao Yang greeted him, knowing that Shangguan Wana was coming. Gao Yang deliberately acted naughty in front of Gao Feng. The main theme is rebellion. Shangguan Wana walked up with a cold face, and first nodded and saluted to Gao Feng with a cold face. Gao Feng was used to it. Everyone in the court and the country knew that Shangguan Wana was serious and fair even when facing Prince Rong Wulong. He remained calm when Shangguan Wana's eyes met Gao Yang. She forced a smile on her face. Yuan Weilong, His Majesty wants to see you. After saying this, Shangguan Wana nodded to Gao Feng and was about to leave, but Gao Feng quickly said, Sir Shangguan, may I have a word with you for a moment? Shangguan Wana was stunned for a moment, but still moved to the side with Gao Feng. Gao Feng hesitated and spoke, Sir Shangguan, there is an old saying that goes, if a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father. I heard that when my son was alone in a carriage with Sir Shangguan, he said a lot of nonsense, which was very reckless. Sir Shangguan, please don't take it to heart. Shangguan Wana was stunned, and then she thought of Gao Yang's reckless act of wanting to see her legs, but soon, the misery of Wang Zhong, the vicious plot in Yanji Pavilion, and the misery of Wu Cheng emerged in her mind again. There was no expression on her cold face. After a while, she said, it's okay. Just look at the legs. I'm not such a stingy person. After saying this, Shangguan Wana walked away. Peek? He looked at the two people's backs as they left, his whole body disheveled in the wind. Could it be that he couldn't keep up with the times? Now when we meet for the first time, can we just say look at your legs first? Soon, Gao Yang followed Shangguan Wana to the Imperial Study. In the Imperial Study. Wu Zhao was standing by the window waiting. When she heard Gao Yang coming, she said coldly, announce. Gao Yang entered the Imperial Study and bowed quickly, Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you, Gao Yang. Enough of the small talk. I want to ask you if you have any good ideas to deal with the state of Zhao. Wu Zhao spoke directly, her phoenix eyes falling on Gao Yang with anticipation. If Gao Yang did, it was for Dakian after all, so she could still endure it, but if not, then we have to settle both the old and new accounts together, not to mention having his eyes gouged out. The minimum punishment would be 30 lashes of the cane. I do have some good ideas, but I cannot tell you about them in the court just now. Your Majesty, please dismiss your attendants now. This is my fault. I was a little careless. But everyone inside and outside the Imperial Study is my person. Just tell me. Wu Zhao spoke slowly. Gao Yang glanced at the eunuchs waiting in the Imperial Study. He still looked solemn and said, What I want to say today is of great importance. Your Majesty, please ask everyone to leave except Lord Shangguan. Gao Yang continued to persist. Almost just one sentence aroused Wu Zhao's curiosity. Gao Yang's reaction made her realize that what he was going to say next was by no means simple. The cruelty of this move may even exceed the previous vicious schemes. Everyone, step back. Although all the eunuchs around her had been interrogated dozens of times to ensure their loyalty, but at this moment, she cleared out these eunuchs and maids without hesitation. I have done as you requested. Now tell me, what evil, cunning plan have you come up with? Gao Yang bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. It is indeed the method I have next that is too important and must not be spread to the 6 countries, otherwise it will be Dakian that will suffer. If this plan is used well, we can even defeat the state of Zhao without losing a single soldier or a single blow. And it can solve more than just the state of Zhao. As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao and Shangguan Waner both had expressions of shock on their faces. Destroy the state of Zhao without losing a single soldier or bloodshed. Even Wu Zhao was horrified. If it's really as you said, I will never be stingy with my reward. Wu Zhao took a deep breath, her eyes serious. If there really is such a strategy in the world, then just look at the legs. It's nothing. For the sake of the world and the emperor's ambition, she endured it for the time being. Gao Yang didn't keep the audience in suspense. He casually spread out a piece of rice paper, picked up the brush and started painting on it, and he wrote as if possessed by God, without any pause. Wu Zhao came forward with anticipation on her face, and the next second, her brows furrowed. I saw 7 areas outlined by crooked slashes on the rice paper, and a big character was written on each area. These characters looked like ghostly scribbles, extremely ugly, but at a cursory glance they were still recognizable. They should be Qi, Chu, Zhao, Wei, Han, Yan, and Qian. How can there be such ugly characters in the world? Wu Zhao was shocked. Shangguan Waner also said seriously, I have seen too many words. No matter how ugly the words are, I will not comment unless I can't help it. This is really ugly. Gao Yang's face turned red, feeling a little embarrassed. The original owner's handwriting was rather ugly, and he didn't know how to use a brush at all, so the words he wrote were indeed a little hard to describe. Seeing this, he changed the subject directly. Those eyes stared straight at Wu Zhao, and his face was filled with strong confidence. Your Majesty, what I want to tell you today is how to set up a game with the country, and strike the economy with precision. Chapter 73, Using Zhao State as a Trap to Drive Up Prices. In the Imperial Study. Wu Zhao had a look of shock on her face, her phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang, and she felt a buzzing in her head. Using the country as a pretext to attack the economy? Her expression became solemn and she even took a deep breath. She had a feeling that today she would hear something that would overturn her worldview. Gao Yang, please continue. How can I set up a plan to reap the wealth of a country, or even cause the collapse of a country's system? Wu Zhao looked curious, with a gleam in her phoenix eyes. If she could destroy a country without bloodshed, she would be happy to do so. Shangguan Waner also looked at Gao Yang with her beautiful eyes, and was also filled with horror again. If someone else said this, even Cui Xinghe, the current top scholar, she would have a hint of doubt, but Gao Yangguang was standing here, talking about setting up the game, and he exuded a sense of professionalism and unquestionable authority. She was convinced. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and said, as the saying goes, the best strategy is to attack the enemy's strategy. If you want to conquer a country, relying solely on military conquest is the worst strategy. What's more, once the army moves, the daily food and fodder will be an astronomical figure. Moreover, when the army attacks, the soldiers will suffer heavy casualties. If the famous generals retreat to defend the city, the losses will be even greater, which will damage the national strength. So I advocate economic warfare. Not only will it be bloodless, but its power is even no less than that of a 1,000,000-man army. Since Zhao is disrespectful to your Majesty and has a rebellious heart, I will use Zhao as an example and set up a game to take the crown of the valley. The essence of the so-called Shunzaiguan is to take advantage of human weaknesses. The core is to give the other party a small profit to induce them to continue to participate and invest more, and finally complete the harvest. When Wu Zhao heard this, she frowned, as if she was considering Gao Yang's words. Give the other party a small profit to induce them to continue participating, and then complete the harvest. She looked thoughtful. Gao Yang casually picked up a piece of cake on the table, put it in his mouth and said, let me be more specific. May I ask your Majesty if you know Zhao Gao? Zhao Gao, I know this. This is a kind of cloth that is abundant in Zhao State. It is said to be thin and fine, and the clothes made from it are very beautiful. But this Zhao Gao is just an ordinary piece of clothing. What does it have to do with the economic war you mentioned and the Xuanzhai Valley Championship? Gao Yang shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this is wrong. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are the basic needs of human beings. Since this is an economic war, we should start from these basics. Your Majesty, have you ever worn clothes made by Zhao Gao? Wu Zhao frowned and said, Since I ascended the throne, I have never worn Zhao Gao. This dress is very expensive. As the ruler of a country, if I take the lead in wearing it, everyone from the nobles to the common people and wealthy businessmen will surely follow suit. Isn't this a gift to Zhao? Or even using our Dacian silver to support Zhao's soldiers so that they can attack Dacian? Do I look like such a foolish emperor? Wu Zhao's voice was cold and confident. Shang Wanwaner also said, Zhao State is far from Dacian due to the high mountains and long roads. The cost is extremely high, so the price is not cheap either. It is very unwise to aid others' enemies. Gao Yang looked calm, that he actually understood Wu Zhao's thoughts, and this thought was also normal, but he said the next second, but what if my plan requires your majesty to personally wear clothes made of Zhao Gao, or even encourage the people of Dacian to wear this Zhao Gao on the pretext of promoting good relations between the two countries? As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao suddenly lost her composure. What? You want me to wear this Zhao Gauze myself, and even issue an edict to encourage the people of Dacian to wear this Zhao Gauze? Shang Wanwaner was also shocked. She couldn't help but say, but if that's the case, the price of Zhao Gao will definitely rise rapidly. Wouldn't Zhao State make a lot of money? If this happens, Zhao will become even stronger. Isn't this just losing both the lady and the army? Gao Yang, what Wanner said makes sense. According to what you said before, if you want to strengthen yourself, you must weaken your opponent. If Dacian wants to become stronger, it should punish Zhao. But why is it giving them money for nothing? Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and straightened his back. Your Majesty, if this idea were the same for the people of Dacian, it would not be wrong, but as an emperor, your Majesty should have a bigger vision. Situation? Wu Zhao looked confused. The pattern is the vision. Your Majesty, as the Emperor of Dacian, is destined to become an emperor of the ages. You should look at the whole thing from a broader perspective. Since it is a game, we should not judge by appearances. Moreover, as I said before, the core of the game of Xuanzhai Guguan is to give a small profit first, so that the other party will continue to participate and invest more, so that the harvest can be completed in the end. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang for a moment. She didn't know whether Gao Yang was saying that her vision was too narrow or praising her, but she understood Gao Yang's meaning. You mean that Zhao Guo's huge profit is just a superficial phenomenon, just allowing it to make a small profit, but in fact there are more vicious things going on? I just didn't notice it? Gao Yang's eyes were deep, and they sparkled with strong confidence. Yes, when your Majesty, as the ruler of a country, personally wears clothes made of Zhao Gao, everyone in Dacian, from the nobles to the common people, will surely follow suit. Not to mention that His Majesty personally issued an imperial decree to encourage the people of Dacian to wear Zhao Gao. As a result, the demand for Zhao Gao in the world will exceed the supply, and the price of Zhao Gao will definitely rise rapidly. This will definitely lead to a phenomenon, that is, the price difference. Once there is profit to be made, merchants will flock to it. Merchants from Dacian will go to Zhao to purchase goods and then sell them to Dacian at a high price. Merchants from Zhao will also purchase goods from the country and travel thousands of miles to Dacian to earn high profits. Having said this, Gao Yang paused and looked at Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana. A smile appeared on his face again, but this smile made Wu Zhao feel a little uneasy. Shangguan Wana was even more tense, as if facing a formidable enemy, her eyes fixed on Gao Yang. When Gao Yang smiles, someone's life or death is unpredictable. They waited quietly for Gao Yang's next words. For everything in the world, if supply exceeds demand, the price will fall. On the contrary, if demand exceeds supply, the price will rise. If supply and demand are balanced, prices will stabilize accordingly. Take the grain price in Linjiang City as an example. When the Great Qian is stable and the grain harvest is good, the grain price on the market will stabilize at 30 yuan per do, or even lower. But when there is a severe drought or flood and the grain harvest is poor, the demand will be greater than the supply, and the grain price will start to soar. If food is valuable, more people will farm it. The same is true for Zhao Gao. The first point of this game is to drive up the price of Zhao Gao and pass on the profit to the state of Zhao. When the price of Zhao silk starts to soar, merchants from Dacian and Zhao will rush to buy it, and Zhao's bargaining chips will also increase accordingly. Because in the past, Zhao Gao's demand was limited, and merchants traveled thousands of miles to transport it to Dacian. The market demand was stable, and if there were too many, it would be unsaleable and unprofitable. But at this moment, the whole country of Dacian is wearing Zhao Gao's clothes, and the demand has increased sharply. As a result, not only will the price of Zhao silk soar, but it will also put pressure on supply. Greedy merchants and local nobles will definitely increase the treatment of weaving workers and increase mulberry and silkworm planting in order to compete for next year's market. Under the competition, the people of Zhao who originally planted mulberry and raised silkworms will also make a lot of money. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. If Zhao Gao is so valuable, who would want to farm the land? At first, Wu Zhao's eyes were thoughtful, as if she was considering, but when she heard that increased demand would inevitably lead to increased supply, and that businessmen and wealthy families would increase wages and increase mulberry planting and silkworm breeding in order to make a profit, she got goosebumps all over her body. Gao Yang's purpose is obvious, she said in disbelief. Your ultimate goal is the farmland of Zhao State? Wu Zhao had an incredible look on her face, with a storm of emotions rising in her heart. Chapter 74, Brilliant and Terrifying Economic War. As Shangguan Wana was someone close to the Empress, she was not stupid and she instantly realized Gao Yang's purpose. Even this operation looked familiar to her, because in Linjiang City, she saw with her own eyes how Gao Yang cheated those grain merchants and made them lose everything. Although this is different, it serves the same purpose. However, the trap that Gao Yang wanted to set this time was aimed at the entire state of Zhao, from the emperor and nobles to the ordinary people. How many people will die this time? Gao Yang stared at Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. This is his domain. I have to say, this feeling of cheating others is simply too wonderful. The smile on Gao Yang's face was very simple. He stood in the imperial study with a calm and relaxed look on his face. If wealthy merchants and wealthy families want to make a fortune, they must increase production capacity and recruit workers to spin silk. If people can earn more from weaving silk than from farming, they will flock to weave silk. If planting mulberry trees and raising silkworms is more profitable, more people will turn to planting mulberry trees and raising silkworms. In this way, a large number of people in Zhao State will be engaged in work related to Zhao Gao, and the farmland will be abandoned. After all, in their eyes, as long as I make money, why would I be worried about not being able to buy food? How much does grain cost per bushel? When a large amount of farmland in Zhao State is abandoned and Your Majesty sends people to confirm it, the final step of this game, the harvest, will follow. Gao Yang was clearly smiling, but in Wu Zhao's eyes, this smile looked like that of a devil. Shangguan Wana couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Gao Yang continued to talk, like a ruthless and indifferent god of death. Once the time is right, Your Majesty can order that no one in Daqian is allowed to wear Zhao's mourning robes, and at the same time announce the severance of diplomatic relations with the state of Zhao. In this way, the price of Zhao Gao will plummet instantly. The worst thing is that their farmland will be abandoned and food will be in short supply. The price of food will rise sharply. Daqian can take advantage of this opportunity to raise the price of food tenfold or even 100-fold to reap the wealth of Zhao State. By then, countless merchants in Zhao will go bankrupt, and countless people in Zhao will starve to death because they cannot afford to buy food. Even merchants who made a fortune from the price increase of Zhao Gao will quickly go bankrupt and have to return their money because Zhao Gao is worthless and grain prices are skyrocketing. Not only can I make a fortune, but I can also make the Zhao economy collapse and the people suffer without spending a single soldier. Buzz, accompanied by Gao Yang's voice falling out, a breeze blew outside the imperial study. Crash.an ancient book on the dragon table was rustling as it was blown out. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana both looked at Gao Yang with fear on their faces. At first, he issued an edict to raise the price of Zhao silk, causing it to go up in price. Then, he took advantage of the profit-seeking nature of merchants and encouraged a large number of Zhao people to plant mulberry trees and raise silkworms, and go to weave silk. As a result, farmland was left abandoned, and Daqian did the opposite, bursting Zhao Gao's bubble, raising grain prices, and making a fortune without losing a single soldier. Daqian brought down the Zhao economy and made the people suffer. Wu Zhao's body shook subconsciously, and her heart was filled with turmoil. This game is too cruel, even 10 times more brutal than the monkey show in the Golden Palace. Shangguan Wana was also shocked. In her eyes, Gao Yang's face looked like a devil. Is this really the eldest son of the Duke Dingwa mansion who comes from a military family that has been in existence for centuries? Is this person definitely a descendant of a general? Ruthless, too cruel. Just by hearing Gao Yang's description, she seemed to see all the people of Zhao State flocking to do Zhao Gao's work. They thought they could get rich, but in reality, it was a nightmare and an abyss. The surge in food prices will be a huge disaster. Gao Yang took advantage of Wu Zhao's shock and lack of time to pay attention to him and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Good, it feels smooth just by looking at it. Tsk. Of course, Gao Yang has strong moral standards, he continued. Your Majesty, not only that, once the grain prices in Zhao State skyrocket, we can not only take advantage of this situation to reap the wealth of Zhao State, but also arrange for an insider to enter Zhao State. It was by chance that I had a sudden flash of inspiration and came up with a few clever ideas. Wu Zhao couldn't help but look at Gao Yang. What's the trick? When my Dacian spy enters Zhao, you can spread rumors all over Zhao, bury a note in the belly of a fish saying Dacian will prosper, Zhao will perish, and have a white fox speak human language in the mountains in the middle of the night, saying that the sky is not in Zhao. A cyclops can be found in the Yellow River area, 3 people make a tiger, and rumors spread. The people are hungry and facing sky-high grain prices. This is a good time to be tempted. When that happens, Zhao will surely be in chaos, and Dacian will be able to reap the benefits. The words fell. Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner both looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, their eyes widened and their hearts trembled. For the common people, as long as they have enough food to eat, they will not rebel. But if they don't have enough food to eat, they are already ignorant and believe in gods. What will happen if they are provoked like this again? The people will be displaced and corpses will be everywhere. And what kind of tricks are these? Hiding paper in a fish's belly, a white fox speaking human language in the middle of the night, and digging out a cyclops. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and tried her best to suppress the emotions surging in her heart. Although it was poisonous, she had to admit that this plan was simply brilliant. Take advantage of human nature, give small profits, make the whole country of Zhao join in, and then complete the harvest. By using economic warfare to sanction Zhao, Dacian could even annex Zhao without spending a single soldier. Gao Yang is truly the most ruthless person in Dacian. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is the most vicious scheme in the world. You use the greed that everyone has to manipulate people's hearts." Gao Yang, I was right about you. Although Gao Yang's plan was vicious, it was a great thing for Dacian. As the emperor of Dacian, she felt some pity for the people of Zhao, but it was just pity. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Your Majesty, if you think that Xuanzhai Guguan Bureau is just taking advantage of human greed, then you are underestimating it." Oh? Not taking advantage of human greed? Wu Zhao was a little surprised. Shang Wanwaner also looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang said slowly, "Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, plus greed, anger, and ignorance. These are human weaknesses that many businessmen are aware of. But there is another weakness in human nature that most people are not aware of, and that is mental inertia. The Xuanzhai Guguan Bureau takes advantage of people's inertia of thinking. When the price of Zhao silk becomes sky-high, the people of Zhao will not think that the price of Zhao silk has plummeted, but will think that it will continue to be in short supply. Or, although they know there is a risk of huge losses, they firmly believe that they will not be so unlucky. Similarly, once the market starts to plummet, people will be afraid to take action due to inertia, thinking that the market will continue to plummet." Gao Yang's calm expression is indeed true. There are too many such examples in later generations. In the stock market, many retail investors chase after rising prices and sell when prices fall, and are played around by the market makers. In order to play with the weaknesses of human nature, the market makers will even raise the stock price during a fall to attract popularity, and then kill everyone when the opportunity comes. This is all about taking advantage of human nature. Once this plan came out, the people of Zhao would only think that Zhao silk would become even more in short supply. Of course, there are definitely people who are clear-headed and remain skeptical, but this group of people will deceive themselves and get lost in Zhao Gao's surge. Mental inertia. Wu Zhao murmured to herself, and a sudden enlightenment came to her mind. Gao Yang's words shocked her greatly. It even made her realize that war is not just about direct fighting, there is also an economic war that kills people without bloodshed. Economic warfare is more covert and more difficult to deal with. Once successful, its power is no less than a national war. Chapter 75. The king and his ministers are very happy. The happiness of being a journeyman. From now on, I will wear the gorgeous clothes made by Zhao Gao and start to set up the plan. If you can really defeat the state of Zhao without bloodshed, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Wu Zhao looked eager to try, and it was obvious that she had something in mind. Gao Yang, however, didn't care at all about the empress's promise. On the contrary, he reminded Wu Zetian at the right time, "Your Majesty, economic warfare cannot be achieved overnight. It is impossible without 1 or 2 years. And this plan is similar to the overt plot to reduce the power of the feudal lords. It is an overt plot, but it is also based on a premise. That is because Dakian has a strong army and a full treasury. Otherwise, if Zhao has the ability to overturn the table, Dakian will suffer the consequences. Your Majesty, you should understand what I mean. Wu Zhao raised her eyebrows and looked at Gao Yang, feeling a little strange. Yuan Weilong emphasized that Dakian must first become rich and strong, and even gave me a clever plan to punish Xiao. He also said that I understand. What does this mean? Gao Yang said with a righteous look on his face, I have absolutely no intention of urging your Majesty to kill Prince Rong. I swear. Wu Xiao, Shangguan Waner, she looked at Gao Yang and sighed with a strange look on her face. If you don't know, you would think that Prince Rong dug up the ancestral tomb of Duke Dingguo's mansion and had such a deep hatred. Gao Yang touched his nose and said to Wu Zhao, Your Majesty, what do you think Prince Rong and the Crown Prince are doing in the palace? I am definitely not afraid of death, but I also want to burn myself for Dakian. Wu Zhao laughed when she heard this. She said calmly, Don't worry, I won't give Prince Rong a chance to attack you. It's just that this matter is serious, even I need some time. Of course, I will also carry out the plan to destroy Zhao at the same time. Wu Zhao looked determined and domineering. She is Gao Yang, who is full of evil schemes, so why should she worry about the Dakian treasury not being full? Even Wu Zhao found it very interesting. Since she couldn't become an exemplary monarch and minister who would go down in history, she would just become a notorious monarch and minister. In short, his name will go down in history. Your Majesty is wise. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face, and now, he understood the Empress's temperament very well, so he spoke more casually. On the contrary, the Empress would feel more comfortable in this state of deep communication. Wu Zhao turned her gaze to Gao Yang again. I am very satisfied with this game. Lord Gao is indeed a loyal minister of Dakian. This situation should be the ceiling of vicious schemes, right? He actually used the whole country as a plan. It's simply terrifying. As soon as these words came out, Gao Yang showed his signature smile again. When Wu Zhao and Shangguan Waner saw the smile, they both felt a chill in their hearts. Looking at Gao Yang's smile, one can get a glimpse of how vicious the scheme is. It is obvious that this smile is not the most viciousest. Bang! Prince Rong's palace. Wu Long slapped the table, his face full of anger. Wu Cheng on the side said to Wu Long, Father, you have to make the decision for me. Today, that guy is still looking for compensation from me. He is simply going against the Heavenly Gang and going too far. When Wu Cheng thought about what happened in the court, he was so angry that his whole body was shaking. I have never seen such a shameless person in my life. Gao Yang cheated him so badly and even asked him for compensation. He was really disgusted. It's just too much. If he doesn't take revenge, it will be difficult for Wu Qingdu to survive in Chang'an. Wu Long waved his hand, his face full of domineering. I am the head of the ministers of Dakian, the prince of the dynasty. The Empress has always respected me with all her heart. I will make the decision for you on this matter. Gao Yang won in the court, but how can I tolerate him in Chang'an? Wu Long looked at the middle-aged man in a blue robe beside him and said, Mr. Chen, you are known as the #1 strategist in Dakian. Do you have any good ideas? Mr. Chen looked at Wu Long and said, I have a good idea. It's just that I feel a little uneasy. Based on my understanding of Gao Yang from the Duke of Dingguo's mansion in the past few days, he is definitely not a person who will act on his own accord. In other words, if he dares to treat the prince like this without any scruples, then he is definitely not afraid of the prince's revenge. I am a little confused about this. Where does his confidence come from? Wu Long looked disdainful. It's just a fight between juniors, not a life-and-death feud. Does he dare to attack me? Since the Duke Dingguo's mansion wants to fight with me, then let's fight well. Mr. Chen looked at Wu Long with disdain. He didn't say anything, but felt more uneasy. Yet he felt that if he offended this boy, the consequences would be very bad. Imperial study. Shangguan Waner only felt a chill in her heart when Gao Yang smiled. That feeling came back. It was as if countless people were about to lose everything. Wu Zhao also got goosebumps all over her body, and she couldn't help but speak. Mr. Gao, please stop smiling. I feel a little unwell. I'm almost getting goosebumps all over my body. Gao Yang, is there any justice in this world, or any law in this world? He just smiled. Is it really that scary? Your Majesty, your words are quite hurtful to me. They are not very hurtful, but they are extremely insulting. I am innocent. Wu Zhao sat down again and simply ignored Gao Yang's words. She looked at Gao Yang, and was somewhat incredulous in her heart, but she still asked, looking at the smile on Lord Gao's face, is there a scheme that is even more vicious than the one that won the Valley Crown? Shouldn't this be possible? Chapter 76 Tulip Scam. Being deceived is human nature. There is no such thing as the most vicious scheme in the world, only more vicious ones. Although this game of Xuanzhai Valley Championship is vicious, it is not the most cruel one. There are also some vicious schemes that are the most cruel. I despise them very much. Following Gao Yang's words, Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly changed. What kind of evil plot is this that even Gao Yang could despise? Gao Yang smiled and said, it doesn't matter how clever the scam is. Some scams that look fake can fool people. Why? I knew it was a scam, but I couldn't help but jump in. Wu Zhao looked puzzled. Shouldn't all scams in the world be covered up and disguised as scams? Gao Yang, however, does not follow the beaten path. Gao Yang, I do believe in your ability, but I don't understand why these people would fall for it even though they knew it was a fake scam. How can this be fooled? Wu Zhao looked incredulous. Even though she was the emperor of a country, she couldn't understand the reason behind it. Shang Wanwaner also looked at Gao Yan curiously. Gao Yan used Zhao Gao of Zhao State as a plan. She first hyped up Zhao Gao to a sky-high price through various means, and finally pointed to the farmland of Zhao State, which amazed her. If all the people of Zhao State started farming and raising mulberry trees, the farmland would be abandoned. If this plan succeeds, the state of Zhao will suffer great losses and corpses will be everywhere. Countless people will fall into despair due to the skyrocketing food prices. Without moving a single soldier, Dakian can greatly weaken the strength of Zhao and reap the benefits. This also completely aroused Shangguan Wanner's interest in economic warfare and financial means, but Wu Zhao's doubts were also the doubts in her heart. I will tell you about this plan later. But I can explain this psychological phenomenon. This is somewhat similar to Xuanzhai Guguanju, but the economic means are even more cruel and vicious. I'll just call it the tulip scam. Wu Zhao became more and more curious. She looked towards Gao Yang, waiting for what would happen next. Gao Yang looked back into the past, as if he had returned to later times and witnessed the thrilling scam with his own eyes. A country is destroyed, countless people went bankrupt, the money machine merchants made a fortune. This is the power of the poisonous plan, Gao Yang slowly said. To make it easier for your majesty to understand, I will use overseas as an example. Far away from Dakian, there is a large island with a country living on it. Let's call it Lan Country. Lan Country is extremely rich and powerful, and its people live and work in peace and contentment. It is said that on this day, a group of merchants from other places came to Lan Country. In addition to doing business, they also brought some bouquets of flowers. The flowers are called tulips. This group of merchants presented it as a tribute to the royal family of Lan Country. Because Lan Country did not have this tulip, and this tulip was beautiful and rare, it was highly sought after and gradually became a symbol of status and wealth. All of a sudden, countless local merchants smelled business opportunities. Gao Yang's eyes were indifferent and extremely deep. Even Wu Zhao could sense the murderous intent hidden beneath the saffron flowers from these words. Shangguan Wanner's heart beat faster and she couldn't help but clench her fists. They were very nervous. As local merchants stepped in, they began to stockpile tulip bulbs, and prices began to rise dramatically. Soon, it was sought after by the whole country. Its price is far less than that of rice, even gold. At this time, everything has changed. Tulips are no longer flowers for viewing, but for short-term profit. For this reason, some people even sold their houses to stock up. In fact, at this time, everyone knew that tulips were no longer rare in the market, but people still bought them like crazy, hoping to make a fortune. They think this is still going to go up. But at the highest point, the merchants who pushed the price up sold directly. Your Majesty, can you guess what happened next? Gao Yang had a smile on his face, but it was a smile that made people feel cold all over. Wu Zhao asked seriously, what happened? Gao Yang said directly, in just a dozen days, the price plummeted by 90%, countless people went bankrupt, and some even starved to death. These merchants then raised the price of grain, and Lan's economy declined, making it difficult for it to compete with the surrounding countries. One word false. Shangguan Wanner and Wu Zhao were both shocked. A 90% drop in just over 10 days. Wu Zhao's face was moved and she felt deeply the cruelty. Is this the power of the poisonous scheme? Its destructive power is even greater than that of war. Wu Zhao took a deep breath. Your Majesty, what have you learned from this situation? Gao Yang felt secretly happy. There weren't many things that could shock Wu Zetian like this. Wu Zhao's eyes were stern and murderous. Foreign merchants who do not follow martial ethics should be killed. Is this true? Gao Yang, he looked at Wu Zhao's noble face, and had to say, this angle was quite unique. That's right. Merchants from other places are either traitors or thieves. They deserve to be killed. Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help but speak out. But what does this have to do with what you said before, that it was obviously a scam, but you still fell for it? Gao Yang smiled and said, in the early stages, it was hard to tell that this was a game, but in the later stages, it became very obvious. The whole country is stockpiling tulip bulbs, and all parties are entering the market. How could the people not know? In fact, they all know it, but they are willing to mortgage their houses and land to enter the market. The fundamental reason is greed. They think the profit will be higher. They will think that before this bubble bursts, they are not the unlucky ones. It's like passing the parcel. As long as they are not the last unlucky one, they will make a lot of money. And there are very few people who can run away, because after making money, it is hard to resist continuing to gamble. It's the same as the Chang'an casino. You can win once, or even many times, but if you stretch it out over time, the casino will definitely win. This is also human nature. The whole world is set up by taking advantage of human nature. In addition to these methods, this pie in the sky is also a common method of setting up a scheme. Wu Zhao was stunned. Paying a big pie? Gao Yang coughed twice and said, for example, Your Majesty ordered me to weaken the 6 kingdoms, and then gave me 10 beauties. This is just empty talk. Of course, I have no other intentions. Your Majesty does not need to reward you with a few beauties and 10,000 taels of gold. I am just explaining to Your Majesty. Gao Yang stared at Wu Zhao and said. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. After all this time, Gao Yang is here at this point. After ascending the throne for so long, this was the first time she had seen a minister actively come to her to ask for rewards. Originally, I wanted to give Yuan Weilong a few dozen beauties to make up for it, but since Yuan Weilong is so polite, forget it. Wu Zhao raised the corner of her mouth and said lightly. Gao Yang was instantly filled with disbelief. He really wanted to jump up and slap the Empress twice. Listen, is this human language? As expected, those who play politics are dirty and shameless, but he was also helpless. After all, this was the Empress of Dakian. Anyway, I'll be responsible for many scams like this. If Your Majesty is short of money, I will definitely help you from behind. Chapter 77, Shangguan Wan'er's strangeness. His Majesty seems to have changed, so the best way to deal with scams is to ignore them? I firmly don't believe in pie in the sky, and I will never bet on this game of passing the parcel. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wan'er in surprise. As expected, talent emerges from smooth sailing. The ancients were right. Gao Yang nodded and said, yes, why did these people fall for it even though they knew it was a scam? It's essentially a large-scale game of passing the parcel. In his previous life, Gao Yang had lost a lot of money due to stocks. The game here shows human nature, which is even more exciting. Don't provoke. There was a tremor on Wu Zhao's fair face, and there was silence in the imperial study. Her phoenix eyes seemed to see countless people trying things bit by bit, and finally losing everything and their families and children. It was a real mess. Wu Zhao took a deep breath. Her idea in the Golden Palace that day was correct. If this boy cannot be an official, he must not be allowed to do business, even if he is eliminated, otherwise the people of the world will suffer. He looks innocent, but his heart is as evil as hell. Just as Wu Zhao was deep in thought with a complicated expression on her face, Gao Yang suddenly rubbed his hands and came closer. Before Wu Zhao could react, she found a big face in front of her. Looking embarrassed, Gao Yang was a little impatient and said, Your Majesty, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you please make me feel better? When Wu Zhao heard this, she frowned and looked incredulous. Is Gao Yang getting carried away, or is she no longer able to lift the knife? Shangguan Wan'er also had a stunned expression. What kind of vicious words are these? Is Gao Yang crazy? As soon as Gao Yang said this, he realized that it was inappropriate. He quickly said, I made a slip of the tongue. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I am a bit itchy at first, but I am kind-hearted and would never harm my own family. So I would like to ask Your Majesty to send a group of people to escort me to the 6 countries, and I will give him a good bet. To be honest, Your Majesty, I have hundreds of clever schemes in mind to make money, which will surely make the nobles of the 6 countries miserable. Gao Yang is not bragging. The people of the 6 countries today are simple and honest, and are still at the level of conquering each other and exploiting each other's people. That he dealt with these illiterate people and the unscrupulous businessmen who exploited the people. That's really a trap. After all, even the highly educated people in the previous life were fooled by this thing. Behind this, countless families are broken and on the verge of bankruptcy. During this period, there were many high-ranking officials and highly educated talents. Could it be that they could not see that this was a scam? In fact, it is not, because this is human nature. The smarter people are, the easier it is to be fooled, not to mention the ancient times when people were illiterate. Of course, Gao Yang had no interest in the common people. This is not because he is morally upright, but mainly because he cannot squeeze out any profit from it and is likely to suffer retribution. His target is the wealthy families of the 6 nations, and even the royal families. But in ancient times, silver was heavier and more difficult to escape, and the dynasty also had to be stable. But that's also what makes it challenging. The thought of this made him feel itchy. A few hundred more tricks to make money? Wu Zhao was shocked, but immediately shook her head. I cannot agree to this request. Gao Yang was puzzled when he heard this. Why? Is it because your majesty doesn't trust me? No, you are wrong. It is precisely because I trust your methods that I cannot let you go. Once you are caught, I am afraid of backlash. Give up on this idea for the rest of your life. As long as I am still here, don't even think about leaving Dakian. I will arrange for people to search Dakian. If there are suitable tulips, I will send people to Dachu and Dajia to try it out as you said and see how much silver we can harvest. Wu Zhao spoke firmly after what she said today. She became more determined. She doesn't need to use Gao Yang's vicious plan. But Gao Yang's evil plan must not be used on Dakian, otherwise, it would be a disaster for Dakian. This man in particular doesn't seem like a man of strong will. He is so good at judging people without even being tortured. Gao Yang, your majesty, what should I do if my hands itch? Gao Yang scratched his hands. If he didn't cheat others, wouldn't it be a waste of his great ability? Wu Zhao smiled and said, you don't have to take action against the 6 kingdoms. But you can take action against the Dakian family, the wealthy families in the world, and the nobles in Chang'an. It's a good opportunity for me to see what you can do. Gao Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Your Majesty, are you telling the truth? In that case, he would have work to do. Of course it's true. The witchcraft case you mentioned will break out in the next few days. You can prepare your means in advance. Once Prince Rong falls, I will support you behind the scenes. But you also know that the world's wealthy families have a close relationship with the royal family, not to mention the princes and other royal relatives. After Wu Zhao finished speaking, she stared straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang nodded and frowned. Since we can't target the noble families and royal relatives, we can only start with the wealthy businessmen. Wu Zhao heard this and said calmly, no, you are wrong. What I mean is that the royal family is my closest relatives, so they have to share the money. You can set up the game boldly. I will provide the silver and we will split the silver we earn 50-50. How about that? Wu Zhao spoke, her phoenix eyes flashing with joy. Gao Yang said very tactfully, I am not interested in silver at all. 73% is already a blessing for me. A smile broke out on Wu Zhao's face. Gao Yang is very sensible. Although he is a little presumptuous at times, he still keeps her in his heart. That's great. My inner treasury has been poor for too long. It's time to fill it up. Gao Yang also had a smile on his face. There is one thing he didn't say, he knows a little bit about accounting. Shang Wanwaner was stunned. She looked at the emperor and his ministers who were laughing treacherously, and felt a little confused for a moment, especially the domineering Wu Zhao. She always felt like she was being led astray. With the birth of the 2 scams, Wu Zhao and Gao Yang discussed the details again. In the end, Gao Yang left the imperial study with satisfaction, and Wu Zhao was also smiling. The king and his ministers had a very pleasant conversation. On this day, the wealthy families in Chang'an, the royal relatives, and the noble families in the world all sneezed for no apparent reason. Oh no, it's like they're being targeted. Imperial study. Your Majesty, are you really going to send people to the 6 countries to set up a plan? Shang Wanwaner looked at Wu Zhao and asked. Wu Zhao nodded. The strategy Gao Yang mentioned is so cruel that I have never seen it in my life. Such a vicious plan should be used to let the 6 nations have a taste of its power. The people she sent were definitely not as good as Gao Yang's, but under Gao Yang's guidance, they were definitely enough, and in Dakian, once Prince Rong is eliminated, with her support, the next step is to strengthen the country and make money. These centuries-old families have been entrenched for a long time and have countless wealth, so now is a great time to plunder them. She had Gao Yang, so she was not panicked at all. In addition, according to Gao Yang's wishes, another imperial decree will be issued to promote friendly exchanges between Dakian and Dazhao, encouraging the people of Dakian to wear more clothes made of Zhaochao. Give me another set of clothes made by Zhao Gao. From today on, I will only wear clothes made by Zhao Gao. Wu Zhao's eyes flashed coldly as she gave the order. Obviously, with her words, an economic war against Zhao state is about to begin. The traitor is Gao Yang. It is only July now. As long as the price of Zhao Gao is driven up, the state of Zhao will face a real nightmare in a few years at most. Even when this imperial edict was issued, the state of Zhao believed that Dakian was sincere and even sent envoys to deliver gifts, but in reality, this is an invisible war, killing people invisibly. Chapter 78. Chang'an is shaken, and the economic war begins. According to Wu Zhao's will. For a moment, the entire Chang'an city was stunned, and all the officials looked horrified. It was clear that he was still full of anger during the morning court session, and he wanted to start a war against the state of Zhao. As a result, the empress changed her attitude in just one morning. It is just as Gao Yang said, to live in peace, one must be patient and influence others with love. This is simply unbelievable. After all, the empress had been on the throne for several months, and they knew Wu Zhao's temper very well. The state of Zhao was riding on her neck, but the empress chose to be tolerant and even gave the state of Zhao huge benefits for free. In their eyes, this is almost an impossible thing. Some officials with a keen sense of smell also sensed something wrong. Their eyes flickered as they secretly guessed the empress's intentions, but even if they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out what the empress was going to do. Most of the court officials breathed a sigh of relief. The world is now ruled by civil officials, and they naturally do not want to see war. Otherwise, the rise of military generals would not be good news for them. As for some big merchants in the capital, they were even more excited after seeing the posted notice. They immediately recognized the business opportunity. As soon as the imperial edict was issued, the price of Zhao Gao increased from 10 taels of silver per horse to 11 taels of silver per horse. It is foreseeable that the price of Zhao Gao will continue to skyrocket. Some merchants who saw the opportunity did not hesitate at all and began to arrange caravans to go to Zhao state. They had to catch the Zhao merchants off guard as quickly as possible and take advantage of the information gap to purchase goods at low prices. Otherwise, the state of Zhao is not a fool, and Zhao Gao will definitely raise the price. For a moment, the whole Chang'an was in turmoil because of Wu Zhao's order. Chui Mansion. Inside the lobby, the exquisite carved beams and painted buildings are magnificent and luxurious. Cui Jian was wearing a gorgeous robe and had a calm expression on his face. He was playing with 2 walnuts in his hands, which made a crunching sound from time to time. Father, what do you want from me? If you have nothing else, I will go back to study. At this time, Cui Xinghe walked up from the side and said to Cui Jian that he looked dignified and his face was calm. Cui Jian looked at his most satisfied son and felt a little regretful. Obviously, Gao Yang also caught him off guard. Father knows that Gao Yang from the Dinghua mansion dealt you a huge blow, but you don't have to belittle yourself, and you don't have to lock yourself in your room every day and study the books of sages. At least in my heart, it's still the same evaluation. My son has the potential to be a prime minister. Hearing this, Cui Xinghe raised his eyes and looked at Cui Jian with a moved expression. I will remember your teachings, father. But I just don't want to be suppressed by him. The glory of my Cui family should shine in Chang'an. I admit that I am not as skilled as others, but I will definitely catch up and prove myself completely. Cui Xinghe had a calm expression, but his voice resounded throughout the lobby. Cui Jian showed a satisfied smile on his face. Cui Xinghe is worthy of being his son. Just based on his demeanor, he will definitely achieve great success in the future. It's fine as long as you know the answer to this. Your father called you here because he wants you to make a decision on something. After all, the future of the Cui family is destined to be in your hands. Cui Xinghe looked curious and said, Please tell me clearly, father. Cui Jian played with the walnut in his hand and said calmly, Just now, His Majesty issued an imperial edict. It was not sent through the 6 ministries, but directly to the Imperial Academy. Your Majesty has issued an order to encourage everyone in Dakian to wear Zhao Gao. Your Majesty will personally lead the way, and many families in Chang'an will follow suit. Should my Cui family get involved in this wonderful mission? Cui Xinghe was shocked when he heard this. What? The Empress issued such an imperial decree? His eyes flickered. Cui Jian added, the people in the palace spread the news that His Majesty not only issued an imperial decree, but also personally put on Zhao Gao. It seems that this time he is serious. Cui Xinghe did not show any joy when he heard this, instead his expression became even more solemn. Something is wrong, the Empress's behavior is too abnormal. Cui Xinghe quickly looked at Cui Jian and asked nervously, did His Majesty summon Gao Yang alone? Cui Jian nodded. He was summoned, and Gao Yang stayed in the palace for several hours. As soon as he left the palace, the imperial edict spread throughout Chang'an. Hiss. Several hours? Cui Xinghe was frightened. If a full score meant 10 points were wrong, he now smelled something wrong with 100 points. Father, even if Zhao Gao rises to the sky, my Cui family cannot touch him. I'm afraid I can't touch it. Cui Xinghe took a deep breath and spoke, his face solemn. Why? This is a rare opportunity, but he refuses to take the money. Could it be that my son understands the deeper meaning behind the Empress's move? Cui Jian's voice suddenly rose an octave, and he looked puzzled. Cui Xinghe raised his eyes and said seriously, I don't understand the deep meaning behind the Empress, but I do. Gao Yang. Since he has been alone with the Empress for several hours, there is a possibility of an affair, or a vicious plot. For safety reasons, my Cui family must not get involved. I'm afraid there's a pitfall in this matter, and it's a big one. After Gao Yang left the palace, he and Chen Shang, who had been waiting outside the palace, stepped into the streets of Chang'an. His purpose was simple, which was to see with his own eyes the Empress's appeal. If the people respond and the price of Zhao Gao rises accordingly, then we will be able to take advantage of the general trend. There is a healthy trading market behind this. On the contrary, if you want to start an economic war, you have to use more means, but fortunately, the effect is very good. Let's go back home. Gao Yang greeted Chen Shang. Just as he was about to go back home, he saw a street not far away where many people gathered and were building a large circular platform. What's going on? Is there some large-scale event? Gao Yang was curious. Chen Shang glanced at it and quickly replied, Your Excellency, you may not know that food is the most important thing for the people of Daqian. Even before Daqian was founded, we held a food competition every 5 years. This custom has been retained over time. This year, it was held in the imperial kitchen. Naturally, it caused a sensation. It is said that the winner will receive an extremely generous amount of money. Gao Yang was stunned, and then his expression turned strange. Food contest? Chapter 79, Emperor Zhao is excited. This Gao Yang person is quite nice. Your Excellency, are you interested in delicious food? This competition will continue for many days. Chen Shang looked curious. Gao Yang retracted his gaze, shook his head and said, I just thought of a brilliant trick when I heard about the food competition, but since no one is provoking me, then let it go. In his mind, the enfeoffment order was the most vicious scheme in ancient times, but when it came to modern strategies, the enfeoffment order had to take a back seat, using the weak to defeat the strong, carrying out conspiracy against the world, and making people feel caught in a dilemma is the most vicious scheme in modern times. Even Gao Yang had to say something, it was simply so horrifying. Let's go back home. Gao Yang felt regretful as he headed towards Duke Dinghua's mansion. Chen Shang behind him had a curious look on his face, and doubts arose in his heart. A brilliantly poisonous plot. It sounds like if someone provokes it, they will be in big trouble, but what poison can delicious food have? Chen Shang scratched his head, looking puzzled, but did not take it seriously at all. In the next few days, Chang'an fell into a period of calm except for the news and price of Zhao Gao that continued to ferment. This made Gao Yang exclaim that it was too corrupt. He just eats and waits for death in the mansion every day and flirts with the maids. The life of an ancient dandy is simply wonderful. 5 days later, the imperial city of Zhao. Inside the palace, dozens of dancers in transparent gauze were dancing gracefully. At the very top, Emperor Zhao Wuji received information sent by fast horses from Daqian. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying cheerfully, this queen of Daqian is really incompetent and vulnerable. The dancers left, and all the officials looked curious as Zhao Feng, the prime minister of Zhao State, could not help but ask, May I ask your majesty, what are you so happy about? Zhao Wuji was wearing a black and red dragon robe, and he said with a disdainful look in his eyes. Urgent report from Daqian, the queen of Daqian has issued an order. For the sake of friendly exchanges between Zhao and Daqian, she has ordered that the people of the country be encouraged to wear Zhao silk made by our country. Even the queen of Daqian took the lead herself. I humiliated Dakian, but the Queen of Dakian still gave me money. How strange. For a moment, all the officials widen their eyes, they can't handle these words. What does the Queen of Dakian think? But the next second, they smelled a huge business opportunity in the entire Dakian market. Zhao Gao's price will definitely rise, because it's all hard cash. Zhao Fang frowned. Your Majesty, could this be a trick? This move is really puzzling. Zhao Wuji waved his hand casually. Prime Minister, you are worrying too much. My intelligence shows that it was a deputy minister named Gao Yang who suggested that the Queen of Dakian and the state of Zhao should get along in a friendly way and not resort to war. The people of Gao Yang are really nice. Zhao Fang frowned, his expression becoming even uglier. Your Majesty, I have heard about Gao Yangchen these past 2 days. His methods of lowering grain prices and calming the locust plague are very clever. He is not a mediocre person. And he is known as the living king of hell in Dakian. This matter is very strange. But before he could finish his words, the officials of Zhao state could no longer sit still. Prime Minister Zhao is too cautious. The Queen of Dakian has just ascended the throne, and our Zhao state is strong and powerful. How dare she start a war? Master Huang is right. The Queen of Dakian must be trying to please our Zhao state. I agree. Since the Queen of Dakian has taken the lead in bowing her head, we must also maintain the posture of a great power. We should quickly send envoys and send valuable gifts to maintain the relationship between the two countries to avoid being criticized. The price of Zhao Gao has skyrocketed, and the people of our great Zhao can all make a fortune. I support this. Zhao Fang said nothing, although he felt something was wrong. He couldn't stop it. Behind these court officials are huge aristocratic families. Obviously, they want the relationship between the two countries to be stable so that they can take the opportunity to make a fortune. If he speaks out, he will incur public wrath. Zhao Wuji thought for a moment, nodded and said, My dear ministers, what you said makes sense. From now on, we will send envoys to Dakian with generous gifts. And send the beauty I just captured to Dakian, and make sure to hand her over to Gao Yang to thank him for his advice. These days, there aren't many good people like this who have no interests but can make my great Zhao rich. Zhao Wuji sighed. All the ministers knelt down hurriedly and praised His Majesty for his wisdom. Their eyes flickered. It is predictable that as soon as the banquet is over, they will make a big purchase of Zhao Gao. Anyone who doesn't make this fortune is a fool. Chang'an City, the weather was hot and humid, and the entire city of Chang'an was like a huge steamer. Gao Yang threw the ice cubes he got from the cellar into the cup and drank it down with a gulp. Although the Duke Dingwa's mansion was relatively cool, it was still hot and stuffy. It was only in the second half of the night that it became comfortable. After sweating all over, without soap, I always feel sticky even when taking a shower. This makes the high anode unaccustomed. I just can't stand it anymore. Green Ivy, follow me to the kitchen. We must make this soap today. Gao Yang roared angrily and then rushed towards the kitchen of Duke Dingwa's mansion. One was to take a bath, and the other was to make some money, otherwise Wu Zhao would have a hard time explaining herself. As soon as I entered the kitchen, I saw a little fat man with a simple and honest look and a chubby face. He looked stunned, obviously not understanding the situation yet. Bring all the lard in the kitchen to me, young master. When Wang Tao heard Gao Yang's instructions, he thought he was checking whether they had stolen lard, so he quickly took out all the lard in the kitchen. Yes, very sensible. Gao Yang praised him, and then ordered Chen Sheng to move all the things away. It was not until he saw the empty jar that Wang Tao was shocked. My lard. He wailed for him. Delicious food is more important than anything else, and lard is indispensable. Soon in a courtyard of the Duke Dingwa's mansion, Gao Yang set up 2 large pots, with Chen Sheng and Lu Luo standing behind him. Luo, bring some quicklime to me. Gao Yang shouted. Green Ivy hurried to the side to get some quicklime. Young master, I have brought it. Pour it into the pot. What? Pour it in? When Luluwa heard this, she was completely stunned. Her face was full of surprise. Quicklime is used to prevent moisture, so how could it be poured into the pot? She looked hesitant. Do as I say. After pouring it in, add water and stir it immediately. Then stay away. Gao Yang gave a warning and retreated dozens of steps. Quicklime mixed with water will release a lot of heat, and if it splashes on your body, it will be very sour. Luo didn't know what Gao Yang was thinking. On the contrary, she felt that the young master was a really nice person and cared about her a lot. Theoretically, both lard and vegetable oil can be used to make soap, which is essentially a saponification reaction. When lime is added to water and stirred, a large amount of heat is released to produce lime water. When caustic soda is added to the lime water, lye is obtained. When lye is added to lard, a saponification reaction will occur. Caustic soda is difficult to obtain, but it can be replaced with wood ash from the stove pit. Tiao Yang read a lot of time travel novels in his previous life, and he especially loved the historical novels written by Zheng Xingzi. He is very familiar with the soap making process. After adding wood ash and stirring for a while, Gao Yang began to make lard. A lye doesn't work that quickly, it takes some time. Luolua watched Gao Yang add spoonful of lard into the pot, her eyes full of heartache. In Dakian, lard is a good thing and most people are reluctant to use too much of it when cooking, but Gao Yang put it into the pot spoonful by spoonful, which made Luolua very distressed. Master, what kind of delicious food are you going to make? Luolua couldn't help but ask. After all, she came from a poor family, and in her eyes, this was a waste of resources. Shen Shang also looked puzzled. Don't feel bad. I want to make soap. Once the soap is out, the profit will be immeasurable. Gao Yang explained calmly. Soap? Green Ivy's face was full of curiosity. Gao Yang glanced at Luolua's slender body and teased, after taking a bath with this soap, not only will your body become white and tender, but it will also emit a pleasant fragrance. When Luolua noticed Gao Yang's gaze, she felt like she was being stared at by a big bad wolf. Sir, the look in your eyes scares me. Gao Yang burst into laughter upon seeing this. Although I only eat grass near my nest, you are still young, so you can rest assured and be your number 98 technician. As long as you don't actively seduce me and upgrade to irregular services without permission, nothing will happen. When Luolua heard this, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Gao Yang continued to work. After a while, he poured the boiled lye water into the lard, and then stirred it evenly with a stick. After boiling, the pot turned to low heat and simmer, and the whole process is complete. The next step is to wait for the fat in the pot to be completely saponified, and Dakian's first piece of soap will be born. Gao Yang sat on a chair nearby, added some salt and spices into the prepared mold, and waited for the soap to be made. He picked up a book of Dakian's legal texts and read it with great interest. To set up a scheme. You must understand the law. Gao Yang is so skilled in this area that it makes people feel a little distressed. Chapter 80. Coveting. Shangwan Wanner is called bold. At the same time, inner house Gao Feng also stepped into Gao Tianlong's room. He took a deep breath and looked serious. Father. Gao Feng bowed respectfully. First, Gao Tianlong was wearing simple home clothes, and he looked intimidating without even showing any emotion. Why, do you have something to say? Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Feng with sharp eyes. Gao Feng's face became more serious when he thought of what Shangwan Wanner said a few days ago. I had a chat with Lord Shangwan a few days ago, and I found that Younger was a little bold. Oh? How bold? Gao Tianlong also thought of the conversation he had with Gao Yang a few days ago, and he agreed deeply with this point. Could it be that Gao Feng also knew about this? Younger once said to Shangwan that he wanted to peek at his legs. Shangwan is a close minister of your majesty. There might be a special relationship between the two of them. How could Younger covet Shangwan? Gao Feng was very worried, but Gao Tianlong couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He looked contemptuous and asked, "That's it?" Gao Feng was stunned. Father, isn't this bold enough? Gao Tianlong sneered and then asked a soul-searching question. Since ancient times, emperors have used treacherous ministers to rule the country and ministers who reformed the country to strengthen the country. But no matter whether they are treacherous ministers or ministers who reformed the country, how many of them can have a good end? But Younger gave me 3 plans. Do you know which 3 they are? Gao Feng had a serious look on his face. He also realized that Gao Yang was a poisonous person. Although his evil plan was good, his reputation was also bad. When he was favored by the empress, naturally no one dared to offend him, and he had great power in the court, but once he fell out of favor, he would most likely be executed and his entire family would be killed to appease the public anger at home and abroad. This is a double-edged sword. This evil son of his actually had such far-reaching thoughts. Gao Tianlong looked towards Gao Feng and spoke word by word. The first strategy is the doctrine of the mean, which makes Dakian strong and keeps the 6 kingdoms alive. Gao Feng's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He continued to look at Gao Tianlong, waiting for what to come. The second plan is to capture the empress, make her fall in love with you, give birth to a dragon son, and make her devoted to you. Gao Feng's expression suddenly changed. Hiss. He gasped. I thought he was bold enough to covet Shangguan Wanner, but I didn't expect he was so narrow-minded. The emperor has his eyes on this evil woman, but this is not the end. Gao Tianlong continued, the third plan is to find a natural disaster and take the opportunity to deceive people. After these words were spoken, Gao Feng's face suddenly turned pale, and he looked incredulous. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Feng's pale face and stroked his beard. He smiled and said, I still want to see Shangguan Wanner's legs. I have some covetous thoughts about them. Do you think I am brave? Gao Feng fell silent when he heard this. He never expected that his evil son would be so bold. He has ideas about the empress. He even thought about rebelling, although it felt crazy. The thought of the empress offering him tea and calling him daddy. I have to say, this is quite exciting. This evil boy doesn't have even a third of the charm I had back then. It's highly unlikely that he will be able to take down the empress. Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Feng and took a sip of tea. You evil boy, you must not be so shameless. Peek. He looked hurt. These words were really heartbreaking. At this time, a strange fragrance came, which made the two of them feel excited. Who is making lard in the mansion? Why is it so fragrant? Gao Tianlong spoke. Uncle Fu walked in from outside and said hurriedly, Old Duke, it's the eldest son who is boiling lard. I heard that they boiled more than 10 pounds of lard, as if they were going to refine something. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng's faces changed. What? This bastard used more than 10 kilograms of lard to cook something. What kind of food is he trying to make? Gao Feng was furious. The Dingwu mansion has always been a frugal family with no extravagance or waste. Lard is precious, and Gao Feng could not bear to boil more than 10 kilograms of it at once. The flowers in the Rouge Pavilion may be flowers, but they cannot be treated as cheap food. Gao Tianlong's face also looked unhappy. He lived through a time of famine, and he witnessed with his own eyes the people who, in extreme hunger, frantically swallowed guanine soil and died with their bellies bloated. That was real hell on earth. Therefore, he has always been full of awe for food. But thinking of Gao Yang's various things, Gao Tianlong still took a deep breath and said, Yanger won't be so extravagant, you go and see. Gao Feng snorted coldly and said, I'll go see what this evil boy is doing. If he really wastes money, even the Empress's token won't be able to protect him. I will definitely beat him up. After Gao Feng saluted, he left in a hurry, his steps getting faster and faster. Today, I should be able to beat this evil boy up, right? Today he will beat this evil son, and beat him in front of me. Inside the compound, Gao Yang poured the liquid boiled in the pot into the mold with spices. After it was left to cool, the first piece of soap was successfully born. Yao Yang raised the soap in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Green Ivy, get me a basin of clean water. Gao Yang was a little excited. With this thing, your body will never be sticky again. Luoluo quickly fetched a basin of clean water, and Gao Yang handed the soap in his hand to Luoluo. Wet the soap, wash your hands and try the effect, Gao Yang continued. Slave girl use this soap? Green Radish looked flattered, but after seeing Gao Yang's affirmative eyes, Luoluo could only silently follow Gao Yang's instructions, soaking her hands with soap, and then rubbing them slowly. Soon, fine bubbles appeared, which made Green Radish look curious. Because Luoluo had been busy all day helping Gao Yang make lard, her hands were covered in dust and dirt, but when clean water washed away the foam, an incredible scene appeared. My lord, they are clean now. I feel my hands are more delicate and white now. Green Radish raised her hands with a look of surprise. Although Dakian had pancreas, which had good cleaning power, this thing was only affordable for the imperial palace, and ordinary people just used clean water, and since it was the first time to use soap on Green Radish, the effect was naturally very good. But looking at Luoluo's delicate hands with distinct fingers, Gao Yang deliberately walked forward slowly. Really? Let me take a look. Gao Yang grabbed Luoluo's hand and examined it carefully. Not bad. It's smoother and whiter. Gao Yang stroked it with his big hand, and said with a sigh. Green Ivy first looked up with a bit of pride, then realized something was wrong. My lord, you are rubbing me so hard that it hurts a little. Green Radish's cute little face turned a little red as she spoke in a low voice. Gao Yang immediately let go, looking righteous. Don't think too much, I just wanted to check the cleaning effect of the soap. Oh. Green Radish's little face became more and more rosy. You've worked hard today, so I'll give you this soap. As soon as these words were spoken, Luoluo raised her head instantly, looking surprised. Give it to the servant? Although she had never used expensive soap, she was sure that this soap was definitely better than soap and could also leave a lasting fragrance. The price must have been very expensive, and she was just a little maid. Very good. I'll give it to you. Consider it a reward for giving me a massage. Even though there are still some flaws in your massage and you can do better, you've done your best. So I'll give you this soap. There is nothing wrong with the foot bath at Green Radish. The appearance and service quality are both online, but the customer is too thin and has too little strength. Back then, after his consumption was downgraded, he randomly found a foot massage shop on the side of the road. A female technician weighing 200 pounds and smoking a cigarette came up, but he didn't dare to ask for a change of staff. The force was so powerful that it was penetrating. The memory of that time is still fresh. After Gao Yang said this casually, he continued to do the same thing, intending to make a few more bars of soap. Not only does he need to use it himself, but a large sum of money is involved behind it. He had promised the Empress that he would get more money from the wealthy families. Luo Luo looked at Gao Yang's busy figure and her face became redder and redder. She understood, she has already worked hard enough and used all her skills. How can she go further? The answer is obvious. The eldest master was hinting to her that he wanted to get closer to her and provide him with irregular services. He even gave her a bar of soap, but this is not an official service, and she doesn't know how to provide it. It seems I need to borrow a copy of Spring official picture from an older sister to study. Let's try it on the eldest son tonight. Chapter 81, Hunger Marketing, Luxury Concept, False Propaganda, 3 Magical Weapons for Doing Business. Evil son, I heard that you boiled more than 10 kilograms of lard. What are you doing? If you don't give me a reason, you will be beaten today. The voice arrives before the person arrives. Gao Yang turned his head and saw Gao Feng and Li walking over. Gao Yang stepped forward and saluted. He felt helpless as Gao Feng was either beating him up or on his way to beating him up. But I can't beat him, it's almost become an obsession. Father, mother, you have come just in time. I am making soap. What is soap? Li asked curiously. There happened to be some cold soap, so Gao Yang took a piece and handed it over. Gao Feng took the soap first and only smelled a fragrance, which surprised him a little. Can lard produce such a wonderful fragrance? But more than 10 kilograms of lard is too wasteful. Let me try it. If it doesn't taste good, I'll beat your ass. Having said that, Gao Feng stuffed it directly into his mouth. Gao Yang wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Gao Feng took a bite and then spat it out. It tastes like chewing wax and is hard to swallow. You bastard, you made such a mess out of just over 10 kilograms of lard. You will not escape a beating today. Seeing this, Li did not say anything. Gao Yang explained, Father, soap is not food, but a cleaning product, similar to the soap in the palace, but cheaper, better at cleaning, and leaves a scent. Gao Feng's face changed. What? You use lard to make something clean? Then why didn't you stop me just now? Evil son, did you do this on purpose or by accident? Gao Feng quickly spat a few more times. Father, you acted decisively and stuffed me with it immediately. I was not careful, but don't worry, Father. This thing is not poisonous even if consumed in small amounts. At most, it will just cause diarrhea. Gao Feng almost couldn't breathe when he heard this. The soap in the palace is not cheap. My son has this ability? Mother, come and try the effect. Li looked shocked, then anxious. The cost of pancreas is extremely high, and even she does not often use it when facing the honest Duke Dingwa's mansion. But every woman in the world desires beauty, and now that Gao Yang has made a soap with better effects, she would definitely give it a try. Luo Luo quickly brought another basin of clean water, and Li also followed the steps to experiment. When looking at the white and fresh hands, Li was also shocked. It cleans 5 times better than soap and has a light fragrance. Mother, do you think this item will be easy to sell? Gao Yang asked. Li nodded without hesitation. There are many wealthy families in Chang'an. This item is rare in the world. Once it is sold, it will definitely be in short supply. I just don't know if the raw material of this thing is rare, and what is the production volume? Gao Yang pointed to 2 large pots nearby and said, as father said, 2 large pots, some lard and some worthless things, the output is huge. I want to invite you, mother, to a gathering of noble ladies in Chang'an, to drink tea and chat. Once it is promoted, the demand will surely exceed the supply. Li smiled and said, you are quite smart. Once the word of this item spreads among the aristocratic families, it will sell well. But how do you plan to sell it, and what's the price? Gao Yang's eyes flickered, and he smiled and said, I want to set the price at 10 strings of cash per piece. As soon as these words came out, Li and Gao Feng's eyelids both twitched. Nowadays, the most expensive piece of pancreas only costs a few hundred coins, less than 1 guan. Yao Yang directly increased it by more than 10 times. Gao Feng couldn't help but say, a piece of soap for cleaning sells for 10 strings of cash, why don't you go and rob it? Gao Yang shook his head, Father, you are wrong. How can you make money faster than this? Gao Feng felt a tightness in his chest, but what he said made so much sense that he couldn't refute it for a moment. Li didn't expect Gao Yang to be so cruel. This was almost a sky-high price. Scarcity makes things valuable. The kid doesn't plan to get a lot of soaps, but rather a hunger marketing campaign. Hunger marketing? Li and Gao Feng looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Gao Yang nodded and said, yes, to put it simply, I only produce 1,000 or 5,000 bars of soap a month. They are not only sold in Chang'an, but also distributed throughout Daqian. They are always sold out in various places. With some tricks, we can hype up soap into a luxury item. It will reach the point where every wealthy family in Chang'an will be embarrassed to go out without a few bars of soap. Then the black market price will surely rise. It's even much higher than the price of a child. The kid can make 2 waves of money by coming here and there. Li looked surprised. Obviously he didn't expect to do business in this way. She looked thoughtful, but if you want to be sought after by wealthy families, it takes more than just cleaning skills. Gao Yang smiled and said, I checked and found that Daqian does not have any laws related to false advertising. No one has ever seen this soap before, and no one would have thought it was made of lard. The child would definitely say it was made of 81 rare medicinal herbs such as ginseng and deer antlers. God knows, the earth knows, I know, the child should not only say that soap can clean, but also say that wiping the body can absorb toxins in the body and prolong life. Soap has a wonderful fragrance and can cleanse the body. It is linked to clearing toxins from the body. I am afraid they will not be fooled. The more powerful the family is, the more afraid they are of death. As long as we can understand their psychology and drive up the price, making the product more valuable as a gift to elders or as a treasure, the world's noble families will definitely rush to buy it. When we make a lot of money, I'll make a sin-free soap and sell it to ordinary people and merchants. That way I can make another lot of money. As Gao Yang's voice sounded inside the courtyard, Li and Gao Feng were stunned, while Chen Sheng and Luo Luo were petrified. Hunger marketing, luxury concept, there is also false advertising. These 3 concepts were unheard of for them. Although Gao Feng was the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, he also knew how to manipulate money, but he had never thought about Gao Yang's business philosophy. Especially the cleansing and wonderful fragrance can clear toxins from the body and prolong life. This is a great blow to the aristocratic families of Daqian, because Daqian attaches great importance to filial piety. It doesn't matter whether the things are useful or not. As long as they are expensive enough on the market and some people praise them as effective, and it seems that one is fulfilling filial piety, that is enough. But he had to admit that if Gao Yang really did this, the entire Dukdingguas mansion would make a fortune. Such means are truly playing with the wealthy and powerful families in the palm of their hands. Almost all the merchants in Chang'an have figured it out. Who can outsmart him? Gao Feng was a little frightened and subconsciously looked at Li. Li was puzzled. Husband, why are you looking at me all of a sudden? Ma'am, look at the top of my head. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? Chapter 82. Are you going to use this to test me? Husband, what could be on your head? Li looked puzzled, and looked up at Gao Feng with her elegant face. As soon as Gao Feng said this, he realized something was wrong. This is not a good thing to say out. He smiled awkwardly. Madam, I was just asking casually. I thought there was some dirt on my head. Since there is none, then that's the best. Fortunately, Li didn't understand what it meant, otherwise, he would have been dead. Gao Feng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. He must reflect on himself more carefully in the future and be careful with his words, but when he glanced at it, he suddenly saw Gao Yang's mouth corner slowly curling up. His expression changed, and his heart seemed to suddenly slow down for a beat. Not good, this evil beast. Mother, I know what father means. Father thinks that my son has suddenly become a late bloomer and is highly valued by His Majesty. Now he has made soap and used such vicious business methods. So I suddenly had the thought of whether the child was his biological child, and I couldn't help but ask my mother. One word falls. Li's face suddenly darkened. Gao Feng was stunned, with sweat oozing from his forehead. Evil son, you, Gao Feng pointed at Gao Yang, trembling all over, with a look of disbelief on his face. Good for you, Gao Feng. I was wondering why you asked this question all of a sudden. So this is what you meant. I have been with you for 20 years and gave birth to 2 children for you, and you miss me so much. Li gritted her teeth and stared at Gao Feng with her phoenix eyes. Madam, please listen to my explanation. This bastard is talking nonsense. Gao Feng glanced at Gao Yang and was thrown into confusion. This evil guy definitely did it on purpose. He must be afraid of getting beaten, so he deliberately diverted the blame. It's really vicious. Husband, you and I have been married for 20 years. How could I not know what kind of person you are? You know clearly whether Yang is talking nonsense or not. Li's voice was cold and she looked at Gao Feng hatefully. Gao Yang said quickly, Mother, please don't blame father. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being too naughty earlier. What does this have to do with you, Yang? You are a late bloomer, and I am too happy for you. I am not like your heartless father. Tomorrow I will invite the noble ladies of Chang'an to gather at Duke Dinghua's mansion. Don't worry, I will definitely promote your soap. Gao Yang quickly bowed and said, Thank you, mother. But if you are the only one, even if you do hunger marketing, you will be too busy every day. Have you thought about what to do? Li asked, looking towards Gao Yang. Gao Feng also gritted his teeth and said coldly, Business is a minor career, don't let it hinder your talent in governing the country. The soap formula is not difficult and is easy to make, but the process must be kept secret. Just in case, I think it's better to give it to my mother. Li nodded and said, I will take care of this matter, don't worry. But some of the money you earn must be handed over to your majesty. Similarly, we can also act in your majesty's name. After these words were spoken, even Gao Feng's expression changed. You, this evil son, have started doing business with his majesty? Gao Feng looked surprised. He didn't expect Gao Yang to be so close to Wu Zhao. Could his son really take down the empress? His eyes flickered that he must find an opportunity to beat her first, otherwise if he really captures the empress, he won't dare to beat her even if she stands there. Li's face showed joy, being able to use the name of his majesty, the princes and nobles will surely rush to grab it. How much profit does your majesty want? Li asked. Gao Yang extended his hand and made the number 7. Your majesty originally wanted a 50-50 split, but how can I split it with your majesty? So it's 70-30. Li nodded. 70% is not a small amount, but if your majesty supports us, our Dinghua mansion will be the only one in Chang'an and even in Daqian, so the profit will be considerable. I will arrange it tomorrow. Please remember to send a piece of this soap to the palace. Gao Yang bowed quickly and said, Thank you, mother. Li nodded, turned around and left without even looking at Gao Feng during the whole process. Lady. Gao Feng shouted. He hasn't beaten Gao Yang yet, but Li did not stop for a moment. Father, I will have someone send this to you for you to try. I think my father will love it after he finishes using it. Gao Yang spoke respectfully. Gao Feng had no intention of using soap at all. He looked at Gao Yang with gritted teeth. Evil son, even if I am extremely dirty, extremely smelly, and have never bathed in my life, I will never use this so-called soap. Gao Feng left these words and walked away. Ma'am, don't walk so fast. Gao Yang looked at Gao Feng's hurriedly departing back and stretched lazily. It's great, another day of loving father and filial son. Although a 70% profit was promised, this involves publicity and promotion costs and labor costs, so it is reasonable to deduct a part of it. Furthermore, with Wu Zhao as a golden signboard, there is no need to worry even if it is false propaganda. The entire Daqian world has almost the green light all the way, otherwise the empress would be furious and how many heads of officials along the way would be chopped off. The sky gradually darkened. All the soaps Gao Yang made this time have also cooled down. Gao Yang stretched lazily, and his bones crackled. Luluwa, go back to your room and give me a good foot massage today. For the sake of the soap, you have to give me a good massage today, and be more diligent. Gao Yang gave an instruction. What he emphasized was naturally the strength of the foot massage. Needless to say, Green Ivy was very pretty, but the strength was really too weak. Do I have to say that the formal one is the 200-pound female technician with a cigarette in her mouth? That force even makes people feel a little nostalgic. Green Radish was stunned. Is the eldest son hinting at me again? It seems that today's informal service has to be done. She gritted her teeth, her face flushed. Sir, I'll go find my sister in the mansion to learn from her experience first, and I'll be right back. She was supposed to be Gao Yang's person, not to mention that she now knew the precious formula of soap. Even if Li didn't say it, if she didn't follow Gao Yang well, she might lose her freedom in this life. Oh? Gao Yang was a little surprised. Does Dakian have its own acupoints for foot massage? Do we need to learn from the experience? This heart is worthy of praise? Yes, it's good to learn from experience. Experience can indeed make people more comfortable. Gao Yang sighed. Luolua's face couldn't help but turn redder. Well, although I am young and inexperienced, I will try my best to become more experienced and satisfy you, master. Gao Yang looked at the green ivy on his cheeks that looked like fiery clouds, with a puzzled look on his face. Is the weather too hot? Why is this girl blushing as red as a monkey's? But Gao Yang didn't think much about it. He told the servant to deliver the soap to Li and walked towards the room. This wait lasted for nearly half an hour. Almost an hour. Gao Yang yawned several times, but there was no sign of green ivy. Is this foot massage technique so profound? Does it take so long to learn? Gao Yang was puzzled. Just at this moment, boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door, revealing a sense of tension. Gao Yang cheered up. Enter. Green Ivy brought a basin of water for washing feet, and a timid voice followed. Young master, technician number 98, Luolua, is at your service. Gao Yang nodded very coldly. Luolua walked forward and skillfully put Gao Yang's feet into the hot water. Gao Yang immediately let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Delicate little hands, cute face, technician number 98 is worthy of his reputation. This damn dandy life in ancient times is really corrupt and hateful. A little more to the left, there's some soreness on the left side. Luolua quickly moved her hand to the left, but when she thought of the teachings of the older maid in the mansion, her cheeks became even hotter. Luolua bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, as if she was struggling. Finally, she made up her mind. Her hand began to move slowly upwards to Gao Yang was squinting his eyes, enjoying this rare and most comfortable moment of the day. He even had a feeling that he had set up traps to defraud too many foreigners in his previous life, and this was what he deserved. But gradually, Gao Yang felt something was wrong. A pair of delicate white hands were constantly reaching upwards. Luolua, are you testing me like this? You are developing irregular services and there is no going back. Gao Yang's whole body tensed up and he looked at Luolua in shock. Green Rose paused, and was stunned. She stared with round eyes, with an innocent look on her face. Didn't the eldest master hint that this servant could go a step further and want some informal services? Gao Yang was stunned and understood everything in an instant. After all this time, it turned out that Luolua had misunderstood what she said, so what she learned was naturally not the foot massage technique. As a gentleman, he should tell Luolua the truth and scold her without hesitation, even making her face full of shame and embarrassed. But the problem is, he is a vicious person, and he has nothing to do with being a gentleman. Staring at the pure face of Green Ivy and her graceful figure, Gao Yang took a deep breath. To be a beast or worse than a beast? This is a very serious question. Chapter 83, Soap is a big hit, what a vicious business tactic. Hiss. After taking a bath, this soap makes you feel refreshed. Duke Dinghua's mansion, another room. Gao Feng felt an unprecedented relaxation in his body and said with some admiration, after this bath, I feel refreshed all over. Li was wearing a gauze pajamas, revealing her high collarbone and fair skin. Although she is nearly 40 years old, she doesn't look old at all, and her well-maintained face still retains her charm. This made Gao Feng feel excited. Li's face was also full of satisfaction. After taking her first bath with soap, Li not only felt her body was much more relaxed, she even had the illusion that she had become a lot whiter. Yanger's soap not only makes my whole body feel relaxed after bathing, but also makes me feel extremely dry. What's even more incredible is that it actually has a strange fragrance. Even if this soap costs 10 strings of cash, it will definitely sell like hotcakes. The more Li spoke, the more satisfied he became. Gao Feng was smelling the fragrance on Li's body and felt a little distracted. He came closer to Li, and his usually serious face showed a rare smile. Li's eyes swept across Gao Feng, and her white and tender legs moved outward, revealing her snow-white skin. Gao Feng couldn't help but feel even more excited. Madam, Yanger and Changwen are two evil sons, each one is more annoying than the other. they are probably useless. Now while we are still young, why not give birth to another one and train him again? I have 20 years of experience in raising children this time, and I will definitely make him a talent. As he said that, Gao Feng put his big hand around her. Next second, Li kicked Gao Feng directly off the bed. Madam, what are you doing? You can write a long article, but a good child like Yanger is hard to find even with a lantern. If you want to give birth, go ahead and give birth yourself. Besides, I don't want to be suspected by my husband again one day. Gao Feng was stunned. Then why is Madam wearing such seductive clothes tonight and bathing with soap? I'm just teasing you, Peek. What a vicious plot. He thought of Gao Yang and immediately gritted his teeth. With this wave of complaints, he won't be able to get into bed for at least 10 days or half a month. It's all this evil boy's fault. It would be fine if he just complained. But he also didn't give him the Rouge Pavilion Supreme membership card. How can this evil boy be sensible? One day when he reaches the peak of his powers, he will definitely give this evil boy a good beating. The next day, early in the morning, servants from the Duke Dinghua's mansion traveled throughout Chang'an, delivering invitations to the ladies from various aristocratic families who were on good terms with the Li family. The whole Chang'an knows that a unicorn son was born in the Dinghua mansion. Even if it is a black unicorn, it is still a unicorn. In addition to the power of Duke Dinghua, they were very respectful and came together. A group of noble ladies arrived at the Duke Dinghua's mansion. They first chatted briefly about family matters, drank some iced water, and exchanged pleasantries. There was nothing unusual about what they talked about. It was just about which shop in Chang'an sold the best rouge, what bad things their own son had done, and which concubine their own husband had found. And as they get older, they start to utter all kinds of obscene words. Li placed the soaps one by one in exquisite boxes early in the morning, which instantly attracted a lot of attention. What is this? It looks pretty good. Finally, a lady asked. Li saw that it was almost done, so she picked up a piece of soap and said, "This thing is called soap. In terms of cleaning power, it is 10 times stronger than the soap in the palace. It can whiten and brighten the skin, remove toxins from the body, and restore the skin's elasticity. And the most peculiar thing is that after bathing with it, your body will have a special fragrance that is not only pleasant to the touch, but also makes men unable to stop. Everyone here is a famous woman from Chang'an, just give it a try." For a moment, the ladies couldn't resist their curiosity and started to try. After a moment, they were all shocked. I feel my skin has become more elastic and whiter. And the fragrance is not pungent, it's amazing. How much is it? A group of noble ladies stared at Li. Li smiled and said, "It's not expensive, only 10 strings of cash." 10 strings of cash? The ladies were a little surprised. Li continued, "This thing is made of 9,981 kinds of precious medicinal materials, including ginseng and deer antlers. It can not only whiten the skin, but even bathing a man's lower abdomen with this thing can also strengthen his yang and nourish his kidneys. Although there are countless beauties in Chang'an, who among you is not stunningly beautiful when you were young? But time is merciless. I am getting old. My appearance is no longer young and my skin is no longer tight. If I don't take good care of myself, I am afraid that I will lose my position, let alone be favored." One word false. The ladies agreed deeply and subconsciously touched their own sagging skin. It can not only strengthen sexual function, but also prolong life and whiten skin, and its effect is 10 times that of pancreas. Considering this effect, a mere 10 strings of silver is really not expensive. A group of noble ladies nodded in unison, their eyes full of eagerness to hear why. Li threw out a trump card when he saw this. Even His Majesty used this thing and praised it highly. Now available exclusively for the royal family. When these words were spoken, all the ladies present were shocked. Since Wu Zhao has been brought up, there is no need to say more about the effectiveness of this medicine. Soon, everyone had 1.10 strings of silver. Might be a lot for ordinary people, but for them, it was just a drizzle. After a group of noble ladies left impatiently, Gao Yang also came to Li's side and watched their backs as they left. "Yanger, this thing can whiten skin. After all, it has strong cleansing ability, but isn't it too exaggerated that it can strengthen sexual function?" Li was hesitant. Gao Yang said confidently, "Mother, you are worrying too much. Aphrodisiacs don't necessarily have an aphrodisiac effect. Sometimes it's all psychological. Besides, these wealthy ladies will bathe with scented soap tonight, and this unique fragrance will be quite stimulating to men. Many times, the high price is just a gimmick, and the rest is all psychological." If the price is too low, they will feel cheated. But mother, please remember to prevent the formula from being leaked. It would be best to announce early on that 2 types of products will be launched. This one is the deluxe version with rare medicinal materials added. This way, we can attack or defend and deal with it calmly. Lee nodded. Don't worry about that. All the people I employ are the core members of the family. They are all in a separate courtyard. But how can we create momentum for the sale tomorrow? Gao Yang smiled and said, that's easy. Tomorrow, have the Gao family members dress up in disguise and line up outside the shop early in the morning, from the inside out, to create the illusion that the store is in great demand and in short supply. If you continue to spread rumors, you can get as angry as you want with His Majesty's support. In a few days, the soap will be all the rage in Chang'an. We will have people direct and stage a show to raise the price of soap to 12 strings of cash on the black market. Merchants will profit from it and stock up, further increasing production and prices. They may even ship the soap to other places, thus raising our profile in advance. With whitening, aphrodisiac and longevity effects, he couldn't figure out how to lose his. Lee was surprised, but couldn't help but exclaimed, my son is really talented in business. I'll arrange it right away. Chapter 84, Are you being challenged in the food competition? I have a plan that will make you invincible. Early the next morning, outside the Gao family shop, a long line attracted the attention of all the people. In addition, several luxurious carriages kept stopping and entering and exiting Gao's shop. The 100 bars of soap produced by the Gao family overnight were sold out in an instant, and it was still far from enough. All of a sudden, all the major merchants smelled the business opportunity. If it can be sold for 10 strings of cash in Chang'an, it can be sold for 15 strings of cash if it spreads to other counties. National government. Master, they are all sold out. 100 bars of soap were sold out in less than half an hour. Gao Yang was lying on a recliner in the yard, taking a nap, when Chen Shang rushed up to him in a hurry, with a look of excitement on his face. With your Majesty's reputation as a golden signboard, plus the soap has never appeared before, and the effects are exaggerated, it would be a miracle if it is not sold out. Just wait and see. This is just the beginning. Once the price of soap stabilizes and it can be used as a gift, it will be sold to the entire middle class of Dakian. That will be considered a huge profit. Gao Yang's eyes flickered, as if he remembered the explosion at that moment. Luoluo stood aside, staring at Gao Yang with her eyes fixed. I'm hungry, go to the kitchen and get something to eat. Gao Yang stood up and walked towards the kitchen. As soon as he arrived in the kitchen, Gao Yang heard a sobbing sound. Gao Yang looked carefully and saw Wang Tao, who had gained some weight, squatting in the corner, wiping his tears with his hands. Hearing the noise, Wang Tao quickly stood up and wiped the corners of his eyes, but his entire eyes turned red. I just took a little lard from you, you shouldn't be crying until now, right? Gao Yang glanced at Wang Tao and asked, did something happen to you? Wang Tao stammered, Master, nothing. He lowered his head, looking gloomy. Chen Shang at the side said, Young master, do you remember the food competition being held in Chang'an? Gao Yang looked at Chen Shang and asked in shock, Wang Tao is participating in the competition? Chen Shang nodded. Wang Tao's ancestors were cooks in the imperial kitchen. His dream is to win the championship and recreate the glory of his ancestors. Now that he has passed 3 rounds in a row and entered the finals, he is the one that everyone is paying attention to. However, the judges of the finals made things difficult for him for no reason, causing him to finish last for 2 rounds in a row. If we lose today, we will not be able to reach the finals. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tao looked at Gao Yang and said unwillingly, My lord, victory and defeat are common in the military. It would be fine if you are not as skilled as others, but this kind of difficulty is really unacceptable. Luoluo looked at Gao Yang and said, Master, you have a brilliant idea. Can you help brother Wang? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Shang and Wang Tao both looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang's great name was known throughout Chang'an, and a glimmer of hope suddenly emerged in Wang Tao's heart. Gao Yang did not answer directly, but asked, Are there any restrictions on ingredients and cooking methods? There are no restrictions. Any ingredients and any cooking methods are fine. In the finals, almost all of the dishes we picked were heirloom dishes. Gao Yang stroked his chin. The old man in the imperial kitchen is not happy with you and wants to eliminate you. No one can do anything about it. After all, they have the mouths on their bodies. If they say it's not delicious, no one can say anything. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Is it possible that even the eldest son can't do anything about it? Wang Tao clenched his fists, looking unwilling, but the next second, Gao Yang's light voice rang out. However, I have a clever plan that will make you invincible. It will either let you win the championship or relieve you of your anger. Would you like to? As soon as these words came out, the whole kitchen was in disbelief. Looking at the smile on Gao Yang's face, Chen Sheng's hair stood on end and he got goosebumps all over his body. He inexplicably thought of the emotion Gao Yang expressed a few days ago. When it comes to food, he has a plan that is the best in the world. Could it be that? Wang Tao was also shocked. It was either to help him win the championship or to vent his anger. Is there such a vicious scheme in the world? He nodded excitedly. Everything is up to you, master. Gao Yang smiled. He said to himself, I'm curious about which bastard is so unlucky. Prince Rong's palace. Wu Long was wearing a dragon robe, and he exuded powerful majesty. This Gao Yang is a bastard. He just cowered and didn't move once he entered the Duke Dinghua's mansion. As a playboy, he doesn't even indulge in sensual pleasures or listen to music in brothels. How strange. Wu Long looked grim. In the past few days, he and Mr. Chen were at Yanji Pavilion, which Gao Yang often went to. The gambling house had arranged multiple tricks, waiting for Gao Yang to arrive and then immediately launch them, making Gao Yang suffer in silence. Unexpectedly, Gao Yang didn't go at all, and even the second son of the Gao family didn't move. This was like punching cotton. Wu Cheng was also extremely unwilling. This time, a figure from outside the mansion walked up respectfully. The chef of the imperial kitchen, Chen Fan, pays his respects to His Majesty. Chen Fan came up wearing a long robe with a flattering look on his face. Today's Chang'an Food Finals has an unprecedented number of people watching. It would be a blessing for chefs all over the world to have His Majesty as a judge and appreciate the food. Chen Fan came up and started flattering him. Wu Long put his hands behind his back, exuding an endless domineering aura. He asked, I heard that a chef from Duke Dinghua's mansion made it to the finals? Chen Fan bent over and said with a smile, I kept him until the finals. He has lost 2 games in a row. If he loses today, he will be eliminated. Wu Long nodded. This time, Mr. Chen, wearing a blue robe, said with an excited look on his face, Your Majesty, I have a plan that can make Your Majesty vent his anger. Wu Long suddenly looked at Mr. Chen and said, Tell me about it. Mr. Chen said eagerly, Your Highness, why don't you just be the food judge? I don't think anyone would dare to say anything. After tasting the dishes of the chef of Duke Dinghua's mansion today, you can directly scold him in front of the people of Chang'an and degrade him to pig food, which is not suitable for human consumption. This way, you can indirectly scold the entire Duke Dinghua's mansion. Although this plan is not very harmful, it is extremely insulting. When Wu Long heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Great. Just do as you say. Today, I will make the entire Duke Dinghua mansion lose its reputation. Ha ha ha. Chapter 85. Wu Long's little thoughts will shock you later. Fenghuan Palace. Wu Zhao stared at the soap in front of her with an incredible look on her face. This thing's cleaning power is indeed stronger than the soap in the palace. After using it, even my skin has become much whiter. Is this really what Gao Yang did? Shanghuan Wana nodded, with a look of disbelief on her beautiful face. She also didn't expect that Gao Yang had this ability, but thinking of what Gao Yang had done, Shanghuan Wana couldn't help but speak. Your Majesty, Gao Yuanweilong used Your Majesty's royal name to not only claim that this soap can whiten the skin and remove toxins from the body, but even more outrageously, he also promoted that this soap can strengthen the kidneys. Wu Xiao, she could tolerate the skin whitening and toxin removal, but as for the aphrodisiac and kidney tonifying effects, she was not a man, so why did she need them? Wu Xiao's face darkened, and she said in a cold voice, No wonder Gao Yang gave me 70% of the profits. With my endorsement, not only Chang'an, but even the entire Dakian will be selling well. In terms of business, I'm afraid no one in the entire Dakian can match Gao Yang. But this is too much for strengthening the kidneys. Shanghuan Wana nodded and continued, Your Majesty is right. The soap is very popular right now. The entire Chang'an family is scrambling to buy it. If this continues, I'm afraid it will damage Your Majesty's reputation. Wu Zhao's face turned cold. How so? Shang Wanwana replied, early this morning, there was a long line outside the Gao family shop. 100 bars of soap were sold out in an instant. Wu Zhao frowned slightly. Since it is so popular, I'm afraid the price must be very cheap. She wanted to trick the wealthy families in Dakian rather than the common people, so this made Wu Zhao frown. Your Majesty, this is wrong. Gao Yuan Weilong's prices are not cheap. A bar of soap costs as much as 10 strings of cash. With these words, Wu Zhao instantly lost her composure, etc. A bar of soap costs 10 coins, and 100 bars of soap are sold out in one go? Her eyes widened, and she became a little uneasy. Did I end this way? In less than one morning, this amounted to several thousand taels of silver. After deducting the cost, she would have at least a few hundred taels in her hands. This is just to build momentum first. It's only in Chang'an. If the price of soap can be stabilized, it can be promoted to the whole Dakian. How many taels of silver can she get in a day or a month? Even Wu Zhao's heartbeat couldn't stop quickening. What's more, if she wanted to drive up Jiao Gao's price to a sky-high level, she would need a huge amount of money behind it. If Dakian wants to complete the harvest of Jiao State, the money it has to invest in the early stage will be no small amount. The soap came just in time to relieve the pressure in her inner chambers. That's all. It's good for strengthening the kidneys. Who says women can't do it? I'll tolerate it for the huge profits. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and made a decision. Shang Wanwaner? Where is Yuan Weilong? Is he still working on this soap? Wu Zhao suddenly asked. Your Majesty, according to the guard's report, the official must have gone with his maids and men to watch the food competition. Shang Wanwana replied. Wu Zhao shook her head and smiled. This Gao Yang is really free. I have been making arrangements in the palace according to his instructions for days, but he is so good. Well, I have a rare chance to relax today, so let's go and see what kind of food is created among the people and see if there is anything that suits my taste. Wu Zhao stretched lazily, revealing her perfect curves. The golden sunlight shone on her beautiful face, with a touch of laziness and nobility. Chang'an, South City. In a huge open space, a circular platform with a length and width of more than 10 meters was built. A stove was built on it, and large pots were placed on it. Firewood and water tanks were placed next to it. There were many people watching the game off the field, and the sound of discussion was deafening. Gao Yang looked at it from afar, his face full of surprise. It seemed that the people of Dakian still highly respected delicious food. Are you scared with so many people around? Gao Yang turned his head and looked at Wang Tao, who had a simple and honest face. Wang Tao smiled innocently and shook his head. Master, to be honest, I feel even more excited. Yes, such a big heart, my Dinghua mansion, and this young master's style, you can complete the first dish independently. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, I will prepare the second dish myself, and you don't have to worry about any consequences. I want to see which unlucky guys get caught. Gao Yang was quite looking forward to it when he thought about it. Wang Tao nodded heavily when he heard this. The two looked at each other and both smiled knowingly. Chen Sheng and Lu Luo, who were following behind Gao Yang, trembled and looked at Gao Yang with devilish eyes. They were truly impressed by Gao Yang. Even delicious food has such a cruel and vicious plot. Mr. Gao, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. At this moment, a voice sounded. Gao Yang turned around and saw Prince Rong Wulong, whose face was full of majesty and intimidating without even getting angry. Walking up to him, there was an indescribable smile in his eyes. Wulong felt relieved. He thought he was just going to curse the cook of Duke Dinghua's mansion and then insult the entire mansion, but he never expected that Gao Yang would come in person. When he thought about how he would denounce this as pig food, not fit for human consumption, and the aggrieved look on Gao Yang's face as he ate it, he felt happy all over. I didn't know that your majesty was coming. Please forgive me. Gao Yang bowed. That he is a little strange. Why would Wulong come here in person? Wulong looked at Wang Tao and said, you must be the chef of Duke Dinghua's mansion. You can make it to the finals, which shows your level. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to take a look, just be bold. After saying that, Wulong took his men away. He would not reveal that he was a judge, otherwise Gao Yang would withdraw from the competition with the chef, and that would be a huge loss for him. Wulong even thought that when Gao Yang saw him as a judge later, the expression on his face would definitely be very interesting, right? Wang Tao said, my lord, the person next to Prince Rong just now is Chen Fan, the chef of the Imperial Kitchen. He is an excellent cook and is also a judge of this competition. Gao Yang looked thoughtful. Why did Wu Long, a prince, specifically speak to Wang Tao and emphasize that he was just taking a look? From a psychological point of view, the more you emphasize something, the more you are covering it up. But Gao Yang didn't think much about it. Wang Tao said to Gao Yang, "Young master, shall I go on stage?" Gao Yang smiled and nodded. "Go ahead, follow the plan. As long as it's within the rules, don't worry about anything else." A smile appeared on Wang Tao's honest face, and then he walked towards the stage behind the competition stage. There is a two-story restaurant. This is where the more distinguished guests stay. Not only can they watch the contestants cooking, but they can also be the first to taste the food after the judges have tasted it. Gao Yang went up to the second floor, came to the window, and looked at everything below. All the contestants were extremely excited, but Wang Tao was as steady as an old dog and didn't move at all. At this moment, a crisp voice rang out. "The clouds resemble clothes and the flowers resemble beauty. The spring breeze blows through the threshold and the dew is gorgeous. Master Gao is truly a man of great talent." The sound is clear and pleasant, like that of an oriole, which makes people feel happy just by listening to it. Gao Yang turned around and then suddenly took a breath. Hiss. So big. Chapter 86. Deliberately making things difficult. Losing the original taste of the food, Gao Yang looked forward and saw a graceful woman in a green dress slowly walking towards him. Her steps are as light as a willow swaying in the breeze. Her waist is slender, not even one hand can hold it, and her facial features are three-dimensional and delicate. But what surprised Gao Yang was that such a slender waist bore such huge fruits. "Miss, have we met before?" Gao Yang smiled politely. At this time, the woman also approached Gao Yang. At a close distance, the woman's beauty is impeccable. "I have never seen it, but when I first heard this poem by Mr. Gao, I was somewhat astonished by it. Let me introduce myself. My name is L.V. Yorong." Gao Yang decisively extended his hand. "Hello, Miss Lu." Lu Yorong glanced at Gao Yang's outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally stretched out his hand, but the hand separated as soon as it touched. But the next second, Gao Yang realized something was wrong. His eyes changed, and he couldn't help but ask in shock, "Are you General Lu's granddaughter?" "You little brat, what General Lu? He's your Grandpa Lu." At the corner of the second floor, several figures appeared. They were Lu Jin, Zhao Penu and Qin Jinghua. The speaker was Lu Jin. Gao Yang looked at Lu Jin, then at Lu Yorong, with an expression of disbelief on his face. When they were discussing the art of war a few days ago, Lu Jin and Gao Tianlong threatened him that if he couldn't answer the question, they would force him to meet Lu Yorong and get married. He saw that Lu Jin was a rough and strong man, so he decisively refused. But at that time he felt that the name was unusual, and he didn't expect it to come true, and she actually looked so beautiful. But judging from what Lu Yorong said, she must have a good impression of him. Lu Jin came up and said in a loud voice, "Yorong, forget it. Grandpa mentioned it to this brat 3 times, and he rejected it cleanly. This brat only likes the girl from the Song family." After being rejected, there is nothing more sad than being heartbroken. Gao Yang was incredulous when he heard this. Lu Yorong's eyes were a little dim, and then she returned to Lu Jin's side. "Grandpa, I just admire your talent, Mr. Gao, and I don't mean that." Lu Jin stroked his beard and nodded. "Well, you are not young anymore. I will find you another good husband in a few days." Gao Yang looked even more incredulous. Lu Jin was bewildered by the look on his face, and immediately glared back. "Why are you glaring at me, you little brat?" Gao Yang held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "You were too confident before. You can't change your mind now and say that I fell in love at first sight and was attracted by your granddaughter's beauty and big breasts, right?" Snort. At this time, another cold snort was heard. Song Li led Song Qingqing upstairs. Song Qingqing had a pretty face and was dressed in green. She looked like a proud peacock. The cold snort came from her mouth. She also glanced at Gao Yang with an unspeakable meaning. Everything is clear now. This poem was indeed written for her. And as for his cold attitude afterwards, it was because he had hurt him too deeply. He pretended very well and she was almost fooled. When Gao Yang saw Song Qingqing's expression, his face turned green. This misunderstanding has become a big deal. I never thought that such a small food competition would be so lively. At this time, Wu Zhao, dressed in casual clothes, slowly walked up with Shangguan Wan'er. Although she was wearing casual clothes, it was difficult to conceal Wu Zhao's nobility. As soon as she appeared, she became the focus of attention. Everyone hurriedly saluted. "We are here to see your majesty. Everyone, please stand up. I am just here to watch this food competition in my spare time." Wu Zhao walked straight to Gao Yang and occupied the best position. At the same time, the entire attic was also controlled by the palace guards. Gao Yang came back to his senses. He didn't expect that such a small food competition would attract so many people, which even alarmed Wu Zhao. Looking down again, Wang Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. As steady as an old dog, he was a little conflicted. This time, Chen Fan, wearing a long robe and with a dignified look on his face, also stood up on the round platform. That he looked at the chefs and said loudly, "First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the selection and advancing to the finals. This is enough to prove that your cooking skills are top-notch. And today is different from the past. This time, I am not the only judge. Prince Rong and the Crown Prince will also join the judging. If you are recognized by Prince Rong, it will be an endless honor. The winner will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver." As soon as these words came out, all the contestants were excited. Prince Rong is of such a high status that he personally serves as a judge. This is undoubtedly a great honor. Prince Rong stepped forward and said in full vigor, "Today's finals will test 2 dishes in total. The first dish is a restricted palace dish, and the second is a test dish. There is no limit on ingredients or dishes. The time limit is half an hour. In order to present the most perfect dish, you can find a helper to complete it together. I am also a glutton, so it is not unreasonable for me to be a judge. Do you have any objections?" After he finished speaking, Prince Rong raised his head and looked at the figure on the second floor. When he saw the shocked expression on Gao Yang's face, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Are you surprised? Are you unexpected? Ha, I am now a judge." Wu Long was delighted, and a look of satisfaction with Gao Yang appeared on his face. "Just wait and see how I will vent my anger and scold the chef of your Duke Dinghua's mansion until he is worthless." Wu Chang also had a smile on his face. He was getting a little impatient. Second floor. Gao Yang was truly shocked. "I never expected that Wu Long would become a judge." But after the shock, a smile appeared on his lips. He had to take action on the second dish. After all, Prince Rong was punished for his crimes, and Wang Tao could not bear the consequences alone. As soon as this smile came out, Wu Zhao felt as if needles were pricking her back. "Yuan Weilong, why are you smiling so sinisterly? In broad daylight, I feel a chill down my spine." "Your Majesty, I am innocent. I just remembered some funny things," Gao Yang said with a smile. Liu Jin on the side seemed to be gloating. "Boy, you can still laugh. I am not mistaken. Wang Tao is your family's cook. Now that Prince Rong is here, he still wants to win the championship?" Gao Yang smiled and nodded. "Since it's a competition, just do your best. The ranking is not important." "You kid, this is not like your style. Why do I feel like there is a big trap waiting for Prince Rong?" Liu Jin looked suspicious. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Penu nodded at the same time, and even Song Li looked at Gao Yang again. "He has been very uneasy lately," Gao Yang said righteously. "Grandpa Liu, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" Wu Zhao nodded first, but she added, "But there is no room for manipulation in a food competition. Prince Rong's personal taste is above all else. If you want to change it, it's simply impossible. Your Majesty is absolutely right." Gao Yang nodded first. As the competition began, the chefs on the round stage also began to show off their skills. As the hot oil and onions, ginger and garlic were stir-fried, a fragrant aroma spread. "It smells so good." The people took a deep sniff. Wu Zhao also exclaimed, "No wonder this food competition has been so popular in my Dakian. The fragrance alone is intoxicating." Everyone nodded. Soon, the first dish, Kung Pao chicken, was ready, and the chefs served their dishes one after another. Chen Fan, Prince Rong, and Wu Chang also tasted the food and began to comment. Almost all of the comments were positive, but when it came to Wang Tao from the Duke Dinghua's mansion, it was different. After Wu Long tasted the chicken, he frowned and said directly, "Wang Tao, I was very optimistic about you, but your dish really disappointed me. You used too many ingredients, which directly covered up the original flavor of the ingredients and lost the original fragrance of the chicken. This dish is a complete failure. If the chef of the Duke Ding's mansion is only of this standard, it would be somewhat embarrassing. How is it different from pig food?" After Prince Rong finished his evaluation, Chen Fan also commented, "Yes, this chicken is indeed a failure. It has completely lost the original flavor of the ingredients. I hope that for your next dish, Wang Tao, you can improve a little bit and fully respect the original flavor of the ingredients." You must know that high-end ingredients only need to be cooked in the most ordinary way. Chapter 87. If you don't eat, you can't be eliminated. If you eat, you will fall into the trap. The words were merciless. Wulong also looked in the direction of Gao Yang with a calm look. For the first dish, he laid the groundwork first to give face to the empress. For the second dish, no matter what dish Wang Tao made or who helped him, he would just start criticizing him. Second floor, everyone frowned as well. This is obviously intentional. If the first dish is so bad, how can the second dish be any good? Lu Xun looked at Gao Yang in amazement and said, "Boy, you're not angry?" Gao Yang smiled and shook his head. Different tastes are normal. I will try my best to satisfy Prince Rong with the next dish. Something is wrong, there's something 100% wrong, this is totally unlike Gao Yang's style. Liu Yorong's beautiful eyes fell on Gao Yang. Don't be surprised by praise or criticism, and stay calm in the face of all changes. Master Gao has a good attitude. He's not like the living devil as rumored by the outside world. Wu Zhao also glanced at Gao Yang with some confusion. She also noticed something was wrong. Suddenly, she saw Wang Tao, with a simple and honest face, raised his head and looked in the direction of Gao Yang. This look was filled with a plea for help or with a sense of inexplicable meaning. This glance made Wu Zhao suddenly alert. There's a pit, it's definitely a big pit. Gao Yang quickly bowed to Wu Zhao and said, "Your Majesty, I have researched a small dish and it happened that I could finish it with the chef in the palace, so I will go down first." Wu Zhao was shocked. "You also know how to cook?" Everyone's face was filled with shock. "I know a little bit." Gao Yang bent down and walked down. Wu Zhao, at this moment, her inner vigilance has reached 100%. Lu Xun said with certainty, "This kid is full of bad intentions, he must be plotting something." Lu Yorong was a little unconvinced and couldn't help but said, "Grandpa, whether this dish is delicious or not depends entirely on Prince Rong's preference. How can it be bad?" Lu Xun shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I dare to conclude that this kid is definitely harboring evil intentions." Soon, Gao Yang came to Wang Tao's side. Wang Tao was a little nervous. "Master, this is Prince Rong. Are you scared?" Gao Yang picked up a piece of large intestine and said lightly. Wang Tao's body was trembling. "I am so excited. Letting Prince Rong eat this, even if he gets erected, will be worth it in this life." Gao Yang, at this time, Wu Qing also discovered Gao Yang. "Father, Wang Tao's helper is Gao Yang." Wu Long was also shocked. Then, he smiled broadly. "It's like searching for something without any effort, but now it's found without any effort. Just pretend you didn't see it, and wait and see how I'll scold him." Soon, with the sound of a gong, the second game began. Second floor, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Yang and Wang Tao. Song Qingqing was a little proud. The cooking skills of the Ministry of Revenue Yuan Weilong are quite good. He has always sent it to the Song mansion before. As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Yorong and her voice was cold, but Lu Yorong simply ignored it and his eyes fell on Gao Yang. Wu Zhao's eyes were filled with curiosity. His intuition told him that Gao Yang's dishes must be extraordinary. "Hey, this kid's second dish is large intestine. Large intestine is not easy to prepare, but if it is cleaned and cooked properly, it will be a delicious dish." Qin Jinghua licked his lips, thinking of the deliciousness of the large intestine, but he was shocked the next second. What? He didn't even clean the large intestine properly before blanching it? Qin Jinghua widened his eyes in disbelief. As soon as the words came out, everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Yang on the round stage. They saw Gao Yang took out the large intestine neatly and threw it directly into one of the big pots and began to blanch it. Everyone's eyes widened. What? Their hair stood on end instantly. Wu Zhao, on the other hand, looked puzzled. With her status, she would never eat something like pig offal. "What's the expression on your face, my dear ministers?" Song Li quickly explained, "Your Majesty, you don't know that this so-called large intestine is actually pig offal, and it contains the reply. If it is cleaned and cooked properly, it will be very delicious. But if it is not cleaned properly, or even not cleaned at all, this. Song Li didn't say anything else, but Wu Zhao's expression suddenly changed. Hiss. Wu Zhao gasped, a little shocked. Gao Yang wants to give Prince Rong a defense? Zhao Panu's eyebrows also twitched wildly, but he said, "Even if this stinky boy has this idea, it will never come true. This large intestine is not cleaned properly and it stinks. It is impossible not to be discovered." Offstage, Chen Fan was the chef of the Imperial Kitchen after all, and had been dealing with food ingredients for 30 years. He immediately discovered something was wrong. This tastes wrong. As he spoke, Chen Fan dragged his robe over to Gao Yang and saw the pig intestines in the big pot. He quickly lowered his body and took a deep breath. This breath almost made him lose his soul. He knew Gao Yang, so he immediately said, "Mr. Yuan Weilong, this smell is not right. You must find a way to get rid of this smell. Otherwise, there will definitely be problems." Chen Fan pointed at the pig intestines being blanched in the pot and said to Gao Yang. He admitted that he was a little panicked. Gao Yang remained calm, his face still looking extremely honest. "It's not a big problem." Chen Fan didn't give up, his dry face twitched. "Do you really think it's not a big problem?" Gao Yang emphasized again, "Don't worry, it's a small problem." While speaking, Gao Yang poured all the fecal water that had been used to wash the surface of the large intestine back in. "Wang Tao, add more firewood and turn up the heat to cook the sauce." "Okay." A smile also broke out on Wang Tao's honest face. He immediately added more firewood, and suddenly, the smell of ecstasy became stronger. Hiss. Chen Fan took a breath of cold air and his scalp went numb, but he turned around and walked away, quickly coming to Prince Rong's side and whispering. Soon, Prince Rong, who was drinking tea, also became a little uneasy. Wu Chang walked forward quickly and lifted the lid of the pot. The next second, a strong stench came out. "Boil! This smell!" Wu Chang retreated directly with a distorted face. This scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. Second floor. Illusion couldn't help but sneer. "The smell of this original pig intestine is too strong. We on the second floor can smell it, not to mention the chef in the Imperial kitchen. This plan won't work. This original pig intestine is impossible to eat unless you have a stupid brain. Are Prince Rong Wulong and Chef Chen Fan fools? Obviously not. It's obvious now. There's something seriously wrong with this pot of pig intestines." Wu Zhao was also a little disappointed. The enfeoffment order is the greatest conspiracy in history. Once the imperial court becomes powerful, even though the princes know it is a big trap, they will have no way to avoid it. Even if it was a witchcraft plot to kill Prince Rong, the executioners outside the Hongmen banquet were extremely vicious, but this plan was so mediocre that it was even exposed. Prince Rong will definitely not eat it, but Lu Yurong suddenly said, "No, that's not right. It seems that Prince Rong has no way to avoid it." Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she stared at Gao Yang. She previously said that the rumors were untrue, but now it seems that she knew too little about Gao Yang. Lu Zhen immediately reprimanded, "Yurong, you can't talk nonsense in front of His Majesty." For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Yurong. Lu Yurong hurriedly explained, "Since Prince Rong is a judge, he can certainly influence this competition, but there is a prerequisite. Then he must eat. This is the ruthlessness of Gao Yang's plan. If he doesn't eat, he won't be able to eliminate Duke Dinghua's mansion. If he eats, he will fall into the trap and eat the defense." Chapter 88. Wu Zhao's shock, the birth of the strongest conspiracy. As soon as these words came out, buzz, everyone just felt a buzzing in their heads, as if the door to a new world had been opened. Lu Yurong's words gave them a great shock. If you don't eat, you can't eliminate it. If you eat, then you have fallen into a trap and will most likely have to fail the defense. Qin Jinghua's scalp tingled. How could the boy from Duke Dinghua's mansion be so sinister and vicious? Can delicious food lead to such an evil plot? His expression was complicated, and his eyes fell on Prince Rong with a hint of sympathy. Illusion also said repeatedly, "That's right, this kid was not right from the beginning. He is vindictive. How could he be indifferent when being bullied? The truth is out. This is the style of this brat. He is full of evil intentions. How do we defeat Prince Rong?" Although Lu Zhen said this, there was a hint of gloating on his face. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Song Li and Song Qingqing also looked incredulous. To be honest, after hearing Gao Yang's words revengeful, Song Li and Song Qingqing became even more panicked. Although conspiracy is cunning and difficult to detect, it can be avoided. The most terrifying thing is open conspiracy. You know your opponent is going to do something bad, but you can't avoid it. In his eyes, the large intestine that was blanched without being washed was a huge conspiracy, which had posed a huge problem for Prince Rong. If you don't eat, you won't be able to eliminate the Duke Dinghua's mansion. If you eat, you fall into the trap. What should Prince Rong do? Wu Zhao was also shocked, and her elegant face showed endless shock. She didn't expect Gao Yang to do this. This side dish is too hard. This made her think of the enfeoffment order that Gao Yang had mentioned. The enfeoffment order was in her mind the most illustrious conspiracy in the world. Under the guise of royal favor, it was actually an effort to reduce the power of the princes and stir up conflicts between the eldest sons of the princes and their illegitimate children. But there is another prerequisite for the enfeoffment order, that is, Dacian must be strong, which is fundamentally about using the strong to defeat the weak. This is completely different from a food competition. Gao Yang and Wang Tao are chefs, and Prince Rong holds their fate in his hands, but Gao Yang came up with such a vicious plan, using his weakness to confront the strong, and posed a huge problem for Prince Rong. It's unbelievable. Your Majesty, look. The official is laughing for no apparent reason. Shangwan Wana suddenly said. Wu Zhao and everyone else looked in the direction of Gao Yang, and Gao Yang wiped his hands, then looked at Wang Tao, and then the two of them looked at the large intestines in the pot and laughed together. That honest and innocent face was actually full of cunning. This smile made Wu Zhao and the veteran on the second floor tremble. But if they had any doubts about Lu Yorong's words before, they no longer had any doubts now. Gao Yang really came up with a vicious plan. Under Prince Rong was also a little panicked. He fought for Dacian for many years. Apart from practicing martial arts, he loved delicious food and naturally knew what pig intestines were. 9 large intestine is also a delicacy, but this practice is unheard of and unseen. Father, what should I do? Wu Chang was a little panicked. He had already fallen into Gao Yang's hands once. He wouldn't fall into his hands a second time, right? Chen Fan was also panicked. He was the chief chef of the imperial kitchen and had seen more pig intestines than anyone else. He said to Wu Long worriedly, Your Majesty, this is not good. With my 30 years of experience as a royal chef, I can bet that Yuan Weilong's large intestine must not have been cleaned properly, or maybe even not cleaned at all. Wu Cheng also said, Father, that smell is definitely not right. I can't stand just smelling it, let alone eating it. Wu Long pretended to be calm. Don't panic. Don't panic. We'll play it by ear. Wu Long spoke. He was now being roasted on the fire, and he could only comfort himself in this way in his heart. At this time, Gao Yang saw that it was almost cooked, so he used a large spoon to scoop up a spoonful of the soup. Then, he stretched out his finger, dipped a little juice, put it in his mouth, and his expression twisted the next second. This taste is so authentic. He gave Wang Tao a thumbs up and said, I think it's delicious. You should try it. Wang Tao dipped his finger in it, and a mask of pain instantly appeared on his honest face. Then he also gave Gao Yang a thumbs up. My lord, I think we can improve it a little bit. Why don't we pour the blanching sauce back in and cook it for a while? Yes, this method is very good. The two of them did what they said, poured the blanched brine back in and brought it to a boil over high heat. Hiss. This scene was clearly seen by Wu Zhao and others, and they all couldn't help but gasp. Wu Zhao's expression changed. Just this little bit of juice made her so painful. If you take a bite of the large intestine and the delicious food inside, wouldn't it be so delicious? Lu Yurong also had a look of disbelief on her face, her plump breasts heaving. Taste it yourself, just to feel whether it tastes right. What a huge hatred and vengeance this is. There was only one sentence left in her mind. The poisoner has entered the game with his own body, just to invite Prince Rong's son, and the head of the imperial kitchen to die. Hiss. Lu Yurong gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She really couldn't associate the Gao Yang who was tasting the large intestine juice with a sly smile on his face with the Gao Yang who wrote the clouds look like clothes, the flowers look like faces, and the spring breeze blows on the threshold, and the dew is gorgeous. The contrast is too great, so perverted. So vicious. So cruel, but it seems. I like it more at Duke of Zhonghua. There was a chessboard between Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng, and they were playing against each other. Uncle Fu hurried forward and said, Old Duke, something terrible has happened. Prince Rong is a judge in a food competition. The chef in the mansion was given a hard time. The eldest son came to help. Gao Feng frowned as he placed a move. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Moreover, Prince Rong is the judge. He will definitely lose. What's the point of him playing? How dare you, this wicked son, influence Prince Rong's thoughts? Gao Feng was somewhat disdainful. Uncle Fu's face was filled with shock. I don't know what the eldest master is after, but I saw him take out the unwashed large intestine and throw it directly into the big pot to blanch it. One word falsy. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong's faces changed drastically. What? Didn't this bastard wash the large intestine he used? What does he want? Gao Feng took a deep breath and thought of something, his scalp tingling. Gao Tianlong stood up, a gleam of light flashed in his old eyes. Great! Using the weak against the strong, taking out the unwashed large intestine, and defeating Prince Rong, I would like to call this the world's #1 conspiracy. Uncle Fu nodded and continued, "From what I have seen from afar, it seems that Your Majesty, General Lu, and the Minister of Rights are all watching together on the second floor. It's really lively." Gao Tianlong stood up, feeling happy. It's just a food competition, but all the ministers in the court went. How can I be absent? Prepare the carriage and come with me. I am curious whether Prince Rong will eat it. Gao Tianlong's expression flickered as he strode out of Duke Dinghua's mansion. Gao Feng, upon seeing this, first secretly moved a chess piece on the board, and then followed him out with big strides. About a quarter of an hour later, on the round table, Chen Fan took a deep breath and said, "Time is up, everyone please present your dishes." As he spoke, Chen Fan looked in the direction of Gao Yang and took a deep breath. For a moment, many curious eyes were focused on Gao Yang first. Several other chefs presented their dishes, which were very delicious. You can smell the fragrance from a long distance away. This stir-fried beef is delicious and cooked to the right temperature. It's good. Wu Long, Wu Chang and Chen Fan commented one after another. As soon, it was Gao Yang and Wang Tao's turn. "Do you want to go first or should I?" Gao Yang asked first. Wang Tao was so excited that he was shaking. "Master, can I? This is Prince Rong." When he thought about this unsolvable situation in front of Wu Long, he was very excited. "I can make Prince Rong remember me for the rest of his life, even engraved in his heart. Straight, I've been straight all my life." Gao Yang smiled and nodded. "This young master believes in you." The next second, Wang Tao's voice, full of energy and resounding across half the sky, suddenly rang out. Duke Dinghua's mansion. Wang Tao and the eldest son have jointly created a delicious 9-turn large intestine. Please have Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, and the headmaster taste it. Chapter 89, One Plan Harms Three Wise Men. The strongest conspiracy is born. As soon as the sound came out, not to mention the common people, even Gao Yang was shocked. Although I knew Wang Tao was brave, I didn't expect him to be so brave even when facing Prince Rong. He was not at all nervous. This Wang Tao will be of great use in the future. At this time, the attention on the second floor was also focused on the two of them. Wu Zhao looked at Wang Tao, who had a simple and honest face, and blushed with excitement, and commented, "As expected of the Duke Dinghua mansion, the family tradition is really simple and honest. Even if he's a cook in the mansion, he's so bold." Wu Zhao's expression was complicated. "Is this the reverse portrayal of one soldier is cowardly and the whole army is cowardly?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "This is Prince Rong, but Wang Tao is not afraid at all, as if this is the greatest honor. I even hope Prince Rong will eat it." Their curious eyes fell on Prince Rong Wulong. From this angle, they can clearly see everything happening below, even the subtle changes in expressions of Prince Rong. "Will you eat it?" Wu Long was silent. He looked at the 9-turn large intestine on the plate in front of him. The color alone was hard to describe. As for what is wrapped inside, it is unimaginable. The three of them fell silent. Yao Yang saw this and hurriedly said, "This dish of 9-turn large intestine is indeed a rare delicacy. Please enjoy it while it's hot, Your Majesty. It won't taste good if it's cold." Wu Long looked at Gao Yang, then at Wang Tao, and his face turned green. There must be something wrong with this plate of 9-turn large intestine. Even a fool would know there is a problem now. However, an extremely serious problem faced him. If they don't eat it, they won't be able to eliminate the Duke Dinghua mansion, and even Wang Tao can win the championship today with this dish. With so many people watching, even the Empress was watching, he must have lost all face. Even if you don't eat it, you will be criticized by the people and regarded as disrespectful, but if you eat it, it seems like you have fallen into a trap. He hadn't even said that Gao Yang ate pig food, but he might have to eat pig food for his defense. This seems to be an unsolvable situation. It seems that eating or not eating is a mistake. This plan is too vicious. Wu Cheng gritted his teeth, as if he had risked his life. He took out a handkerchief and strode over. "The prince comes first." But he was on guard, so he only cut off a small piece with his knife. But even though Wu Chang was so careful, he couldn't help but curse at the moment he chewed the large intestine. "I'm so good." His expression was twisted and full of pain. He admitted that there was an element of gambling on his part, but he gambled wrong. This large intestine is really the original large intestine. At this moment, Wu Cheng thought about all the happy things in the past 20 years, but he still couldn't resist the sadness brought by the taste of large intestine vomit. He held the handkerchief and couldn't help spitting it out. The expression on his face said it all. Wu Long's face trembled when he saw this. He couldn't help but ask Wang Tao questions, trying to find loopholes in his words so as to escape danger. "Have you tasted this 9-turn large intestine yourself?" "I tasted it. I removed part of the fishy smell of the large intestine, but I also deliberately kept part of the taste of the large intestine." Wang Tao nodded repeatedly with a simple and honest look on his face. Second floor, everyone looked strange. Illusion couldn't help but say, good fellow, this specially reserved part is a piece of his shit, right? This guy Yuan Weilong is really vicious. Wu Zhao became more and more certain this nine-turn large intestine is an open conspiracy, even the number one open conspiracy comparable to the enfeoffment order. Wu Long looked down at the large intestine and asked with an unpleasant look, why do you want to keep part of it? Wang Tao straightened his back, his stomach slightly protruding, and said with a simple and honest face, because I think that only in this way, Your Majesty, will you know that you are eating large intestines? Did you leave it there on purpose, or by accident? Wang Tao glanced at Gao Yang and nodded decisively, I did it on purpose. Upon hearing this, Wu Long's face became even uglier. This Zhou Dachang stopped pretending and revealed his cards. This clearly told him that there was a problem, but he couldn't escape. Gao Yang added, after the prince's sharp comments last time, the chef and I have learned from our mistakes and decided to fully preserve the original flavor of the food. And for high-end ingredients like large intestine, we only use the most common methods to cook them. Please taste it, Your Majesty. It will surely make every taste bud on your tongue tremble with deliciousness. These words were decisive and refuted all the criticisms that Wu Long and Chen Fan had made against Wang Tao in the previous round. If looks could kill, Gao Yang would have been cut into pieces long ago. This shameless kid, Wu Long thought he was the one who gave Gao Yang a huge surprise, but he never expected that it was Gao Yang who gave him a huge surprise. Moreover, it blocked his words. He did criticize Wang Tao in front of everyone, asking him to respect the original flavor of the food, but this is the large intestine, who eats the original flavor of large intestine. Wu Long closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he was fighting 1 against 100 on the battlefield, he was not afraid, but at this moment, he actually felt an emotion called fear. That's all, just one bite, just a small sip. He is the Prince of Dakian, the chief of the 3 great ministers of state. How dare Gao Yang and Wang Tao insult him? Besides, as long as I don't eat the inside, I will only eat the outer layer of the large intestine skin, then I should not fall into the trap. Wu Long took out the knife, looked left and right for several times, and after careful selection, he cut off a piece of the large intestine skin at the edge. But when Wu Long put it in his mouth and chewed it, the overwhelming, indescribable taste almost made him cry. The taste is simply unbelievable, Gao Yang said. Look, it's so delicious that the prince is about to cry. Wu Zhao looked incredulous. Have eaten, Prince Rong really ate it, but thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have no choice. If he didn't eat it, not only would Gao Yang win, but he would also be criticized by the people. Just eating it is such a pain. Father, I have a handkerchief here. Wu Cheng hurriedly handed over a handkerchief, and Wu Long took it and spat it out. He couldn't help but look at Gao Yang and Wang Tao, somewhat incredulous. He just couldn't understand. It is clearly the outer skin of large intestine. Why does it taste so strong? It seemed as if he knew what Wu Long was thinking. Gao Yang explained with a smile, in order to fully stimulate the original flavor of the large intestine, we specially added the water used to blanch the large intestine back into the pot at the end and cooked it over high heat until the sauce thickened. This is to ensure that every part of this 9-turn large intestine will be soaked in delicious soup. These words fell. Wu Long felt as if he had been hit hard. He was trembling all over and his eyes were wide open with anger. Those majestic eyes were staring at Gao Yang, and his fists were clenched tightly. Yet he didn't say a word, but it seemed like he said thousands of words. A surge of murderous intent emanated from his entire body. Put down the defense. I can't eliminate you. Eat the defense. I can't forgive you. Chapter 90, The Empress's Astonishment. Can she still blame others for this? Second floor. Illusion, Qin Jinghua and others burst into laughter. Prince Rong thought that the outer skin of the large intestine was better, but he didn't know that I saw Gao Yang using manure water to collect the juice over a high fire. Zhao Penu also smiled and said, this bite of original 9-turn large intestine is really good for Prince Rong. It's not in vain today, it's not in vain. The most exciting food competition in history. Several people spoke up, not trying to hide the smiles on their faces. Wu Zhao's mind was also buzzing. Her mind was full of the conversation between Prince Rong and Wang Tao. Did you leave it there on purpose, or by accident? I did it on purpose. The 2 men were even still not satisfied, so they used the blanched manure water to boil the soup over high heat again to collect the juice. It's amazing. This kind of conspiracy is truly terrifying. Song Qingqing's face turned pale, but Lu Yorong's face was full of excitement. Her eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. Let me taste it. At this moment, a loud shout was heard from Yuantai, and it turned out to be Chen Fan, the head chef of the imperial kitchen. Wu Chang and Wu Long both ate, and as the last judge, he had no choice but to eat, and he had to eat more. Chen Fan took the initiative to step forward, picked up the dagger, cut off a large piece of large intestine, and then threw it into his mouth. He chewed with an expressionless face, as if he was savoring something delicious. This scene shocked Wu Zhao. As expected of you, the head chef of my imperial kitchen. Your demeanor is truly admirable. Everyone showed admiration on their faces, and if they were in their shoes, they would not be as calm as Chen Fan. In fact, Chen Fan was also cursing in his heart. Wipe, too much cutting, but there were only 2 handkerchiefs in total, and Prince Rong and Wu Chang could use the handkerchiefs to block the spit. What should he do? He couldn't spit on the ground in front of so many people, otherwise, wouldn't it be unfair to be accused of disrespecting food? He hardened his heart and forced himself to swallow it, ignoring the churning in his stomach. Then, he looked at Gao Yang, the instigator, and couldn't help but greet him. Mr. Gao, tell me the truth. For the entire Dinghua mansion, for you, Mr. Gao, and for the Duke of Dinghua, you were negligent when you handled the large intestine today, right? Gao Yang shook his head and said very straightforwardly, I didn't neglect it, I did it on purpose. These words made Chen Fan's mouth twitch, and Prince Rong suddenly became murderous. Wang Tao was naturally eliminated. Prince Rong couldn't stand it anymore. The fire in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Where is my sword? Just as he was about to lose his temper, he saw a luxurious carriage slowly stop not far away. Gao Tianlong lifted the carriage curtain and stood not far away with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. Your Highness, I wonder if you were satisfied with this side dish from Duke Dinghua's mansion. Wu Long's pupils shrank and his expression became even uglier. Now that Gao Tianlong has come in person, there is no way for him to redeem himself for the time being. Moreover, in front of so many people, he can't question Gao Yan for daring to give him an answer. Otherwise, what is his reputation? I am satisfied. I am very satisfied. Wu Long said, gritting his teeth. Gao Tianlong said calmly, as long as your majesty is satisfied. If your majesty misses this dish in the future, just come to Duke Dinghua's mansion and I will ask the chef there to make it for you. The prince will be delighted. Having said that, Gao Tianlong gestured to Gao Yang and walked towards the restaurant nearby. Since he was here, he naturally had to pay his respects to Wu Zhao. Gao Yang saw Gao Feng with a cold face and said hurriedly, my child has been too naughty recently, causing father to worry. He often panics in the middle of the night and can't fall asleep. Today I have some experience in cooking. Can I make it for father to taste it someday? Gao Feng's eyes suddenly widened when he heard this, and he looked straight at Gao Yang. Father, what kind of look is that? Is there something dirty on my face? Gao Feng shook his head and looked away. It's nothing. I know you are a good cook, but don't do it again in the future. Other things are easy to deal with, but if you dare to cheat me here, I will break your third leg even if I have to sacrifice my life. Do you understand? Gao Feng's voice was chilling. Obviously, he had made up his mind after these words. 9 Turn large intestine, so scary. I was just joking, why are you so anxious, father? Gao Yang said hurriedly, this third leg must not be broken, he hasn't had enough fun in Dakian yet. Gao Feng didn't even look at Gao Yang. If he wasn't more resolute, this kid might really be in trouble. But even Gao Feng had to admit that this method was really dirty. That if you don't eat, you can't eliminate it. If you eat it, you will fall into my trap. This evil man's methods are indeed quite sophisticated. Second floor. When Gao Tianlong saw Wu Zhao, he was the first to salute. Your Majesty, I, Gao Tianlong, greet you. My son is a naughty boy who has insulted the dignity of the royal family. I beg your Majesty to punish him. Wu Zhao's eyes fell on Gao Yang, and her mind was still filled with the scene of Wu Long shaking with anger, clenching his fists, and trembling all over. That's too bad. Even she, Wu Zhao, was a little scared. Everyone's eyes were all on Gao Yang, with a complex, incredible, and worried look. There was also a particularly fiery look. Gao Yang looked in the direction of his gaze and saw Lu Yorong's eyes staring straight at him. This look is so big, it seems like it can speak. So he took a closer look. Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang. Very good, this guy is really bold. He even dares to look at the big-breasted woman in front of her. Wu Zhao said coldly, you must be punished. You are too bold. You and Wei Long, come with me into the palace. I will punish you severely. Having said that, Wu Zhao took the lead and left. Enter the palace. As Gao Yang's eyes flickered and he followed immediately. Several veterans looked worried. This is really cool. But next, Prince Rong, who was defeated in the defense, would definitely take revenge crazily, right? Song Li shook his head, dye in his eyes. It was very unwise to offend Prince Rong for the sake of a cook, just for the sake of momentary pleasure. Next, how will it end? On Suzaku Street, the Imperial Guards lined up on both sides to clear the way, and the people along the way gave way to I. In the middle is a luxurious carriage. Inside the carriage, Wu Zhao's noble eyes slowly fell on Gao Yang. Yuan Weilong, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Cao Yang was shocked. What explanation? Wu Zhao tapped on the carriage seat with her long, bony fingers. She said angrily, using a poisonous scheme to deceive the prince of the current dynasty, such an act of disgrace to the royal family. Don't you need to explain this to me? Upon hearing this, Gao Yang immediately shouted out, Your Majesty, I am innocent. Prince Rong aided of his own free will. What does this have to do with me? I did everything for Your Majesty. This made Wu Zhao laugh. You used this evil trick on Prince Rong for me? Mr. Yuan Weilong, I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. Tell me, give me a reasonable reason. Gao Yang became alert upon hearing this. I would like to ask Your Majesty, will Prince Rong hate me to the core after suffering this humiliation? Even filled with anger? Wu Zhao nodded, yes, but what does this have to do with me? This is a big deal. The more angry a person is, the more likely he is to lose his mind. Your Majesty can summon Prince Rong to the palace on the pretext of punishing me. As a victim, Prince Rong will not be on guard. Instead, he will only want Your Majesty to make the decision. He will only remember that I humiliated him and was humiliated. At this time, we can act according to the plan and take the opportunity to capture Prince Rong once and for all. Chapter 91. This plan is vicious. Does Your Majesty like it? As soon as Gao Yang said this, the carriage suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes, and Shang Wanwana looked at Gao Yang with her beautiful eyes. Although they were speechless, their expressions seemed to explain everything. The corners of their mouths twitched. They were a little bit unbelievable. How mean is this guy? He just came up with the best conspiracy in the world for Prince Rong, and forced Prince Rong to eat his replied. It would be fine if he didn't sympathize with Prince Rong now, but he even wanted to take the opportunity to kill Prince Rong. This is all there is to it, to pursue someone relentlessly and to add insult to injury. Why does Your Majesty look at me like this? Is there anything dirty on my face? Gao Yang touched his face and said with a puzzled look. Wu Zhao suppressed the throbbing in her heart, turned to look at Gao Yang and said calmly, Yuan Weilong, don't you think you are being too harsh on Prince Rong? If I really did what you said, Prince Rong would probably think that I was going to help him, just as you said. But he never expected that I would actually kill him. Gao Yang was not moved at all. Instead he smiled and said, Then Your Majesty, do you like my plan? Shang Wanwaner, she looked at Wu Zhao with her beautiful eyes, thinking that she would be angry, but unexpectedly she nodded. This plan is indeed good. I like it very much. Even if Prince Rong was very shrewd, how could he have expected me to attack at this time? Wu Zhao touched her chin, a gleam in her eyes. Shang Wanwaner, Your Majesty, I have to go back to the palace to prepare. Please send someone to summon me later. Suddenly, Gao Yang spoke. What are you going to prepare? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao's eyes immediately showed curiosity. After all, they had discussed it in Yanji Pavilion last time, and Gao Yang had already given a very complete plan. Now we have to prepare again. Gao Yang smiled innocently. Your Majesty, you also know that I have always been a very cautious person, especially when facing Prince Rong. I should be even more cautious. It's not a bad idea to prepare more. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. She looked at Gao Yang deeply, but said nothing. In that case, I will send someone to summon you later. I will wait for you in the Imperial study. Gao Yang quickly bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Yang got off the carriage and headed straight towards Duke Dinghua's mansion. After Gao Yang left, Shang Wanwaner couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, have you really decided? There was a hint of coldness in Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from her whole body. She said coldly, No matter if Prince Rong has rebellious intentions or not, he has blocked my way. I have given him the opportunity to give up his power, but he is unwilling to give up the power in his hands. If this is the case, then you can't blame me. If you want to be ruthless, Gao Yang is right. Now is a good time. Prince Rong would never have thought that he would be so miserable. Not only will I not seek justice for him, but I will take action against him. As soon as she finished speaking, Shangwan Wanner's eyes changed and she nodded deeply. Wu Zhao suddenly laughed again. But then again, Gao Yang is really vicious. What a trick he has! He has come up with such a vicious plan. I am curious about what other evil he has in mind. Wu Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Duke of Zhongwei Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng also returned to the mansion and came to the chessboard to play against each other. When Gao Tianlong saw the chess pieces on the chessboard, his eyebrows immediately raised. This chessboard seems to have been moved by someone. Is that you? Gao Feng was shocked, but said calmly, really? I don't know either. Gao Tianlong's expression remained unchanged, and he simply said, if you don't want to reason with me, then I also know some tricks on the chessboard. When Gao Feng heard this, his body trembled instantly. He said quickly, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have moved a chess piece when I was in the upper hand. As he spoke, he returned the chess piece that had been moved to its original position. Gao Tianlong frowned. Huh? Just one chess piece? Why do I think they are 3 chess pieces? As he spoke, Gao Tianlong moved the chess pieces, and with the movement of these chess pieces, the originally favorable situation at the peak was reversed in an instant. Gao Feng's eyes widened and his lips slightly parted. You think it's wrong? Gao Tianlong said unhappily. Gao Feng hurriedly shook his head. My child remembered it wrongly, there are indeed 3 chess pieces. At this time, Uncle Fu came up. Old Duke, the eldest son, has returned home, but he left in a hurry. Gao Feng frowned when he heard Gao Yang's news. That bastard caused a big disaster just now, and now he wants to leave the house? Confine him to his room for 10 days. Gao Feng instantly vented out the anger he had suffered from Gao Tianlong. He spoke with great confidence, his tone full of certainty. Uncle Fu said carefully, Master, I'm afraid we can't stop this. Gao Feng glanced at Uncle Fu and his voice instantly rose an octave. Can't stop it? In the whole of Chang'an, now that I have ordered this evil boy to be confined to his house, no one else can stop me from saying anything. Uncle Fu hunched over and said, It's your Majesty. As soon as these words came out, Gao Feng's face changed. Your Majesty? Yes, His Majesty seems to be angry and has sent someone to summon the eldest son to the palace. Oh, that's all right. Gao Feng pretended to be calm and continued to make his moves. Gao Tianlong narrowed his eyes slightly. What else did Younger do? He realized something was wrong. Not if it was just an order from the Empress, Uncle Fu wouldn't have come here specially, so there must be something else. Uncle Fu looked at Gao Tianlong and said, Old Duke, it's nothing for the eldest son to go see His Majesty, but the problem is that the eldest son brought some things with him. Like hammers, daggers, crossbows, etc. I also asked the second young master for some aphrodisiacs such as Qin Haoan powder and strong spray. King, hiss. Gao Feng took a breath of cold air when he heard this. This wicked boy is trying to force His Majesty, but if he wants to force His Majesty, he can just use the Qin Haoan sanding. Why does he use the powerful Spray King? Even if he can take down your Majesty, how many heads will he have to chop off in the future? Uncle Fu is one of us and is absolutely loyal to us, so Gao Feng spoke directly. Gao Feng felt deeply shocked when he thought of that scene. Gao Tianlong narrowed his eyes and said, I'm afraid this is not directed at your Majesty, but at someone else. Could it be Lord Shangwan? Gao Feng touched his chin. Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Feng and said dimly, I'm afraid it's Prince Rong. Prince Rong? Gao Feng was stunned and looked strange. Gao Tianlong couldn't bear to listen any longer and said directly, Your Majesty and Younger are probably going to take action. As soon as these words came out, Gao Feng's face suddenly showed a touch of emotion, and he looked surprised. Hiss. Prince Rong was just tricked by Yanger's 9-turn large intestine. He was defeated and is going to attack now? Isn't this Prince Rong a little too miserable? Gao Feng looked incredulous. Logically speaking, this should be Prince Rong who goes to the palace to ask His Majesty to make the decision. Gao Tianlong's eyes were dim, he suppressed his inner shock and looked at the chessboard. He said calmly, Others can't do this, but Younger can do it? But Your Majesty, it seems that he has been led astray. If it is really as my guess suggests, this Wulong is really miserable. Gao Tianlong sighed a little. Gao Feng also deeply agrees. It is indeed as Gao Tianlong said, no one else in the whole Dakian can do this, but his evil son can do it, and I never get tired of it. In terms of cruelty and viciousness, who can be more than him? Gao Tianlong dropped a piece and said quietly, Chang'an, a shocking change is about to happen. But this may be the beginning of a brilliant era. Chapter 92. Do you still dare to have a plan, Prince Rong's palace? Father, I want to kill Gao Yang. I want to kill him. Wu Chang looked like a madman with a sinister expression that he couldn't stop roaring, his voice filled with overwhelming hatred. In the Yanji pavilion, he was tragically plotted against by Gao Yang, which hurt him so badly that even his sexual orientation changed. In the Golden Palace, he was even teased by Gao Yang. Although he was clearly a victim, he was actually asked to pay 1,000 taels of silver for mental damages. I thought that was enough, but something even more outrageous happened. He became a judge in a food competition and ate his answers. How could he not hate it, right in front of him? Wu Long also had a gloomy look on his face. When he heard Wu Cheng's words, his face became even uglier. Brute. What a beast. When Wu Long thought of what had just happened, his back teeth ached and the murderous intent in his body increased steadily. This time, Mr. Chen, wearing a blue robe, walked quickly forward. He stroked his beard and walked over confidently. He laughed loudly. Your Majesty, has this old man's plan brought disgrace upon the Duke Dingwa's mansion? Mr. Chen looked confident. As he strode into the lobby, two pairs of eyes filled with hatred looked at Mr. Chen almost at the same time. The culprit is here. If Mr. Chen hadn't asked him to be a judge, and then insulted the cook of Duke Dingwa's mansion and cursed Duke Dingwa's mansion, how could he, a prince and a minister of state, be a judge in a food competition? I was trying to hold it in, but I didn't expect to poop a big shit. It's so embarrassing to think about it now. He was afraid that Gao Yang would find out in advance, so he deliberately hid the news that he was a judge. Gao Yang's mouth was crooked from smiling. You must be responsible for all this. You are worthy of being a poison master, and you are worthy of being compared with Gao Yang? Wu Long cursed directly and slapped him. Bang! Wu Long slapped Mr. Chen away. Mr. Chen was completely stunned. Before he could react, Wu Cheng also jumped out and slapped him on the other side of the face. Compared to Gao Yang, you are not even worthy of carrying his shoes. If it weren't for you, how could this prince have eaten a dish of original flavored 9-turn large intestine? Wu Cheng gritted his teeth, looking like a madman. Mr. Chen was completely confused. Original flavor 9-turn large intestine, hiss. He looked at Wu Long, who also nodded with a gloomy face and said, I ate it too. Wu Long waved his hand and said, come here, drag this fellow away and make him eat 10 kilograms of pig to defend himself. Seeing this, Wu Cheng hurriedly added, 10 caddies is not enough, give me 20 caddies, otherwise it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. The guard stepped forward and tried to drag Mr. Chen away. Your Majesty, I must die with dignity, otherwise I will not submit. Mr. Chen shouted, what grudge or hatred is there that you come up with a 10-pound pig as your defense? Wu Long saw this and shouted, okay, I'll let you die a quick death. You let me be the judge and use the cook to criticize the people in Duke Dingwa's mansion for eating pig food. Then Gao Yang directly asked the cook in the mansion to prepare a dish of original flavor 9-turn large intestine. As a judge, should I eat it or not? If he doesn't eat it, he wins. Eat, and I will fall into your trap. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Chen was stunned. Original 9-turn large intestine, weak against strong, let the prince eat it to defend himself? His heart was suddenly filled with disbelief. Yes, there's such a vicious scheme in the world. Who exactly is Gao Yang? Mr. Chen was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Now you know? Then get out of here and take the defense. If you can't die of hunger, I will lose. These words rang out. Mr. Chen suddenly panicked. This was unacceptable. Your Majesty, please give me another chance. I have a brilliant plan in mind that will definitely give Gao Yang a hard time. Wu Long's eyes widened. You dare to have a clever idea? Mr. Chen hurriedly said, Your Majesty, when it comes to poisonous schemes, I am also above the level. Wu Long hesitated, but finally he said, Tell me about it. Mr. Chen quickly seized the opportunity and said, Your Majesty, Gao Yang's 9-turn large intestine is indeed vicious, but it also lays the seeds of disaster. No matter what, you are the Prince of Dakian, a symbol of the Dakian royal family. Now you just need to go to the palace to meet the Empress and act like you can't stand being humiliated. No matter what the Empress does, she will definitely take action for the sake of being a royal family. Then Gao Yang will definitely be punished. Wu Long fell into deep thought. He thought about it and it made sense. After all, he was a member of the royal family. If he faced such a great humiliation, he could just ask Wu Zhao to take charge. This plan is quite good. So I am going to enter the palace now? Wu Long touched his chin and said hesitantly. Mr. Qin said calmly, the sooner the better. While the Empress still has sympathy for the prince, this plan will succeed. Wu Long glanced at Mr. Chen, nodded after a while and said, well, I will trust you again. Enter the palace immediately. The Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. The executioners are in place, but Prince Rong is in a high position and has great power, and the palace guards are also heavily infiltrated. Now I need a reason, and it would be best if Prince Rong would not become suspicious. Gao Yang, do you have a reason? Wu Zhao was wearing a golden dragon robe, and her phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang. Gao Yang heard this and said, I have already thought about this in my mind. Your Majesty only needs to. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a clanging sound. A small hammer slipped from under Gao Yang's robe. Gao Yang glanced at the hammer on the ground and said quickly, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I am going to pick up something. Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner stared at the small hammer that fell out. Their expressions shocked. Gao Yang smiled and said, I am a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. I am not good at fighting, so I carry a small hammer for self-defense. Isn't this reasonable? Wu Zhao nodded. Reasonable. Very reasonable. Go on. Just as Gao Yang was about to speak, there was another clang. A dagger fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Gao Yang hurriedly picked it up and said, a small hammer is not safe enough, so adding a dagger is also reasonable, right? Wu Zhao took a deep breath. Shang Wanwaner also took a deep breath. Are all the strategists in the world, no, to be more precise, all the poisonous men in the world, so cautious? This trap has been doubly prepared, isn't that enough? Go on. Wu Zhao had just finished speaking. Just outside the palace, a eunuch's sharp voice suddenly rang out, Your Majesty, Prince Rong requests an audience. Gao Yang touched his nose and said, I just want to say that we can wait a little bit. Prince Rong might fall into the trap himself. Now is the perfect time. I will poison Prince Rong first to reduce his fighting power. Chapter 93, Yin Yang Pot, a magical tool necessary for killing people with drugs. Gao Yang took out a few small bottles from his robe. When Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner saw these familiar small bottles, their faces twitched violently. If they were not mistaken, one was an aphrodisiac, one was a laxative, and there were other drugs of unknown power. Although he was determined to get rid of Prince Rong, he couldn't help but feel a little sympathy in his heart. Prince Rong and his son offended this official and suffered a lot. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and said, although this idea is good, Prince Rong has been on the battlefield for a long time. Unless you two drink together, and you drink first, I'm afraid it will alert the enemy. Are you sure you can kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own? She knew very well that the power of these two drugs when mixed together would be quite strong. Although Prince Rong is a skilled martial artist and is known as the bravest warrior in Dakian, she has also made a lot of preparations. Although this method of poisoning to weaken Prince Rong's fighting power is a good one, it is also likely to arouse Prince Rong's vigilance. Wu Zhao felt that it was unwise to alert the enemy by doing so. When Gao Yang heard Wu Zhao's words, he smiled immediately at this. Smile made Wu Zhao's delicate body tremble. Your Majesty, please send someone to ask Prince Rong to wait outside the palace for a while. Since I have taken action, I will not alert the enemy. I am a cautious person. Wu Zhao first waved her hand and ordered her confidants to do as Gao Yang said. Then, she looked at Gao Yang. How can we avoid alerting the enemy? Based on her understanding of Gao Yang, she felt that Gao Yang was definitely not the kind of person who would kill 1,000 enemies but lose 800 of his own. Even if she, the Empress, was asked to drink, he would not drink it. Gao Yang chuckled and took out a wine flask with a fine texture from under his wide robe. Shang Wanwaner was shocked. There was a hammer, then a dagger, and now even a wine jug was taken out from under his robe. How much is hidden under this robe? What is this? Wu Zhao asked curiously. From the appearance, this is not much different from the ordinary wine jugs in the palace. Gao Yang held the wine pot and said proudly, this thing is called the Yin Yang pot. I also call it the conscience pot. I found a craftsman in the mansion these few days and made it carefully. With so many things, if it weren't for your Majesty's permission to not search my body, I really wouldn't be able to bring them in. Wu Zhao's interest was immediately piqued. Her phoenix eyes looked at Gao Yang. What's the use of this? Gao Yang continued, the principle of this yin yang pot is to use the pressure of air. It's complicated, so I won't go into details for now. To put it simply, there are 2 layers of space inside this pot. Each layer has an air hole. When pouring wine, as long as you block the corresponding air hole, the wine in that layer of space cannot be poured out. I will put the Qi in He Huan San and the powerful jet into the upper layer of wine later. Your Majesty can order Lord Shangguan to block the air holes in the lower layer when pouring wine for Prince Rong. The wine that will flow out is poisonous. On the contrary, when you pour wine for me, block the air holes on the upper layer, and what will flow out will be non-toxic wine. This is a magical tool for killing people and robbing goods, and for giving drugs to people to escape from drinking. It can make drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and can kill people without being seen. If your Majesty didn't want to kill them alive, I would have directly given them the crane's beak red, which would have been much easier. In the imperial study, Gao Yang's words fell. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan both gasped. Yes, there's such a strange wine jug in the world. Wu Zhao even wondered that if Gao Yang had given her an aphrodisiac, she would probably fall for it when faced with the wine jug. Right, from now on, you must never be alone with this child. Too dirty. Gao Yang even thought that if the upper layer was milk and the lower layer was tea, and both pores were not blocked, then what would be poured out would be milk tea. I will start the operation now. Lord Shangguan must remember this. Otherwise, if I drink the poison wine, I will be in great trouble. As he spoke, Gao Yang began to poison Shangguan Wan's eyelids trembled, but she said nothing, but kept Gao Yang's words in mind. And the whole Chang'an, it seems that Shangguan Wan is the only one who has betrayed Gao Yang and has not been retaliated against. In addition, Wang Zhong also ate locusts as food with wine in Guanzhong and became a general of the Phoenix Army. Prince Rong and his son were even more miserable. Not only did he eat the pig defense, but now his whole family is going to be wiped out. You must not get too close to a vicious person like Gao Yang, as you may be easily cheated, but you must never provoke him either. When the poison was complete, Gao Yang gave Wu Zhao a simple smile, then knelt down like an ostrich. Obviously, the show for Prince Rong has begun. Wu Zhao took a deep breath, waved her hand and asked Shangguan Wan to take the wine jug away first, and her face returned to its calm look. Summon Prince Rong to the palace for an audience. Wu Zhao's domineering voice sounded, and the young eunuch waiting outside the palace immediately went forward to convey her order. Soon, Prince Rong, with a dignified look on his face and wearing a dragon robe, strode into the imperial study. When he saw Gao Yang kneeling on the ground, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. The prince is at an advantage over the official. Your Majesty, I, Wu Long, pay my respects to you and beg you to make the decision for me. Wu Long thought of what Mr. Chen said and immediately knelt down. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with an indifferent look and said, Yuan Weilong, I tolerate you because of your talent, but you really went too far in this matter. Knowing that Prince Rong is a judge, you still cooked a dish of original 9-turn large intestine. Where do you put the reputation of my Dacian royal family? Where do you put Prince Rong, and where do you put me? Prince Rong is my uncle. I and my uncle have the same blood flowing in our bodies. Wu Zhao's voice was filled with anger. Gao Yang's body trembled. Your Majesty, I know my crime, please punish me. Wu Long didn't expect that Gao Yang, this brat, would confess his guilt so readily and that the Empress would defend him so much. A smile appeared on his face. Mr. Chen is a man of great talent, truly worthy of being called a ruthless scholar. He really made the right decision this time. Your Majesty. Wu Long was moved, and even had the illusion that he was a jerk for going against Wu Zhao in the court. Wu Zhao's eyebrows were filled with anger. She then looked at Wu Long and said, Mr. Gao ordered the emperor's uncle to eat the original 9-turn large intestine. Then I will order him to eat 1 plate, and 10 plates of the original 9-turn large intestine. How do you think? Gao Yang suddenly raised his head and said loudly, Your Majesty, no, this is too cruel to me. When Wu Zhao heard this, her voice suddenly rose. Too cruel? Have you ever thought about how cruel your evil plan is to Prince Rong? Prince Rong fought in the battlefield for Dacian and was injured. It is no exaggeration to say that without Prince Rong, there would be no Dacian prosperity today. He's in his middle age, he's been wise all his life, but you let him lose his integrity in his later years? Wu Zhao looked at Wu Long again and said repeatedly, Uncle, don't worry. For insulting my Prince Dacian like this, you can be spared the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. If 10 plates of original 9-turn large intestines don't satisfy you, then 20 plates. Wulong clasped his fists and saluted, his face full of emotion. I thank your majesty for your grace. Your majesty has been very kind to me. It's all here. Wulong punched his chest with his fist, making a dull thumping sound. Everyone in Chang'an knew how much Wu Zhao valued Gao Yang. With this attitude and this anger, he was right. In the past, he was a bit aggressive. A sense of guilt suddenly arose in Wulong's heart. Gao Yang lowered his head and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. This empress is really a talented actress. Wu Zhao looked at Wulong and said, then it's settled. I'll order the imperial kitchen to make some original flavored large intestines to appease the emperor's uncle. But let's leave this matter alone. I don't want you to fight each other anymore. Let's forget our grudges over a glass of wine. Wanner, get some wine. Chapter 94, Prince Rong's mentality collapsed. Gao Yang, you really deserve to die, Shangwan Wanner hurriedly said. Yes, your majesty. Soon, Shangwan Wanner brought a wine jug and deliberately poured 2 glasses of wine in front of Prince Rong, and then served them to Prince Rong and Gao Yang respectively. Prince Rong held the wine glass, but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he looked at Gao Yang. Years of caution, coupled with his vigilance against Gao Yang, have almost made this an instinct for him. Gao Yang took the wineglass and drank it in one gulp. He even pursed his lips and said to Wu Zhao, thank you very much, your majesty, for your grace. These words echoed throughout the imperial study. Wulong saw it clearly and there was no possibility of wine hidden in his mouth. He looked at Wu Zhao but didn't think much about it. After all, he was in such a miserable state, and Wu Zetian was clearly standing up for him. If he hesitated to drink, it would be too disrespectful to Wu Zetian. So Wulong also drank it all in one gulp, pursed his lips and said, thank you, your majesty, for the wine. As he spoke, he looked at Gao Yang, his eyes full of satisfaction. 10 plates of original flavor 9-turn large intestine, wouldn't Gao Yang be so happy? But gradually, he felt something was wrong. In his eyes, Wu Zhao was extremely charming, and Shangwan Wanner's beautiful legs were also full of endless temptation. He shook his head vigorously. Gao Yang and Wu Zhao looked at each other slowly, and everything was said without words. The next second, Wu Zhao suddenly smashed the cup and said angrily, you were so bold, Wulong, I treated you like this, and you dared to bury the witch doll that cursed me in the mansion. You deserve to die. Where are the Black Dragon Guards? Bang! As Wu Zhao smashed the cup, soldiers in black armor outside the hall rushed in instantly. The leader, with a righteous look on his face and holding a big knife, shouted, Your Highness, Li Long is here to protect you. The rest of the Black Dragon Guards scattered instantly and surrounded Wulong. The palace maids and eunuchs who were originally serving on the side suddenly changed their attitude and stood in front of Wu Zhao. Wulong looked at the soldiers who suddenly rushed in, and his eyes suddenly turned to Wu Zhao with an ugly expression. Your Majesty, did you do this on purpose? You want to get rid of this king? Wulong was not stupid either, and he understood everything instantly. He was badly tricked by Mr. Chen and entered the palace alone, completely unprepared, but this empress was too heartless. He had just been tricked into eating the original 9-turn large intestine, but the empress not only did not stand up for him, she also took the opportunity to attack him. Is this something a human would do? Overwhelming hatred rose in his heart. Wu Zhao had no expression on her face and said in a cold voice, Wulong is guilty of a heinous crime, arrest him for me. Wu Zhao stood up, with endless majesty surrounding her. She did not hesitate at all, fearing that something might happen if she was too late. In her eyes, there was no point in engaging in a verbal battle now. Upon hearing Wu Zhao's voice, the Black Dragon Guards rushed forward. Wulong was wearing a python robe, and a strong murderous intent emanated from his body. He laughed loudly. A few dozen scumbags want to take down this king? He looked disdainful and was about to attack suddenly, but the next second, his stomach churned, a flame suddenly burst out of his lower abdomen, and his eyes couldn't help but look at which guard had the more perky. But what's going on? Wulong was dumbfounded. He slapped and kicked the nearest guard away, then looked at Gao Yang with a grim expression. This feeling reminded him of an old friend, or to be more precise, his son. Gao Yang, you really deserve to die. There are already dozens of guards, and you still want to drug me? Wulong looked incredulous. Moreover, he clearly saw with his own eyes that the wine was poured from a wine jug, and he also saw Gao Yang drink it. Could it be that this guy had taken advantage of himself and tricked him into drinking the poisoned wine? As expected of you, you are Prince Rong. You are really good at judging people. This is exactly the medicine I prescribed. Gao Yang smiled. Wulong was furious. Fuck you. Just as he was about to kill, he saw a big knife coming towards him. You traitor, you are about to die, yet you still dare to say so much? Take this from me. Li Long, holding a big knife, rushed forward first, and the guards beside him also rushed towards him. Wu Long clenched his fists tightly, and even though his stomach was churning, he couldn't help wanting to release the excitement, but he still responded with an iron fist, snatched a big knife from the guard's hand, and fought back. As Wu Long swung his sword, relying on his instincts gained from years of battlefield experience, dozens of skilled fighters were unable to do anything to him. Wu Long laughed wildly. Just a few dozen people, you want to take me down? What a fool's dream. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. After I kill these people, Wu Zhao will be yours. Wu Long's voice sounded filled with overwhelming hatred. Wu Zhao's face darkened, and her phoenix eyes were filled with shock. She never expected that the elite soldiers she selected from the Imperial Guards, who had been training for several days in a row, could not capture a Wu Long even with dozens of people. And this was when Wu Long was drugged by Gao Yang, and his strength was greatly reduced. She clenched her fists. Shangguan Wan'er also had a solemn expression. Unfortunately, there was a fight going on in the Imperial study, and they were unable to leave the palace. Wu Zhao subconsciously looked at Gao Yang, and even she herself didn't know why she suddenly looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was just a civil official, but when she saw this, she was stunned, because she only saw Gao Yang raised his hand and rolled up his sleeves, and under his arm, there was a small sleeve arrow tied. Gao Yang squinted his eyes, looking as if he was aiming. Call out, as Gao Yang's hand loosened. The next second, a scream suddenly broke through the Imperial study. Ah! My ass! Wu Long turned around in disbelief, and saw Gao Yang's harmless face and a small sleeve arrow under his arm. You really deserve to die. If I catch you, you will be in big trouble. Just as he was about to attack, Gao Yang raised his other arm. Call out, the crossbow arrow cut through the air, making a sharp sound. This time, it went straight to the place 3 inches below his lower abdomen. If this gets hit, it will most likely be useless, but just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt a numbness in his buttocks, making his movements slow. Even though he managed to avoid the dangerous position, he was still hit in the thigh by an arrow. The 2 arrows caught Wu Long off guard. At the same time, the guards rushed forward and a big knife fell on his neck. Wu Long was unwillingly pressed to the ground and tied up like a dumpling, with a crossbow arrow stuck in his buttocks and thighs. He looked so miserable. Gao Yang, you really deserve to die. At this moment, Wu Long's hatred for Gao Yang had reached its peak. In his entire life, Wu Long had never seen such a cruel and shameless person. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise, there are really many variables. When he looked to the side, he met the complicated eyes of Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er, who were staring at the arrow in his sleeve. Gao Yang shuddered suddenly, and his wide long sleeves covered the crossbow arrow again. He smiled and said, I found a craftsman to improve this little gadget in my spare time. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. The arrowhead of the crossbow has some knockout drug in it. The truth is that he only remembered one thing, sulfur, 2 things, nitrate, and 3 things, charcoal, and he couldn't make a flintlock rifle for the time being. Otherwise, the rifle would be fast from 7 steps away, and accurate and fast within 7 steps. Wu Zhao had to admit that it was Gao Yang's caution that would have caused an unexpected incident today. She looked at Wu Long and said in a cold voice, take him away, throw him into the sky prison, and keep him under strict guard. The entire Prince Rong's mansion, take them all and put them in the sky prison together. Following Wu Zhao's words, Wu Long was immediately suppressed, but he still shouted unwillingly. I am the Prince of Daqian, the leader of the 3 great ministers appointed by the late emperor. I also have the Red Seal of Honor bestowed by the late emperor, which allows me to avoid death. If you kill me, how will you explain to the world? The sound spread farther and farther until it gradually disappeared. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang, and when she thought of the original plan, the corners of her mouth raised in a beautiful arc. The next step is to order the right guard General Qin Jinghua and the left guard General Lu Zhen to take over the entire Chang'an, and then follow the path of Prince Rong, leaving Prince Rong with no way out, right? Gao Yang bowed quickly and said with a smile, Your Majesty is wise. When Prince Rong has nowhere else to go, you can use him as a bait to catch all the remaining evildoers in the government and the country. Chapter 95, The Witchcraft Case breaks out. Stunning Wu Cheng in compliance with His Majesty's decree, Prince Rong is suspected of being involved in a case of witchcraft and should be executed. Almost at the moment when Prince Rong was captured, the palace guards received the imperial edict. They rushed out of the palace on horseback and headed straight for Prince Rong's mansion. A large group of people rushed out of the palace quickly, and rushed towards Prince Rong's mansion with murderous expressions. The murderous intent around them frightened the people around them. Moreover, all the generals under Prince Rong and the Chang'an army were controlled at the first moment. The speed of their actions was jaw-dropping. Prince Rong's palace. Wu Chang was hugging a few young ladies and enjoying the dance in the palace. The next second, the door of the palace was kicked open. When many soldiers in black armor rushed into the palace, Wu Chang was stunned at first, and then became furious. "How dare you to barge into Prince Rong's mansion without permission? How many heads do you have to chop off?" Wu Chang slammed the table, his face full of anger. Li Long sneered and waved his hand. "Prince Rong is involved in the witchcraft case, arrest them all." Before Wu Chang could react, he was taken down by the guards without any mercy. Wu Chang was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Didn't my father go to the palace to seek justice from the empress? Why was the whole family arrested? Slander. What kind of witchcraft is this? I don't know anything about it in Prince Rong's mansion. If you want to arrest someone, you must have solid evidence. Wu Chang was held down, but he shouted loudly. Li Long was not panicked at all. He just said to his men, "Search, don't miss any place in Prince Rong's mansion, especially under the bed in various hidden places." Following the order, the palace guards dispersed. Li Long also ran to the yard. He looked around, picked up a shovel and started digging at a certain place. Then, he looked around again, and his confidant immediately looked into the distance to confirm that there was no one in the courtyard. He pulled out a rag doll covered with silver needles from his robe, threw it into the pit, and then shouted, "Sure enough, this Prince Rong is so bold that he dares to curse His Majesty. This is irrefutable evidence. How can we allow him to quibble?" Behind him, Wu Chang's eyes widened and he looked incredulous. He is still here. Are you sure you didn't take the doll out of your arms and throw it into the pit? Is the slander so undisguised? Wu Chang's body was shaking with anger. A figure suddenly flashed through his mind. It was Gao Yang's face. He dared to conclude that this was definitely Gao Yang's method. The only person in Chang'an who was so shameless and vicious as Gao Yang. Li Long took out a rag doll covered with silver needles. He smiled coldly and said, "Prince Wu, the evidence is irrefutable. How can you still argue, quibble, ironclad evidence? This is too insulting. The whole yard is dozens of meters long and wide. It's such a spacious place, and you can dig it up with just one shovel." Puff! Wu Chang was so angry that he spat out blood and fainted. Li Long sneered and said, "Your Highness, you have seen the irrefutable evidence and have no way to argue. You are so guilty that you are vomiting blood. This is an admission of guilt. Take him away and throw him into the prison." Soon, the entire Prince Rong's mansion was under control. Wu Chang was directly thrown into the sky prison, and other servants were not allowed to leave Prince Rong's mansion. All of this will have to wait until tomorrow morning for the verdict. Even if it was Wu Zhao, she needed to give an explanation to the people of the world. Li Long took a look at the prosperity of Prince Rong's mansion. He said righteously, "Gather all these servants and torture them severely. All this money belongs to your Majesty. If anyone dares to embezzle a penny, don't blame me for being ruthless. I have always been hostile to corruption." Outside Prince Rong's mansion. Mr. Chen just went out for a while, but he saw from a distance a large number of palace guards from Prince Xiang Rong's mansion were killing each other. What's going on? In less than an hour, something happened to Prince Rong? He immediately took a detour in Hid. At the same time, Liuzhen also had a solemn look on his face, and he was followed by thousands of soldiers, appearing on the streets of Chang'an City. As soon as he and Lu Yurong arrived at the mansion, they received the secret order from Wu Zhao. This secret order frightened him, and he did not dare to delay and immediately entered the military camp. When the news of Wu Long's capture came, he and Qin Jingwei immediately led a large number of troops to control Chang'an, strictly prevent Prince Rong's followers from secretly causing chaos, and arrest people according to the list. This kid is really ruthless. It's Prince Rong's bad luck. He would mess with any other kid, but he had to mess with this guy. This time, I'm afraid the whole family is in danger. Liuzhen looked at the imperial palace and couldn't help but click his tongue. Obviously, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. As long as Prince Rong is captured, all that remains is to convict and clean up, and give an explanation to the people of the world. Although he knew that Gao Yang had endless tricks up his sleeve, he was also a little curious. After all, Prince Rong had risked his life for Daqian and made great contributions to pacifying the world. In addition, the Empress had just ascended the throne. If this matter was not handled properly, it would greatly affect Wu Zhao's reputation in Song Mansion. When Song Li and his daughter first heard the news that Wu Long had entered the palace, they thought it was a joke. Song Li took a sip of tea and said calmly, after your majesty has finished punishing him, I will go to the palace and plead for him, so as to ease the relationship between the Song family and the Duke Dingwa's mansion. Look for another opportunity to make peace with Mr. Gao. But before Song Qingqing could speak, the servants of the mansion rushed in hurriedly. Master, something terrible has happened. Your Majesty, Song Li frowned and scolded, how can you be so impetuous? Could it be that His Majesty was furious and severely punished Gao Yang? There was a hint of curiosity on Song Qingqing's face, but she was also very calm that if Gao Yang was punished, it would be good news in her eyes. The servant hurriedly said, Master, you guessed wrong. It was Prince Rong who was arrested on the spot and thrown into the prison. What? Prince Rong ate the original large intestine, but your Majesty not only did not take care of Prince Rong, but also threw him into the heavenly prison? After these words were spoken, Song Li's expression lost its composure. He looked at the servant and asked, Is this true? The servant nodded repeatedly, This is absolutely true. His Majesty has claimed that Prince Rong is involved in a witchcraft case, and now the entire Prince Rong's mansion has been controlled. Song Li's pupils shrank. He never expected that the news coming out of the palace was not that Gao Yang was punished, but that Prince Rong was involved in a witchcraft case and was arrested on the spot, and it involved witchcraft, which made Song Li think of something else. At the morning court a few days ago, the Minister of Justice Lei Yun reported that a death row inmate who had committed murder for a just cause had confessed that someone in the court had cursed your Majesty with witchcraft. It was obviously a trivial matter, but the death row prisoner could not bear the torture and started to confess nonsense. This is a very normal thing, but Wu Zetian was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. No one in the court thought much about it, but now when they think about it, they feel terrified. Could it be? Song Li inexplicably thought of Gao Yang, and his pupils suddenly shrank. If this witchcraft case is really related to Gao Yang, then this guy is too scary. Song Li felt inexplicably panicked. Song Qingqing's heart was also pounding. The father and daughter looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Prince Rong has fallen. Who will be next? For a moment, with Wu Zhao's swift, accurate and ruthless actions, the whole Chang'an was shaken and an undercurrent surged. After all, Prince Rong's power and influence in the entire Daqian are extraordinary. Chapter 96, Comments from the Wu family. Father and son, he is really dirty. Duke of Zhonggui Gao Yanggang was returning home leisurely when he felt an irresistible force grabbing his arm. Then, he went straight to the inner house. Grass. Who is it? Gao Yang cursed subconsciously, and then wanted to shoot an arrow from his sleeve at his, but this arrow will definitely make him very happy. But the next second, he withdrew his hand. Gao Feng turned around, and what caught his eye were those eyes that were majestic without even being angry. I'm talking to you, what's wrong? Nothing. Gao Yang smiled awkwardly. Fortunately he stopped, otherwise the sleeve of arrows would have somewhat reversed Tiangang's attack. Where are you taking me, father? Gao Yang asked curiously. Gao Feng didn't even turn his head, and said with a voice full of complaints, You evil boy, you are doing great things quietly, what do you think? Soon, Gao Feng pulled Gao Yang to the inner house. At this moment, the courtyard was filled with Gao family soldiers, who were on alert. Gao Yang was almost startled when Gao Feng pushed the door open. Gao Tianlong, Li, and Gao Changwen were all there, and their eyes were all looking at Gao Yang. Gao Yang hurriedly saluted. Gao Tianlong's eyes fell on the face of the grandson of the future heir of the Duke of Dingwa's mansion. He said, Prince Rong, do you have a chance to turn things around? Gao Yang also knew about it. Apparently the news that Prince Rong was thrown into the Tianlao had spread throughout Chang'an. Gao Yang met the gazes of several people and said with a smile, Grandfather, since I have taken action, Prince Rong will definitely die this time. Wu Chang, needless to say, from now on, the huge Daqian will no longer have Prince Rong's mansion, and Wu Long will be wiped out in the history books as a traitor. It was just a few words, but it brought indescribable shock to everyone. Even though Gao Tianlong had a premonition that Gao Yang was going to attack Prince Rong, he was still very shocked at this moment. Prince Rong holds the imperial decree. Now that your Majesty has captured him alive, you must give an explanation to the world and all the officials. Prince Rong's crime concerns the reputation of the Empress. You must be careful and not cause any trouble. Gao Feng warned worriedly. Gao Yang said confidently, I already have a plan. Father, do you know about the witchcraft case these days? Gao Feng was instantly shocked when he heard this. You want to use witchcraft to wipe out Prince Rong and his followers? Witchcraft is easy to throw dirty water on and implicate others. It will be the sharpest knife in your Majesty's hand. There will be no trouble in the morning court tomorrow. Father, just watch the fun. For a moment, the house fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were on Gao Yang. The whole Dakian knows that witchcraft harms people, but this is the first time in Dakian that someone has been cleared of all charges using this as a crime. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang with his old eyes. He said in a deep voice, I have one more question. Prince Rong is the most powerful warrior in Dakian. How was he captured alive? Gao Yang said very honestly, there are hundreds of swordsmen outside the palace, and they staged a show inside the palace to trick Prince Rong into drinking drugged wine, which greatly reduced his strength. Gao Changwen's eyes lit up. His medicine played an indispensable role. Prince Rong is born cautious, how could he drink it easily? Gao Feng couldn't help but ask. Father, what you said is absurd. Your Majesty has spoken up for him, how can he embarrass your Majesty? Besides, Gao Yang took out the wine pot that had been drugged from his robe. This is the yin yang pot, which has 2 spaces. You only need to block the pores of each space, and then you can pour in the poisonous and non-toxic wines. Prince Rong was completely unprepared and drank the same mixed medicine as Wu Chang, which greatly reduced his strength. I have hidden arrows soaked with knockout drugs on my arms, one on each side, so it was not difficult to capture Prince Rong. As soon as these words came out, Gao Tianlong was stunned. Gao Feng's face changed. When he was at the door of the mansion, this evil boy had one hand in his sleeve. Did this evil boy fail to recognize me, or did he recognize me and still have other ideas? Gao Changwen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he rubbed his hands and said, Brother, can you give me this thing? He looked at the yin yang pot as if it were a treasure. Gao Yang flatly refused, nonsense. If you take this, you will definitely be cheating others and damaging the reputation of my Duke Dinghua mansion. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong felt somewhat relieved. After all, the Duke Dinghua's mansion is a century-old military family, so they still have to take their reputation into consideration. Gao Yang then scolded, you are facing the playboys of Chang'an. Using this thing to retaliate against them is like killing a chicken with a butcher knife. Besides, once the secret of the yin-yang pot is revealed, how can I drug and deceive others in the future? Gao Yang looked serious and Gao Changwen was stunned. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong couldn't bear to listen anymore. Forget it, go down and have a rest. I will wait and see what you can do in the morning court tomorrow. Gao Tianlong said with mixed feelings. Gao Yang also hurriedly bowed and said, I'll take my leave. After Gao Yang and Gao Changwen left, Gao Feng said to Gao Tianlong, Yanger did summon the craftsman from the mansion these days, and it seems that he made a lot of good things. Gao Tianlong's eyes were sharp, and he said quietly, the salary will be doubled, and you and your family will live in the mansion from now on. The yin-yang pot and Yanger's invention are all considered top secrets in the mansion. After Gao Yang returned to his room, he took off all his equipment and felt instantly relaxed. Chang'an must be in turmoil today, with arrests and cleanup involved, which are big projects, but they have nothing to do with him anymore. It is Wu Zhao who should be the villain. Wash your feet and go to sleep. The Ministry of Justice prison. Gao Yang, I'm going to kill you. Wu Long's eyes were red and his angry roar echoed in the prison. He was drugged, but there was no way to solve the problem. Wu Cheng still had a guard to detoxify him, but he could only take it. This feeling is really like living a life of drunkenness and dream. It was not until now that he felt a little calmer. Go in. At this time, the bailiff threw in Wu Chang, who was in a disheveled state. When Wu Chang saw Wu Long, he couldn't help but ask, Father, aren't you going to the palace to seek justice? What on earth is going on? When Wu Long thought of this, his face was instantly filled with anger. The Empress has no moral principles, and Gao Yang is as vicious as a beast, full of tricks. Not only are there hundreds of swordsmen outside the palace, Gao Yang also gave me aphrodisiacs and laxatives. The most hateful thing is that he also has hidden arrows to attack my lower body. This is how the king was murdered. What? So Gao Yang and the Empress are so insidious? Wu Chang was shocked. He glanced sideways and saw a hidden arrow on his father's butt and thigh. Father, then we are doomed. His Majesty may want us to die. Then, Wu Chang told Li Long about the search for the witchcraft doll in Prince Rong's mansion. Wu Long gritted his teeth, his eyes grim. The queen would never do such a thing. This must be Gao Yang's idea. He's so dirty. I only regret that it was not me who took action in advance. But then, Wu Long seemed to have thought of something, and a sneer appeared on his face. Your Majesty wants to capture me alive, and he also planned the witchcraft case in advance. This is nothing more than to accuse me of a crime in order to calm the anger of the government and the people of the world. In that case, I will give her a fatal blow. Over the years, I have suffered injuries all over my body for Dakian. Even if I die, I will make her lose all her reputation." Wu Long sneered, his eyes filled with hatred. Chapter 97. Wu Long was stunned. "These are all my words." The next day, a ray of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds and enveloped the entire Chang'an. Inside the Golden Palace, civil and military officials lined up on both sides. The hall, which used to be quite noisy, was eerily quiet today. Song Li's face was solemn, and Cui Xinghao also looked back with suspicion. Gao Yang stood at the back, yawning lazily. This was naturally also allowed by Wu Zetian. For now, there is not much difference between him, a member of the Ministry of Revenue, and a salted fish. Anyway, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue is the highest position. "Your Majesty has arrived." Following a voice that cut through the hall, all the officials looked in the direction of Wu Zhao, and saw that she was wearing a golden dragon robe and exuding a powerful aura. "Long live His Majesty." As soon as Wu Zhao appeared, all officials saluted her. Wu Zhao sat on the dragon throne. She first glanced in the direction of Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes, and then spoke to the officials. "I'm sure you all have heard something about what happened yesterday." For a moment, all officials were silent. Since Wu Long was imprisoned, it meant that the overall situation had been decided. Today's court was just a formality to convict Prince Rong and convince the world. Anyone who dares to stand on Prince Rong's side now is seeking death. Wu Zhao leaned against the dragon throne and said with dignity, "Prince Rong is my Prince Dakian, and the leader of the 3 great ministers appointed by the late emperor. But they cast a spell on me and cursed me to die early. It really makes me sad. Bring Prince Rong up to me." Along with Wu Zetian's voice, Prince Rong was soon pressed forward, but the originally majestic Prince Rong was now in a very embarrassed state. His hair was disheveled, and although the crossbow arrows on his buttocks and thighs had been pulled out, blood had soaked his white prisoner uniform, as if he had been tortured. Wu Long said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, I don't know what crime I have committed to make Your Majesty drug me and stab me in the back. If Your Majesty cannot tolerate me, why bother with all this? Just say one word and I will die in front of Your Majesty." For a moment, following Prince Rong's voice, the eyes of all officials changed, and it was obvious that there was a lot more sympathy. Wu Zhao clenched her fists. Gao Yang was really right. Wu Long was clearly trying to embarrass her, and even his embarrassed look was intentional. After all, she didn't order severe punishment. This Wu Long is also an old minister of Dakian, and he is coming with great force. Wu Zhao raised her brows and looked at Gao Yang, who looked as if he had nothing to do with her. She slowly said, "Mr. Gao, what crime did Prince Rong commit? Tell me." Gao Yang was completely confused. What is going on? Wasn't it Wu Zetian who followed Prince Rong's path, leaving Prince Rong with no way out? Are you putting the blame on yourself? But since Wu Zetian had spoken, he had no choice but to stand up. "Prince Rong, what crime have you committed? Don't you know it yourself? You dare to curse Your Majesty with witchcraft in order to usurp power. Your Majesty has spared your life, which is already a great mercy." Gao Yang suddenly spoke. When Wu Long saw Gao Yang, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. "Witchcraft? This king has never performed any so-called witchcraft. This is slander." Gao Yang bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please call a witness." Soon, several witnesses entered the throne room. Several people successively accused Wu Long of poisoning Wu Zhao, including servants from Prince Rong's mansion. Wu Zhao threw a doll covered in mud and pierced with silver needles on the ground. "This is the witchcraft I found in Prince Rong's mansion. How does the emperor explain?" Wu Long's expression remained unchanged. He said in a cold voice, "Witnesses can be tortured. Similarly, this so-called cursed doll could have been placed there intentionally by someone." These words spread throughout the Golden Palace like a sonic boom. Song Li, Su Xuanji, Cui Xinghao, and others all changed their expressions. The meaning of these words was very clear. This is a head-on confrontation with Wu Zhao. Wu Long had no scruples. He knew what he was facing. The change of power has always been cruel since ancient times, but Wu Zetian wanted both power and fame. How could such a good thing exist in the world? Today, he was going to embarrass Wu Zhao, but he took a deep breath. With shackles on his head and feet, he was about to speak when he ordered the guards to take off his shirt and give Wu Zhao a hard beating, but suddenly there was a loud shout from behind. "Your Majesty, I beg Your Majesty to take off Prince Rong's shirt." As soon as Gao Yang's voice came out, Wu Long was stunned. What's the meaning? But this is exactly what he wants, Wu Zhao said coldly. "Yes. Soon, the guards stepped forward and took off Prince Rong's shirt, revealing the hideous scars all over his back. Among them, there were knife wounds, arrow wounds, and scars crisscrossed like a centipede. For a moment, all the officials were moved, especially some military generals who could not help but want to speak out. "Prince Rong, are you worthy of the scars on your body?" Gao Yang said in pain, pointing at Wulong. Wulong's eyes widened instantly. Cui Xing, his face trembled wildly, and he instantly understood Gao Yang's sinister intentions. Before Wulong could speak, Gao Yang continued, pointing at Wulong. "The Prince Rong in my heart is the Prince Rong who sacrificed his life to protect the great Qian Empire. In the battle between Bai Hegu and Zhao, you, Prince Rong, led the charge. The people you killed were blood men, and the horses you killed were blood horses. Do you remember? In the Battle of Gaochang, you fought alone and were hit by 4 arrows, but you still marched forward and defeated the Chu army. After the battle, your armor almost became like a hedgehog, and your life was hanging by a thread. Do you remember?" Wulong was stunned, his eyes widened. "These are all his words," Gao Yang continued loudly. "In the Battle of Xichang, the late emperor led the army in person and was almost captured alive. It was you who led the elite cavalry to charge in and save the late emperor. The late emperor passed away and granted you a royal seal and appointed you as the head of the 3 great ministers of Dacian. What a trust and what an honor this is. But what about you? You first disregarded the trust of the late emperor, and then disregarded the trust of His Majesty. You even cursed His Majesty with witchcraft. You are ashamed of the scars on your body and the honor you have. This move is really chilling to the court and the people, chilling to His Majesty, and chilling to the whole world." Wulong was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. These were the words he used to question Wu Zhao. "Now that you've said it all, what can I say?" Wulong suddenly became anxious. "Gao Yang, you are slandering me." Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. "Prince Rong, as a military commander, you should be upright and responsible for your actions. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, do you still want to continue to quibble? If you admit it, you will appear to be magnanimous. If you keep quibbling, you will only make people all over the world despise you." Wulong couldn't hold it anymore. This guy is so vicious, what should he say now? It was wrong to quibble, and it was even more wrong to admit it. Moreover, these scars had actually given him a head start. First he drugged his son, then designed a 9-turn large intestine trap for him. The means used to capture him were even more dirty. Not only were there swordsmen outside, but he also drugged him, and used a crossbow and arrow to launch an unethical sneak attack. "Gao Yang, I will fuck your ancestors. You will definitely be punished." Wulong's eyes were spitting fire, and he wished he could bite Gao Yang to death. Wu Zhao sighed and said with great sadness, "My former uncle fought bravely for my great cause. He was truly a hero. These scars on his body bear witness to his glory. But I never expected that the temptation of power would be so great that he would resort to such dirty tricks." When Wu Zhao said this, her face was filled with sorrow. "Although my uncle has betrayed me in Dacian, how can I betray him? Although he is guilty of treason and the Red Seal and Ion certificate are useless, I cannot take action against my uncle, a former meritorious official of Dacian. Come here, take the emperor's uncle to the prison and treat him well." All the officials were moved and then shouted, "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is truly a benevolent ruler." The historian also wiped his eyes and wrote quickly, "This royal love is so touching." Wulong was shaking with anger and almost couldn't breathe. He looked at Gao Yang and then at Wu Zhao, who was very heartbroken. Only a few idioms flashed through his mind: birds of a feather flock together, in cahoots with each other, adulterer and adulteress. Chapter 98. I have a plan to control the flood. Wulong was shaking with anger and his eyes were wide open. He was originally going to use a fatal blow on Wu Zhao, but after Gao Yang filed a complaint first, he was left speechless. Even now, if he cursed Wu Zetian, it would seem that Wu Zetian was extremely gracious and that he was ungrateful. Sure enough, the person who wronged you knows your injustice better than anyone else, especially Gao Yang, who attacked his weak spot. This pair of king and minister is absolutely amazing." Wulong was dragged away and thrown back into the prison. In the huge golden throne hall, compliments were heard one after another. "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty's grace is so great." Song Li, Cui Xing, and other ministers all looked at Gao Yang with strange eyes. Even Gao Feng had a complicated expression. Gao Yang's villain complained first. which made him feel familiar. Although he was a political enemy, he could sense some of Prince Rong's frustration. The cooperation between this evil son and the Empress is absolutely perfect. Now that Prince Rong has fallen, the Empress is in power, and countless corrupt officials in the world will tremble in fear. Gao Feng remained silent. Fortunately, this evil boy is his son. Prince Rong really fell down with a loud bang. The officials were not fools. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a struggle between Prince Rong and the imperial power. It's just that Wu Zetian acted faster and more ruthlessly, but Wu Zhao handled it beautifully. As long as she could give an explanation to the people of the world, that was enough. Even the history books would write about it beautifully. Prince Rong was solved without bloodshed in the case of witchcraft, and was spared for the sake of the royal family and his contributions to the past generations. Moreover, some officials with a keen sense of smell were also aware of one thing: this witchcraft case would sweep across Dakian and wipe out Prince Rong's followers. The fall of Prince Rong is not terrible. Anyone who dares to stand in Wu Zhao's way in the entire court and the country is an accomplice in the witchcraft case. This is the most terrifying thing about the witchcraft case. Prince Rong's case will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for sentencing. The Minister of Justice Lei Yun hurried forward and said, "I obey your order." Wu Zhao looked at the thunderclouds with a meaningful look. The Minister of Justice Lei Yun and Prince Rong are not close. Using Prince Rong to fish can also test Lei Yun's loyalty, which is killing two birds with one stone. My dears, is there anything else? Wu Zhao sat on the dragon throne, her phoenix eyes majestic. She looked down at the civil and military officials in the court and felt an unprecedented sense of heroism in her heart. From this moment on, all power in Dakian is in her hands. She will no longer be constrained. All the officials looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Imperial Censor Yan Zhang took a deep breath, stepped forward and said, "Prince Rong has committed a heinous crime. Your Majesty, please be merciful. I, Yan Zhang, support you. But today, I have something important to report." Wu Zhao looked at Yan Zhang and said with her red lips slightly parted, "Dr. Yan is an important official of Dakian. If you have anything important to say, just speak up." For a moment, all the civil and military officials turned their eyes to Yan Zhang. Yan Zhang looked expressionless as he looked at Wu Zhao and said, "Your Majesty, the River Management Department proposed 2 months ago to repair the Lingxiu Canal and dredge the Yangtze River to prevent floods. I feel that now that the world is stable and our country is prosperous and strong, it is time to start construction of the Lingxiu Canal. Furthermore, Your Majesty ascended the throne, and the Chu and Yen countries bordered our Dakian, but they were slow to send envoys to congratulate you. They should send envoys to severely condemn you." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Wu Zhao and all the civil and military officials suddenly became serious. Floods have been a huge threat since ancient times. Emperors of all dynasties who were good at water management were highly praised in history books, but how could Dakian have so much money right now? Wu Zhao looked at all the officials and said solemnly, "My dear ministers, what do you think about this matter?" Cui Xinghai immediately stepped forward and said, "It would be good if the Chu and Yen states sent envoys. I think the most urgent task now is to prevent the disaster before it happens and control the flood in advance. The way to control water is to use dikes to contain water, to attack sand with water, to store clear water and flush out yellow water." I agree with what Censor Yin said. The best plan now is to repair the Lingxiu Canal, guide the river, and store water in advance to avoid the rainy season. Otherwise, once the rain increases during the rainy season, floods will break out, which will be a disaster for our Dakian. Cui Xinghai's voice echoed throughout the hall. Once Prince Rong falls, all his followers will be eliminated, and Wu Zetian will have the final say in the government and the country. But this also means a change of power and the arrival of opportunities. Cui Xinghai would not miss this great opportunity. Water control has always been a big problem, and he has done a lot of research on it. It's time for him to show his talents. When Cui Xinghai said this, all the ministers nodded in agreement. This method of water control is very good. Wu Zhao's expression was somewhat solemn. For the current Dakian, water control is not an easy task. If one wants to reinforce river embankments, dredge rivers, and even store water to prevent floods, the number of civilians involved may be hundreds of thousands or even millions. Moreover, she is still making plans against the state of Zhao, but the court officials are unaware of this. If a two-pronged approach is adopted at the same time, it will put great pressure on the treasury of Dakian. But if we want to repair the river bank and build a large-scale water conservancy project, it will involve millions of civilians. Where can I get so much money? Mr. Gao, what do you think? Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang and said meaningfully. Gao Yang's mouth twitched. This empress was addicted to fleecing him. How could he not understand the empress's implied meaning? To put it bluntly, Dacian was short of money at the moment, and they had to delay the construction of the Lingxiu Canal that Zhao Gao was planning, but Wu Zhao couldn't think of a good reason, so she asked him to think of a solution. He was also aware of this matter. It had been widely rumored a month ago that the imperial court was going to renovate the Lingxiu Canal and would be recruiting laborers. The so-called Lingxiu Canal is a key river channel in the middle and upper reaches of Dacian. It is a large-scale water conservancy project that was repaired to store water, regulate water levels and prevent floods. Obviously, Wu Zhao doesn't want to do it now, because it is too time-consuming and costly. Prince Rong wanted him to solve the problem, and he also wanted him to stop the construction of the Lingxiu Canal. He couldn't help but look at Wu Zhao one more time. If Wu Zhao didn't give him some reward later, it would be too unreasonable. Cui Xing, his face turned dark. The empress turned a deaf ear to his flood control strategy and instead exchanged glances with Gao Yang. He is the top scholar in the Dacian dynasty. Doesn't he have any face? He looked at Gao Yang. Flood control is different from business. Could it be that Mr. Gao is also proficient in flood control? Gao Yang said calmly, I am not very talented, but I know a little about water management. And I have a plan to solve the disrespect of Chu and Yin to Dacian at the same time. As soon as these words came out, Cui Xing was completely stunned. All the officials were also shocked. Master Gao said that he has a plan to solve the problem of Chu and Yan's disrespect to Dacian and control the flood at the same time? How is this possible? Cui Xing was full of disbelief and thought it was just a fantasy. Su Xuanji also stood up and said, Master Gao, how can the disrespect of Great Chu and Great Yan be related to flood control? All the officials looked doubtful, as if they had heard a huge joke. In fact, these two things are completely unrelated and have nothing to do with each other, but only Wu Zhao, Shang Wanwaner, Gao Feng, and Gao Tianlong were shocked. I and Gao Yang have a plan, and only they understand the value of this sentence. Gao Feng learned his lesson and did not scold him. He just stared at Gao Yang's face. He wanted to see what Gao Yang wanted to do. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang. She was also curious about what tricks Gao Yang had. She just wanted Gao Yang to find an excuse to delay the construction of the Lingxiu Canal for a while until the harvest of Zhao State was completed. Is Gao Yang really involved in water conservancy? Could it be that he didn't understand what she meant? No, it shouldn't. Gao Yang must be planning something bad again. Chapter 99. Rather than having a sword hanging over your head, it is better to hang a sword on the enemy's neck. Inside the Golden Palace, Gao Yang took a step forward and said leisurely, the Lingxiu Canal requires hundreds of thousands of civilians. Its scale and magnitude are by no means a trivial matter. Everyone knows the benefits of Lingxiu. It can not only regulate water levels, but also control water flow speed, which plays a huge role in preventing flood disasters. But have you ever thought about this? If the war between the Seven Kingdoms is reignited and Dacian is invaded by a powerful enemy, and the enemy army captures the Lingxiu area, if they dig up the river bank and open the gates to prevent flooding, what will happen to the millions of people downstream? A few words fell. Almost instantly, the entire Dacian court fell into silence, and the pupils of countless court officials shrank. If it is really as Gao Yang said, then it will be an even bigger disaster. The massive flood will pour down and spread throughout the downstream area, leaving millions of people homeless and farmland destroyed. What will follow will be a surge in food prices and people's livelihood will be in dire straits. Cui Xing frowned and said, such a vicious plan will surely lead to natural disasters if used. How can we use it lightly? Lu Zhen said, Master Cui is wrong. On the battlefield, there are all kinds of strategies that can be used to achieve victory. I have heard of a vicious strategy that can turn even some highly contagious diseases into a brilliant strategy to kill the enemy. Why is this so? While Lu Zhen was speaking, he also glanced at Gao Yang on purpose. Zhao Penu, Qin Jinghua, and Wu Zhao also looked at Gao Yang's face. Gao Yang looked calm and as thick-skinned as a city wall, pretending he didn't hear anything. Cui Xing and a group of ministers were shocked. Hiss. Is there such a sinister and vicious plan in the world? They all gasped. Cui Xing clenched his fists. But even if this is possible, we can't not control the water, right? Cui Xing would like to hear Master Gao's opinion. What Cui Xing was talking about was naturally the ingenious plan of combining the punishment of De Chu and De Yen with flood control. For a moment, many eyes were focused on Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled and said, repairing large-scale water conservancy projects such as the Lingxiu Canal is not only labor-intensive and costly, but also consumes a huge amount of manpower in gold and silver. In the current uncertain situation of the Seven Kingdoms, it is like hanging a sword over my head. As everyone knows, I have always been a conservative. My suggestion is that instead of hanging a sword over Dakian's head, it is better to put the sword on someone else's neck. A group of ministers? Lu Xun was shocked, Cui Xinghe was shocked, all the officials were stunned, even Wu Zhao couldn't help but ask, how to hang a sword around someone's neck? Gao Yang smiled, which made Shangguan Wan'er's heart tremble. He continued, not only do I have some knowledge of business and military tactics, I also have some knowledge of the direction of the Dakian River. It's just that my plan will consume far more manpower than building the Lingxiu Canal, but once it succeeds, it will put a sword on the necks of Chu and Dian. For a moment, all officials' eyes were focused on Gao Yang. The terrain of Dakian is high in the west and low in the east. Most rivers flow from west to east, such as the Yellow River, Yangtze River, Huai River, etc., but there are also rivers flowing in other directions. The Kanglan River flows southward, while the Yarlung Zangbo River in the Dakian Plateau flows eastward first and then southward. South of Dakian is the Chu and Yen states. The two countries often suffer from drought and water shortages. The main rivers in their territories have only changed their names. Half of their water comes from the Kanglan River and the Yarlung Zangbo River in Dakian. If we can cut off the flow of water from the Yarlung Zangbo River and the Lancang River and divert water to the source of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, not only will Dakian have tens of thousands of acres of fertile land, but we can also cut off the flow of water in Dachu and Yen. It will definitely be even more dry, and if we want to make it flood, it will only take a thought. I wonder what you think of this plan. One word falls, the entire Golden Palace fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, finding it hard to believe. Wu Zhao also clenched her fists and her beautiful eyes widened. Shangguan Wan'er almost lost her balance and fell to the ground. Dechu and Yen were suffering from drought all year round. If Dechen could cut off the rivers of Kanglan River and Yarlung Zangbo River, it would be like hanging a knife on the necks of Dechu and Yen, even artificially created floods. Cui Xinghe's face trembled wildly and he looked in horror towards where Gao Yang was. All the officials in the court, including Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong, were shocked. Is this a plan proposed by humans? He said that building the Lingxiu Canal was costly and labor-intensive, but wouldn't it be a project 10 times more massive to block the water of a river and redirect it to the Yellow River and the Yangtze River? Wouldn't this be even more costly and time-consuming? Cui Xinghe originally thought Gao Yang was a real conservative, but unexpectedly he was a conservative who thought the radicals were too conservative. If this were really accomplished, the end of Great Chu and Great Yen would be here. Even in a single thought, the people of Great Chu and Great Yen would be destitute and wailing everywhere. Wu Zhao's eyes moved, and her phoenix pupils became brighter and brighter. As soon as Gao Yang saw Wu Zhao's expression, he knew that she was moved, but Cui Xinghe came to his senses and said firmly, "This is absolutely not allowed. Let alone the Kanglan River and the Yarlung Zangbo River, can we cut off the current strength of Dakian and divert them to the source of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River? Even if we succeed, we will have to pay a price that Dakian cannot afford. Furthermore, once this large-scale project starts, it will definitely not be hidden from Dechu and Deyen. They will definitely send troops to attack, otherwise the two countries will really be holding a sword of Dechen on their necks. War is coming in an instant." Prime Minister Su Xuanji also stood up and said, "The Yarlung Zangbo River is located on a plateau. Under such circumstances, if we want to cut off the river, I don't know how much corvée labor will be required and how many people will die. Although this will bring great benefits after it is built, the price Mr. Gao mentioned is too high." Generals such as Lu Xun said repeatedly, "A bunch of old bastards, things are in the hands of man, don't tell me that repairing the Lingxiu Canal won't cause death? You are so hypocritical. This is just a matter of how many people die. I support the Ministry of Revenue's brilliant plan. Rather than having a knife hanging over your own head, it is better to put the knife on someone else's neck." For a moment, there was chaos in the Golden Palace, but Gao Yang, the instigator of the crime, is still alive and well. The poisonous scholars only need to come up with poisonous plans. As for whether they are feasible or not, and whether they are adopted or not, that is the business of Wu Zetian and the officials. When Wu Zhao came to her senses, she also felt that this matter was too far-fetched, but this quarrel could delay the matter and achieve her goal. That's enough. As soon as her voice came out, all the officials fell silent. Wu Zhao looked at the officials and said, "The world is stable now. It is not appropriate for Dakian to waste people's money and resources. Let me think about this matter carefully. The Ministry of Revenue official, please follow me. I am dismissing the court. After Wu Zhao finished speaking, she stepped forward and stood up. Yes. Gao Yang also hurriedly followed. Soon, Wu Zhao brought Gao Yang to the imperial garden in the harem. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang and said, I am very satisfied with the court today, whether it is the preemptive action against Prince Rong or the subsequent disruption. With your assistance, I will surely create a great cause. When Wu Zhao came back to her senses, her flawless, noble face was shrouded in golden sunlight, filled with breathtaking beauty. Gao Yang looked puzzled and asked, Your Majesty, how did I disrupt the situation? Chapter 100, A Blessing from Wu Zhao. I have been prepared. Following Gao Yang's voice, Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana were shocked. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes. You cut off the flow of water from the Yarlung Zangbo River and the Lancang River, diverted the water to the source of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, and let me dry up tens of thousands of acres of fertile land. You cut off the water supply for the Chu state and the Yan state. Didn't you say that you came here to disrupt the situation? Shangguan Wana also looked at Gao Yang and said, Master Gao, this is something that is absolutely impossible to accomplish. Not only will it cost a lot of money and manpower, countless people will die, and it will also cause the Chu and Yan states to send troops to attack us. How can this be accomplished? Facing the doubts of Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana, Gao Yang shook his head and said, Your Majesty and Lord Shangguan are wrong. I admit that this strategy is difficult and it is not suitable to be implemented at the moment. But this doesn't mean the future. If Dakian is strong enough, how dare Dian and Dacha come to attack? Besides, whether it is the layout of Zhao State or Your Majesty wants to attack the vassal kings of the world, once successful, it will lead to a surge in Dakian's national strength. As long as there is war, there will be prisoners. Why should we use the people of Dakian as corvée labor? I have seen that there are barbarians from overseas thousands of miles away in Chang'an City. Some of them are as black as charcoal and are praised by merchants as Kunlun slaves. I have heard that their tribes are extremely backward. They are not only resistant to the sun, but also have great physical strength. When Dakian becomes strong, we can send a fleet across the sea. As long as we find its location, we will have an endless supply of Kunlun slaves. We can send them all to mine and serve as corvée. Isn't that wonderful? As soon as these words came out, a hiss. Even Wu Zhao was shocked. Shangguan Wana's face was also moved. As long as there is a war, there will be prisoners. Furthermore, there will be corvée labor and Kunlun slaves. Putting aside the Kunlun slaves, aren't the lives of the people of the other 6 countries also lives? This guy is so cruel. At this time, Gao Yang smiled again and said, and I have been researching some gadgets these days. If it works, it will not only be beneficial to our Dakian in terms of river diversion, but also in other aspects. Besides, once this vicious plan comes out, Chu and Dian will certainly be on pins and needles. How dare they not send people to pay respect to Your Majesty? This can also be regarded as a small warning to them. One plan has 3 uses, isn't that wonderful? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang deeply. Shangguan Wana's heart was also filled with shock. Only Gao Yang could describe such a vicious plot so lightly. Gao Yang couldn't help rubbing his hands again. Your Majesty, I have another unkind request. Can you give me some death row prisoners and compensate their families with some gold and silver? What are you going to do? Wu Zhao was instantly shocked. This guy even wanted to compensate the family of the death row prisoner. This is definitely not an easy task. This little gadget of mine needs to be tested. It would be bad if it hurt me, but a death row prisoner who has committed a heinous crime and wants to work for Dakian is just right. After these words were spoken, Wu Zhao's eyes became even more strange. She found that she could no longer see through Gao Yang, but she had to admit that Gao Yang's schemes were truly vicious. Moreover, he was able to make soap in the yin yang pot in such a short time. The gadgets he mentioned must be even more horrifying. Even death row prisoners are needed, so the danger and power of this thing must be extremely great. I will issue an order to order the Ministry of Justice to cooperate with you. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Yang automatically ignored the complexity in Wu Zhao's eyes and said with a smile. Wu Zhao frowned. Is there anything else, Mr. Yuan Weilong? I have nothing to do, but does Your Majesty have something else to say? Gao Yang asked tentatively, with a face that looked suggestive. Wu Zhao was stunned at first, then her brows suddenly relaxed and she said with a strange expression, "Are you referring to the reward, Yuan Weilong?" Gao Yang's smile grew brighter, but his words became more righteous. "Look at what your majesty said. Do I look like that kind of person? I just want to ask about the scheme of using Prince Rong to lure out the remaining evildoers in the government and the country. Your majesty actually thinks of me like this. It really makes me sad." Wu Zhao looked strange, and Shangwan Wanner's mouth twitched. Wu Zhao put her hands behind her back and said, "I have my own arrangements for Prince Rong, so you don't have to worry. But I have always rewarded those who have made contributions and punished those who have made mistakes. You helped me get rid of the big trouble of Prince Rong, and you also offered such a brilliant plan, so you deserve a reward. Prince Rong's mansion has been taken over by me, but I haven't confiscated his property yet. You are good at business, so this matter will be your responsibility. Go ahead and search Prince Rong's mansion from top to bottom for me." Wu Zhao said with profound meaning. When Gao Yang heard this, he was instantly shocked. Prince Rong is extremely powerful, and there must be countless good things in his mansion. This is a blessing. What's more, he had never raided a house since he traveled through time, so he could no longer suppress his curiosity. "I thank your majesty for your grace." Wu Zhao said again, "Go, I will send someone to assist you." When Gao Yang heard this, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. This was clearly an attempt to supervise him. We can only play it by ear and take some valuable treasures. After Gao Yang left, Shangwan Wanner said with some concern, "Your Majesty, Prince Rong is very powerful and his family must be extremely wealthy. Why don't you let me go, but let Gao Yuan Weilong go? If he goes, I think he will definitely embezzle money." Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang's departing back and said calmly, "I have told you the reason before. For a person as talented as Gao Yang, I am not afraid of his greed, but I am afraid of his not being greedy, and I am afraid of his having no weaknesses." Shangwan Wanner nodded, looking enlightened. "So your majesty did this on purpose?" Wu Zhao retracted her phoenix eyes and nodded, "Yes, I need him to work for me, not only to weaken the vassal states, but also to balance the 6 countries. How can you let the horse run without giving it grass to eat? Your majesty, what you said makes sense, but Gao Yuan Weilong dared to hint to magistrate Du right under my nose. I am afraid he might go too far." Shangwan Wanner looked worried. She acknowledged Gao Yang's abilities, but she was really worried about his character. Wu Zhao smiled confidently, "How could I not have thought of this? When I said I would send a group of people to assist, I actually meant to tell him not to go too far. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Li Long, has always been upright and honest, and he will not tolerate even the slightest grain of sand in his eyes, so let him go with us. Gao Yang is right under his nose. Even if he is corrupt, how much can he embezzle?" Wu Zhao stood in the Imperial Garden with her hands behind her back, her face full of confidence. Shangwan Wanner also said repeatedly, "Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 101 2 + 1 = 5, and you're rounding off like this?" Prince Rong's palace. Gao Yang stood in the huge palace. Even he couldn't help but sigh at the prosperity of Prince Rong's palace. From a distance, the pavilions and towers are arranged in an orderly manner, and the rockery and pools are dotted around. Its prosperity is 10 times that of the Duke Dinghua's mansion. "Master Gao, these are the silver and jewels found in Prince Rong's mansion." Several guards carried more than a dozen heavy boxes to the lobby, and Li Long bowed to Gao Yang. He had a righteous look on his face and looked straight at Gao Yang. When Gao Yang opened it, what came into view were boxes of silver ingots and jewels. Even he couldn't help but sigh at corruption. It's simply too corrupt. Prince Rong really deserves to die. I don't know how much of the people's money he has plundered behind the scenes. Gao Yang stood in the lobby, his face full of grief, and casually took a horseshoe-shaped silver ingot into his sleeve, acting as if nothing had happened. There are 3 types of silver ingots in Dakian, among which the horseshoe-shaped silver ingots are the most valuable. One is worth 50 taels, but it is also the rarest. The medium-sized hammer-shaped ingot is smaller and worth 10 taels. Next is a silver ingot worth 1 or 2 taels of silver. Gao Yang naturally took the horseshoe-shaped silver ingot of 50 taels. Li Long, who was in the lead, widened his eyes and looked at Gao Yang in surprise. Gao Yang noticed this look and his face shuddered immediately. Li Long looked so righteous, and the fact that the Empress sent him to assist him showed that she had great trust in him. Is it possible that all the money I have earned will be lost? Gao Yang looked pained. This was when the advantage of paper money came into play. The silver ingots were not only heavy but also small in amount, but I have to return all 50 taels. Then how can he perform for the empress? Just as Gao Yang was hesitating, Li Long waved his hand and said to the guards on his left and right, "Go down and continue searching. Check every corner of Prince Rong's mansion." After the guards left, Li Long also took out a horseshoe-shaped silver ingot from the box. He waited and said, "I was right about you, sir. You are indeed a fellow traveler. Since you are taking the lead, I will not be polite." As he said this, he put the silver ingot into his sleeve. Gao Yan was stunned for a moment. "I've always heard that Lord Li is upright and incorruptible, and he doesn't tolerate even the slightest bit of injustice. Seeing him today, I can see that his reputation is indeed well deserved." Gao Yang said with a wry smile. Li Long bent down and smiled, and said to Gao Yang, "Mr. Gao, what you said is all just empty reputation in front of His Majesty, just a little empty reputation. If it weren't for this undeserved reputation, how could this honorable mission have come to me? To be honest, your efforts to stabilize grain prices, punish grain merchants, and control locust plagues, as well as to execute Prince Rong, have made me admire you, just like the surging river, which is endless, and like the overflowing Yellow River, which is out of control once it overflows. Today, I would like to become brothers with Master Gao. What do you think?" Li Long looked at Gao Yang with a stern look. Gao Yang's eyelids twitched. He finally realized that Li Long was even more greedy than him, but becoming sworn brothers with the commander of the Imperial Guards was definitely a good thing for him. When interests bind you, you become a backer. Commander Li is so straightforward. I am willing to do it, but I will kill the chicken and drink the blood wine. First, it will attract people's attention. Second, if it is a sick chicken that has been raised for 2.5 years, we will be in trouble. Li Long nodded quickly and said, "Mr. Gao, what you said makes a lot of sense. Today, you and I are gathered here together as brothers. How many opportunities like this can we have in our lifetime? If we don't do this, wouldn't it be a waste of this great opportunity?" Li Long meant something. Gao Yang nodded and looked at Li Long deeply. This is definitely a talent. What Brother Li said does make some sense. Gao Yang nodded and took out some silver coins and put them into his long sleeves. Seeing this, Li Long smiled and said, "Master Gao, when I received the imperial edict, His Majesty specifically instructed me to do so." These words made Gao Yang pause. "What did your Majesty instruct you to do?" Gao Yang looked curious. His Majesty specifically said that if Lord Gao takes some silver, as long as it's not excessive, I should just pretend I didn't see it. I've been working in the palace for decades, but this is the first time I've seen such an order. His Majesty's favor for Lord Gao is really enviable. So Lord Gao is taking the money by order. Feel free to be bold. This silver ingot is not valuable and is heavy. But if Lord Gao likes it, this big box will be sent to the Duke Dinggua's mansion later." Li Long said proudly. Gao Yan was stunned for a moment. Is this also possible? The reason why he was corrupt was not only because he loved money by nature, but also because he was acting to please the Empress, just as he thought. With his series of vicious schemes and his distinguished status, the Empress felt that she would feel more at ease if he was a little greedy. But isn't it a bit too much to move them in boxes? If this gets to the Queen's ears, it won't be good. Li Long patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Master Gao. The Imperial Guards who are confiscating the property are all our own people. We just need to make arrangements. As long as we don't go too far, the Empress won't know. When water is too clear, there will be no fish." The Empress knows this truth, and to be honest, I have been an official for decades and have never accepted small amounts of money. I have been waiting for such a great opportunity. Gao Yang was shocked. "I haven't been greedy for 10 years, just waiting for today." He felt like he was being put on the spot and had to take more. If he doesn't take it, Li Long won't take it either. This is cutting off someone's financial resources and killing their parents. It's really difficult to deal with, very difficult, but if he had a lot of money, he would be able to hype up more things. And considering how ruthlessly the Empress treated Prince Rong, if the Empress turns against her, he and the entire Duke Dinggua's mansion will be in great danger. It would be great to capture the Empress, but what if we can't? If you have this sum of money, developing secretly can be a way out. Sir, do you know how much silver was confiscated from Prince Rong's mansion? Li Long suddenly said in a low voice. This really aroused Gao Yang's curiosity. How much silver? According to the estimated value, it is a full 1,597,803 taels. As soon as these words came out, a hiss. Even Gao Yang couldn't help but gasp, for the annual tax revenue of a province of Dakian is only several 100,000 taels. How could Prince Rong alone have a fortune of 1.59 million taels? As a black-hearted capitalist who lives on the edge of a knife, huge risks also mean huge profits. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. As long as she is brave enough, the Empress can take maternity leave, not to mention the sky-high price of silver. He admitted that he was moved. It's like an instinct in my bones, it can't be suppressed at all. In my opinion, you and I should make a 5-for-1 deal and erase some of it. After all, the value of some calligraphy and paintings and jade pendants is hard to say. Li Lan's expression flickered as he made a suggestion. Yao Yang touched his chin. 1 million taels of silver, 500,000 taels per person, isn't this a bit too much? Chapter 102, Righteous and Guilty. Gao Yang's words shocked Li Lang. What he meant was to cut off the decimals, which would be tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Unexpectedly, Gao Yang wiped it directly from front to back. Li Lang gave a thumbs up, looking shocked. Brotherly, you may not know that I have studied Dakian law a little bit. Whether it is tens of thousands of taels or hundreds of thousands of taels, the fate is almost the same, and it all ends in death. But if such a large amount of silver is transported to the mansion, it will probably attract attention. Gao Yang was a little hesitant. He was not worried about the money being exposed. As long as everyone took it, it was the same as if no one had taken it. Otherwise, everything will go wrong. He was actually the safest one. Before the 6 kingdoms were settled, as long as he could make Dakian prosperous and strong, the Empress would turn a blind eye. Moreover, his gunpowder had not yet been invented, which was a major means of saving his life. The profits from these hundreds of thousands of taels of silver outweigh the risks, and they can also be used to guard against major changes in the future. And the Empress turning against her. Li Lang smiled and said, I have several houses in a remote area of Chang'an. I will transport them there first and have someone guard them. Brother Gao can come and get them anytime. Besides, we are here to help His Majesty. The amount is too large, and His Majesty will inevitably be upset and angry. As a minister, I should share your worries. The two looked at each other and smiled, both revealing a tacit smile. Also, there are quite a few concubines in Prince Rong's mansion. Some of them are swollen from being beaten by Prince Rong, and some are Kunlun slaves. They are very exotic. Are you interested, Brother Gao? Gao Yang's mouth twitched and he took out his Rouge Pavilion Supreme token. That's not necessary, but Prince Rong is so cruel that he beat him like this. Brother Li should take him back to the palace for proper treatment. In just a moment, the two of them were arm in arm, looking as if they had met each other too late. In the evening, the sun sets. Gao Yang was the first to return to the palace to report. Your Majesty, we have already found out that the silver and property in Prince Rong's mansion is worth 597,803 taels. It's outrageous. Gao Yan looked at Wu Zhao and said loudly. Wu Zhao was dealing with memorials to the emperor. When she heard the news, she was shocked. What, so much? That's more than 500,000 taels of silver. Wu Zhao slapped the table with endless anger on her face and murderous intent all around her. This is the annual tax revenue of a province, or even more. Wu Zhao's face was full of anger and her expression was shocked. Obviously, this number far exceeded her imagination. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged, and he said indignantly, Prince Rong is really going too far. Over 500,000 taels of silver, how much of the people's blood and sweat has this extorted? Wu Zhao nodded, but she always felt that there was something strange about Gao Yang. She took a deep breath, suppressed her inner anger, and looked at the sky outside the palace with her phoenix eyes, her face cold from Prince Rong. We can get a glimpse of the corruption among the princes in Dakian, and their corruption must be extremely massive. This further strengthened Wu Zhao's mind. At the current moment, the first thing to do is to reduce the power of the vassal states. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang and said slowly, Mr. Gao, Prince Rong has been imprisoned and can't cause any big trouble. Do you still remember what you promised me? Gao Yang raised his eyebrows, naturally knowing what Wu Zhao was referring to. He nodded affirmatively and said, I will do my best to help your Majesty make Dakian stronger. He really did take 500,000 taels of silver. If he didn't demonstrate his importance, he would really feel a chill in his head. I want some strategies that will produce immediate results. Can Lord Gao do it? Wu Zhao continued, although Zhao Gao's evil plan is good, it will take a long time to plan. Now we still have to consider the current situation of Daqian and make fundamental reforms to strengthen the country. She placed her hopes on Gao Yang. Gao Yang bowed and saluted. I have a good plan in mind, Your Majesty, just rest assured, but I still need to consider some aspects carefully. In the next few days, I will be able to give Your Majesty a reliable solution. Wu Zhao's expression became more and more strange. From what she understood, there was something wrong with Gao Yang. When Gao Yang walked out of the palace, Wu Zhao called Li Long. Your Majesty, your servant Li Long pays respect to you. Li Long stood straight with a righteous look on his face. How much did the official take? Wu Zhao asked with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, Li Long immediately said, Your Majesty, I was just about to report something to you. The Ministry of Revenue's deputy minister is so greedy and so bold that I simply cannot stand it. I want to impeach him. He actually took 5,000 taels of silver right in front of me. Li Long paused, then continued, and Gao Yuanweilong not only took it for himself, he also gave me 500 taels of silver to keep me quiet. If Your Majesty had not specifically instructed me to do so, I would have turned hostile on the spot and handed over the 500 taels of silver in a moment. Wu Zhao raised her eyebrows and sneered. I was wondering why this fellow was so guilty that he actually took 5,000 taels of silver. But forget it. I am not a stingy person. If Gao Yang can try his best to come up with some clever ideas for Daqian, that would be a good thing. As she spoke, she looked at Li Long again. You don't have to hand over the 500 taels of silver. In addition, I will give you 5,000 taels of silver as a reward. I will never be stingy with my meritorious officials. Li Long was stunned, then immediately shook his head and said, I am paid by the emperor, I am loyal to the emperor, I worry about the emperor, and I serve his majesty. This is what I should do. I will never take these 5,000 taels. I would feel guilty if I took this money. Looking at Li Long with a righteous look on his face, Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly warmed up. She sighed. If all the officials of Daqian were like Li Aiqing, there would be no need to worry about Daqian's prosperity. She investigated Li Long, who had worked in the palace for decades but was penniless and never accepted any money. His integrity was astonishing now. Facing the 5,000 taels of silver she gave him, he was still not moved by poverty or power, which really surprised her. But even though Wu Zhao saw through people's hearts, she never expected that some people would not be greedy for decades, just to establish their image first, and then be greedy for this big wave. Gao Yang went all the way back to Duke Dingguo's mansion. It was not until he stepped into the gate of the mansion that he felt as if he was in another world. Only then did he understand why Zhu Yuanzhang in his previous life made a law that anyone who embezzled 60 taels of silver would be skinned alive, yet he nearly killed all the officials in the world, yet there were still so many corrupt officials everywhere. This comes faster than anything else. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, Gao Yang saw Gao Feng standing there with his hands behind his back. As soon as Gao Feng saw him, he immediately went up to him and started touching him all over. Father, if you continue like this, I will scream. Gao Yang said quickly while dodging. When Gao Feng heard this, his expression, which had originally improved, suddenly darkened. You bastard, what are you talking about? It is only natural for me to search you. Even if you scream your throat out, it will be useless. Who dares to control this old man? Gao Feng's face darkened and he snorted coldly, but he couldn't touch anything from Gao Yang, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Gao Yang didn't dare to speak and could only protest with his eyes. The mutual dislike between him and Gao Feng will probably be difficult to change in this lifetime. After searching, Gao Feng turned around and left. He soon arrived at the inner house and met Gao Tianlong, who had a dignified face. Father, no boxes were brought in from the mansion, and this wicked boy has no silver ingots or valuable calligraphy and paintings on him. He must have collected them. Gao Feng said, but when Gao Tianlong heard this, he sighed. He poured a cup of hot tea and said quietly, not finding anything is the biggest problem. Gao Feng was stunned for a moment. Gao Tianlong knocked on the table and sighed, forget it, my children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. The worst that can happen is just a game of 9 clans elimination chamber. Gao Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. How come it has become so serious that it has to be a game of 9 clans Candy Crush Saga? Gao Yang went all the way back to the room. Young master, technician number 98 is at your service. Not long after, Luoluo's soft voice was heard, and then Luoluo concentrated on helping Gao Yang relax, but she soon discovered that Gao Yang was different. My lord, you seem a little off today. You seem to be worried and want to relax. Gao Yang looked at Lulua and said with some reluctance, Lulua, tell me the truth, did you lie to me? You're actually 18, right? Green radish? Seeing Lulua's eyes, he completely gave up. He felt a little regretful that he should have brought the woman whose bulge was swollen after being beaten by Prince Rong back to the mansion. At this time, he felt that he really needed a cigarette and betel nut so that he could think carefully about how to make use of the 500,000 taels of silver and make more money, but this thought just came up. He was suddenly startled. A cigarette? In terms of making money and poison, if we can make cigarettes and betel nuts? Chapter 103. Brother, you are under too much pressure, I must help you share it. As soon as Gao Yang's idea came up, it was rejected. The reason is very simple. He couldn't even figure out gunpowder, let alone smoke, and he also needed the corresponding filtering technology, and if you think deeply, this is also a double-edged sword. If it weren't for modern filtering technology, the aftereffects of this ancient thing would certainly be very great. This is a bit addictive. Once it is used, it will not only harm the 6 countries, but also Dakian. The Empress would probably be the first one to destroy him. If he were alone, it wouldn't matter, but now there is the Duke Dinghua mansion. If he offends the public anger, it will be troublesome. What's more, he now has an extremely good reputation among the people. As for betel nut, most of them grow in tropical regions, commonly known as Lingnan area. Generally, if a playboy made a serious mistake, the imperial court would exile him to Lingnan because of the merits of his ancestors. This was like a nightmare for the playboys of Dakian. Yao Yang had also heard a thing or two about the dandies who turned pale at the mention of tigers. The scenery in Lingnan is indeed beautiful. There are monkeys, cobras, all kinds of primitive and ferocious animals, as well as the sun and miasma that are strong enough to burn off a layer of skin. Forget it, let's get the gunpowder first. Gao Yang sighed a little. If he had known he would travel through time, he should have read more books. Otherwise, he would not have been able to venture into Dakian with only his high school chemistry knowledge. Compared to poisonous schemes, science is the primary productive force. A night passed. Gao Yang got up very early the next day. He didn't know if it was because he felt guilty about embezzling the huge sum of 500,000 taels of silver. Therefore, he was eager to develop gunpowder, a powerful weapon, to give himself more life-saving trump cards. Furthermore, he always had a premonition that this stable situation in the world would not last long. A big change is coming. He immediately asked Chen Sheng and Uncle Fu to purchase a large amount of raw materials in batches. The composition of gunpowder is not complicated. 1. Saltpeter, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, and a little sugar. Fortunately, I came across it by chance that year, so I wrote it down. This thing is not difficult to find in Dakian, the key lies in the ratio. Probably the best ratio of black powder is 74% saltpeter, 11.5% sulfur, and 13.5% charcoal. The gunpowder produced can be boiled to remove impurities, or mixed with sugar and egg white to increase the power of the explosion. This would require a lot of experimentation, but he hadn't even gotten the first step, the gunpowder, yet. Brother, what are you doing? At this time, a voice was heard, and Gao Changwen, wearing a long robe, walked up quickly. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Oh, the sun rose from the west today? You got up so early too? Didn't you go out and hang out? Gao Changwen's eyes dimmed, and he quickly said, Brother, what are you talking about? Mainly, my father said that the situation in Chang'an has been turbulent these 2 days, so he put me under house arrest. So when I had nothing to do, I came to see my brother. Father can't control my heart, but he can control my body. Gao Yang wrote and drew on the paper while saying, it has not been peaceful these past 2 days. If you can avoid going out, then don't go out. Gao Changwen was a little hesitant when he saw this, but after holding it in for a long time, he couldn't help but say, Brother, I have been thinking about it these past few days, and the more I think about it, the more strange it seems. Was the free ride you mentioned that day deliberately meant to trick me? With your brother's wisdom, you should know that it's not against the law to get a free ride, but you might get beaten, right? When Gao Yang heard this, he immediately looked up to Gao Changwen, but his face was filled with pain. Changwen, you miss me so much, it really makes me sad. Gao Yang pounded his chest with his fists. Freeloading is only a theoretical operation, but there is a big difference between theory and practice. As the saying goes, if you don't try to get someone for free, how would you know that you will be beaten if you don't pay? When you said you were going to read the books of sages, did I emphasize that you should not go to brothels? Gao Changwen was stunned for a moment, then nodded subconsciously. Gao Yang did give him special instructions that day, but he couldn't resist the temptation in his heart. This matter was just his guess and he had no real evidence. After Gao Yang said this, he actually felt a little guilty. "Brother, I am judging you by my own standards, but what are you doing?" Gao Changwen looked at the pile of saltpeter and charcoal on the ground with some curiosity. Gao Yang thought of Wu Zhao and his own 500,000 taels of silver. He said in a heavy voice, "Now that Prince Rong has fallen, my Duke Dinghua mansion has become the target of public criticism. I must get something good like soap and present it to your majesty to increase the bargaining chips for the Duke Dinghua mansion." Gao Changwen was shocked when he heard this. No matter how dissolute a good-for-nothing a person is, he knows the importance of family. It is a principle that everyone prospers together and suffers together. This is the basis of their dissoluteness. Gao Changwen took a deep breath, then said to Gao Yang solemnly, "Brother, I have made up my mind. From today on, I will learn from my brother and become the glory of Duke Dinghua's mansion." When Gao Yang heard this and looked at Gao Changwen's young and determined face, even he felt a little panicked. There's no need for a long article. Just be a playboy, visit brothels, fight cocks and run dogs every day. Brother will take care of everything. Gao Changwen was moved when he heard this. My brother treats me so well that he shook his head and said, "Brother, you don't need to say more. You are under too much pressure. As a member of the Duke Dinghua mansion, I must help you share some of the pressure. But I really don't have the talent for poisonous schemes, so I can't become a poison master. I've made up my mind. Since I can't be a Breaking Bad guy, I'll be a Breaking Bad guy." After saying this, Gao Changwen took a decisive step forward, walking very resolutely. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment. Hiss. Breaking Bad? This kid wants to study poisoning? Gao Yang felt a headache. He was about to chase after him and try to persuade Gao Changwen, but Luluwa came up and said, "Master, Lord Shangguan is here." "Shangguan Wanner?" Gao Yang took a step and walked out. As soon as I arrived at the lobby, I saw Shangguan Wanner wearing a green robe and her figure was graceful. Behind her, there were a dozen prisoners with shackles on their hands. "Sir Shangguan, are these prisoners for me?" When Shangguan Wanner saw the wolfish nature in Gao Yang's eyes, she inexplicably felt a chill. She said to Gao Yang, "This is what His Majesty promised to the official. They are all extremely vicious criminals, but His Majesty has instructed that even if they are death row prisoners, they must not do anything that is against the will of heaven or too cruel. Otherwise there will be severe punishment." Gao Yang patted his chest and said, "Sir Shangguan, look at what you said. Do I look like a cruel person?" Gao Yang immediately sent Chen Shang, Zhao De, and other Gao family members to take these prisoners to a remote courtyard and keep them under guard. "Sir Shangguan, I still need some alchemists. Can you help me get some?" Gao Yang continued to speak. "When it comes to ancient chemistry, this group of sorcerers who pretend to be gods are definitely the first echelon and can help him. Moreover, most of these alchemists regarded human life as worthless, preferred to offer sacrifices, and did not feel sad even if someone died." Chapter 104, Developing Gunpowder, Alchemists are Good Things. Alchemist? Shangguan Wanner frowned. Witchcraft was prevalent in Daqian, and there were many alchemists among them, who specialized in refining elixirs with alchemy furnaces. "Mr. Gao, the fate of an alchemist is different from that of these death row prisoners. Some alchemists with superb skills are even more extraordinary. If you want a group of alchemists, then you must tell me what you want to do. I will have an explanation to His Majesty." Gao Yang did not hide anything. When Wu Zhao heard about the development of gunpowder, it would only benefit him. Gao Yang walked towards Shangguan Wanner and whispered in her ear, "What I want to study is called gunpowder. It's just that the development of this gunpowder is very dangerous and extremely powerful. But once it is developed, it will have great lethality. It will not only be very useful in blocking rivers, but also have great power on the battlefield." Shangguan Wanner only felt a burst of heat coming near her ear, making her whole body tense, but when she heard Gao Yang's words, her beautiful eyes widened. "Is this true or false?" Shangguan Wanner looked shocked. Gao Yang smiled and said affirmatively, "Of course it's true. If this thing can be developed and further developed, it may help Your Majesty conquer the 6 kingdoms and achieve hegemony." A few words fell. Shangguan Wanner's expression was shocked. A sentence echoed in her mind, "If this thing is made and further developed, it may help Your Majesty pacify the 6 kingdoms and achieve hegemony." After making sure that Gao Yang was not joking, Shang Wanwaner took a deep breath and said, "I will return to the palace immediately. I will give you as many death row prisoners and alchemists as you want." After saying this, Shang Wanwaner walked away. This left Gao Yang dumbfounded. Shang Wanwaner's facial expression is almost as good as her father's. Not long after, Shang Wanwaner brought a group of alchemists here. Most of these alchemists' faces were filled with confusion and fear. In fact, they were still sleeping in the mansion when the palace guards kicked open the door and dragged them out. What Gao Yang didn't expect was that not only the alchemist came with him, but also Wu Zetian, who was wearing a golden dragon robe. Wu Zhao stared straight at Gao Yang. She was originally dealing with the remnants of the Prince Rong case and wanted to minimize the bloodshed in Chang'an City. Then she heard Shang Wanner's report that Gao Yang wanted not only the death row prisoners, but also a group of alchemists. This instantly made Wu Zhao explode. What does Gao Yang regard human life as? A worthless toy? It's outrageous. You can get whatever you want, but when Shang Wanwaner said that what Gao Yang developed could help her pacify the Six Kingdoms, she fell silent. Then, Li Long led the Imperial Guards to capture the famous alchemist in Chang'an City and sent him to the Duke Dingguo's mansion, and she was there in person. I, Gao Yang, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, pay my respects to your Majesty. Gao Yang glanced at Wu Zhao's majestic face and saluted calmly. Wu Zhao got straight to the point and said, "I have brought you the alchemist you requested. What exactly is the gunpowder you want to make?" At this moment, her heart was full of curiosity about gunpowder. "Your Majesty, do you know anything about fireworks?" The principles of gunpowder and fireworks are similar, but once the proportions are different, the power is also very different. Gao Yang then gave a brief explanation of gunpowder. Dakian also had fireworks, but their power was very small and most of them were just for show. So Wu Zhao understood it easily, but she didn't expect that if the ratio of gunpowder was adjusted, it would be so powerful. Her eyes twinkled and her heart was filled with longing. If Dakian had gunpowder, its military strength would undoubtedly be much stronger. Her eyes were filled with surprise and she looked at Gao Yang deeply. It was obvious that she didn't expect Gao Yang to have this ability. Gao Yang also felt much more at ease to first throw out the gunpowder, then throw out the flintlock, the revolver, and the Maxim machine gun that makes the nomads sing and dance. The big cakes come one after another, and the Empress should not be able to resist the temptation. Your Majesty, wait a moment. I will go and tell these alchemists to get to work first. Wu Zhao nodded. If what Gao Yang said is true, then the development of gunpowder is the most urgent matter. Gao Yang led the Gao family troops and locked up these alchemists and death row prisoners in a separate yard. You are all guilty of capital crimes. You have no choice but to do as I say. I promise you that if you do this well, not only will you be exempted from the death penalty, but you will also be rewarded handsomely. But this matter is a little dangerous and may threaten your lives, so please listen carefully to what I say now. Then, Gao Yang told all he knew. After hearing these words, the eyes of the alchemists, which had been originally fearful, suddenly brightened. They liked to refine things, and when they heard that they could explode, they couldn't help but get even more excited. Except for the danger of death, love can overcome everything. After Gao Yang explained everything, he specifically told the Gao family's soldiers to just watch from a distance and not to get close, and then he left the courtyard. Then, Gao Yang came to the front yard and met Wu Zhao again, but Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong were also nearby. When Gao Yang appeared, they both looked over there. What is this brat doing again? Mr. Gao is quite fast. Wu Zhao took a sip of tea and spoke. Gao Yang said quickly, Your Majesty, you have misunderstood me. I am not always fast, but I may be faster when facing Your Majesty. Gao Feng's eyes widened. Gao Tianlong almost lost his breath. Did they misunderstand Gao Yang? They must have been thinking the wrong thing. This evil boy wouldn't be so bold. Wu Zhao raised her eyebrows and also felt that this was a bit strange, but she didn't think much about it, and just said, You have made great contributions in pacifying Prince Rong this time. I will reward you with a remote villa. The Duke Dingguo's mansion is conducting these experiments. As you said, there is a possibility of explosion and fire, which is always bad. Wu Zhao had a hidden meaning. After hearing this, Gao Yang thought for a moment and nodded. It's not bad to have a house of your own. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will develop gunpowder as quickly as possible. Only after we have developed gunpowder can we continue to develop based on it. Gao Yang spoke slowly. Continued development? Wu Zhao once again reminded herself of Gao Yang's importance. This Gao Yang not only has many evil schemes, but can also come up with various inventions. He is an absolute talent. Can I go and take a look? Wu Zhao suddenly asked. When Gao Yang heard this, he shook his head. Your Majesty, this is absolutely not the way to go. Developing gunpowder is too dangerous. Professional matters should be left to professionals. There is no need for us to go. It's just the beginning. If there are explosions and floods, that's normal. We should avoid them if we can. I told them that if they could make gunpowder, they would still be alive. If they couldn't, they would be killed for the crimes they committed. On one hand, there is death, and on the other hand, there is life and reward. In order to survive, they will fight to the death. Gao Yang added, and I have also told these alchemists the dangers of gunpowder. I have done my best. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Your Majesty, you should not go if you know that developing gunpowder is very dangerous. Wu Zhao looked strange. It was not until now that she realized the role of these death row prisoners and alchemists. After all this time, Gao Yang is ready to become a hands-off boss, but she had to say that Gao Yang's method was really good. Alchemists make elixirs and study the proportions of various substances. This is indeed a professional thing. Death row prisoners will also choose to take a chance in order to have a chance of survival. Your Majesty, it's time for dinner. Would you like something to eat? Wu Zhao raised her eyebrows. Eat 9-turn large intestine? These words made Gao Yang tremble, and he quickly said, Your Majesty, how dare I tease you? If the positions of Wu Zhao and Prince Rong were swapped, he would never dare to do so, because Wu Zhao really had the ability to overturn the table. Wu Zhao smiled and said, I'm not hungry. I am hungry. Wu Xiao. Chapter 105, Strategy for Strengthening the Country, Nationalization of Salt and Iron. Shocking Wu Zhao soon, Gao Tianlong ordered the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal. Duke Dinghua and Minister Gao should also eat together. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng and said something. Thank you very much, Your Majesty, for your grace. They both thanked him, but Gao Yang started showing off directly, which made Gao Feng's lips twitch several times, but he finally endured it. Wu Zhao had no other reaction. She has always known that Gao Yang is different from ordinary ministers, and she is always more tolerant towards Gao Yang. Oh no, there's a fire. Hurry up, there's a fire. At this time, bursts of noises were heard in the mansion. Wu Zhao was suddenly startled and was about to stand up, but Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng were also shocked, but Gao Yang was very calm. Your Majesty, this is normal. Failure is the mother of success. But I still had foresight. Fortunately, I didn't let Your Majesty go. Otherwise, if the fire had burned Your Majesty, who would be responsible? Wu Xiao, Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang. This kid, he even burned his own house, how could you be so calm? Soon, the flames went out, leaving only some thick smoke. Gao Yang seemed to enjoy the food more and more. Gao Tianlong could no longer hold back, and said in a cold tone, Your Majesty, how can you have a meal without someone to liven it up? My dear grandson, I will hold my horse spear and let you have a fight. When Gao Yang heard this, he almost spit out a mouthful of rice. As soon as he saw the coldness on Gao Tianlong's face and his powerful aura, he said, Grandfather, I know I was wrong. Gao Tianlong said to Wu Zhao again, Your Majesty, please don't blame me. I just feel bad for this evil grandson. It is my duty as the Duke of Dinghua to serve the country. Wu Zhao also said, I know the loyalty of Duke Dinghua, but this place is really not good. People coming in and out disturb Duke Dinghua's rest. I will send someone to move it tomorrow. Gao Tianlong immediately bowed his hands. Thank you very much, Your Majesty, for your grace. Then, Wu Zetian said to Gao Yang, Since I am here, I will ask you how the strategy for strengthening the country that I asked you to think of is going. Gao Yang put down his chopsticks and said, I have made up my mind, but are you sure you want to listen, Your Majesty? When Wu Zhao heard this, her eyebrows raised. Since it is a policy for governing the country, why can't I listen to it? Gao Yang saw this and said without hesitation, My first move is to nationalize the salt and iron industry and prohibit private ownership. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwana were shocked, even Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong turned their eyes to Gao Yang. Salt and iron have been extremely profitable since ancient times, and there are extremely complex power struggles behind them. They didn't expect that Gao Yang would point to salt and iron right away. As long as people are alive, they must eat salt. This is related to survival. The same is true for farming. Farming requires iron tools. This is also a rigid need that no ordinary people can avoid. As long as Your Majesty nationalizes the salt and iron industries and prohibits local private ownership, there will naturally be countless more wealth. With money, the imperial court will be strong, and the feudal lords can be reduced step by step. But this move will harm the interests of the people and will compete with them for profit. Wu Zhao's expression changed. She didn't expect Gao Yang to give her a harsh blow right away. Salt and iron are nationalized, curbing the basic needs of the people and making money from them. How is this bad for the people? Wu Zhao did not answer immediately, but asked. Gao Yang smiled faintly. The reason is very simple. Although salt and iron are the basic needs of the people, if private ownership is allowed, competition will be fierce. Whichever company has the lowest price and the best quality will be favored by the people, which will force merchants to improve and lower prices. The court can also collect taxes from them, and all three parties will win. However, if the company is nationalized and a monopoly is created, prices will rise and quality will decline. But if salt is expensive, we can eat less, and ironware can be used for many years. This method of boiling a frog in warm water will harm the interests of the people, but it will make Dacian stronger. For the current Dacian, the essence of a strong country is to exploit the people, because compared to the aristocratic families and wealthy families, the people have the largest base and are the weakest. Your Majesty cannot take action against the vassal kings and noble families for the time being, so you can only start from this aspect. This method may not seem powerful, but it is the most ruthless method used by the imperial court to amass wealth and oppress people, because it includes everyone in Dacian. As long as he lives and wants to survive, he will be taxed by force by Your Majesty. And Your Majesty can lower taxes on the surface, but in reality, the court will make a lot of money because this is a tax collected from every citizen of Dacian invisibly. Buzz, after hearing these words, Wu Zhao couldn't help but clench her fists, and she looked at Gao Yang in shock. Shang Wanwana was also trembling inside. Gao Yang is still the same Gao Yang. When he comes up with a plan, he either doesn't come up with it, or when he does, it's earth-shattering. If Wu Zetian really adopted it, it would definitely cause a huge storm in the entire Dacian, and countless people would have to pay for it. Even hundreds or thousands of years later, the people would not know that they were also being exploited by the court in secret. I have worked for a whole year, and the taxes are obviously not high, but there is no money in a good year, and I can't survive in a natural disaster. Where is my money? In addition to taxes, these invisible taxes are also collected. Wu Zhao didn't say anything, and the whole hall fell into silence. If salt and iron are nationalized and private ownership is prohibited, then there must be countless interests involved behind this. I am afraid that the people will launch a huge resistance, which may lead to riots at the least, or even uprising and rebellion under the instigation of those with ulterior motives. Furthermore, as you said, if there is no competition, the salt and iron smelters will just be idle and eat. What will happen then? Wu Zhao did not object, which showed her attitude, but the price behind this is too high. Shang Wanwaner also looked at Gao Yang. She was also very curious about this question. Gao Feng looked a little embarrassed. He was a vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, but after seeing Gao Yang's proposal, he was at a loss for a moment. Gao Yang's eyes remained unchanged. This is indeed a problem for Dacian, but it is not difficult to solve. Not difficult to solve? Wu Zhao looked curious. Gao Yang took a sip of tea and said, the court only needs to sell, not production, and this situation will be solved. Everyone in the society can boil salt and smelt iron, but they are not allowed to sell them privately. The imperial court will set unified standards for sales. This is called profit sharing. Give some of the profits to salt and iron producers, hand over the production process to the market, and create competition again. This will ease the contradiction and replace production with sales. This situation can be resolved. The words fell. Wu Zhao suddenly understood, but the thought of competing with the people for profit made Wu Zhao feel a little resistant. This time, Gao Yang threw out a trump card. Your Majesty, you don't have many choices left. If I'm not mistaken, it won't take much time for the world to change dramatically. If Dacian cannot grow stronger quickly, it will suffer a devastating blow. After these words were spoken, Wu Zhao and Gao Tianlong were both shocked. Wu Zhao clenched her hands, her eyes trembled, and she asked in shock, you mean, the war is coming? Chapter 106, Food and Land, the Essence of the Dynasty War? When Wu Zhao's voice sounded, the entire hall suddenly became quiet. The eyes of several people were all focused on Gao Yang's face. With endless horror, Gao Feng said decisively, "Son, stop talking nonsense in front of His Majesty." Even Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang with doubt and surprise. It was obvious that these words had stirred up a huge wave of shock in his heart. Gao Yang's expression was very calm. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and suppressed her fear. She looked at Gao Yang and said, "Mr. Gao, this is no small matter. Your words and deeds even affect the direction of the entire Dacian. If you say so, what is your proof?" Gao Yang's expression did not change significantly when he heard this. He had read the history books of Dacian, and the historical process of this strange era was actually not much different from that of his previous life, just more confusing and complicated. What he was going to talk about next was the nature of capital and the nature of dynasty. From the perspective of capital, although he was just guessing, he was 80% sure. "Your Majesty, although this is just a guess, I am 80% sure that the great changes in the world are not a lie." The words 80% sure made Wu Zhao's face even more solemn. She was well aware of Gao Yang's caution, and her 80% confidence was probably only 100%. Take alchemists and witchcraft for example. In ancient times, sacrifice was above everything else, even above the imperial power. Slavery was prevalent at the time, and witches had a transcendent status. It was normal to offer sacrifices to pray to the gods for good weather and good harvests. At that time, the lives of slaves were not even worth as much as cattle and sheep, but now, slavery has turned to dust and witches are hated by everyone. How is this? This sentence suddenly stunned Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong were also stunned, and then began to think about it. Wu Zhao hesitated for a moment and spoke directly. Because of the birth of various schools of thought, people know etiquette and laws, and use morality to restrain behavior. Slavery is against the way of heaven, so it was abolished. As for wizards, they are a group of people who pretend to be gods and deceive the people. Isn't this a normal change for them to fall from the altar? When Wu Zhao's voice sounded, she was even a little confused about what Gao Yang was up to. What does the upcoming war have to do with slavery, which has been abolished for hundreds of years? What does it have to do with wizards? Your Majesty, let me ask you another question. If the world really changes drastically, and Dacian and the Six Kingdoms go to war, wars will involve prisoners. If your Majesty captures 1,000,000 soldiers, how should you deal with them? This one sentence made Wu Zhao's eyes change suddenly again. Gao Tianlong's eyes suddenly became sharper. Gao Yang continued to criticize, "Your Majesty, are you going to place these 1,000,000 captives in batches and infiltrate them into the army? Or, kill them in a pit or bury them alive?" As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er's expressions suddenly changed, and their eyes suddenly looked towards Gao Yang. "That's 1,000,000 prisoners, and they're going to bury them alive." Gao Feng couldn't help but speak out, "Evil son, those are the lives of millions of people, how can you kill them? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will use family rules." Gao Feng had a stern face and a serious expression. If this word were to get out, Gao Yang would be despised by scholars all over the world, but Gao Tianlong remained silent, because he already knew what Gao Yang was going to say, and his deep eyes were full of complexity. After hearing Gao Feng's words, Gao Yang spoke directly, "Since there have been continuous wars for years, the amount of food consumed is already astronomical. Once the war drags on for a long time, even if we win, how will we accommodate tens or even millions of prisoners? If they are placed in the rear, who will be responsible if they unite to rebel? It is even more impossible to return them to the 6 countries. Otherwise, the war will be fought in vain. But how much food do hundreds of thousands of mouths need to eat in a day? Can Dacian afford it? Killing in a pit, burying alive, this is the simplest and most effective method." When Gao Feng heard this, he felt as if he had been hit hard. The question of how much food would be needed to feed hundreds of thousands of mouths in a day made him silent. Although this method is against the harmony of nature, it is indeed the best solution. Wu Zhao also understood what Gao Yang was saying. Whether it was the example of slaves or the captives, he was pointing directly to a core issue of food, land and population. But this is clearly the art of an emperor. How could Gao Yang do that? She had the slave's answer in her heart, but she didn't say it because it involved the way of the emperor. Which school of thought did the old man you met in the mountains belong to? Wu Zhao looked solemn. She dared to conclude that Gao Yang's tricks, whether it was his endless vicious schemes or his words that directly pointed to the emperor's origin, were not simple at all. Gao Yang smiled calmly. "My teacher does not belong to any of the schools of thought. Strictly speaking, he is a self-taught person. The book he left for me is called Das Kapital. Your Majesty can also be called a vassal, a capitalist. Wu Zhao frowned and looked at Gao Yang deeply. Capitalist? At this moment, in her mind, just looking at Gao Yang's current performance, the horror of this capitalist is even more terrifying than that of Confucianism and legalism. The salt and iron were nationalized, sold instead of produced, and taxes were collected invisibly. Such tactics shocked her. Capitalists are so terrifying. Gao Tianlong couldn't sit still anymore. A capitalist was born in his Gao family, Gao Yang continued. My speculations, whether it's the upcoming war, the abolition of slavery, the fall of wizards from their pedestal, or the large number of captives, can all be understood from the perspective of capital. I will tell you one by one, Your Majesty. Wu Zhao looked at Shang Wanwaner and said, no one is allowed to get close within 20 meters. Such capitalist methods and theories can only be used by her. If this gets out, it will be bad. Gao Yang did not keep the topic in suspense and went straight to the point. In fact, the first problem in my mind is the issue of land and food. Just these few words made Wu Zhao's heart suddenly tighten. Gao Yang really understands the art of being an emperor. In ancient times, people's methods of cultivating the land were relatively primitive. They basically cut down trees with knives, burned them on the spot, and used the ashes of the plants as fertilizer for sowing. This primitive method was bound to lead to low efficiency and extremely low yields. Since you don't have enough food, then go and rob. This will lead to war, and there will definitely be prisoners in war. But a new problem has arisen. Although we have seized food and land, the food output is still limited. The royal family and the rich will occupy a large part of it. We simply cannot afford to feed a large number of captives. So from the perspective of capital, that is, the royal family and the rich, the reason for the birth of slaves is that they robbed other people's food and land, but it was too cruel to kill the captives, and they couldn't afford to keep them alive, so they were kind and made the captives slaves who were worse than livestock. Slaves have no human rights and their lives are cheap. They can be used to farm the land, but the food production is too low and there is no need for so many people. The royal families do not regard their lives as their own. Part of the reason for the wizards is because the people are ignorant, and the other part is that under this kind of slavery, this part of the population must be consumed. Later, as farming efficiency improved and food production increased, the royal families were able to support a large population and it was profitable, so slavery was abolished and the status of wizards plummeted. Chapter 107 Population Expansion, Potential Crisis. Gao Yang finished speaking. The whole lobby was shocked, especially Shang Wanwaner and Gao Feng. They stared at Gao Yang with unbelievable expressions. They have never thought about or paid attention to this problem, but now that I think about it, it is indeed true. It is precisely because of the improvement in production efficiency and output that slavery has disappeared in the long river of history. Otherwise, from the perspective of capital, there is no money in keeping these slaves, so their lives are like those of livestock. However, if grain production increases significantly and becomes profitable, their lives will become valuable. They didn't expect that all this would be so blatant from the perspective of capital. In everything, profit comes first, bloody but realistic. Wu Zhao clenched her fists, and a huge wave of fear surged in her heart. Gao Yang's words directly point to the essence of the dynasty. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and continued, in Dacian and even the Seven Kingdoms, the current farming method is basically iron plows and oxen plowing. In comparison, the grain output has increased significantly, and the population is naturally larger. This is the general trend. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes were majestic, suppressing the throbbing in her heart. She said in a deep voice, Gao Yang, but what does food and population have to do with the world war you mentioned? Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao, his eyes became serious. Your Majesty, the relationship between these two is really huge. This involves the nature of the world's dynasties. As I said before, in the beginning, because of the low efficiency of land, slash and burn farming, and low food production, slaves had no human rights, and were even worse than cattle and sheep, and were often sacrificed to the gods. But when the farming method changed to iron plows and oxen, the output increased significantly, slaves became valuable, and a population explosion ensued. This means that there is a decisive relationship between food and population. For example, if we put aside the war and other factors, the population of Dacian is only 5 million. Is it still a big deal if there is a food disaster in Linjiang City or a locust disaster in Guangzhou? Wu Zhao fell silent. She somewhat understood what Gao Yang meant. Gao Yang continued, "This is not a big deal at all, because I have enough land and food in Daqian. But if Daqian has a population of 50 million, this will lead to the current situation. Once a natural disaster occurs, the national treasury will be out of food, and people will die. Even many people will die before the famine ends. This principle should not be difficult to understand." Wu Zhao looked directly into Gao Yang's eyes and said word by word, "Gao Yang, what do you mean? Just tell me. I like to get straight to the point." "I forgive you." Gao Yang smiled. He did not hide anything at the moment, but pointed directly to the essence of the dynasty. "Your Majesty, what I mean is very simple. When there is no technological breakthrough in agriculture, such as changing from the slash-and-burn farming of slavery to the iron plow and ox plowing of the 7 countries today, the total population that can be fed is fixed. If the population is too small, society will be stable, but this will not last long, because as the world becomes more stable, the number of people will increase exponentially. Its speed is even beyond your Majesty's imagination. But what about the land? Leaving Daqian aside, looking at the entire 7 kingdoms, including the barbarians in the west, the western regions and other places, the efficiency of the iron plow and ox plow is constant, and the total grain output is constant. There was enough food for everyone at first. But as each year goes by, the population continues to grow. If the 7 countries kept fighting each other to the death, it would be fine. But in fact, apart from minor frictions, there has not been a war that swept the world. The population is surging, but food production has not increased. This is the general trend. What will happen to the countries scattered under this general trend? Are we going to sit idly by and watch famine break out, or even a mass uprising by refugees to overthrow their rule? How do we solve this problem?" As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao only felt a buzzing in her head, and her face looked extremely ugly. Gao Yang's words gave her a warning. Can the population really grow so fast? She looked at Gao Yang and asked in a deep voice. It's not that Wu Zhao didn't believe it, it's just that this possibility is too frightening. Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wanner with deep eyes. "I've heard that Lord Shangguan is proficient in mathematics. Lord Shangguan should know the answer to this question." Shangguan Wanner had a complicated expression on her face. She couldn't help but look at Gao Yang and said, "Mr. Gao, you are also proficient in mathematics?" She loved mathematics the most in her life. In her mind, mathematics was different from other subjects. If she knew how to do it, she knew it, and if she didn't know it. This was the subject she was most proud of, but her sense of smell was not as good as Gao Yang's. She didn't even think about it. Gao Yang smiled faintly. "Since you are a capitalist, you should know a little bit about mathematics." Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang, and her eyes changed involuntarily. She originally thought that Gao Yang didn't know math. Based on this, could her cooperation with Gao Yang really be 70% and 30%? She became a little uncertain, but this question is not important now. "Wanner, what do you think?" Wu Zhao looked at Shangguan Wanner. Shangguan Wanner is very serious and would never exaggerate the facts. If Shangguan Wanner nods, then this matter will be a huge problem. Seeing this, Shangguan Wanner nodded with a wry smile. "Your Majesty, what Gao Yuanweilong said is true. If there is no war, population is the foundation of a country's strength. The population of each country will expand very quickly, and the larger the base number, the more terrifying the growth rate. That's for sure." Following Shangguan Wanner's words, Wu Zhao's expression was extremely solemn. Combined with what Gao Yang said, the relationship between war and population in war, the answer is obvious. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and said solemnly, "You mean, when the population reaches a certain base number, war will follow?" Chapter 108, Dragon Slaying Technique, Wu Zhao's Terror, Daqian's Crisis. At the word war, everyone's face became solemn. What lies behind this is a pile of bones. This is not a joke. When these words were spoken, not only Shangguan Wanner, but even Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong were extremely surprised. Only Gao Yang looked calm. This law is not difficult. It exists not only in the theory of dynasty cycles in history books, but also in geometric progressions in mathematics. Gao Yang has only mentioned the most obvious point: the rate of population expansion is terrifying. As Lord Shangguan said, as time goes by, the speed of population expansion will definitely exceed the total grain production. From the perspective of each country, if we want to solve this problem or even plan ahead to avoid famine, there is only one way, and that is expansion. If you don't have enough land, then you can rob it from everywhere. Whoever is easy to rob, you can rob it from. One word falls, Wu Zhao looked extremely ugly. At the peak, Gao Tianlong's heart suddenly tightened, and he realized the crux of the problem. This is like an open conspiracy, it is irresistible, it is a truly irreversible trend. If you want to solve it, you can only rob it, Gao Yang continued. The world has been peaceful for too long, and the population has expanded too much. Once a war is launched, there will be two major benefits. The first point is what I just mentioned, plunder. They plunder the population, plunder the land, and plunder all useful resources. More land can feed more people, but there is also a second and crucial point. Gao Yang paused deliberately, his eyes were like a quiet deep pool, extremely deep. Gao Feng and the others focused their eyes on Gao Yang. Gao Yang said word by word, war can also solve the problem of overpopulation. Buzz, following Gao Yang's words, Wu Zhao and Shang Guanwan both showed a look of horror on their faces. Even Gao Tianlong's expression changed drastically. Gao Yang's words were like thunder from the sky, suddenly dispelling the haze in his mind, and like a strong wind, dispelling the dark clouds in his heart. This sentence goes straight to the essence. Gao Yang continued, 100 years ago, heroes from all over the world fought against each other, and in the end only 7 countries remained. Because of that melee, too many people died in the world. In addition, those who were able to fight against hundreds of forces are all heroes and tyrants. Too many people have died at this time, and we can no longer fight. Everyone needs to rest and recuperate. If the country is stable and there is enough land, the population will grow wildly, but there is a limit to this, and that is the limit of the iron plow and ox plowing. Once the population exceeds this limit and continues to double, the people will not be able to get enough food. Add to that natural disasters such as drought and locust plagues, as well as the plunder of corrupt officials, and the people will not be able to survive. They will rebel and cause chaos. Although there have been battles among the 7 nations over the past 100 years, their foundations have not been damaged. This is bound to lead to one thing, which is population expansion, coupled with land annexation, and the aristocratic families annexing land. The best way to divert this contradiction is war. One is to plunder, the other is to ease population pressure. Otherwise, if we continue in the future and encounter a natural disaster, the people will revolt and reshuffle, and the dynasty will be overthrown. This cycle will repeat itself, and almost all dynasties will be unable to escape this law. Following these words, Wu Zhao's expression trembled, and she could no longer remain calm. Dragon slaying technique, this word suddenly popped up in her mind. Although Gao Yang did not elaborate, Wu Zhao was sure that this was the dragon-slaying technique. What the capitalists learned was actually the art of slaying dragons. Gao Tianlong was also shocked that he thought Gao Yang was just talking, but now it seems that Gao Yang really knows how to slay dragons. Then why are you so sure that the world will be in chaos soon? Can you accurately predict the number of people in the world? Wu Zhao seemed to have found a loophole in Gao Yang's words and began to question him. Gao Yang shook his head. Of course I don't have that ability. No one in the world has that ability. But to be precise, the first of the great chaos and the so-called catastrophe that I judge to be the world's annihilation is Dakian. Why? Give me a reason. An extremely strong imperial aura burst out from Wu Zhao's body and rushed towards Gao Yang. If an ordinary person faced this terrifying aura, he would probably be scared to pee his pants, but Gao Yang remained calm. He just said calmly, the reason is very simple, because Your Majesty is the Empress. Your Majesty is the only female emperor in 100 or 1,000 years. If Your Majesty was born in a unified and powerful dynasty, this would not be a big deal. But Your Majesty was born during the turbulent years when the 7 kingdoms were fighting for supremacy. This is a big problem. Wu Zhao's heart tightened and her face suddenly turned ugly. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong's faces changed drastically. Gao Feng even scolded, "You bastard, don't talk nonsense." This could be said to be Wu Zhao's Achilles heel, but Gao Yang managed to uncover it. But Wu Zhao reached out to stop Gao Feng. "Mr. Gao, please continue. Not only are you innocent, you also have a reward. If you were the king of the 6 kingdoms, when would you attack?" Gao Yang said directly, "If I were the king of the 6 countries, the sooner the better." Because from the perspective of capital, firstly, the domestic conflicts of various countries need to be diverted, and secondly, the new emperor ascended the throne, and the government is unstable. What's more, your majesty ascended the throne as a woman, which is bound to make the princes of the world dissatisfied. Your majesty wants to reduce the power of the feudal lords, but they also hope that your majesty will die and the great Qian will be in chaos, because only in this way will they have the opportunity to conquer the world. So, now is the best opportunity to take action. As for why it is Dacian, the reason is very simple, because from the perspective of human nature, people will pick on the weak. Otherwise, once your majesty stabilizes the government and successfully reduces the power of the feudal lords, it will be disadvantageous to them. A few words fell out. Wu Zhao's face changed drastically, even his hands were a little unsteady. Gao Yang comforted him. Your majesty, don't worry too much. I am just speculating, it may not happen. Just treat it as a rebellious remark and listen to it casually. Besides, my Dacian Chang'an has countless strong passes along the way, and there are many soldiers and generals. Even if a war breaks out, there is no need to worry. This won't cause much trouble. Wu Zhao looked straight at Gao Yang and said faintly, I wasn't panicking at first, but after what you said, I admit, I was a little panicked. Chapter 109. Even the King of Hell said it was a very vicious plot, and Wu Zhao's scalp was tingling. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang, her vigilance reaching the highest level. Gao Yang showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. He touched his nose and said, I shouldn't be a reverse indicator. After all, as for war, we can only say that Dacian is a good time now, but looking at the specifics, food and grass, as well as the will of the kings of the 6 countries, it is hard to say. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao took a deep breath. Except for the king of Zhao, the other 5 countries are not mediocre. Gao Yang, he opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but Wu Zhao stretched out her slender hand to stop Gao Yang. I am already alert to your speculation. There is no need to say the rest. The more you explain, the more uneasy I will feel. Wu Zhao only felt her heart beating faster, which was a very bad premonition for her. Gao Tianlong also nodded and said, I have a bad feeling in my heart. If I hear this again, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Gao Yang, Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang, I want to know the fastest way to make Dacian powerful. Gao Yang, do you have any idea? When this question came up, Gao Yang didn't think about it at all. Since your majesty has asked, I naturally have a solution. I have 2 brilliant ideas in mind that can make Dacian the overlord of the 7 kingdoms and help your majesty achieve great success. Wu Zhao originally just asked casually to change the previous topic, but she didn't expect that Gao Yang actually had the method to make the country strong. Moreover, these are 2 strategies for making the country strong. For this capitalist, is governing a country as easy as drinking water? Wu Zhao was secretly shocked. Tell me about it. If you can give me a good plan, I will give you a generous reward, taking into account your previous stab in my face. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang's face. Very seriously, Gao Yang's eyes lit up, but he said again, Your Majesty, the strategy of mine to strengthen the country is very vicious. If your majesty wants to use it, you must not say that I offered this strategy. Otherwise, I will die sooner or later, so I might as well just run into a wall and die, so as not to implicate the Duke Dingguo's mansion. Your Majesty, will you agree to my request? As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao's expression suddenly became solemn. Based on her understanding of Gao Yang, if Gao Yang didn't say that this plan was vicious, then the plan would generally be somewhat vicious. If he said that this plan was slightly vicious, then it would definitely be against the harmony of heaven, like the King of Hell being in the world, such as using smallpox to attack the city walls, cutting off the water flow, and causing drought in Yan and Chu states, all of which are against the harmony of nature and extremely vicious. But now, she has unlocked the highest level of Gao Yang. This plan is extremely vicious. He even said that this was Gao Yang's strategy, he might as well just run into a wall and die. Wu Zhao couldn't sit still any longer. Shangguan Wana was also shocked. What kind of vicious plan was this to make the country strong that even the King of Hell would find vicious? Shangguan Wana was holding her breath and was extremely nervous. Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng also looked serious. This plan even implicated the entire Dingguo mansion. I promise you that I will not reveal a single word of what I said today. If you use this trick, I will not say it was you who said it. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and made a promise. Gao Yang felt relieved. He took a sip of tea, sorted out his thoughts, and spoke directly. In my mind, the laws of the world, whether human or beast, are all driven by fame and fortune. As the saying goes, the world is bustling with people, all for profit. If your majesty wants to make Dakian strong and destroy the six kingdoms, the key lies in the people. The battlefield is like a meat grinder, 9 out of 10 people will die. The people are unwilling to fight for Dakian. When they go to the battlefield, they are afraid of fighting, cowardly, and avoid fighting. They have no fighting power. If we can mobilize the enthusiasm of the people of Dakian to fight, we will have a fierce army that can sweep across the 6 countries. Gao Yang's calm voice sounded, but before Wu Zhao could speak, Gao Tianlong's voice suddenly sounded. Even ants try to survive, let alone humans. You have never seen the cruelty of the battlefield, and you don't know it. Under such horrific killing and fear, it is a miracle that the soldiers don't flee. It is even more difficult to inspire the morale of the soldiers. Not to mention the people actively advocating war. How do you make the people of Dakian overcome their fears? Gao Tianlong's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a questioning voice sounded instantly. Those who have never been to the battlefield will never know the cruelty of war. When compatriots fall one by one and when dense rain of arrows comes, the fear will penetrate deep into the bone marrow and one will want to escape. Duke Dinghua's words make sense. It is as difficult as climbing to heaven to get the people to fight and overcome the fear in human nature. Wu Zhao also spoke up. Yao Yang's face was calm. He just looked at Gao Tianlong and said, "My grandson has never been to the battlefield, so he doesn't see the cruelty of the battlefield as thoroughly as grandfather does, but grandfather's grasp of human nature is not as good as mine." In fact, for ordinary people, what they fear most is not death, but poverty. Use greed to counter fear, and this situation can be broken. One word falls at Gao Tianlong clenched his fists suddenly. Poverty? Gao Tianlong repeated and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang continued, "For the common people, they are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of working hard day after day but not having enough to eat. They are afraid that they will have no future and their descendants will always have to face the earth and the sky for the rest of their lives. Compared to death, they are more afraid of this hopeless life that is so predictable." Gao Yang looked towards Wu Zhao. His face was calm, and the lowest level of people in Dakian seemed to appear in his eyes. But the Dakian aristocratic families and vassal kings are entrenched, and the local and court officials are in collusion. Even your majesty can only issue an edict to select talents. For the common people, especially the lower class people whose books are blocked, their fate is determined from birth. It was the same cry, but the fate was completely different. I was born in the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, and I have never had to worry about food and drink. Many of the rich and powerful people in Chang'an can also inherit titles and property based on their ancestors' merits. These are things that even the most basic people in Dakian cannot achieve in their lifetime. And they are powerless to change. They have to work from the moment they open their eyes in the day until the sun sets, day after day, year after year, until they are exhausted and can't even fill their stomachs. How can they talk about governing the country and bringing peace to the world? But if your majesty reforms the law and tears a hole in the people's heads, breaking all this, the people will have hope. They will have the opportunity to change their own destiny and even their family's destiny, and then death will not be a thing to fear. Gao Yang finished speaking and the entire lobby suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Gao Yang's words were like a storm in their hearts. Wu Zhao's heart was filled with shock, considering Gao Yang's words about mobilizing the people's enthusiasm for fighting. In these remarks, she already knew what Gao Yang meant. You want to combine the war with the fate of the people? Wu Zhao asked word by word. Gao Yang took a deep breath, looked into Wu Zhao's eyes and said, "Your Majesty is right. In today's world, the 7 countries are balancing each other. If you want to destroy the other 6 countries, the fastest and most effective way is to use the military merit system. Your Majesty, you can establish a 20-level military merit system, treating the children of noble families and the common people equally, with military merit being the most important. At the same time, each level has different privileges. The title can earn you money, exempt you from corvée labor, and atone for your crimes. As long as you fight bravely and kill many enemies, you can be promoted, and even become the highest official in the country. This way, ordinary people will have more ways to advance, break the blockade, and have the opportunity to change their fate. Then, a few more ordinary people can become famous generals through military merit, successfully change their fate, and be worshipped by the people. In this way, the people of Dakian will be like a group of tigers and wolves, bravely killing the enemy. Chapter 110, Poverty is more terrible than death. Deathly shocked, the announcement of the 20 levels of military merit system immediately caused a storm in Wu Zhao's heart. If Gao Yang's plan were to go according to plan, there would be a storm throughout Dakian, and no one, from the officials in the court to the common people, would be able to avoid it. This is a new revolution. But it is also clear that once the system of military merit and nobility is introduced, ordinary people will have the opportunity to be promoted and change their destiny. They will definitely fight bravely and regard the heads of their enemies as silver in titles. Wu Zhao couldn't even imagine what kind of combat power this would unleash. Wu Zhao turned her gaze towards Gao Tianlong and asked, Duke Dinghua, do you think Gao Yuanweilong's plan is effective? Gao Tianlong was silent for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, if it is true as my evil grandson said, the military merit system will be born, and the people will definitely go crazy for it, and their fighting power will at least increase several times. But this plan will definitely lead to the killing of innocent people for the sake of merit. I'm afraid there will be countless more killings. Wu Zhao asked, killing innocent people for the sake of merit, is there any way to curb it? Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and Gao Tianlong and shook his head, no plan is perfect. Greed will lead to killing innocent people for the sake of merit. But as long as we set up military supervision, at most hundreds of thousands or even millions of people will die. Gao Yang's voice was calm, but it scared Shangguan Wan'er. Tens of millions of people, just brushed aside like that. Shangguan Wan'er looked at Gao Yang as if he were a devil. Once this plan is put into practice, with heads counted as military merit, when the military merit is calculated, it will surely be a purgatory scene, extremely bloody. This plan is indeed vicious. There are countless lives involved, it's like purgatory, and it will also affect the interests of many parties. No wonder you want me to keep it secret. But this is indeed in line with the national conditions of Dakian and can help me unify the world. Wu Zhao nodded and began to think about it, but Gao Yang shook his head and said, Your Majesty, I haven't finished speaking. Although this 20-level military merit system is vicious, it is nothing, and I am not afraid of it. In my eyes, all prisoners can be used as military rations. A few more deaths are nothing at all. The second half of this strategy to strengthen the country is the most vicious part. Gao Yang looked solemn after hearing these words. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er both showed expressions of disbelief. Isn't this plan vicious? Once this system of military merit and rank was introduced, the entire Dakian was reshuffled, and even the 6 nations suffered heavy casualties. The person who proposed this plan was bound to be controversial, but Gao Yang said that this was not the worst part. Evil son, be careful with your words and actions. Gao Feng was also a little scared. Fearing that Gao Yang would say something shocking, Gao Yang directly ignored Gao Feng and continued, if we want Dakian to be strong, it is not enough to have a system of military merit and nobility, we must also have supporting means. After all, Dakian is not strong, how can it start wars? Wu Zhao also realized the crux of the problem. The 20-level nobility system was not enough, and Dakian needed to be stronger. Go on. The lower part of the subject is also known as the 5 arts of controlling the people. It was just one word, but it was so sinister that it made people gasp. What are the 5 techniques for controlling people? Wu Zhao looked straight at Gao Yang. To put it simply, if your Majesty wants Dakian to become powerful in a short period of time, like a war machine, then you need to exploit the people. I call him weak, poor, tired, humiliated, and stupid. Just these 2 words made Wu Zhao's eyes full of disbelief. If Wu Zhao was not sure before, she was now sure enough that Gao Yang's capitalist method was the dragon-slaying technique. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong also clenched their fists, with endless fear in their hearts. No wonder Gao Yang said that this plan must not be leaked, otherwise he would surely die, and even the entire Duke Dinghua's mansion would be affected. Whoever says this will die. Gao Yang's face was calm. There are 2 opposing viewpoints in the capital that I studied, which correspond to my 2 strategies. The first one is the 5 arts of controlling the people. If your Majesty wants to maintain political stability, you must collect all the weapons in the world in Chang'an and reduce the resistance of the people of Dakian. The way to strengthen a country is to weaken the people. Secondly, from the perspective of human nature, laziness and enjoyment are human nature. If there is surplus food at home, then there will be leisure in the new year. Your Majesty needs to emphasize agriculture and suppress commerce, but you must also control taxes, or even increase them, so that most of the people in Dakian can barely survive. Secondly, among all the schools of thought in Dakian, the legalists should be given more importance to govern the country with the rule of law. The legalists have a view that when the people are farming, they should not listen to nonsense, talk nonsense, or whisper to each other. It's like a donkey pulling a millstone, and people will cover the donkey's eyes. This moment Gao Feng staggered, became unsteady, and almost fell to the ground. He looked at Gao Yang blankly. If this is the case, then aren't humans even worse than donkeys? Gao Tianlong looked over. Gao Feng hurriedly said, I've been standing for too long, my legs are a little numb. Gao Tianlong was silent for a moment and said, help me up, my legs are a little numb. Gao Feng hurried forward and supported Gao Tianlong. Gao Tianlong had a complicated expression. This evil boy was crazy today. How could he dare to say anything? As for the last 2 points, I will not elaborate, but with your Majesty's intelligence, you will naturally know what I mean. Wu Zhao clenched her fists. There were only 2 thoughts left in her mind. Officials will be respected when the people are humiliated. Only when the people are endlessly humiliated and even livestock are thin, they will be severely punished. This will lead to better governance, but what terrified Wu Zhao the most was the last one. The key to being an emperor and governing a country lies in land. If we can make the people turn to the land and agriculture develop vigorously, the country will be prosperous and strong. The people should be ignorant, not interested in learning, and concentrate on farming. This is the foundation of Dakian's strength. This is the essence of rule and the foundation of any agricultural dynasty. But even Wu Zhao found these contents cruel and bloody. This is far more cruel than the bloodbath caused by the military merit system. Shangguan Wanner's legs also went weak and she almost fell to the ground. It was not until this moment that Shangguan Wanner realized the horror of capitalists. The knowledge of various schools of thought was nothing in front of capitalists. Gao Yang's 5 rules are far more severe than the Sultan Iron Monopoly, but whoever dares to raise this issue will have to die when Dakian becomes rich and strong. He wants to quell the public anger. Gao Feng's eyes went dark and he almost fell over it. Gao Tianlong no longer thought about his reputation after death. With the 20-level military merit system and the 5 techniques of controlling the people, Dakian will quickly become powerful. By then, the vassal kings of the world will be nothing, and the 6 countries will also submit to your Majesty. Cui Zhuanyuan is devoted to the country and is passionate. As the champion, and the Cui family is a famous family in the world, it is not bad that your Majesty instructed him to propose it. If Cui Zhuanyuan refuses to obey, it means he is unwilling to serve Dakian. Your Majesty must be cautious. Song Li of the Song family is the Minister of Rights, a second-rank official. It is reasonable for him to propose these strategies to strengthen the country. If it really doesn't work, Imperial Censor Yan Zhang is upright and incorruptible. Your Majesty only needs to give a hint. I believe that for the sake of Dakian, even if Dr. Yin is torn into pieces by 5 horses and has no place to be buried, he will feel extremely honored. Gao Yang said suggestively with a hint of smile on his face. Chapter 110. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. There is something wrong with this evil boy. Cui family. Cui Xinghao was reading and studying when he suddenly felt his nose itching. Achoo. He sneezed and rubbed his nose. Strange, it's a bright day. Why do I feel a chill all over my body? Cui Xing had glanced at the bright sun outside with a strange look on his face. This is not an isolated case. Song family. Song Li also sneezed violently. Song Qingqing hurriedly asked with concern, Dad, do you have a cold? Song Li shook his head. It's okay. I probably caught a cold last night. Compared with these 2 people, Yan Zhang was sneezing wildly. He looked up at the blazing sun with his resolute eyes, and couldn't help but ask, how dare you? Who is thinking about me? There is no one in the house, but why do I feel like I have a thorn in my back? Duke of Zhonghua. I in the lobby. A breeze blew, breaking the silence. If I remember correctly, Cui Zhuanyuan and Yan Yushir have a grudge against you, and the daughter of the Song family came to cancel the engagement. These people are considered your enemies, right? Gao Yang said sternly, Your Majesty, this is wrong. I am not the kind of person who would take revenge for any slight. I just understand the character of these people and admire their ambition to serve the country. Therefore, I specially recommend it to your Majesty. Gao Yang was so righteous that Wu Zhao almost believed him, but she also knew Gao Yang's character, so she didn't care about it. Instead, she started thinking about it. There is no doubt about Gao Yang's ability. She is of great use, so it is impossible for her to take the blame. As an empress, she cannot commit suicide to thank the world and calm the people's anger. There must be someone to take the blame. These three people are worth considering, and you can even do Gao Yang a favor. Good. I will think about it carefully. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong widened their eyes. They didn't expect that the empress would actually agree. The smile on Gao Yang's face became even more intense. This empress is really good. But I must say one thing. At present, the 7 kingdoms in Dacian are in a tripartite alliance. This is indeed the best strategy for strengthening the country. However, this strategy also has its shortcomings, and I do not recommend it. He can certainly help your majesty conquer the 6 kingdoms and make Dacian stronger than ever before, but the disadvantage is that under this model, Dacian will not last long. Once a tyrant ruler is born in the next few generations, the remnants of the 6 kingdoms and the people under oppression will set off a vigorous uprising. Dacian is in danger of extinction. When Gao Yang said this, he immediately thought of Qin Shang. With Qin Shang sitting beside him, Gao Yang was not at all panicked. Even though they might just have the same name, some people have a great sense of security just from their name. Destroyed country? Wu Zhao's face changed. Gao Yang nodded. Yes, this model is similar to squeezing out the potential of Dacian to help your majesty achieve hegemony. Once the 6 countries are destroyed, a large number of titles and salaries will be troublesome. Let alone the way to govern the people. If you use strong pressure, there will definitely be backlash, because your majesty cannot guarantee that the next few generations will be wise rulers like your majesty, or incompetent rulers. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang, and she had to say that what Gao Yang said made sense. Under heavy pressure, people will inevitably feel resentful. Furthermore, the side effects of destroying the 6 kingdoms through the system of military merit and titles were also very serious. If the kings of later generations were wise, they would be able to suppress it, but if the ruler is incompetent, there will be a real catastrophe. This was a difficult choice for her. What about the second strategy to strengthen the country? Wu Zhao thought of Gao Yang's 2 opposing viewpoints in capital, and the second strategy for strengthening the country. Gao Yang smiled and said, compared to the first quick and clever plan, I prefer the second one. The second is to put people first, strengthen the economy, allow business and agriculture to coexist, and the people in Dacian will become prosperous together. Dacian will allow the people to live and work in peace and contentment, and the people will then give back to Dacian, making technology the primary productive force. So-called technology is like gunpowder. If technology can be far ahead, it will surely crush the 6 countries. I also have many other clever plans, such as the plan of exterminating families, biological invasion, moral plan, and monetary plan, which are enough to make the 6 countries drink a pot. As for which one to use, I dare not speak rashly. For the first plan, Your Majesty, please do not mention my name. But for the second plan, people are the most important. If Your Majesty uses it, I will take the responsibility and dare to be the first in the world. Wu Zhao took another look at Gao Yang, and this calculation hit her in the face, but there was also a smile on her face. People-oriented, a strong economy and a strong science and technology. She almost forgot the gunpowder. If it is true as Gao Yang said, Dacian can really adopt the second strategy to become a strong country, and it will be more sustainable. How much more have you learned about gunpowder and soap? After Wu Zhao pondered for a moment, she couldn't help but ask. Gao Yang smiled and said, whether it's economics, military affairs, or even agriculture, I know a little bit about it. It's just that what I learned from the paper is not enough. I need to do more experiments. You also know agriculture? Wu Zhao's face was filled with shock. Food has been the foundation since ancient times. If Gao Yang can make a breakthrough in this area, it will definitely be a great contribution, Gao Yang said modestly, just a little bit. Wu Zhao didn't believe this at all. She just looked at Gao Yang deeply. Not long after, Wu Zhao took Shang Wanwan away. She needs to think carefully about Gao Yang's words. After Wu Zhao left, Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong said almost in unison, evil son. Evil grandson. When Gao Tianlong heard Gao Feng's voice, his cloudy eyes suddenly looked at Gao Feng. Gao Feng instantly became timid and forced a smile on his face. Father, you go first. Gao Tianlong left with a wave of his sleeves, leaving only a voice behind, "Come with me." Gao Yang touched his nose and could only follow Gao Feng under his cold gaze. After walking around the corridor, Gao Yang followed Gao Tianlong into the back house. Gao Tianlong pushed open the door and suddenly turned back to stare at Gao Yang. He said nothing, but he was very intimidating. This look made Gao Yang feel frightened, and he knew that Gao Tianlong must be very angry. After all, what he said today was too shocking. Whether it is the nature of the dynasty, the dragon-slaying technique, or the subsequent strategy for becoming a strong country, none of them are simple, but he also thought of excuses to explain these problems. Gao Tianlong's eyes were sharp, as if he could see through Gao Yang, and he knew in his heart that Gao Yang was very cautious. He would not be unaware of the danger of saying this, and it also has nothing to do with the poison master's self interest. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. So what exactly caused Gao Yang to behave so abnormally? There is only one truth. When Gao Yang was getting a little impatient and wanted to explain something on his own, Gao Tianlong spoke. Just the first sentence made him dumbfounded. "Tell me, how much has Prince Rong's mansion embezzled?" Chapter 111. Gao Yang's revelation shows that the emperor's heart is unpredictable. In the room, Gao Tianlong's cold voice was like a sonic boom, and Gao Yang's eyes widened in an instant. Gao Yang had never expected these words. Logically speaking, shouldn't Gao Tianlong be asking about dragon-slaying techniques and how to govern the country? As a result, Gao Tianlong suspected the money in Prince Rong's mansion from the first sentence. This is totally unreasonable. Gao Yang's eyes changed, and he asked carefully, "Grandfather, why are you asking this for no reason?" If Gao Tianlong had only doubts in his heart before, now he saw the expression on Gao Yang's face and heard these words. Gao Tianlong was almost 100% sure. "Greedy, and I took a lot." Gao Tianlong looked cold, staring directly at Gao Yang, and said, "Today, your words to His Majesty were full of the 4 words of governing the country and strengthening the country. But I think carefully and speculate left and right. Now I can tell that you are full of empty talk. To use the words of you capitalists, your whole article is just empty talk. I was wondering why. It's because you feel guilty, because you are leaving yourself a way out. Combined with what happened recently, the only possibility is that you raided Prince Rong's house and took a lot. You're afraid that the Empress will find out, so you're trying your best to show off your abilities." As soon as Gao Tianlong said this, Gao Yang had to admit that old Ginger is indeed wiser. In Gao Tianlong's eyes, his thoughts were clear as day. Seeing this, Gao Yang could only confess honestly, Prince Rong's mansion, including silver and gold ingots, as well as various calligraphy and paintings, jade, has a total value of 1,597,803 taels. 1,597,803 taels. That's so much? Gao Tianlong's eyes were moved. It was obvious that he had not expected this number, but then, his sharp eyes looked at Gao Yang. "How much did you take from it?" Gao Yang looked at Gao Tianlong, coughed twice and said, "It's not much, my grandson," and Commanderly rounded it off with a 0. Gao Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. The two of them took more than 7,000 taels, which is not much. His Majesty is not an emperor who can tolerate no grain of sand in his eyes. Even if he knew, he would turn a blind eye. But Gao Tianlong thought about it and felt something was wrong. Gao Yang dared to hint to Du Jiang in front of Shangguan Wan'er, just a few thousand taels, but you need both the dragon-slaying technique and the strategy for governing the country? You wiped more than 70,000 taels? Gao Tianlong was shocked. Gao Yang's scalp tingled, and he slowly stretched out a finger. "My grandson didn't wipe the 7,000 taels, nor the more than 70,000 taels, but the one in front." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Tianlong's breathing suddenly became disordered, his eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You evil grandson, are you going to take away 1,000,000 taels?" Gao Tianlong almost vomited blood. He realized something was wrong at that time and sent Gao Feng to search him. If anything was found on his body, it would be a small problem. If you can't find it, then that's a big problem, but he didn't expect that Gao Yang actually took out 1,000,000 taels. "You and Commander Li in the palace, 500,000 taels each?" Gao Tianlong paced back and forth in the room, and finally looked at Gao Yang and asked. Gao Yang nodded to this. Gao Tianlong gritted his teeth and said, "I have fought battles all my life, but in the end, I still haven't wiped out as many as you. Where's the silver?" Commander Li gave the child a small courtyard, in the courtyard field at the east end of Chang'an, where all the silver, money, calligraphy and paintings were buried. Gao Tianlong took several deep breaths before he managed to calm down. Give me a reason, otherwise. Gao Tianlong didn't say the next word, but his eyes fell on the stick in the corner. Gao Yang's mouth twitched, and he sighed. My grandson originally wanted to just try a little and get a few thousand taels to create a weakness for the Empress to be greedy for money, but my grandson never expected that the Commander Li Long sent by the Empress had not been greedy for many years, just for this opportunity. It all depended on one thought. If I didn't take it, cutting off someone's financial resources would be like killing his parents. Either my grandson would kill Commander Li, or Commander Li would kill my grandson. If you take it, these 500,000 taels will give your grandson and even the entire Duke Dinghua's mansion an extra way out. But this matter is indeed a trouble. Gao Tianlong was silent. Everything is clear now. Today's dragon slaying techniques and state governance strategies are all designed to cover up the 500,000 taels, but Gao Tianlong thought of a deeper reason. After a long while, he finally said, "Are you on guard against the Empress?" This remark immediately silenced Gao Yang, but he nodded quickly. Risk and profit are directly proportional. The soap business is all under the Empress's nose. My grandson can collect a portion of it through some means, but I can't hide it from the Empress. If you want to take it, the difference between tens of thousands of taels and hundreds of thousands of taels is not that big. Besides, my grandson is learning to be a capitalist. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. 590,000 silver taels, Your Majesty will not think too much about it, and there is no reason to conduct a thorough investigation. As the saying goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog prospers. Of the 3 strategies I gave to grandfather last time, the first strategy, the golden mean, was too risky. So the second strategy was to attack the Empress, and there was still the third strategy. It's not easy to attack the Empress. I'm not sure about this, so I can only make some preparations for the third strategy. Gao Yang's meaning is obvious. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang for a long time, and finally said in a deep voice, "The doctrine of the mean is not a bad idea. Why do we have to go to extremes?" Gao Yang shook his head. His face suddenly calmed down. "Grandfather, although it seems like I have a choice, I actually don't have any choice anymore. Since Prince Rong secretly planned, my grandson has unveiled the imperial edict to seek talents. Only in this way can he be employed by the Empress. In addition to Prince Rong, a major danger will be resolved. The 7 kingdoms will soon undergo a major change. My grandson cannot escape and can only follow the Empress's footsteps. But serving the Emperor is like serving a tiger. The current Empress is definitely not a good person. My grandson was able to get rid of Prince Rong, partly because Prince Rong was arrogant and had a rebellious heart, and partly because the Empress was ruthless enough. She already possesses the characteristics of an emperor who will be unrivaled throughout the ages. Under the original 9-turn large intestine, Prince Rong never thought that the Empress would take action. Although it was the grandson who proposed the plan, it doesn't matter if the grandson is not a good person, but the emperor is not a good person, which is more terrifying. Gao Tianlong remained silent, but he had been in the court for a long time, so he understood what Gao Yang meant. Since ancient times, how many people who used vicious schemes could have a good ending, but he couldn't bear to let his grandson sit and wait for death, or even be torn into pieces by 5 horses and have his entire family executed. He wants to take his life into his own hands. Amid this worry, Li Long happened to be a talented person, and on a whim, he took 500,000 taels of silver. Therefore, with gunpowder, as well as today in the words of the Empress, these 2 strategies for becoming a strong country, no matter which one, cannot be separated from Gao Yang. This is the greatest reliance, especially the second one. He must rely on his grandson, but in this way, the so-called golden mean is impossible. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang with complicated eyes. This kind of political tactics and fallback plan makes one almost invincible and leaves oneself with plenty of time. His grandson is no simple matter. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he continued, "If you don't take the 500,000 taels, once the Empress changes her attitude, she will kill your grandson like killing chickens and dogs. If I take 500,000 taels, under the conflict of interests, Li Long and my grandson will rise and fall together. Even if the truth is revealed, Your Majesty will not turn against me because my grandson is needed for my current dragon-slaying skills, state governance, military affairs, and agriculture. If the Empress has no intention of killing her grandson, then she is a capable minister who can govern the country. But if the Empress wants to destroy the rabbit and let the running dog prosper, she will destroy the bridge after crossing the river." Gao Yang raised his head, paused, and then said very seriously, The dragon slaying technique can be sold to the emperor to achieve great success, but it can also slay dragons. Chapter 112. In terms of scheming, I am not as good as you, and in terms of feelings, you are not as good as me. Soon as these words were spoken, a strong wind suddenly blew up outside the room, and in an instant sand and stones flew everywhere, blowing up the fallen leaves and dust on the ground. Above the 9 heavens, lightning snakes are roaming and rumbling. The door was suddenly blown open, and Gao Yang's robe was rustling. Gao Tianlong looked up in horror, but all he could see was Gao Yang's handsome, calm face. The dragon slaying technique can certainly be sold to the emperor's family, but it can also slay dragons. It goes without saying who this massacre is targeting, but if these words were to get out, it would be enough to destroy the entire Dingbo mansion. If grandfather feels that his grandson is a traitor, he can sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice and disclose the 500,000 taels of silver to His Majesty in public. My grandson won't have any complaints. Gao Yang's face was full of seriousness. The Duke Dingbo's mansion gave him the warmth he didn't have in his previous life. Although he had an evil father, it did not stop him from liking this family. Dai in the Golden Palace, Gao Feng was willing to use the title deed of the Duke Dingbo's mansion to guarantee his locust killing skills. When he was about to have a heart attack, facing the powerful Prince Rong, Gao Tianlong came in person to serve as his backer. Although he didn't say it, he remembered it clearly in his heart. A real man is born between heaven and earth. He should repay kindness with kindness, take revenge with revenge, betray his enemies and protect his family. This is his principle in life. If the empress raises the butcher knife, many people will die as a result. This is something Gao Yang will never accept. The heart of the emperor is unpredictable, which is why Gao Yang moved 500,000 taels of silver. With this money, he can also secretly short Zhao Gao and make huge profits. Gao Tianlong looked at the grandson in front of him. The strong wind was still blowing outside the window, and it seemed that it was going to ravage the entire Dakian. He could clearly see the subtle expressions on Gao Yang's face. That's fearlessness, that is a kind of contempt for imperial power. Now, Gao Yang has put the choice in his hands. Gao Tianlong took a deep breath and suppressed all the thoughts in his mind. Although he had 3 sons, they were all of average talent. When Gao Yang was naughty, he would stand in the small courtyard late every night, look up at the sky and sigh. After his death, where will the Dingbo mansion go? But Gao Yang appeared, and the black unicorn is still a unicorn. As a result, Gao Yang learned to be a capitalist and learned the art of slaying dragons, which posed a huge problem for him. Gao Tianlong has been loyal all his life and risked his life for Dakian, but suddenly, he smiled. It won't be that bad. Gao Tianlong spoke. This made Gao Yang puzzled. Why is grandfather so confident? He has studied psychology, but he doesn't dare to control an emperor like Wu Zhao, let alone Gao Tianlong. Because I believe that you will take down the empress, and she will not kill all the meritorious officials. If any one of these 2 things happens, then the rest won't happen. Gao Yang looked stunned. It is hard to say whether Wu Zetian killed the meritorious officials or not. After all, everyone has their own judgment, but how did Gao Tianlong figure out how to take down the empress? May I ask, grandfather, where did this first one come from? Gao Yang asked curiously. At the same time, the tense atmosphere in the room was suddenly dispersed. Gao Tianlong stroked his beard and said, because you are handsome enough. Hiss. Gao Yang took a breath of cold air instantly, then nodded very seriously and said, grandfather is worthy of being the #1 chessmaster in Dakian. His insight and observation skills make me admire him. Gao Tianlong laughed and said, I haven't finished what I want to say yet, and it's because you are shameless and vicious enough. You are different from all the talented people in the 7 kingdoms. Gao Yang's mouth twitched for a moment. He couldn't tell whether Gao Tianlong was praising him or scolding him. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. There are many handsome and talented people among the officials of Dakian, and there are countless people who visit the Rouge Pavilion. But why is it that only you visit the brothel and the empress cares about it? Not to mention the 9-turn large intestine. The empress is busy with all sorts of things. Would she go and watch it in person? This means that even though the empress doesn't like you, she subconsciously has a good impression of you. Moreover, being shameless, thick-skinned, and bold can arouse a woman's curiosity, which are her killer weapons. Young man, only your poisonous schemes, your capital, and your gunpowder can stir the empress's emotions and make her feel mysterious. No one else can do this. You know, curiosity is the first step to falling. Gao Yang's eyes widened when he heard this. He looked at Gao Tianlong in shock and said, grandfather, you seem to understand a lot. Gao Tianlong laughed loudly. when it comes to vicious schemes in human nature, I am not as good as you, but when it comes to emotions and the political situation, 10 of you are not as good as me." His eyes flashed with a piercing light. "As you said, because your majesty is the empress, the princes of the world are dissatisfied, and the 6 countries may take this opportunity to send troops to attack. But don't forget, if a woman becomes the emperor, there will be another problem. In 5 years, or even 10 years, what will happen to the position of the crown prince of Dacian?" As soon as these words came out, they swept through Gao Yang's brain like a storm, but he looked at Gao Tianlong, who had a confident look on his face. "Will your majesty return the conquered empire to your uncles and brothers, or leave it to your descendants?" "If I leave it to my own descendants and adopt them with the surname Wu, the child's father's family must be able to suppress the princes and civil and military officials of the world. You have the most vicious schemes, plus the reasons I mentioned. You should be the first choice of His Majesty. Once you have a child, there is no need to kill them all." When these words were heard, Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up with this. He overlooked. "According to this, it is very likely that he got the empress pregnant. Sure enough, old ginger is still spicy. But you can prepare an extra way, that's fine. If it doesn't work, I'll just die a few years earlier. After I die, I won't care about the floods. But there is still a loophole in this matter of Prince Rong's mansion, that is, Prince Rong is not dead yet." Gao Tianlong had a cold expression on his face. Gao Yang said, "Your Majesty is using Prince Rong to fish, but the remnants of Chang'an have not yet taken action, and the Minister of Justice Lei Yun does not know whether he is loyal or treacherous. Your Majesty is still waiting. Otherwise, Prince Rong will be forced to commit suicide in prison, and this matter will be over." Gao Tianlong looked at her dimly, and said calmly, "Do you have any idea?" Gao Yang said calmly, "My grandson has already made a report. Your Majesty will deliberately reveal the Minister of Justice Lei Yun in the next few days to force Prince Rong to death. Let my grandson and Lord Shangguan go to the prison to test him, and we will know his loyalty and treachery. In 5 days at most, Prince Rong will be dead." A look of satisfaction appeared on Gao Tianlong's face. He said, "It's good that you know this, but you are too weak. I will ask for the secret medicine passed down from old man Lu's ancestors for you. Also, you need to exercise more. Hang half a brick 3 inches below your lower abdomen and exercise every day." Gao Yang's eyes suddenly widened. "Grandfather, this is not necessary, right?" Gao Tianlong suddenly cursed. How can the empress be so easy to conquer? 100 years ago, there was a strange man in the world. He had no other ability but the ability to turn Apollonia would will 3 inches below his abdomen. With this, he sneaked into the harem and became a fake eunuch, which won the queen mother's heart. She even killed her own son to help him achieve great things. The deeds of the past generations are the teachers for the future generations. Don't you know how to learn from their experiences? But if you can't do it, and the empress finds a few lovers, then even if you rebel and seize the Dacian Empire, you will be ridiculed in history books and be infamous for eternity." Gao Yang was stunned when he heard this. Chapter 113 The Empress's Worries. A great war is about to break out, and Gao Yang will be crushed to ashes. The Imperial Palace Imperial Study. "Wanner, how do you think Duke Dingguo would reprimand Mr. Gao?" Wu Zhao was wearing simple clothes, which made her look less majestic and more feminine, she said as she casually flipped through the memorials. Shangguan Wana thought of Gao Yang's words and couldn't help but say, "I guess I'll probably get a beating." After all, what Mr. Gao said this time was too shocking. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao nodded in agreement. The second strategy of strengthening the country is easy to say, but the first strategy of the 20-level military merit system and the subsequent strategy of controlling the people are too vicious. Even if I tricked Shui Zhuangyuan or Dr. Yan and made them take the blame, this vicious plot is obviously from Gao Yang's handiwork. Who would believe it? It's normal for Duke Dingguo to beat him up. I owe him this. Wu Zhao's eyes were filled with sighs. Shangguan Waner also nodded. This time, I was also very surprised. Gao Yuanweilong was more straightforward than before. It's really rare. Wu Zhao stood by the window. A breeze blew, ruffling her 3,000 strands of hair and revealing her delicate and noble face. She deeply agrees with this point. Waner, between the 20-level military merit system and the people-oriented, technologically powerful country system, which one do you think I should choose? Wu Zhao suddenly asked. Shangguan Wana was shocked, then shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, I dare not speak nonsense." This answer did not surprise Wu Zhao, only she can make this decision. First, let's see the power of the gunpowder that Gao Yuanweilong is tossing around, and see if the gunpowder is really as powerful as he said. Wu Zhao's eyes were deep as she said this, then she asked again, "Is there any movement in the thunderclouds?" Shangguan Wanner's eyes turned serious when she mentioned this. "Your Majesty, Minister Lei has not made any move. But the more it stays dormant, the more I feel something is wrong." Wu Zhao's eyes turned cold. "Wait another 3 days. After 3 days, we will know after trying him. Also, quickly summon General Lu and General Qin to the palace." Shangguan Wanner's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Your Majesty, do you really think Gao Yang's guess is true? Will the 6 countries send troops to attack?" Wu Zhao looked out the window at the dark sky. She stood in front of the window with her hands behind her back, muttering to herself, as he said, "The world has been peaceful for so long, and I have only been on the throne for a short time. The political situation in Dakian is unstable, and I am the only female emperor. I am destined to be unacceptable to the princes of the world. This is a rare opportunity. I may not believe it, but I cannot help but be on guard." Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes seemed to pierce through space and transcend time. She seemed to see a large army with murderous faces rushing towards Dakian. 3 days later, Dakian border Haizhou. This is a small city adjacent to Dakian in Dachu. The foundation of the city wall is rammed earth. Although most of the people in the city wear coarse cloth and long clothes, they all have smiles on their faces. For a small border town, the absence of war means the best days and the best world. On the city wall, a middle-aged man wearing black armor and with a beard was guarding the city as usual. The middle-aged man was named Zhao Tian. He joined the army at the age of 16. He had no connections, but he climbed all the way to become a general of a city. Although it is just a small border town, we patrol it every day and dare not slack off in the slightest. Sir, Dechu and Deqian have been at peace for 10 years. You don't have to come here every day. The border is boring. If you have the time, you might as well go to a brothel and have some fun. Brothers are watching over the city wall." Seeing Zhao Tian coming, a deputy general with a scar on his face immediately joked, "Defending a city is boring, so dirty jokes are common." Zhao Tian was not a high-handed person, and he was just about to say a few words with a smile, but just then, the earth shook and dust flew everywhere. For a moment, even the people in the city were terrified. On the top of the city wall, Zhao Tian's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head suddenly and saw a scene that he would never forget. Within the sight, a black steel torrent was coming towards us with such force that one could not even see the end at a glance. At a rough glance, there are at least 100,000 people. In the middle, a black military flag with the word Chu written on it fluttered in the wind, rustling as if it had come alive. Zhao Tian felt like he was on edge. He yelled hysterically, "Enemy attack! 800 miles, send the message to Chang'an immediately." He drew his sword and tensed himself, and the deputy general also drew his sword. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this Dechu crazy?" Dozens of miles away, they saw densely packed Chu cavalrymen with stern faces and ferocious eyes. A murderous aura surged into the sky, emanating from their bodies, and it seemed to change the color of the heaven and earth. They are like the purgatory cavalry from hell. Zhao Tian's face was pale. He didn't say much, but just clenched the sword tightly. But he knew in his heart that with such a force, Pingcheng would not be able to hold out for half a day. A catastrophe is coming. Now, it depends on whether the information can be sent out. At the forefront of the 100,000 Chu cavalry, there was a tall, dark red horse with a woman wearing soft armor sitting on it. The woman was heroic and had a sharp aura about her. Behind him, a middle-aged warrior rode forward on a warhorse. "Second princess, give the order. After passing Pingcheng, our army can march south. The commander of Longguan, known as the most important pass in Dakian, has rebelled. After Longguan, Dakian is a plain sailing place. We, the Great Chu, can ride 2 horses and reach Chang'an at lightning speed." The middle-aged general's face was full of excitement, and his eyes were full of ambition. Chu Qinghuan, the second princess of the Great Chu state, has been familiar with the art of war since childhood and has mastered the art of war, and is deeply trusted by the king of Chu. The middle-aged man is not simple either. His name is Chu Tianfeng, known as the god of war of the Great Chu. He has experienced 70 victories and only 1 defeat in his life in battles of all sizes. Chu Qinghuan pulled the reins and looked towards the city wall of Pingcheng, with a stern look on her cold face. This time, let me, Great Chu, give the Great Qian Empress a huge surprise. We have to thank this Great Qian Empress. If she were not the Empress, how could the Great Qian vassal king make a deal with me, Great Chu, causing the Dragon Pass Guard to rebel? How could there be such a God-given opportunity? Chu Qinghuan suddenly pulled out his broadsword. The cold broadsword emitted a heart-pounding chill, and the tip of the sword pointed in the direction of Pingcheng. She said loudly, "The Queen of Dakian ascends the throne. This is a rare opportunity. Kill into Dakian, there are countless gold, silver, and jewels. There are women with skin so tender that you can squeeze out water. You guys, do you want it?" Accompanied by Chu Qinghuan's words, the eyes of the Chu soldiers turned red and they let out a roar that shook the earth. "Kill, kill." Chu Qinghuan's face was icy cold, and she swung her sword suddenly. "Kill him." In an instant, 100,000 Chu troops crushed towards Dakianpingcheng like a steel torrent. For a moment, the ground shook as the horses' hooves passed by. Chu Qinghuan had a cold expression and murderous eyes, as if she had seen the bloody storm in Chang'an. She said coldly, "You want to cut off the flow of the Kanglan River and the Yarlung Zangbo River to make our Great Chu lack water. This is really a vicious plot. If I don't grind you, Gao Yang, to dust this time, I, Chu Qinghuan, would rather die by hitting my head against a wall." Chapter 114 Guidance from Wu Zhao. Great Dry. Chang'an City. The early morning sun enveloped the entire Chang'an City. The people of Chang'an carried shoulder poles and their hawking cries echoed through the sky, creating a peaceful and beautiful scene. But Wu Zhao in the palace was even more uneasy, as if something bad had happened. This premonition came out of nowhere, but it was very real. Ever since I returned to the palace from Duke Dinggua's mansion, this premonition became stronger with the passing of time. Wu Zhao put down the memorial in her hand and rubbed her brows. "This Gao Yang, his guess made me suspicious and paranoid." "Wan Wu Zhao shouted. "I am here." Shangguan Wan'er, wearing a green official robe, walked forward quickly. Wu Zhao looked out the window and said indifferently, "Let Chui Xing draft an edict and send it to the 7th Army of Changning, ordering them to come to Chang'an for protection." As soon as these words came out, Shangguan Wan'er was completely shocked. "Your Majesty, now that all the scouts have been dispatched, all the major checkpoints in Dakian have been ordered to be on high alert, and the decree to increase vigilance has also been issued. The 7th Army of Changning has been ordered to come to Chang'an." "Is this too much?" Wu Zhao's expression remained unchanged. She did not explain, but emphasized her tone, "Do as I say." "I always have a bad feeling." Shangguan Wan'er did not dare to delay and immediately said, "I obey your order." She hurried on. "Gao Yang, if there had been no war, you would have caused me a lot of trouble." But as soon as these words were spoken, Wu Zhao felt something was wrong. To her, these were certainly means to prevent war, but it would be better if there was no war. It is because Goyang's population is expanding like rice on a chessboard, and the special situation of Dakian today forces her to be cautious. She now has a certain control over the court, but her control over the entire Dakian world is still too weak. This is also the fundamental reason why she issued this decree. The Changning army was under the imperial power. Although it was far away, they were her personal troops and their loyalty was guaranteed. They came to Chang'an to defend it with full justification. Even if it was a false alarm, the loss was not that big for her. Soon, Shangguan Wan'er returned to the imperial study. "Your Majesty, the edict has been drafted and issued." Although she felt that Wu Zhao was a little too cautious, as Wu Zhao said, "There are some things that you can disbelieve, but you cannot be without precautions." "What has Gao Yuanweilong been doing these days?" Wu Zhao suddenly asked. "In addition to developing gunpowder, Gao Yuanweilong has been training at home these days, but I don't know what he is training for." Shangguan Wan'er replied, "Exercise?" Wu Zhao was a little surprised. She didn't realize that Gao Yang actually liked exercising. "I also heard that Duke Dinggua went to General Lu's house in person, and then went to the pharmacy to get a large bag of medicine. Wu Zhao was stunned and couldn't help but ask more questions. "Duke Dinggua is ill?" Shangguan Wan'er's face looked strange. "I sent someone to the pharmacy to ask about it. This medicine is a prescription for strengthening the kidneys in Yang. Duke Dinggua should not take it at his age. This medicine is either for Minister Gao or Deputy Minister Gao. But I think it was probably given to Gao Yuanweilong." After Wu Zhao heard this, her beautiful and noble face looked even stranger, and her mood improved a little. She leaned back on the dragon chair, looking somewhat lazy. With this movement, her tall, white collarbone and graceful curves were revealed, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I never thought that the number one poisoner in Dakian would not be that good. This is news that makes me happy. TSK, if he can't recover, whoever follows Gao Yuan Weilong in the future will suffer. Wu Zhao said with a sigh and looked at Shangguan Waner. Shangguan Waner's face turned a little red. Obviously she didn't expect Wu Zetian to drive in front of her. Your Majesty, this topic is a little beyond my scope. Shangguan Waner said in a low voice with a red face. Wu Zhao looked at him with a joking look. Then the Song family's cancellation of the engagement is just what I want. How about I marry you to Gao Yuan Weilong? When these words were spoken, Shangguan Waner was shocked, and her beautiful face was full of emotion. Ah, Your Majesty, Shangguan Waner was stunned for a moment, and she was in a state of panic. Why, you don't want to? Or you don't like it? Wu Zhao said with a smile. Shangguan Waner held it in for a long time before finally saying, I don't know either. At the beginning, she really looked down on Gao Yang, but as time went on, Gao Yang gradually overturned her perception. Although he is sometimes not a human being, his schemes and talents are far superior to those of the Dakian scholars. So Shangguan Waner was also a little hesitant, and in her heart, feelings are not important, but marrying Gao Yang will allow her to discuss mathematics in depth, which makes her very excited. When Wu Zhao saw Shangguan Waner's expression, she understood. Everything. You have been by my side since you were young. To me, you and I are not the ruler in the subject, but family. Your happiness is up to you to decide. Tell me when you have made up your mind. But I want to remind you that Song Qingqing of the Song family regretted it. I saw that Lu Yurong of the Lu family was also a little interested in Gao Yang. I don't think highly of Song Qingqing, but Lu Yurong is definitely your strong rival. She is truly gifted. Wu Zhao spoke heavily. Shangguan Waner lowered her head subconsciously, then nodded silently. There are some things that you really have to accept. This is a matter of life and happiness. I will think about it carefully. Thank you very much, Your Majesty, for your grace. Shangguan Waner spoke first, and Wu Zhao did not force it. If you really like Gao Yang, don't keep a cold face every day. No man likes a woman with a cold face. Think more about your rival. Shangguan Waner bit her red lips, but still nodded, I understand. Wu Zhao didn't say much when she saw this, and instead said coldly, go to Duke Dinggua's mansion and act according to Gao Yang's plan. If Lei Yun doesn't join the game, I will get rid of Prince Rong. If he joins the game, I will catch him all at once. There was a hint of indifference on Wu Zhao's face. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Waner also bowed in greeting. I will do it right away. Lei mentioned in a room. Lei Yun was wearing an official robe, his brows were almost twisted together. In front of him, the body of the guard was like an iron tower. He said anxiously, Master Lei, you know how the prince treats you. Now the empress is destroying the bridge after crossing the river. She sent Gao Yang and Shangguan Waner to prison. The lives of the prince and the prince are in danger. My lord, do you want to continue to lie dormant? Lei Yun looked at the guard Wu, whose expression was not right, and said through gritted teeth. The empress sent someone to the heavenly prison. Why would she send someone to inform me of such a secret matter? This is clearly a trap for me. This is an open conspiracy. If I take action, you and I will both be swept away. If I don't take action, the lives of the prince and the prince will be in danger. This is forcing me. This doesn't seem like Wu Zhao's method, but more like Gao Yang's method. Lei Yun gritted his teeth, sighed, and understood Gao Yang's sinister intentions, but now, he couldn't keep himself out of trouble. Even if he killed Wu Hui to silence him, there were Prince Rong's people in the court. If Prince Rong really died, whether he was executed or committed suicide, as long as he died in the Ministry of Justice prison, he would not take any action, then his end was extremely miserable. What he did was enough to make him die 10 or 100 times. There is no way back, knowing that this is a trap. Now we have no choice but to fight to the death. Gather the troops and prepare for action. Lei Yun took a deep breath and made a choice. Chapter 115, The Living King of Hell is in prison. It is better to castrate them all. Ministry of Justice, the main prison. Shangguan Waner and Gao Yang entered the Ministry of Justice prison and walked down the stairs. Their vision gradually became worse, and then a depressing atmosphere hit them in the face. Under the dim candlelight, the walls of the sky prison were mottled, revealing traces of time, cold and hard. In each cell, the prisoners put their hands on the doors, their eyes extremely cold. If this happened to an ordinary person, he would probably be so scared that his legs would go limp. If you continue to see this, I will drag you out and castrate you. Gao Yang spoke directly and coldly to the prisoners. Hiss. All the prisoners stared with eyes wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. Who was this living father who came to the prison, a prisoner with pockmarks all over his face who had just been locked up in the past 2 days? When he saw Gao Yang's face, he immediately shouted, "This is Gao Yuanweilong of the Dingbo Mansion, the first living king of Hell and Dakian." Everyone, close your eyes. Others may be joking when they say castration, but this living devil has spoken, so castration is really possible. When the prisoners heard Gao Yang's name, they quickly closed their eyes and shrank back. The people in the prison were depressed, and their usual source of information was the chats of the Yamen runners. In recent times, the most popular person in Dakian is definitely not Cui Xinghe, but Gao Yang, the deputy director of the Ministry of Revenue. The merchants who usually treated them like cattle and horses went bankrupt at Gao Yang's hands, let alone such vicious schemes as killing locusts and cooking the original 9-flavor large intestine. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Gao Yang's shout really scared them. Shangwan Wanner, Master Gao, this is somewhat inhumane. Shangwan Wanner rolled her eyes at Gao Yang and spoke. She didn't know why, but ever since Wu Zhao said that, she felt weird facing Gao Yang. Some even dared not to look directly into Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect the prisoners to react so strongly. I just found the atmosphere in the prison too heavy, so I want to liven it up. Isn't this reasonable? Gao Yang looked at Shangwan Wanner and laughed awkwardly. He was also a little helpless. Is he so famous now? Even the prisoners in the Sky Prison were trembling. Several people walked down the long stairs of the Sky Prison. The deeper the prisoners were locked up in the prison, the more serious their crimes were. Similarly, the feeling of oppression is even greater. Gao Yang didn't feel anything. On the contrary, he looked at these prisoners as if they were priceless treasures. It is not a pity or guilt at all for such a person to experiment with gunpowder and contribute to Dakian. For a moment, these serious criminals were a little scared. They heard that a few days ago, a group of serious criminals were sent to the Dingbo Mansion from the Tianlao and disappeared mysteriously. This living devil might have some weird hobbies. Soon, Gao Yang and Shangwan Wanner arrived outside Prince Rome's cell. Although Prince Rome's hands and feet were locked with iron chains, he still showed his bravery in the past. When he saw Gao Yang, Prince Rong suddenly became excited, and the iron chains made a loud rattling sound as he moved. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they become jealous of each other, not to mention Prince Rong's hatred for Gao Yang. Gao Yang, you dare to come here? Wulong gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. Everything he has now is thanks to that couple Gao Yang and Wu Zhao. Wu Cheng didn't have so many constraints on him, but when he saw Gao Yang, he suddenly became excited. Gao Yang, you will die a miserable death. The two were filled with hatred and started to rant. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Two prisoners, defeated generals, dare to be so arrogant? He said to Li Long, who was standing beside him with a righteous look on his face, "Brotherly, go and castrate these two men for me." Hiss. Prince Rong and Wu Cheng were instantly filled with shock and took a few steps back, their fierce aura suddenly disappearing. Li Long drew out his sword and said to Gao Yang in a serious tone, "Master Gao, isn't this sword of mine a bit wasteful? Why use such a big knife to kill a chicken?" Gao Yang chuckled and took out a dagger from his robe. "It's okay. I have a small knife that can cut iron like mud." Li Long, this must be the knife that Gao Yang used to kill the old and the young, which was widely rumored in the court. Shangwan Wanner's face turned even darker. "Master Gao, Prince Rong must be a royal relative. Castrating him is a bit excessive." Gao Yang saw that Wu Long and Wu Cheng's faces changed. He put away the dagger and said with a smile, "I will just scare Prince Rong to liven up the atmosphere." Wu Long and Wu Cheng's faces turned green. The moment the dagger was taken out, their hearts sank. They really thought Gao Yang would be so cruel. A prince can die, but he cannot be castrated. Threaten, a naked threat, but Wu Long had to bow his head and said in a low voice, "Gao Yang, this king has been miserable enough, what else do you want?" Gao Yang said calmly, "I am here to see the prince and the prince off for the last time." Upon hearing this, Wu Long looked very ugly, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Does the empress really want to bear the infamy of slaughtering her relatives and be reviled by the world?" Wulong's face was full of reluctance. Wulong had been a soldier all his life, and tens of thousands of people had died at his hands, if not thousands, but in the end, he fell at the hands of Gao Yang. He didn't even put up a single resistance before he was completely defeated. All the tactics he used were in vain. Liao Yang said with a serious face, "Your Highness, I want to correct you. It is not His Majesty who wants to kill you, but Your Highness. You are in prison, reflecting on the sins you have committed, feeling extremely sad and regretful, so you committed suicide to thank the world, and you will also leave a blood letter to inform the world. After the prince dies, I will send someone to take his blood to write this blood letter. It is guaranteed to be very touching, and those who hear it will be sad and those who see it will cry. Your Majesty will also give the prince a grand burial." Wulong's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. Dirty, too dirty, what a beast. They have finally understood the meaning of this frame-up in political politics that he didn't even have to write the blood letter. "Gao Yang, you are so," Wulong couldn't help but swear. Gao Yang's eyes widened, and he took out the dagger again. "Your Highness, Dakian is a country of etiquette, and people must have moral character and good qualities. Such dirty words are not in line with the prince's temperament, so don't say them." When Wulong saw the dagger, he endured it, but he scoffed at Gao Yang's words. Wulong's face was full of reluctance, even a little despair. Is he, Wulong, going to die here? But just then the sound of killing suddenly arose. Chapter 116: Wulong's death and Shangguan Wan'er's transformation. Someone broke into the prison. Following the bailiff's loud shout, the entire prison suddenly became boiling. The sound of fighting swept across the sky, and the sounds of killing and screaming instantly swept across the entire sky prison. When Wulong heard the voice, he suddenly laughed. "Huh, the king is saved." He looked at Gao Yang with hatred in his eyes. "Gao Yang, little boy, the cell is small. Without those dirty tricks, I will definitely be able to hold out until my men kill me. Don't let me out and fall into my hands, otherwise you will suffer a lot." There was a sense of pleasure in Wulong's eyes. He vigorously waved the chains that bound him in his hands. Thinking of what he had experienced during this period, he almost shed tears. That he looked straight at Gao Yang. This was the instigator, the culprit of everything. Wulong may not be able to escape, but Gao Yang must die. But what Wulong did not expect was that Gao Yang's face was very calm. "Your Majesty, why do you think you are still alive today? And why are I and Lord Shangguan here?" When Wulong saw the smile on Gao Yang's face, a look of horror suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Is this all a bureau?" Wulong said loudly. Shangguan Wan'er added, "If no one came to rob the prison today, the prince would have committed suicide out of fear of punishment to thank the world, but now the charges of forming a clique for personal gain, colluding with the Minister of Justice, and intending to rebel can be determined." As soon as these words were spoken, Wulong and Wu Cheng's faces changed. "Gao Yang, Wu Zhao, you are such sinister and cunning people. You two, the king and his subject, are really in cahoots with each other. You are beasts." Shangguan Wan'er heard this and immediately scolded, "How dare you disrespect His Majesty?" Wulong looked at Shangguan Wan'er and said, "You are not a good person either. Birds of a feather. Wu Zhao scores 10 points, you score 8 points. Gao Yang said, "Your Majesty, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. It is meaningless to say this at this time." Wulong looked at Gao Yang, "You got 100 points. You are the worst. But even if I am the only one here, if you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price." Wulong pulled the iron chain tied to the wall and gathered all his strength, as if he wanted to destroy the entire earth wall. Li Long drew out his sword as if facing a powerful enemy. Shangguan Wan'er also suddenly drew her sword with a serious expression. No one dares to underestimate Prince Rong's bravery. Gao Yang's guards, Chen Shang and Zhao De, also had sharp looks on their faces, but just then call out. A sleeve arrow suddenly shot out from Gao Yang's sleeve, pierced through the air and hit Prince Rong's thigh. Hiss, you. Prince Rong looked down at the arrow on his leg. He endured the pain in his body and looked at Gao Yang in shock. "You just applied some knockout drug and you think you can knock me out, joke?" Wulong said in a cold voice, with a calm expression on his face. As for the mere sleeve arrow, he didn't even take it seriously. He has been hurt too much in his life. What's a sleeve arrow? Gao Yang grinned and said, "This time it's not knockout drug, it's Crane's beak red. You brat. When I go to hell, I will blanch your Gao family's ancestors." Wulong looked down at the sleeve arrow on his leg and gritted his teeth. In just a few moments, he could already feel the poison flowing through his blood and into his limbs and bones. Wu Cheng's face was filled with fear and disbelief. Crane's crown red? Shangguan Wanner and Li Long both looked at Gao Yang's cuffs in shock. Gao Yang coughed twice and said, "Warfare is about deception. Taking the enemy by surprise is the best strategy. It's even a pity for him. If he could get a gun and hide it in his sleeve, he would definitely be the #1 killer in the 7 countries. What #1 expert, what martial arts master, they can all be destroyed with just one move. It's a pity that it's too difficult. Commander Li, quickly order the Imperial Army to suppress the rebels, so as to avoid any more trouble." Gao Yang looked at Li Long. Li Long immediately said, "Don't worry, Master Gao. These rebels can't escape even if they have wings." He waved his hand, and the Imperial guards around him rushed towards the outside of the prison. Outside the prison, Lei Yun used his status to transfer a large number of guards from the Ministry of Justice's heavenly prison. The Wu guards were leading hundreds of people in a violent attack, but the usually lazy Yamen runners suddenly burst out with terrifying fighting power at this moment, and on the other side, there were more Imperial guards surrounding them. "Brother, we can't get in. This is a trap set by the Empress. Retreat quickly, or you will have no chance." "Prince!" Guard Wu gritted his teeth, but he was unwilling to do so. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Retreat." The sounds of fighting outside were getting quieter and quieter. Wulong was also in despair. He covered his chest with his hands, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked calm and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. This was ancient times. One wrong move could lead to a complete loss. If he wasn't ruthless, it wouldn't be Wulong who would die, but him. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, anyone who is merciful will end up dead. Not to mention that the future is a world of great contention, where the strong will become stronger and the weak will perish. I was defeated by you. Although I feel extremely aggrieved, it is not unfair. But it won't be long before you come down to accompany me. People like you are destined not to live long." Wulong knew that he was going to die, so he smiled sadly and uttered his last words. Gao Yang remained calm and ignored it. If these words had been spoken before, they would indeed have planted a seed of doubt in his heart, but now his thoughts suddenly became clear. The trick of sowing discord is quite insidious, but it's a pity that it didn't work. Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wanner again and warned, "Don't be careless later. For an opponent of this level, you must send someone to finish off the opponent and watch him personally. Hit the opponent once in the heart, one on each side. I've read some outrageous novels, and some people's hearts grow on their buttocks, so just in case, let's have a heart attack on our buttocks as well." Shangguan Wanner, Wulong instantly flew into a rage and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Gao Yang, don't go too far. If you dare to insult this king like this, when this king goes to hell, he will blanch your Gao family's ancestors." In response, Gao Yang just shrugged his shoulders, looking non-committal. Ancestors have their own blessings. As soon as these words came out, all the bailiffs and Imperial guards in the prison were stunned. Whose heart is on the butt? Is this the caution of the living devil? It's so terrifying. Everyone looked at Gao Yang in awe. "Sir Shangguan, I feel a little dizzy, so I will go back to the mansion first." Gao Yang stretched and said something to Shangguan Wanner. Shangguan Wanner hesitated for a moment after hearing this. She thought of Wu Zhao's teachings and said, "Leave this to me. You are not feeling well, so go back home and have a good rest." "Hypo?" Before Gao Yang could react, Shangguan Wanner continued, "You don't have to call me so strangely in the future. When there are no outsiders around, you can also call me Wanner." Shangguan Wanner bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and her cheeks were a little red. As these words fell, Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wanner in shock. What was going on? There's something 100% wrong, but my target is the Empress. In order to make a more rigorous judgment, Gao Yang couldn't help but say, "Wanner, look at the legs." Shangguan Wanner's eyes widened when she heard this, and her fair face turned red, but she finally said, "Let's see the legs another day." Chapter 117. Gao Yang was assassinated, a martial arts master, hiss. Gao Yang could almost conclude that something was wrong, but looking at Shangguan Wanner's turned away face and her slightly shy look, Gao Yang held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Well, some other time. It's a deal." Shangguan Wanner nodded heavily and said, "Yes, it's a deal." The same sentence can have completely different meanings, but Gao Yang was still dizzy until he left the Ministry of Justice's prison. There is nothing to complain about Shangguan Wan'er's appearance and temperament, but compared to Shangguan Wan'er's shy look, he prefers her cold look. As for the Empress, needless to say, the way she looks at everyone as if they were dogs is even more unbearable. At this moment, it was already dusk, and with corpses strewn all over the gate of the Ministry of Justice, there were only a few people watching the fun on the long street. My lord, I feel that there is something wrong with the way Lord Shangguan looks at you. Your kidney strengthening and aphrodisiac medicine may be useful. Chen Sheng said with a wink. Even Zhao De, with a serious face, nodded in agreement. Prince Rong was eliminated, and the remaining followers would be mostly killed in this wave, so everyone felt relieved. Kind people in front, the old man is blind and can't find the way home, can you help him? Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Everyone stopped and saw an old man with a cane, tremblingly approaching Gao Yang from the side. His face was haggard and his cane was tapping on the ground, making a crisp sound as Zhao De held the handle of the knife with his hand. Chen Sheng's smile faded and his face became solemn. Gao Yang's thoughts were interrupted. He stared at the old man in the dusk. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and shot an arrow from his sleeve. At dusk, at the gate of the Ministry of Justice, which was littered with corpses, even the old man, who was blind, could tell that there was something wrong. I knew you were a man who didn't respect the elderly and the young, and was sinister and vicious. But if you capture Prince Rong, you must go with the old man. The old man dodged the sleeve arrow and rushed towards Gao Yang. His voice did not sound old at all, on the contrary, it was full of vigor, but at this time, Zhao De and Chen Sheng drew their swords at the same time, and then attacked the old man from the left and right. At the same time, Zhao De roared, "Form a formation. Protect the eldest son." Gao's soldiers drew their swords and stood in front of Gao Yang. The old man's pupils shrank, and his expression suddenly became ugly. Military formation? He originally wanted to launch a sneak attack, but he didn't expect that both Gao Yang and the guards would react so quickly, and none of these people are mediocre. He made a judgment immediately. Withdraw. He drew out his soft knife and blocked the attacks of Zhao De and Chen Sheng. His eyes suddenly turned towards Gao Yang with a burning look. Gao Yang, you can't run away. We'll see each other soon. After saying this, he immediately retreated. The Gao family guards wanted to chase after them, but were stopped by Zhao De. Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Be careful of traps. Protecting the eldest son is the most important thing. Zhao De and Chen Sheng's hands were shaking. Although it was only one strike, it made them feel the gap. My lord, this man is an expert. Chen Sheng said decisively, his eyes solemn. Gao Yang stood there with his hands behind his back, watching the old man's back as he left, frowning. I can see he is indeed a master. At such a close distance, he actually dodged my sleeve arrow. Zhao De said with a serious expression, this technique and strength don't seem like that of an old man, but rather a martial arts master who can easily pass away. Gao Yang's eyes were slightly cold, and he murmured, a martial arts master? His eyes were cold. This old man who showed up out of nowhere had great skills and was very powerful, but he didn't sense any murderous intent from him, and he didn't seem like Prince Rong's man. This made Gao Yang feel strange, but this person definitely had some ulterior motive. Either they are greedy for his evil plan, or they are greedy for his body. High school students. At this time, Shangguan Wan'er heard the noise and hurried over, followed by the Imperial Guards. I heard you met an assassin, are you okay? Shangguan Wan'er glanced at Gao Yang and asked again. Gao Yang shook his head. I'm fine. Why are you here? I heard from my men that you were assassinated outside, so I came here immediately. The remnants of Prince Rong are really abominable. I will report this to your majesty and have a thorough investigation of Chang'an to capture these traitors in one fell swoop. Shangguan Wan'er had a murderous look on her face and her expression was cold. Gao Yang felt warm in his heart, and continued, although this man came towards me, he didn't look like he wanted to kill me, nor did he look like Prince Rong's man. He looked more like a martial arts master. Shangguan Wan'er raised her eyebrows. Martial arts masters? They dared to attack you, is there some deep hatred? Gao Yang shook his head. Never before. The enemies in Chang'an, apart from Prince Rong, are the only ones that I have offended. Shangguan Wan'er immediately thought of Cui Xinghe and Song Li. Her eyes were serious. If it is really them, His Majesty will definitely give Lord Gao an explanation. Gao Yang nodded and said nothing more. Shangguan Wan'er looked at Li Long and said, Commander Li, please escort Mr. Gao back to the palace yourself. Li Long bowed and said, yes. Gao Yang did not refuse this, but just asked, Prince Rong. Shang Wanwana nodded and said, I'll do the work, don't worry. With these words, Gao Yang was completely relieved. Soon, under the escort of the imperial guards, Gao Yang returned to the Duke Dinghua's mansion. He saluted Li Long and said, Thank you, Commander Li, for your escort along the way. Li Long hurriedly waved his hand and patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. Brother Gao, there is no one around. Given our relationship, why should we be so polite? Don't worry, I will give you an explanation for this matter. If it is really Cui Xinghao or the Song family, they must pay the price. Li Long made a promise. Gao Yang couldn't help but sigh. This is the power of conflicts of interest. There is no relationship in the world more solid than this. But he shook his head and said, this matter was too ostentatious. It doesn't seem like something that would be used in the court. Brother Li doesn't need to take action. Li Long was stunned. Then why did Brother Gao say that to Lord Shangwan just now? The assassination has already happened, so I have to find a way to get some benefits. I will pass the news to His Majesty through Lord Shangwan, and warn the Song and Cui families to alert His Majesty. Even if they really want to deal with me, they will be put out of their mind. This is about maximizing profits, hiss. Li Long was convinced. He was really convinced. Brother Gao is really good at this. Then, the two chatted for a while. Li Long took his leave, and Gao Yang also turned around and went into the mansion. For this martial arts master, he also remembered him. Just wait and see. Duke of Zhonghua backhouse. Gao Tianlong looked at Zhao De, his face filled with murderous intent. Did a martial arts expert attack Yanger? Zhao De nodded with a serious expression. That man came straight for the eldest son. His methods were clean and neat, and his martial arts were strong. He could easily defeat me and Chen Shang. Gao Tianlong's face became increasingly cold. Although Chen Shang followed Gao Yang on his own, Gao Tianlong also knew Chen Shang's background and found out that he was also a martial arts expert. Needless to say, Zhao De is a veteran soldier who has fought in many battles on the battlefield, but that man was able to force Zhao De and Chen Shang to retreat with one move, which is enough to show his level. No matter who he is, no matter what his identity is, bring my token and let me investigate him. I will investigate the entire Chang'an. You dare to move someone from my Dinghua mansion? You're courting death. Gao Tianlong's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. Following these words, the elite troops of Duke Dinghua's mansion quickly left the mansion and charged towards different directions of Chang'an. Shang Wanwaner also dealt with Prince Rong and entered the palace that night. When Wu Zhao heard the news, she was instantly furious. Gao Yang was related to the national destiny of Daqian, but now someone was actually trying to attack him. Wu Zhao immediately waved her hand check. The imperial guards scattered out of the palace. One purpose was to strangle the remnants of Prince Rong's party and capture the Minister of Justice Lei Yun. The other was to track down the murderer who attacked Gao Yang that night. Wu Zetian called Song Li and Cui Xinghao to the palace and gave them a beating. This night in Chang'an was destined to be very restless. Chapter 118, King Wu stabs in the back. Daqian is in crisis. In the next few days, Chang'an was in the midst of a cleanup, and all officials stayed in their mansions obediently, but Wu Zhao's methods were also very clever, showing her powerful skills. This action to eliminate dissidents and get rid of Prince Rong did not cause a large-scale bloodbath. Wu Zetian only eliminated Prince Rong's direct descendants, and did not take any harsh measures against the others who were not deeply involved. In this way, she could restore stability in the court as quickly as possible, and even use it for her benefit, and the streets of Chang'an would regain their former vitality. 5 days passed in a flash. Dragon Pass, the most important pass in Daqian. The walls of Longwan are tall and the rammed earth is solid. It is an absolutely strong pass. In the past, there were many large armies that attacked here, but they always returned with heavy losses at the gate of Longwan. The general stationed at Longwan is Shui Yi, a famous general of Daqian. He has 10,000 Tiani soldiers under his command and is one of the most elite troops in Daqian, but today, the gate of Longwan was wide open, and standing at the gate was an old veteran with murderous intent. It was Shui, the defender of Longwan, but in front of him, there was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe, with a dignified and noble look on his face. King Wu Xiong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with unspeakable ambition. He said disdainfully, "How can Wu Zhao, a woman, be qualified to be an emperor? This world is destined to fall into the hands of this king." Shui at the side said with a smile, "The queen has a keen sense of smell, but all this is in vain. After today, the outcome will be decided. Longwan is only 200 or 300 miles away from Chang'an. With the speed of the Chu cavalry, as long as they pass Longwan, Chang'an will be nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered. I'm afraid that the Empress won't be able to react in time. When Takeo heard this, a smile appeared on his face again. The two seemed to be waiting for something, when suddenly, the ground began to tremble, as if horses' hooves were trampling the earth. Wu Xiong and Shui Yi both looked into the distance, and saw a black royal flag fluttering in the wind. Then, a black steel torrent came towards Longwan, filled with endless murderous intent. Here it comes. When Wu Xiong saw the Chu army in the distance, his face was full of excitement. Shui Yi was also very excited. Soon, Chu Qingwan took the lead, wearing soft armor, looking heroic, and her cold eyes looked at Wu Xiong. Behind her followed Chu Tianfeng, who was full of murderous intent. Wu Xiong's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward quickly. I didn't expect that this time it was the second princess of Great Chu and the god of war of Chu who led the army personally. The second princess is truly as capable as any man. Takeo's voice rang out. Chu Qingwan shifted her gaze away from Wu Xiong and looked towards the majestic Longwan, a barely perceptible excitement showing in her eyes. If the Chu army enters Longwan, it will be halfway to success. Chang'an is not a natural fortress. Once you pass Longwan, the road behind Longwan is flat with only some small hills. As long as the cavalry is fast enough, with one man riding two horses, they can quickly reach Chang'an City and lay siege to the city. Chang'an is short of military forces, it is within easy reach. Chu Qingwan suppressed her inner excitement and looked at Wu Xiong. Your Highness, Prince Wu, the news has not leaked, right? Wu Xiong smiled and said, Don't worry, second princess. All the scouts who reported the news along the way have died here. Chang'an still doesn't know anything about it. But the Empress did have a keen sense of smell. She sent scouts to Longwan many days ago and ordered General Shui to guard it strictly and be careful of enemy attacks. She really guessed it. As soon as these words came out, Chu Qingwan was a little surprised. Oh? Then this Empress is quite capable. She actually sensed the crisis. Wu Xiong smiled and said, No one knows the relationship between General Shui and the king, and all these scouts were turned back. But once the army leaves Longwan, I'm afraid we won't be able to hide it anymore. Chu Qingwan chuckled and said, Longwan is only a few hundred miles away from Chang'an. The road is flat. Our great Chu is well prepared. We can ride two horses. Even if she knew, so what? She doesn't have time to mobilize her troops anymore. Chu Qingwan said coldly. Ambition also appeared in Chu Tianfeng's eyes. Use the blood of the Queen of Daqian to sacrifice to the military spirit of Dachu. I have prepared a banquet in the city. I invite the second princess to come in and rest for a while. Takeo leaned forward. Shui Yi also looked humble and lowered his head. From now on they will have to rely on Chu Qingwan and have the support of the state of Chu, but Chu Qingwan shook her head. Speed is of the essence in war. This surprise attack is all about taking the enemy by surprise and being fast. It has to be so fast that the Queen of Daqian can't react. It's unexpected to arrive in Chang'an. Hurry until they lose all their armor. Not to mention that there is a poisonous scholar in Chang'an. This princess will not give him time to mobilize his troops. When Chu Qingwan thought of Gao Yang's deeds, her eyes became cold. Although she wanted to chop Gao Yang into meat paste, she did not underestimate Gao Yang at all. When Wu Xiong and Shui Yi heard the word poison scholar, they both nodded. Gao Yang's evil plot had long been known from the court, but his plea for the people was not spread at all, and the evil plot spread throughout the world. Even they have to say, it's vicious enough. It's hard for him to cause any trouble with his own strength, Wu Xiong added. Chu Qingwan shook her head. You know, even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Moreover, when two armies are fighting, this princess never underestimates anyone. I, Chu, will do what I promised you. When Wu Xiong heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up with joy. Chu Qingwan nodded, waved his hand, and said coldly, Go into the city and recuperate for an hour. In 1 hour, follow this princess to Chang'an, build a career, and achieve unparalleled merits. Accompanied by Chu Qingwan's words, the messenger behind him immediately waved the flag to convey his message. The next moment, a deafening roar rang out, Kill, kill, kill. The murderous intent of the Chu soldiers suddenly swept out and soared into the sky, as if to change the color of the sky and the earth. Soon, the Chu army entered Longwan in a mighty manner. A cruel smile also appeared on Takeo's face. This world should belong to me, Wu Xiong. A mere woman dares to claim to be an emperor and have such lofty ambitions? There was endless disdain on Wu Xiong's face, and soon, the city of Chang'an would fall into deep despair. An era belonging to Takeo was about to begin. Chapter 119. I have a plan, kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Wu Zhao's scalp tingles. Great Dried Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. Wu Zhao asked, has the Chang'an scout returned yet? Lu Xun stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, all the scouts sent from Chang'an, except for those who went to the border, have now returned. Everything is normal at all the checkpoints along the way. Xin Jingguo also spoke up, Our Dacian army is strong and powerful, even if there is a war on the border, Your Majesty does not need to worry. When these words were heard, a hint of relief flashed across Wu Zhao's face. She turned her gaze to Gao Yang. Gao Yang also said upon seeing this, Today's situation is dangerous rather than safe, worrying rather than celebrating. In times of emergency, it is not wrong to be cautious. Wu Zhao nodded, agreeing with him. Mr. Gao is right. Scouts from all over the country should continue their patrols. Then, she turned her gaze to Dali Temple Minister Lu Wen. Lord Lu, the assassin has not been caught in all these days? When Wu Zhao called out his name, Lu Wen immediately stood up tremblingly and said, Your Majesty, the assassin is a martial arts expert who can also disguise himself. He has not been found yet. Your Majesty, please give me more time. Bang! Wu Zhao slapped the table with an angry look on her face. How long do you want? 10 days, half a month, or a year? What if he wants to kill me next time? Wu Zhao felt a little embarrassed. Gao Yang was doing things for her, but was assassinated in the street by an assassin. This was undoubtedly a provocation to her dignity, but so many days had passed, and she hadn't even seen the shadow of the murderer. I know my crime. Lu Wen suddenly knelt down. Seeing this, Yan Zheng said, Your Majesty, these people in the underworld rely on martial arts to disregard the law. Some masters even dare to kill constables in the street and escape. But they are difficult to capture because of their superb martial arts skills. Now they dare to openly assassinate Gao Yuanweilong in Chang'an. I think we should think of a way to weaken them. Wu Zhao frowned. These martial artists are indeed too bold. My dear ministers, do you have any good ideas? Wu Zhao looked at everyone. This was not in the Golden Palace, but in the Imperial Study. Those present were all the absolute core members of Dacian. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. Prime Minister Su Xuanji stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, a martial artist has only chivalry in his heart and takes righteousness as the most important thing. He also has good personal combat ability, so it may be difficult to punish him. Cui Xinghao also added, If the imperial court openly suppresses them, I'm afraid they will become dissatisfied. If they become bandits and cause trouble to the local area, it will be even more troublesome. Everyone just felt it was too difficult to handle. Then I'll just forget it? Wu Zhao raised her voice and was very dissatisfied. For a moment, the ministers were silent, but at this time, Gao Yang stood up. Your Majesty, I have a plan that can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. It can not only relieve my hatred, but also relieve Your Majesty's worries. Following Gao Yang's words, all the ministers suddenly looked at him with shock and vigilance. What evil scheme is Gao Yang planning? Who is going to be unlucky? I have a brilliant idea in mind, but I need Your Majesty's help. Gao Yang continued to speak. What's the trick? Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwan both looked at Gao Yang curiously. Gao Yang took out a booklet from his bosom and handed it to the eunuch. Your Majesty, please take a look. This is my masterpiece that I have created at home in the past few days. It took me a lot of effort. Wu Zhao's eyes twitched, and she inexplicably thought of the vicious plot that Gao Yang had told her in the Rouge Pavilion. There was the female teacher and the youth's results were not ideal. It had been so long and Wu Zhao still remembered them, but she didn't dare to look for Gao Yang. She instinctively felt that this was not a good thing. Wu Zhao blushed slightly and said unhappily, Although this thing has harmed the youth of the 6 countries, it can easily backfire on Dacian. That's absolutely not possible. Moreover, in this kind of situation, isn't it inappropriate for Lord Gao to show it to me? Gao Yang was stunned for a moment. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? This is a martial arts secret book, specially designed for this martial arts master's vicious plan. Wu Zhao was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. Only then did she realize that she had made a mistake. She picked up the booklet presented by the eunuch, and Shangguan Wan'er, who was standing beside her, also looked at it. All the officials were curious about what kind of martial arts secret book was so harmful to the vicious plan set by the martial arts masters. Then, Wu Zhao read it out in shock. Sunflower Manual. The ministers were all confused, but Gao Yang showed a proud look on his face. As the saying goes, if you take a step back, the sky will be wider. If you endure for a moment, the more you think about it, the angrier you will be. This old man has been catching for so many days and he still hasn't been caught. This made him even more unhappy, and since he knows how to disguise himself, there is a high probability that his face is faked. Is Gao Yang the one who suffers the loss? When Wu Zhao saw the smile on Gao Yang's face, she realized that this matter was not simple. This so-called martial arts secret book was definitely not simple. She quickly turned to the first page, but the 8 big words that came into her sight made her gaspy hiss. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first? Wu Zhao was shocked, Shangguan Wan'er was also shocked, the ministers were also shocked. A martial arts secret book, but the first page says that if you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first? Is this the evil plan you came up with? Wu Zhao said in disbelief. Her eyes filled with shock. All the officials looked at Gao Yang with tingling scalps. Gao Yang's eyes were filled with the pleasure of revenge. The man who assassinated me was able to defeat my 2 bodyguards with one move. He must be a martial arts master. Any master cannot resist the temptation of martial arts secrets. Your Majesty can set up a trap and build momentum first. Place the Sunflower Manual in an ancient tomb, and then hype up news that by obtaining this magical skill, one can dominate the martial arts world and become the #1 expert. Then the news will spread throughout the martial arts world, and martial arts masters will rush to scramble for it. They will kill each other. The person who assassinated me is extremely powerful. There is no reason for him not to fight for it. Once he gets the Sunflower Manual, he will face a choice. If he didn't castrate himself, then even if he practiced, it would be ineffective, and the secret book cannot be blamed. But if he castrated himself, then he fell into my trap. Gao Yang smiled cunningly and continued. Most martial artists don't like women. They train their muscles every day and are quite cruel to themselves. So it's only natural for them to castrate themselves. Accompanied by Gao Yang's voice, all the ministers present felt their scalps tingling instantly, and even Wu Zhao's face changed drastically. Ruthless, too cruel. This vicious plan can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, it can make the people in the martial arts world kill each other and eliminate the threat to the court. Second, it may make the assassin pay the price. Third, it will make the martial arts masters have no descendants. If the child born before dies, the inheritance will be broken. All the ministers looked as if they had seen a ghost, and all their eyes turned to Gao Yang. This Gao Yang is so insidious. Su Xuanji wiped the sweat off his face. Truixing had touched his crotch. Song Li felt a chill in his spine. That was the only sentence left in their minds, that if you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. Can the martial arts master resist the temptation of this book of the sunflower? Chapter 120, 800 miles of urgent military information. The Great Chu approaches. The whole court is shocked at the same time. Outside Chang'an. A broad official road leads straight to Chang'an, an ancient city that has stood in the Central Plains for hundreds of years. On both sides of the official road, there was a group of bandits in the jungle, led by a scarred man holding a big knife, aiming at the official road. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Brother, there's someone coming from not far away, riding a horse, galloping. Scarface's eyes lit up, and he became excited as he held the big knife in his hand. Brothers, follow me down. Since this man can come here on horseback, he must be someone extraordinary. If we rob him, even if he doesn't have much silver on him, his horse alone will be worth a lot of money. The bandits were so excited that they went onto the official road from both sides. Scarface showed a ferocious look on his face and shouted to the front, I planted this tree and built this road. If you want to pass through here, you have to leave money for passage. Stop for Grandpa right now. But the next second, when the man on horseback got closer and closer, Scarface's pupils suddenly shrank. A soldier in armor and blood on his body was charging. His blood was stuck to his armor and his body was shaky. He shouted at the top of his lungs, 800 miles of urgent military information. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Scarface instantly felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Even his anus suddenly tightened, and he directly stopped the brother behind him. Fuck you. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. They immediately made way for a wide road, and the soldiers charged all the way, heading straight for Chang'an City. A sturdy man holding a big knife asked in confusion, "Brother, there is only one man. There are more than a dozen of US brothers. Wouldn't it be easy to kill him? As long as you do it cleanly and there is no evidence afterwards, even if the government wants to investigate, they will be powerless." Scarface looked at the burly man and the other equally puzzled bandits with a look of disdain on his face. "Evidence? Your name is Dekongming, and you really deserve the nickname. Only strikes require evidence, while suppressing rebellion only requires defining a scope. 800 miles to urgently transmit military intelligence. If you rob him, how many heads do you have to chop off? I'm afraid that the egg yolks of our Black Wind village will be shaken apart and the earthworms will be chopped in half." Hiss. Upon hearing this, the bandits felt their scalps go numb and they were filled with fear. Scarface looked at the soldiers running towards Chang'an. His face was gloomy and uncertain. 800 miles in a hurry, this must be an emergency. Hurry up and change your clothes to go to Chang'an City to see what's going on. Scarface made the decision almost instantly. At the same time, running at the fastest speed, the majestic Chang'an City finally appeared in the soldiers' sight. At the city gate, a group of people were entering Chang'an City. There was excitement in the soldier's eyes, and then he raised a token and roared. "By order of the Empress. 800 miles in a hurry. Get out of the way. Emergency military information." Almost at the moment the sound was heard, the soldiers defending the city were horrified. They hurriedly stepped aside, dispersed the people and made way for a path. The soldiers held up their tokens and entered Chang'an directly through the city gate, entering Suzaka Street, and then walked along Suzaka Street all the way to the Imperial Palace. The highest watchtower in Chang'an noticed this scene and quickly waved the flag to convey the message to the Imperial Palace. Immediately, a eunuch walked quickly towards the Imperial study. "Get out of the way. 800 miles in a hurry." As the soldiers roared, the people of Chang'an gave way one after another, allowing the soldier to have a smooth journey. "Open the palace gate." As the soldiers galloped along, the guards in the palace also felt they were facing a formidable enemy and quickly opened the palace gates. The 9 gates of the palace opened one after another, and then fell down as the soldier entered. The soldiers rushed to the Imperial study. When they were near the Imperial study, there were steps, so the soldiers reined in their horses and walked quickly forward. With their exhausted bodies, they pushed open the door of the Imperial study. In the Imperial study, Wu Zhao and her ministers were originally discussing the details of a plan to trap and kill people in the martial arts world and make them kill each other. As a result, I received the message. Wu Zhao's face suddenly turned gloomy, and a bad premonition flashed through her mind. Shangguan Wan'er, Qin Xinghua, Lu Xun, and others all looked at Gao Yang in horror. Gao Yang also frowned. This day came a little too fast. For a moment, the entire Imperial study was filled with a tense atmosphere. Soon, the soldiers pushed open the door of the Imperial study and knelt down directly in front of Wu Zetian. "Your Majesty, urgent military information." A small group of Chu vanguard troops appeared in the area of Yangzhuan, Daqian. "I'm afraid a large army will attack later." As soon as these words came out, boom, the huge Imperial study was suddenly plunged into endless shock. Liu Zhen's eyes suddenly changed, filled with endless horror, and he immediately shouted, "Absolutely impossible. Yangzhuang is only about 200 miles away from Chang'an. The Chu army will have to reach Yangzhuang unless Longwan is lost. But Longwan city has high walls and is guarded by Shui Yi with 10,000 Tianyi troops. Even if an army of 100,000 were to attack, it would be difficult to break through. Do you know the consequences of passing on false military intelligence?" Lu Zhen had a dignified look on his face, filled with endless murderous intent. The soldiers were anxious, his face was covered with blood. "General, I am also puzzled, but this military intelligence is absolutely true. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed by the Chu army. I am willing to die in any way I want, but the military situation is urgent. I beg your Majesty to make a quick decision." For a moment, the entire Imperial study was silent. All the ministers looked unhappy. They thought that the urgent military information from 800 miles away meant that a war had broken out on the border, but this would not cause them to panic. After all, border wars have existed since ancient times, and each country has its own means in the fight. But the appearance of the Chu army in the Yangzhuang area was very terrifying. It's more than 200 miles away. If the Chu army is fast enough, it won't take a few days for the Chu army to point its sword at Chang'an and be at the gates of the city. Wu Zhao clenched her fists. She was also in a state of panic. Gao Yang was right, his guess came true, and Daqian was even more dangerous. The great Chu army had managed to pass through Longguan without anyone noticing. In other words, it would not take long for them to reach Chang'an. This almost caught her off guard. Lu Xun looked at Wu Zhao and said, "Your Majesty, this must be false information. If there was a war on the border, it would have been sent to Chang'an in an emergency. Not to mention that Longguan is the most important pass in Daqian. If the Chu army had reached Longguan, we should have received the news long ago. Not to mention that the Chu army has now crossed Longguan in large numbers." These words immediately aroused a wave of approval, because logically, this should never happen. Wu Zhao turned her gaze towards Gao Yang and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Gao, what do you think about this matter?" Gao Yang was named and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Gao Yang raised his eyes, looked directly at Wu Zhao, and said with certainty, "I think this is true. The Chu army has quietly passed through Longguan and entered the heart of Daqian. In a few days, they will be at the gates of the city." Following Gao Yang's words, Lu Xun's temper instantly flared up. "Boy, this is impossible. Unless the Chu army is a divine army that suddenly appeared behind Longguan, why didn't our Daqian army get any news from the border to Longguan? How do you explain this?" Lu Xun looked towards Gao Yang, and his voice resounded throughout the hall like a loud bell. Gao Yang did not answer immediately, but looked at Wu Zhao and said, "Your Majesty, do you have a map of Daqian?" Wu Zhao said in a deep voice, "Get the map." Shangguan Wanner handed the map to Gao Yang. Gao Yan looked at it carefully and took a deep breath. He looked at Lu Xun and said, "Great Chu does not need a divine army to descend from the sky. As long as Shui Yi of Longguan colluded with the enemy and surrendered to Chu, they can pass Longguan quietly. Once Shui Yi rebels, everything will make sense. When the Chu army enters Daqian from Pingcheng, this marching route must pass through Daqian Longguan. Similarly, when the border military intelligence is transmitted to Chang'an, it must also pass through Longguan. Shui Yi withheld intelligence, killed the soldiers who delivered the message at the border, and helped the Chu army cover up their tracks. This can naturally explain why the state of Chu was able to pass through Longguan without any effort. Judging from the current situation, this is the only possibility. Shui Yi rebelled, Longguan was lost. Chapter 121. Within one day, 3 riders entered Chang'an. Even the god of hell can do nothing about it. The words fell. A strong wind suddenly blew in from outside the hall, making the armor on Lu Xun's body rattle. His eyes widened, and his mind suddenly became clear. If it is true as Gao Yang said, then everything would be right, and the Chu army could really enter the heartland of Daqian quietly. Qin Xingwa said with an unpleasant expression, "Shui Yi is a famous general of Daqian. Why would he rebel? That's naturally because Chu gave more." Qin Xingwa, this reason makes a lot of sense, Gao Yang continued, but all of this is just my guess, but this possibility is very high. And calculate the time it takes for the news to be transmitted. If the news is true, then the Chu army is already heading towards Chang'an. This news cannot be concealed. Today, more news will be received. But it is better to be prepared than to be unprepared. Your Majesty must make preparations early. These words were well reasoned and all the ministers were silent. Wu Zhao clenched her fists and looked at Gao Yang. "Mr. Gao, do you have any plan to repel the enemy?" Although Wu Zhao was reluctant to admit it, she instinctively felt that the news must be true. This kind of fake news is meaningless, but Chang'an was almost unprepared and now she felt that the only person who could possibly defeat the enemy was Gao Yang, the living devil. For a moment, Shangguan Wanner's beautiful eyes fell on Gao Yang, and all the ministers also gathered around Gao Yang. Although Cui Xinghe felt very envious, he lowered his proud head. Even he realized the urgency of the situation. If Shui Yi at Longguan really rebelled and allowed the Chu army to pass through Longguan unscathed, this would leave them very little time to prepare. Gao Yang looked Wu Zhao straight in the eye and asked, "Your Majesty, may I ask how many troops are there in Chang'an?" Wu Zhao said without hesitation, 30,000 people. And among these 30,000 people, only 10,000 are considered elite. A few words fell. Gao Yang showed a bitter smile on his face. Wu Zhao's words suddenly extinguished the thoughts in his mind. "Your Majesty, my suggestion is to abandon Chang'an, retreat to the south of the Yangtze River, and wait for the opportunity." These words fell. Shangguan Wanner could not hide the disappointment on her face. Wu Zhao was also very unwilling. "Even you don't have a plan to repel the enemy?" She clenched her fists. Is she really going to retreat to Jiangnan? Jia Yang said, we cannot determine the whereabouts and strength of the Chu army, but they are so fast, and they are even planning a surprise attack and heading straight for Chang'an. Most of them must be elite cavalry. My conservative estimate is that there are at least 100,000 troops. If Shui Yi really betrays the enemy, then his 10,000 Tianyi troops will also be used by the state of Chu. And from the perspective of interests, I also feel that Shui Yi is not the only one who betrayed the enemy. Gao Yang paused and continued. If he wants to conspire with the state of Chu, he is not big enough. Even if the state of Chu really takes Chang'an, Shui Yi has no royal blood and it will be difficult for him to hold on to his throne. There must be someone behind the scenes. Gao Yang's words were about to come out. In addition to Shui Yi, there is another person behind this who is even more powerful and even has royal blood. Some of the vassal kings in the world are rebelling. Wu Zhao's face couldn't help but become even uglier. Gao Yang's words were like a critical hit, striking her heart, even though she raised her vigilance at the first moment, and even ordered the Changning army to return to defend Chang'an a few days ago, but in the end, it was still a step too slow. Gao Yang sighed. From this point of view, there are an estimated 150,000 troops, and Chang'an has 30,000 people, which is a drop in the bucket. It's almost impossible to hold on and wait for reinforcements. Following Gao Yang's words, the entire imperial study fell silent. Once Chang'an fell, they would all be prisoners with no dignity at all. Dali Temple Minister Lu Wen could no longer sit still. He said to Wu Zhao, what Gao Yuanweilong said makes sense. I agree that we should temporarily avoid the attack and retreat to the south of the Yangtze River. For a moment, several civil officials all spoke in agreement. Wu Zhao looked unhappy. It's too early to say all this now. The most urgent task now is to find out the truth of the military intelligence and the military strength of the Great Chu. Are you really so afraid of death? After Wu Zetian said this, and considering that the intelligence was indeed unclear, Lu Wen and Song Li had no choice but to retreat. Come here, send all the scouts from Chang'an to me, one on 2 horses, and make sure to investigate everything as quickly as possible. Also, completely block the news. Soon, the morning court was over. Gao Yang and Gao Feng returned to Duke Dinghua's mansion in silence. In fact, with the entry of this soldier and the urgent military intelligence over the 800 miles, an invisible panic has spread in Chang'an. Wu Zhao stood in the palace, gazing into the distance. She pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. She prayed in her heart that God would bless her once. Nightfall. Wu Zhao had just finished dealing with memorials to the emperor and mobilizing troops from all over Daqian, and was about to fall asleep. Another rider rushed into the palace. Report. A large number of Chu enemy troops were spotted 200 miles southeast of Chang'an, roughly estimated to be 100,000. Your Majesty, please make a quick decision. Wu Zhao's face suddenly turned ugly. 2 hours later, another rider enters Chang'an. Report. 800 miles in a hurry. The king of Wu has rebelled, and the 30,000-strong army will join the Chu army and arrive in Chang'an today. When Wu Zhao heard this, her face turned grim. With an army of hundreds of thousands, Shui Yi rebelled, and the king of Wu rebelled. Was this really God's will to destroy Daqian? This time even Gao Yang was powerless. What should she do? Retreat to Jiangnan, or fight to the death? Wu Zhao did not sleep all night until dawn broke and a glimmer of morning light appeared in the sky that night. Even the slowest reacting common people could sense the coming of a storm. Some well-informed wealthy families in Chang'an packed their bags overnight, waiting for the city gates to open and flee to the south of the Yangtze River. Chapter 122. The noble families fled. This side is poisonous. Duke of Zhonghua. Upon hearing the news, Gao Yang immediately rushed to the inner house. The Daqian must not be allowed to stay. But when he saw Gao Tianlong was already wearing armor and had a stern look on his face. Apparently, he hadn't slept all night either. When he saw Gao Yang, Gao Tianlong opened his eyes, and a majestic aura flashed in his eyes that Gao Yang had never had before. Is the situation worse than expected? Gao Tianlong said in a deep voice as Gao Yang nodded. Within one day, 3 roads with 800 miles of expedited transportation. Grandson estimates that not only Shui Yi has rebelled, but also the Great Chu has at least 100,000 troops. Chang'an is in danger. When they heard that Shui Yi, the defender of Lungwan, had rebelled, the Chu army of at least 100,000 troops entered the heartland of Diqian. An extremely strong murderous intent permeated Gao Tianlong's entire body. This Shui Yi, I should have killed him right away. Gao Yang took a deep breath and said, Grandfather, it's useless to say these things now. Let's run away quickly this morning. The enemy is numerous and we are few, and Chang'an is still so empty. The situation is already decided, and even gods cannot save it. As long as we have the firewood left, we will not be afraid of running out of firewood. As long as my grandson is here, even if he is penniless in Jiangnan, he has the confidence to make a good living. It can also restore the glory of Duke Dinggua's mansion. Gao Yang took a deep breath. He had soap, gunpowder, and all kinds of evil schemes. He had the confidence and courage. Gao Tianlong took a deep look at Gao Yang and said, I will arrange for the elite guards in the mansion to escort you out of the city and head straight to Jiangnan. As for the old man, I have to stay. There was determination and resoluteness in Gao Tianlong's eyes. Gao Yang's voice suddenly rose. With confusion, Shui Yi rebelled. Hundreds of thousands of Chu troops passed through Longguan without any effort, and there is even the possibility of a vassal king rebelling. Now that the overall situation has been decided, why did Grandpa stay in Chang'an and die in vain? Isn't it good to be alive? Gao Tianlong's face was calm, his eyes looking straight at Gao Yang. I have fought for Daqian all my life, and it was the late emperor who gave me honor and the Duke Dinggua mansion honor. Now that Daqian is facing an unprecedented crisis, how can I survive? How many years can I live? Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang, his tone suddenly softened, and he patted him on the shoulder. You are a poisonous person, and you are mainly concerned about your own interests. This is the best choice for you. If there was no Dinggua mansion in Daqian, you would have a wider world, which might be a good thing for you. As for me, I am proud to die on the battlefield. This is an honor for me. It is the best ending. Gao Tianlong's eyes were deep, as if he could see through everything. Gao Yang gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly red. He turned around and rushed towards the room where Gao Feng and Li were. If Gao Feng could leave, Gao Tianlong might waver soon. Gao Yang came to the room where Gao Feng was. As soon as he stepped into the room, Gao Changwen and Gao Ling'o looked at Gao Yang. Gao Feng was a little surprised to see Gao Yang, but he immediately said with dignity, You beast, you came just in time. Here are the luggage I packed for you. Take it quickly. As soon as the city gate opens this morning, take Changwen and Linger away immediately. Zhao De and Shen Shang will lead the elite troops to escort you to the south of the Yangtze River. Gao Yang looked over and saw Li spreading out her luggage, which was filled with gold bars and gold and silver jewelry. Li said, There are 10 gold ingots in here, and some valuable gold, silver, and jewelry. With my son's ability, as long as he goes to Jiangnan, I won't worry about him. In addition, I have written you a letter, which is also included. Although I don't have a good relationship with your grandfather, we are blood relatives after all. If you go to Jiangnan and encounter danger, you can take this letter to find your grandfather and he will protect you. Gao Yang's eyes turned red for some reason. He said word by word, You guys aren't leaving either? Gao Feng immediately blew his beard and glared at him when he heard this. What nonsense are you talking about? Your Majesty is still fighting to the death, how can a minister retreat? I, Gao Feng, have always known that my abilities and schemes are average, but my loyalty to the emperor and my country are extraordinary. Gao Yang looked at Li, and his meaning was self-evident. Li's face was gentle, and she looked at Gao Yang with a look of reluctance. She naturally knew what Gao Yang meant, but she smiled and said, Marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Since we are husband and wife, and have shared the glory and wealth, how can we run away separately when disaster strikes? If your father doesn't leave, I will follow him through life and death. Gao Feng's eyes were sore and he held Li's hand. Ma'am, this is very touching, but the chicken and dog are somewhat inappropriate. Gao Yang took a deep breath and looked at Gao Changwen. The warm breeze of Jiangnan is intoxicating, and there are beauties everywhere. What about you? When Gao Changwen heard the word beauty, his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother, you really know my weak spot, and you are attacking it fiercely. But Gao Changwen glanced at Gao Feng, and then said to Gao Yang, Brother, you have amazing talent, and I am just a waste. Following you will only cause you trouble. Besides, I was too excited to get free sex last time, so I ordered 10 at once. The process was quite embarrassing. Now everyone says I'm not a man. This time, I want to be a man for once. But realizing that what he said was not quite right, Gao Changwen hurriedly said, Brother, I definitely didn't mean to say anything about you, but your life is more useful. You can restore the Duke Dinggua's mansion. During this period, I have worked hard on research and developed a new medicine that has the effect of melting corpses. Brother, please take it to Jiangnan. It may be useful. Gao Feng immediately reprimanded Gao Changwen, angrily scolding him, "You dandy, why are you staying in Chang'an? Get out of here and go to Jiangnan." Gao Changwen's voice weakened, and he shrank his head and said, "Father, this is wrong. If I die later than you and me, I can still collect your and mother's bodies." Gao Feng widened his eyes and began to look around. "Where's the old man's long stick?" Gao Yang looked at this scene, gritted his teeth, and cursed in his heart. Crazy, all crazy. They know they will die if they stay, yet they are still so stupid. Wouldn't it be better to retreat to Jiangnan and sweep back later? Gao Yang didn't understand. This was clearly a life or death situation, and among the 36 strategies, running away was the best one. There is still a chance to leave now. Many aristocratic families in Dakian are also fleeing, but why not leave? None of you want to leave and you all want to be buried for Dakian, but I, Gao Yang, don't want to. I'm leaving. Gao Yang turned around with big strides, etc. Gao Feng saw Gao Yang was about to leave and shouted. Gao Yang paused and looked towards Gao Feng. As he changed his mind, Gao Feng looked at Gao Yang with a tense face. "Evil son, can you let me beat you up before you leave? Just a beating, so that I can satisfy my desire. In this case, there is no regret." Gao Feng's face was full of desire. Gao Yang ignored him and turned away. Gao Feng sighed as he watched Gao Yang's resolute back until he disappeared. "I'm afraid I won't be able to beat him in this lifetime." Although Gao Feng's abilities are not top-notch, he has his own integrity. As a minister, he will never serve two masters. If the Chu army entered Chang'an, he would probably not survive. He turned to Uncle Fu and said, "Give the luggage to Zhao De, and be sure to protect Yanger." At this moment, the morning light is dim and the sky is just beginning to brighten. Gao Yang left the Duke Dinghua's mansion and headed straight for the outskirts of Chang'an City. Qinshan, Zhao De, and other guards followed closely behind Gao Yang. Crazy, all crazy, no one wants to leave. They all want to be loyal to the emperor and love their country and die. He leaves, he does not have such a high level of awareness. In his eyes, knowing that you will die and still waiting for death is the stupidest thing to do. Capitalists should focus on risk avoidance. "Shopkeeper, give me a bowl of clear soup noodles." Gao Yang stopped at a stall near the city gate and shouted, "I didn't eat breakfast this morning, so I'll run as soon as I finish this bowl of noodles." And the city gate opens. Soon, a bowl of steaming noodles was served, but 3 eggs were added to it. Gao Yang instantly flew into a rage and slammed the table. "Shopkeeper, I said clear soup noodles, don't you understand? Or do you want to make a fortune from the national crisis? Do you believe that I will overturn your business?" Hearing Gao Yang's anger, a middle-aged man with a simple and honest face walked up, looking embarrassed. He quickly explained, "My lord, you misunderstood. This noodle is free, and the eggs are also free." Gao Yang was stunned for a moment. No money? He looked at the 3 eggs in the bowl. These 3 eggs were insignificant to him, but they were a luxury to the stall owner opposite. Why? Gao Yang looked puzzled. The middle-aged man was embarrassed and wiped his face with his hands. "You are Mr. Gao. I am honored to have met you at the food competition. I, an old man, admire your strategy very much. I just think your life is precious. If you are well fed, you will be safer. If you succeed in escaping, Dakian will have more hope. But I don't have anything good. I only have 3 eggs left. My lord, you are used to eating delicacies from land and sea. I am afraid that this will not suit your taste. After you finish eating, I will have to go home and take refuge." Gao Yang subconsciously looked to one side and saw that the basket of eggs was empty. 3 eggs were all he had. He lowered his head and took a bite. The smooth noodles paired with the free-range eggs were so delicious that he was speechless for a long time. After dozens of seconds, Gao Yang suddenly stood up, slapped a silver ingot on the table, turned around and left, leaving only one sentence. "Fuck, the noodles are poisonous. This time, I'm afraid all my tricks and skills will have to be used." When the middle-aged man heard this, he was dumbfounded. He quickly knelt on the ground, his face filled with fear, and said, "Sir, I am innocent. But since it is said to be poisonous, what is the point of giving him silver?" Chen Shang and Zhao De were carrying their luggage. They looked at the direction Gao Yang was heading and were stunned for a moment. That's not the direction to leave the city, but the direction where the palace is. Chapter 123 Wu Zhao's Choice. She cannot live on her knees. The imperial palace, Wuying Palace Dai in the dim hall, candlelight illuminates everything. This is the center of the entire palace, where portraits of successive Dacian emperors are enshrined, except Wu Zetian. No one else is allowed to enter without permission. Father, the king of Wu has rebelled, the Dragon Pass garrison commander Shui Yi has surrendered, and hundreds of thousands of troops from the Great Chu have passed through Dragon Pass and are heading all the way to Chang'an. What should I do? Wu Zhao stood in the center of the hall, looking at a portrait being enshrined. She, who had always been noble and majestic, showed a hint of weakness at this moment. There was silence in the hall, and no one answered. Wu Zhao was silent for a while. At this time, Shangguan Wan'er carefully pushed open the door of the hall and walked in. Your Majesty. Wu Zhao looked at Shangguan Wan'er and asked in a deep voice, "What is the situation in Chang'an City?" Shangguan Wan'er sighed and said, "Although I have tried my best to cover up the news, the major families heard the news and frantically packed their bags and prepared to flee." There was a hint of sarcasm in Wu Zhao's eyes, but she was very calm. Even ants try to survive, so what about humans? When facing a powerful enemy, there is no hope at all. This is human nature. Where is Gao Yuanweilong? He is a vicious scholar who is mainly interested in his own interests. Yesterday, he asked me to retreat to the Jiangnan area. I am afraid he will run away the fastest today. Wu Zhao's voice was calm, but if you listen carefully you could hear the slight tremor behind her words. Obviously, her heart is not as calm as she appears on the surface. Shangguan Wan'er lowered her eyes, suppressing all the emotions in them. Mr. Gao was heading towards the gate of Chang'an before it was completely light. It is estimated that in half an hour, once the city gate opens, we will leave Chang'an and head straight to the south of the Yangtze River. After hearing this, Wu Zhao burst into laughter. He really lives up to his reputation as a poisoner. When he saw that the situation was not right, he ran faster than anyone else. Your Majesty, before the Chu army arrives, Your Majesty should quickly select an elite force to head south of the Yangtze River. The Chu army will definitely send elite cavalry to hunt us down. The later we leave, the more dangerous it will be. Shangguan Wan'er said with urgency on her face. When Wu Zhao heard these words, an endless imperial aura suddenly emanated from her body. She said in an unquestionable tone, "I am the Emperor of Dacian. How can I bring shame to our ancestors? I can certainly leave, but how can the hundreds of thousands of people in Chang'an leave? Can they run as fast as the Chu cavalry?" Wu Zhao's eyes were firm, with unprecedented determination. "I can die, Dacian can perish, but this country was won by our ancestors with their lives, and by the blood of countless Dacian soldiers. I would rather be the king of a fallen country and sacrifice my life for my country than be so cowardly." Inside the Wuying Hall, portraits of ancestors from past generations fluttered in the wind, as if witnessing Wu Zhao's solemn oath. Wu Zhao looked at Shangguan Wan'er and said in a softer tone, "You can leave the palace now and chase Gao Yang. I feel at ease with him by your side. If we can win this battle, God bless our Dacian. I will send people to the south of the Yangtze River to pick you and Gao Yang up. If God does not bless our Dacian, the Chu army will have to break its teeth if it wants to take over our Dacian." Shangguan Wan'er's eyes turned red, and she said word by word, "I will not leave. I, Your Majesty, will face this unprecedented crisis together with you. Even if I die, Shangguan Wan'er will have no regrets." Wu Zhao felt warm in her heart. She pushed open the door of Wuying Palace and walked out with her long legs. She looked into the distance with a determined look in her eyes. Change clothes and go to the morning court. Today's morning court is not peaceful. Wu Zhao said quietly. She knew very well how much resistance there would be to this decision. The Golden Palace Gao Tianlong was wearing armor and standing at the front. He didn't move, but a murderous aura permeated his entire body. Behind him, civil and military officials were talking among themselves with serious faces, and an atmosphere of impending storm filled the entire Golden Throne Hall. The officials were clearly divided into the peace faction and the war faction. Everyone knew that today's morning court would decide the fate of Dacian soon. Wu Zetian, wearing a golden dragon robe, walked out from one side and walked towards the dragon throne. She spoke directly to the officials. "The situation is urgent. I will make it short. The situation in Dacian is critical. The King of Wu and the Dragon Pass garrison commander Shui Yi have colluded with the Great Chu. The Great Chu army of hundreds of thousands has quietly entered the heart of our Great Qian, aiming for Chang'an. Within 3 days at most, the troops will be at the gates of the city. Gentlemen of the court, Do you have any plan to retreat? Wu Zhao swept her phoenix eyes across all the officials and dropped this explosive news. Almost instantly, the entire Golden Palace was like a boiling pot, and the faces of all the civil and military officials changed. Even Gao Tianlong had a solemn expression. Shui was in rebellion, the king of Wu was colluding with the state of Chu, and an army of hundreds of thousands was about to arrive at the city. Chang'an was caught off guard and felt empty inside. How to fight this battle? He was even somewhat glad that Gao Yang was gone, otherwise, in such a situation, he would just be one more corpse. Liu Zhen had a murderous look on his face, and couldn't help cursing, these two traitors, they better not fall into my hands, otherwise I will crush their baskets to pieces. Liu Zhen's face was filled with hatred and murderous intent, and his back teeth were aching from biting them. Wu Zhao said in a deep voice, General Liu, it is meaningless to talk about this now. The most urgent task now is how to withdraw the troops. You have been on the battlefield for a long time. Do you have the confidence to repel the enemy? Thinking of the huge disparity in military strength, Liu Zhen said helplessly, I think that the only way for Chang'an now is to hold on and wait for reinforcements. When Lu Wen, the chief minister of Dali Temple, heard this, he stood up. Your Majesty, the king of Wu and Shui colluded with the state of Chu, allowing the Chu army to quietly pass through the first pass of Ardakian. Now Chang'an is empty and difficult to defend. I think we should retreat strategically. The so-called strategic retreat is nothing more than escape, it just sounds better. Wu Zhao's face was icy as she looked at Dakian Prime Minister Su Xuanji. Does Prime Minister Su have any good ideas? Su Xuanji was called out by name, so he could only stand up and say, Your Majesty, I support Lord Lu's strategic retreat. Minister of War Wang Hao also stood up and said, I second the motion. I second the motion. I second the motion. Except for a few military generals such as Liu Zhen, most of the civil officials in the court spoke out. For a moment, a huge wave of sound rushed towards Wu Zhao. Wu Zhaoyu gripped the armrests of the dragon throne with her hands, her heart sinking, but she looked at the officials and said word by word, If I don't want to leave, I must fight with the Chu army? One word falls, all the officials looked horrified, but then an even louder wave of noise came. Your Majesty, you can't. This is too dangerous. As the sages said, a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. Doing something knowing it is impossible is a big taboo. If your Majesty insists on fighting this battle, I, this old minister, can only crash my head into this palace and die. If I can use my blood to make your Majesty wake up in time, why should I fear death? For a moment, Wu Zhao's words were like stirring up a hornet's nest. All the officials spoke out at the same time, their faces full of righteousness. Some censors were even willing to die. Wu Zetian was also angry. In her eyes, this was forcing the emperor to abdicate. It was fortunate that Prince Rong died. If Prince Rong had not died, she would not have had any say at all. She suddenly sat up straight, her face full of anger. What a bullshit strategic retreat. It's just like a dog being chased by the Chu army. Today I have made up my mind. I will defend Chang'an and fight the Chu army. Anyone who dares to make such a suggestion will be executed. Wu Zhao did not retreat at all, and for a moment, the entire Golden Palace was caught in a standoff. Liu Wen, Su Xuanji, Wang Hao and other ministers also felt overwhelmed. They got the news that even the King of Hell had escaped, which showed the seriousness of the matter. Staying here would be tantamount to escaping death, but Wu Zhao refused to withdraw from Jiangnan. But at this moment, the eunuch's voice rang out. Your Majesty, Gao Yang, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, is outside the palace asking for an audience. Chapter 124, The Rebellion against Tiangang. Has the living king of hell changed his nature? As soon as these words came out, all the officials, including Wu Zetian, were shocked. Gao Yang, although Gao Yang's official position was not high-ranking, no one dared to underestimate him. His reputation was spread through his vicious schemes. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong turned around suddenly, somewhat incredulous. Didn't Gao Yan leave? Judging from the time, we should have left the city by now. Why are we here in the Golden Palace? The two looked at each other and frowned. Wu Zhao also looked surprised, and she looked at Shang Wanwaner. Shang Wanwaner also looked surprised and shocked, but for some reason, a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in her heart, as if as long as Gao Yang was still there, Dakian would not be in chaos. Liu Wen's eyes lit up. He saluted and said, The Ministry of Revenue Yuan Weilong has amazing talent, countless ingenious plans, and also knows some military tactics. I think your Majesty should listen more to Yuan Weilong Gao's advice. Su Xuanji, Song Li, and Wang Hao all stood up and said, I second the motion. I second the motion. Yesterday in the imperial study, Gao Yang made it clear that this matter could not be done, and he was also the first person to propose retreating to Jiangnan. Besides, the poisonous soldier was mainly interested in his own death. It was a miracle that Gao Yang did not escape at the first moment of this fatal situation. Wu Zhao seemed to be thinking about something, and her eyes lit up. She shouted directly, "Send the Ministry of Revenue's Deputy Minister Gao Yang to the court for an audience." Following Wu Zhao's voice, outside the hall, Gao Yang straightened his body and stepped into the hall step by step. At this moment, an indescribable aura of dominance emanated from his entire body. No one left the Duke Dingguo's mansion. Wu Zhao didn't leave either, Shang Wanwaner didn't leave either. What's the point if he runs away alone? Do you really want to be a lonely man and start inciting the people to make money and become the emperor? Moreover, he is now protected by the Dingguo mansion and valued by Wu Zhao. Going to Jiangnan is like starting over again. Even if she really achieves great things in the future, will there still be an empress in the world? Besides, Shang Wanwaner still owed him one day. That bowl of noodles was the last straw that broke the camel's back for his life. Therefore, among the young men who wanted to escape from the city, he chose to go upstream. He doesn't want to be a hero, nor does he think of himself as one. But Chang'an now needs a hero. As Gao Yang stepped into the hall, the eyes of all officials instantly focused on Gao Yang. The living devil went and came back. Could there be a chance for a turnaround? Cui Xinghe clenched his fists, feeling extremely envious. Even though Gao Yang said there was no other way and that they had to retreat to Jiangnan, as long as he stepped into the hall, he was still the focus of the crowd. The distance between him and Gao Yang did not narrow rapidly after the grain price reduction, but on the contrary, it widened. This made him feel lonely. "Mr. Gao, all the officials in the court want me to make a strategic retreat to the Jiangnan area. What do you think about this matter?" Wu Zhao asked. Luwen smiled and looked at Gao Yang eagerly. The peace advocates all looked expectant. Soon, Gao Yang's voice sounded, with an unprecedented domineering aura. "Every inch of land is stained with blood. Your Majesty, I ask you to stay in Chang'an. The emperor will guard the country's gates, and the king will die for the country. Fight to the death." A few words fell. Luwen and Su Xuanji's faces changed, and they looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. "Every inch of land is soaked in blood, fight to the death," changing face so quickly. "Didn't you say yesterday that the Chu army was invincible and Chang'an was empty inside? We should retreat to the south of the Yangtze River and avoid the sharp edge temporarily. This would be the wise thing to do. Today the emperor is guarding the country's borders, and the king is dying for his country. Are we going to fight to the death? Ah!" Lu Xun let out a violent roar and felt the hot blood in his chest surging left and right. Although Qin Jingguo was also excited, he looked at Lu Xun and said, "Old man Lu, what do you want to do?" Lu Xun's eyes were red. "I don't know what I'm going to do either. These words really suit my taste." Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong's faces were filled with emotion. Compared with Baiguan and Wu Zhao, they knew better. Until this morning, Gao Yang was still focusing on saving himself and getting out of this situation in time, but now his attitude has suddenly changed. Gao Tianlong looked straight at Gao Yang with deep eyes. Gao Yang stood in the center of the hall, looking straight ahead, with a calm and composed look, but Gao Tianlong's eyes were inexplicably moist. Even though he had long been accustomed to life and death, and almost nothing could make him cry, he still couldn't help but feel tears in his eyes at this moment. Countless grain merchants in Linjiang City went bankrupt, corrupt officials failed to manage disaster relief, smallpox broke out in the city, hundreds of thousands of prisoners were buried alive, and rivers were cut off, aiming to cut off water to the states of Chu and Yan. The title of the living king of hell is well deserved. But it was this living devil who came against the flow and chose to stay. When he arrived at the Golden Palace, he said that the emperor must guard the country's gates and the king must die for his country. How could he not know that once the Chu army entered the city, the officials might kneel down and surrender and survive? But he, who proposed to cut off the water flow of the Chu state, would most likely die. But Gao Yang still came, a poisonous warrior, and proposed to fight to the death. He, Gao Tianlong, died without regrets. Gao Feng's serious face also showed a touch of emotion. This evil child, he raised his head, and his eyes also felt a little sore. When Wu Zhao heard this, she stood up straight suddenly. "The emperor guards the country's gates, and the king dies for the country. Good job, Gao Yang. I was right about you." Wu Zhao was very excited. She looked at Lu Wen and other lords and ministers. She asked aloud, "Do you take what Lord Lu just said seriously?" Lu Wen looked embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. He looked at Gao Yang and said with some difficulty, "Mr. Gao, that's not what you said yesterday." He was puzzled. Gao Yang turned his gaze towards Lu Wen, and his voice resounded through the hall. Retreating to Jiangnan is certainly an option, but I tossed and turned last night, and my conscience cannot bear it. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Chang'an, and tens of millions more in the north. Once your majesty retreats to the south of the Yangtze River, Chang'an will be handed over to others. Even the entire northern land will be slowly devoured by the Chu army. The Chu army is brutal and they massacre people at will. If we let them enter Chang'an, what will happen to the people in the city? What should the people of the entire northern land do? The warm breeze of Jiangnan is intoxicating. The officials of the court and your majesty can enjoy wealth and glory, but what about the people of the world? Gao Yang is a humble man, but since I read the books of sages, I have made a vow to establish a heart for heaven and earth, a life for the people, to carry on the lost knowledge of the sages, and to bring peace to the world for all eternity. After Gao Yang said this, all the civil and military officials in the court were uneasy. Everyone looked at Gao Yang in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. In fact, everyone knew what Gao Yang said, but in such a crisis, when it's hard for us to protect ourselves, who can care about the people, and if anyone else said these words, they would be in awe and feel guilty. But this person is Gao Yang, which is quite scary. You are a known living devil, and your reputation for evil schemes has spread throughout the world. But now you want to fight to the death under the pretext of pleading for the people. It's really the opposite of Tiangang. Chapter 125, No Way Out. Let's overturn the table inside the huge golden throne hall. All the civil officials were cursing in their hearts, but Gao Yang stood on the moral high ground, and they couldn't say a word. Cui Xinghe stared at Gao Yang as if he had seen a ghost. Feeling lonely, he'll establish a mind for heaven and earth, establish a mission for the people, carry on the lost knowledge of the ancient sages, and bring peace to the world for all generations. This living devil is not only 100 times more capable than him, but also has stronger ambitions than him. These are the words of a saint. Once it gets out, these words of the sage will be admired by all the literati in the world, but these words actually came from Gao Yang's mouth. The living devil who killed people at will and caused countless grain merchants to go bankrupt actually wanted to establish his life for the people and bring peace to the world for all eternity. Su Xuanji took a deep breath and felt like he had seen a ghost today. Damn it, this living devil has changed his nature. This sentence establishes the mind for heaven and earth, establishes the destiny for the people, inherits the unique knowledge of the ancient sages, and opens peace for all generations. Kill them instantly. He took a deep breath and said, I admire Gao Yuanweilong's ambition, but the key issue now is that Chang'an is empty inside. It will take at least half a month, or even a month for reinforcements from all directions. Once the hundreds of thousands of Chu troops arrive, how will we defend the city? For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Gao Yang. Even Songli, Cui Xinghe, Lu Wen, and others at different political views are different, but everyone knows that under this situation, if one wants to defend Chang'an City, the entire Daqian Chang'an, only one person can do it, that is Gao Yang. Gao Yang faced the gazes of all the officials, looked at Wu Zhao and spoke directly. I have some vicious tricks of my own, which are enough to defeat the Chu army, or even, defeat the Chu army of 100,000. But please, your majesty, grant me the power of life and death and temporarily take over Chang'an. When Gao Yang came up with this clever and ruthless plan, all the civil and military officials in the court felt much more at ease. Wu Zhao's empty heart suddenly felt at peace. When Lu Zhen thought of the military tactics Gao Yang had mentioned, his eyes lit up. Your majesty, Gao Yuanweilong has also made great achievements in the military tactics. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Please grant me your approval, your majesty. Qin Xingguo and Zhao Penu also came out to support. I second the motion. I second the motion. Even Cui Xinghe hesitated for a moment before speaking. I also think we can let Gao Yuanweilong give it a try. This surprised Gao Yang a little, but Cui Xinghe just glanced at Gao Yang and then looked away. A minister of a fallen country has no dignity, let alone the desire for revenge. He certainly doesn't want to lose. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with almost no hesitation. From this moment on, Gao Yang, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, will be promoted to the title of Minister of War and will be in charge of the defense of Chang'an. I will also grant you the imperial sword, which will be used to kill the royal family members and treacherous officials. Wherever the military order goes, the 6 ministries of the imperial court, all civil and military officials, including me, the military and civilians will obey it. Those who disobey orders will be beheaded. After these words were spoken, all the officials were shocked. He was conferred the title of Minister of War and was given the imperial sword, which gave him the power of life and death. Gao Yang can be said to have reached the top in one step. Even the former Minister of War Yen Hao's face changed, but he didn't say anything in the end. All the officials were silent for a while. Even Yen Zhang did not raise any objection. Wu Zhao's determination and Gao Yang's words determined that this battle must be fought. If we have to fight, Gao Yang will be the only one who can turn the tide. They were also curious about Gao Yang's methods. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and smiled. This empress is indeed courageous. If he doesn't give up his power, he will have to dig a tunnel and run away, but now, it can still be operated. Wu Zhao said in a deep voice. Gao Yang, now all the civil and military officials in the court are at your disposal. You may begin now. Wu Zhao looked expectantly. This time she took a big gamble and placed almost all her hopes on Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao, then at all the civil and military officials in the court. He took a deep breath and said, King Wu and Shui rebelled, and the Chu army marched towards Chang'an at lightning speed. Their goal is to catch Chang'an off guard, thinking that Chang'an is empty and can be captured in one fell swoop. But they can never be 100% sure of this. Hearing is false, seeing is true, but eyes can be deceiving. When two armies face off, morale is king. If there are few soldiers on the walls of Chang'an, the morale of the Chu army will be high. On the contrary, if Chang'an is full of flags and people, the morale of the Chu army will be greatly reduced. So the first strategy is to combine the real and the fake, to increase momentum, and to use various means to create the illusion that Chang'an has many soldiers and generals, and it is not an empty illusion. One word falls. Wu Zhao's eyes lit up. Gao Tianlong and Lu Xun's eyes lit up. When two armies fight, morale is high at first, low at second, and exhausted at third. This is a good plan. Lu Xun's eyes were filled with surprise, but he quickly frowned and said, But there are only 30,000 armored soldiers in Chang'an. Even a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. How can we create the illusion of a crowd? Gao Yang replied confidently, This involves the second plan, which is also the core of this defense of the city, the people of Chang'an. Wu Zhao was a little stunned. People? Although Chang'an has few soldiers, only more than 30,000, the people of Chang'an number tens of millions. Defending a city does not require a direct charge by the army, the common people can also exert great strength. In the next few days, you can spread rumors in the city, claiming that the Chu army is not far from Chang'an city, and that anyone who leaves the city will die. The commander of the Chu army is a butcher in the world, and he will massacre everyone who breaks into the city. Under the butcher's knife, heads will roll. Rumors spread quickly. Only by blocking the people's retreat and burning their boats can we inspire the people's fighting spirit. At that time, we can offer silver for killing the enemy as a lure, or even have Your Majesty personally come out to call for action, and raise the slogan of defending Chang'an together and our common homeland. The people will see that they have no way to retreat, and their patriotism will surely be aroused, turning into a force to defend the city. As long as we can hold on, De Chu is alone in deep territory. The longer it takes, the better it will be for us. Everyone's eyes lit up in amazement. These options are very feasible and can all strengthen the city's defense force. Gao Yang is playing with people's hearts, and he has calculated almost everything. If people have a way out, they will not fight to the death, but if there is no way out, it's different. Gao Yang continued, but this alone is not enough. With such a huge disparity in military strength, we need some external help to win this battle. All the blacksmiths and craftsmen in Chang'an are treasures. In addition, we will requisition the fine wine and brown sugar in Chang'an. Even the feces from the toilets can be very useful. This time, I will use all possible means to let the Chu army know what true cruelty is. I also ask the officials in the court to trust me once and overcome this difficulty together. Gao Yang glanced at all the officials and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. The smile frightened all the officials. Since there is no way to retreat, then just don't retreat and just overturn the table. Chapter 126. Chang'an is in operation, and the call for war is coming. Inside the huge golden throne hall, Gao Yang's slightly ferocious voice suddenly sounded, and for a moment, all the civil and military officials looked at Gao Yang in shock. Craftsmen and blacksmiths throughout Chang'an, there is also wine and brown sugar. The most outrageous thing is that the feces in the pits in Chang'an city are of great use. How does feces defeat the enemy? All the officials looked at Gao Yang, and the same thought came to their minds. What on earth does the king of hell want to do? No one in the entire Golden Palace knew. Even Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana were not clear, but there was only one thought left in their minds, and they began to secretly look forward to it. the living king of hell was about to make a move, Cui Xinghe instinctively felt a sense of fear. Although he and Gao Yang were political enemies, he suddenly had a very strong intuition. This battle, accompanied by Gao Yang's move, was filled with great suspense. The state of Chu will have to pay a huge price. For a moment, the hall was silent and all officials were silent. Seeing this, Gao Tianlong slowly stood up. With his appearance, all the officials looked at Gao Tianlong. His dull voice followed. I have been a soldier for 50 years, and have fought for Daqian all my life. To me, Chang'an is my home, and Daqian is my home. Here are my relatives and everything I have dedicated myself to. Now the Chu army is attacking. They want to destroy my home and make me homeless. I will never agree to it. This Chang'an is not only my home, but also the home of all of you. If Chang'an is destroyed, your majesty will be the king of a fallen country, and we will also become the ministers of a fallen country. The king of Wu is colluding with the state of Chu. When he takes control of the government, there will definitely be a major change of government. How can you stay out of this? Even if we retreat to the south of the Yangtze River, the road is thousands of miles long. How many soldiers of the Chu army can escape the disaster safely? For a moment, all officials were silent. Gao Tianlong's words hit them right in the heart. Gao Tianlong took a deep breath and said, "Gentlemen, the situation is about to change. No one can stay out of this crisis. Gao Yang is my eldest grandson. You all know his strategies and tactics clearly. I dare not say that Chang'an can be defended, but I dare to guarantee it." Gao Tianlong paused, and his sharp and majestic eyes swept across all the officials one by one, carrying with them 50 years of murderous intent. He said word by word, "If Chang'an City is destroyed, all the members of the Dinghua Mansion, 132 people in total, will die before you gentlemen." Buzz, all officials were shocked by Gao Tianlong's words. Wu Zhao was also quite moved. She also said in a deep voice, "The enemy's attack is certainly a huge crisis for Daqian, but Chang'an has Gao Yuanweilong, who has all kinds of ingenious plans. As long as Daqian is united, why should we be afraid of the hundreds of thousands of troops of Chu?" Lu Xun, Zhao Penu, and Qin Jinghua looked at each other, then stood up one after another and said loudly, "We are willing to cooperate with Master Gao to protect Chang'an, to protect our common home." Lu Wen and Wang Hao looked at each other with gloomy faces. Hesitantly, Lu Wen's eyes flickered, and he stood up and said, "May I ask, Master Gao, how confident are you in defending the city this time?" Gao Yang said calmly, "Everyone in Chang'an is united. With the methods I have in mind, I am 90% sure that we can hold on." His 90% sure, given Gao Yang's reputation as a living devil, this undoubtedly gave some shaken officials a shot in the arm. Wu Zhao also looked at Gao Yang with shock. "I would rather die than be a minister of a fallen country. I am willing to obey your orders, Master Gao." An imperial censor of humble status but full of righteousness stood up and spoke loudly. "I second the motion." Then, like a tide, the sounds rang out one after another. "I second the motion. I second the motion." Officials stood up one after another and bowed to Gao Yang. Lu Wen and Wang Hao turned around in shock, and what they saw were faces full of passion. They looked fearless, with fire burning in their eyes. If there is a glimmer of hope, who would be willing to be a minister of a fallen country, who would be willing to be a dog of the king of Wu in the state of Chu, and be abused by history books, the blood in their hearts is still hot. Among the officials, there were quite a few, such as Gao Tianlong, Gao Feng, and others, who were determined to commit suicide and die for their country once the city was broken. Of course, there are ministers who suffer from itchy scalps because the water is too cold, but now, with Wu Zhao, Gao Yang, and Gao Tianlong speaking out, war has become the trend. Neutral ministers defected one after another. Since the living devil hasn't run away and said there is a 90% chance of success, we can still fight. Cui Xinghe also stood up and said loudly, "I second the motion." Yan Zhang also took a look, then stood up and said loudly, "I second the motion." For a moment, Wu Zhao smiled. Gao Yang also laughed. The demise of a country is not due to the capture of the king or the destruction of the country's mountains and rivers, but to the toughness of the country's ministers and people. If the whole court is timid and has no blood, then the people will only become more desperate and lose the support of the people. Even if the Chu army really wants to massacre the city, the people will never fight back. Let alone counterattack under disadvantage. Even if they have an advantage and have a number of magical weapons such as gunpowder, what can it do? The country's demise is only a matter of time, but as long as the people's hearts and blood are still there, this battle can be fought. Yao Yang turned his gaze towards Lu Xun and said loudly, General Lu. I will be here. Lu Xun stood up and said loudly. From now on, all scouts from Chang'an will be sent out to cover 100 miles. Daqian must monitor the movements of the Chu army. Also, send out a large army to fortify the city walls and clear the fields. Collect all the fallen trees and boulders outside Chang'an. If you can, take them all. If you can't, burn them all. Don't leave even a single drop for the state of Chu. Be quick. Once the military order is issued, immediately seal off Chang'an city. No one, from the princes and nobles to the common people, is allowed to leave the city. There was murderous intent in Gao Yang's eyes. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy, regardless of their identity. And spread the news of the Chu army's attack to the people, claiming that the Chu army has arrived near Chang'an and is slaughtering the people of Daqian. Also, act according to the plan. While spreading rumors, declare that your majesty is the emperor guarding the country's gates and the king dies for the country, and encourage the people of Daqian to defend Chang'an together. We must mobilize the people of Chang'an to create the illusion that we have a large number of soldiers and generals on the city walls of Daqian. Lu Xun directly bowed his hands, and said with a solemn face, General Lu Xun, obey your command. Gao Yang turned his gaze to Qin Jinghua again. General Qin, you lead a large army to inspect Chang'an city. But if there are people who are plotting something illegal, or if the noble families gather together in private, they can be executed first and reported later. We will also purchase the fine wines from all the major wineries in Chang'an at normal prices. Anyone who dares to raise the price will be executed immediately without further ado. Qin Jinghua immediately said in a loud voice. Qin Jinghua obeys the order. Su Xiang, Minister of Industry, for a moment, following Gao Yang's orderly commands, the entire Daqian, the entire Chang'an city, began to operate at an incredibly terrifying speed. All this is just to save every second. Gao Yang took a deep breath. These are almost the limits of what Chang'an city can do, but that's not enough. If we want to intimidate the Chu and destroy their morale, we have to rely on him for these special means. Now it depends on how much time the Chu gives him. Chapter 127, Gao Yang's preparations inside Chang'an city. Lu Xun rode a tall horse and pulled the reins. A strong murderous intent emanated from his body. The soldiers rode tall horses one by one, and the horses swept past the top of the city. Follow Mr. Gao's orders and make sure the news spreads throughout Chang'an city. Lu Xun's majestic voice fell. The soldiers hurriedly said solemnly, yes. Set off. Immediately afterwards, the war horses swept through the streets, and the leading soldiers roared almost at the top of their lungs. The king of Wu has rebelled, and the Chu army of over 100,000 has approached Chang'an city and is slaughtering the people of Daqian. They are planning to massacre the city. Your Majesty will fight to the death and swear to live and die with the people of Chang'an. The emperor will guard the country's gates and the king will die for the country. Mr. Gao is staying in the capital and has come up with many clever ideas. I hope the passionate people of Daqian will join the army and protect Chang'an together. For a moment, the roars of soldiers could be heard throughout Chang'an, from Zhuke Street to the other 36 streets. With this shocking news, Chang'an was suddenly plunged into great shock. The urgent military situation in the past 2 days had made them uneasy and they even wanted to flee, but they never expected that the Chu army had reached the outskirts of Chang'an city. Suddenly, discussions arose. It's over, what should I do? Damn it, my child is only 1 month old and has just come into this world. She shouldn't have to go through this. The Chu army not only wants to attack the city, but also massacre the people. Under the butcher's knife, won't we all die? Damn it! Not to mention massacring the whole city. Even if they don't, I will fight them to the death. Almost at the same time, countless people appeared on the streets of Chang'an. They were talking to each other, with intense fear flashing across their faces. At the same time, some people were walking among the people, and voices were heard. I heard that because of the king of Wu's cover, the Chu army marched straight in. The cities along the way were in great trouble. All of them were massacred. Without exception, 9 out of 10 houses were empty. The Chu army did not even spare 8-year-old children. Even an 8-year-old child isn't spared? Some people clenched their fists in anger. Someone continued, My eldest cousin's third uncle's second uncle is a high-ranking official in the imperial court. He also said that the Chu army was very brutal, and the leading generals ate raw chicken and duck meat every meal. Your Majesty could not bear to watch this and could not bear to abandon the people of Chang'an, so he decided to fight to the death. What? These Chu army bastards are such beasts. When the people heard this, their faces were filled with sorrow. Such provocative conversations were taking place on the streets of Chang'an. Moreover, as Gao Yang had expected, the rumors became more and more terrifying as they were fueled. Have you heard? The Chu army killed all the way to Chang'an. They were brutal and cruel, not even sparing a 3-year-old child. The Chu army commander liked to eat raw meat and drink human blood. He was a complete pervert. What a beast! He didn't even let a 3-year-old child go. One of the common people was filled with anger, and then turned around and said, "Have you heard? The Chu army slaughtered the whole city. Not only did they not spare even a 3-month-old baby, but the Chu army commander also ate men's things with his wine every meal, otherwise he couldn't eat." What? Is this true? When the man heard this, he was immediately unhappy. How could this be false? My second brother-in-law's great uncle is working in the palace. He heard what your Majesty said with his own ears. I'm telling you secretly, so you must not spread it out. Hiss. The man nodded and turned around and spoke. The latest news. For a time, rumors were flying all over Chang'an City, and an invisible fear and anger was accumulating in the hearts of the people. It would be fine if it didn't break out, but once it broke out it would be enough to make the whole Chang'an shudder, and the news continued to ferment as time went by, and at the same time, the news that the Empress's Son of Heaven was guarding the country's gates and the king died for the country spread throughout the streets and alleys. At the same time, a courtyard in the imperial palace. Chang'an's top craftsmen and blacksmiths also began to work busily under Gao Yang's deployment. Gao Yang held a simple model in his hand and spoke to the group of alchemists and craftsmen. Make it according to the model I have. It doesn't matter if it's a little ugly or a little off in shape, but the metal groove underneath must be there. Only in this way will it be easier to explode, produce more iron pieces, and be more powerful. If you have any questions, I'm right outside the courtyard, come and ask me anytime. A group of blacksmiths and craftsmen stared at the shape of the grenade in Gao Yang's hand and nodded in unison. Gao Yang looked at everyone and said, "Once this thing is built, everyone will be rewarded handsomely. A big-ass wife, wealth and glory, everything you want. Otherwise, tomorrow morning, I'll just chop them down and replace them with another batch." Following Gao Yang's words, fear filled the eyes of all the blacksmiths and craftsmen, but it has to be said that wives with big butts are also very attractive to them. Go ahead. Following Gao Yang's words, all the craftsmen began to devote themselves to the research and development. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yang summoned another alchemist. On the side, Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwaner listened to Gao Yang's series of actions with confusion on their faces. Gao Yang, what is this? Wu Zhao asked. Gao Yang took a look at the thing in his hand, then turned to Wu Zhao and said, "This thing is called a grenade, and its essence is gunpowder." Speaking of gunpowder, Wu Zhao's eyes lit up. She almost forgot about this powerful weapon. According to Gao Yang, the power of this gunpowder can give Chu a big surprise. Don't be anxious, Your Majesty. The gunpowder will take some time to make and we need to add something to it. What to add? Wu Zhao looked curious. First, add egg whites to turn the dusty gunpowder that I ordered these alchemists to make into granular gunpowder, and then add sugar to it. Gao Yang spoke up. He had hidden this trick for a long time, but now his life was at stake and he could no longer hide it. Egg white can be used as a binder. When added to gunpowder, it can turn the dusty gunpowder into granular gunpowder. The biggest function of granular gunpowder is to improve combustion efficiency. As for adding sugar to granular gunpowder, that is even simpler. 1 sulfur, 2 nitrate, 3 charcoal, add a little sugar and you get Big Ivan. This is not just talk, otherwise, the power of gunpowder is relatively limited. There was no white sugar in Dakian or even in the 7 kingdoms, only brown sugar with more impurities, but as long as it's sugar, this will work. He also has a way to purify brown sugar, which is one of his ways to make money, but now it can't be hidden anymore. Yellow mud decolorization method. However, Gao Yang had only seen this method of purifying brown sugar in Tiangong Kaiwu, and he was not sure how many days it would take. What Chang'an lacks most now is time, but as long as the grenade is made, it will definitely give Chu a big surprise. Wu Zhao was confused after hearing this. What's the use of mixing egg white with sugar in a killing weapon like gunpowder? Gao Yang made up a random excuse. Gunpowder belongs to a technological power, so strictly speaking, gunpowder belongs to science, and sugar is sweeter, which can make the Chu army feel the sweet scientific atmosphere. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. Gao Yang, do I look like a foolish and deceitful ruler in your eyes? Please speak carefully. Gao Yang saw this and said directly, then I will explain in detail. Strictly speaking, sugar contains carbon and is a combustible substance. Once the surrounding temperature rises, the sugar will melt and react chemically with the oxygen in the air, releasing a large amount of gas, which will increase the explosive power of the gunpowder. Does your Majesty understand what I am saying? Wu Xiao, Shangwan Waner, Gao Yang sighed and said, but brown sugar has too many impurities. In order to ensure the power of the gunpowder, I will purify it using the yellow mud decolorization method. Gunpowder plus sugar, this is the safest. Wu Zhao was confused again. Yellow mud bleaching method to purify brown sugar? What is sugar? Gao Yang continued to explain, Your Majesty can understand it literally. White sugar is sugar that is as white as jade. The so-called yellow mud is yellow mud. Mixing it with brown sugar that has been boiled to remove most of the impurities can decolorize it. Looking at the expression on Wu Zhao's face, Gao Yang added, Yellow mud has a relatively special pore structure and strong absorption, so this can be used to absorb the pigments in brown sugar syrup. Does Your Majesty understand? Wu Zhao raised her head and nodded stubbornly. I can understand the principle behind it. Gao Yang looked at the Empress with a serious look on her face. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have laughed out loud. Shangwan Waner looked at Gao Yang with a stunned expression. She said very honestly, Sir Gao, after listening to what you said, I feel like I need to grow some brains. Chapter 128, Gunpowder in one hand, alcohol in the other, ready for a barbecue. Wu Zhao also noticed that there was something wrong with Gao Yang's eyes, and she felt a little embarrassed. The way of science is truly profound and unfathomable, but how could an emperor easily admit that he didn't understand? She coughed twice and changed the subject. I have given you full authority over these. You can take care of them yourself. The whole Dacian community, even I, will listen to your orders. But I'm curious, why did you run away when you were 90% sure? And why did you choose to come back in the end? You proposed to cut off the Kanglan River and the Yarlung Zhanghua River, in order to cut off the water supply to the two countries of Chu and Yan. Once the Chu army enters the city, you should know your fate. Gao Yang saw this and said helplessly, Your Majesty, I am just making up a lie, you won't really believe it, right? 90% of this is just to stabilize the people's hearts. After all, Your Majesty knows a little about my reputation. I am well known both in the court and among the people. In this battle, if we want to defend Chang'an City, it's a 50-50 chance. Wu Zhao was not too surprised, she had guessed it, but she still held a great possibility in her heart. If there was really a 90% chance of success, Gao Yang wouldn't have been ready to run so early in the morning. As for why I stayed, it was because of Your Majesty. Your Majesty still wants to fight to the death, why should we retreat first? Gao Yang looked righteous. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. She believed the first half of the sentence 50-50, but she didn't believe a word of the second half. The word loyal minister is too far away for Gao Yang, but Wu Zhao suddenly said solemnly, no matter who you stayed for or why, I will just assume that you stayed for me. I will remember this love forever, and the people of Chang'an will remember it forever too. I will do as you say and stabilize Chang'an City to buy you some time, but I will leave the Dacian Empire and the millions of people in Chang'an City in your hands. This time, you are the chosen one, and the only one. Wu Zhao slowly bent down towards Gao Yang and bowed to him as an emperor. There was some sincerity in her tone. Gao Yang glanced at her inconspicuously, then stepped forward and helped Wu Zhao up. This is my duty as a minister. Why do you have to do this, Your Majesty? Shangwan Waner glanced at Gao Yang, her lips moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. After Wu Zhao and Shangwan Waner left, Gao Yang spoke to himself. Anyway, after revealing so many cards, it's not a loss to get a favor from the Empress. At this time, Qin Jinghua also came to Gao Yang. He saluted and said, Master Gao, we have raided all the wine shops in Chang'an City and killed 13 people. Tens of thousands of jars of wine have arrived outside the imperial city. Gao Yang gathered his thoughts and said with a twinkling look in his eyes, "Move in everyone. Add a few dozen more big pots and start cooking over high heat." As soon as Gao Yang's military order came out, Qin Shengui immediately ordered the palace guards to bring in all the wine jars as soon. A strong aroma of wine filled the entire palace. When heated at high temperature, the wine turns into steam, passes through a huge conduit made of bamboo tubes, and after cooling, it becomes high concentration wine again. The principle of distillation is not difficult, but time is tight and there are no glass tubes, so they can only be replaced by bamboo tubes. Of this thing doesn't even require any effort, because the bamboo tube-shaped mercury refining device used by the alchemists of Dakian to make elixirs is actually a distiller. However, bamboo tubes have many disadvantages. They are not heat-resistant and easily damaged, and the distilled wine may also have some problems, but these are minor flaws because Gao Yan wants a high concentration of alcohol. This is not for drinking. Qin Shengui was a gourmet. When he smelled the rich aroma of wine, he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. This wine smells so good, it seems like strong liquor. Are you trying to boost the courage of the cowards with liquor? Use strong liquor to inspire the bloodiness of the soldiers on the front line? Qin Shengui looked curious. Gao Yang just smiled when he heard this. Grandpa Qin, this is wrong. This batch of wine is not for drinking, but for the Chu army use? Qin Shengui grasped this word keenly. Yeah, treat them to a barbecue. A smile broke out on Gao Yang's face, but this smile made Qin Shengui shudder. A night passed quietly over the city of Chang'an, flags covered the sky, but after taking a look, Lu Xun still felt that it was not spectacular enough, mainly because there were too few people, and once they got close, the flags would be exposed. This is not enough to scare the Chu army, so Lu Xun rode a tall horse and found Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao waved her hand and followed Gao Yang's steps and began to post notices everywhere in the city. Conscription order. The Emperor Fengtian Chengyun summoned him and said, "The king of Wu is rebelling now, and the Chu army of hundreds of thousands is pointing its sword at Chang'an. Chang'an is in danger. However, the foundation laid by our ancestors cannot be lost, and I cannot bear to abandon the people of Chang'an. I am determined to guard the 9 gates of Chang'an in person with the body of the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven guards the national gate, and the king dies for the country. My Dakian men are so passionate. I hope that my Dakian passionate men will join the army enthusiastically. With our passion, we will forge the military spirit of Dakian and protect Chang'an together." Almost at the same time, the conscription order was posted all over the streets of Chang'an. The news spread throughout Chang'an city at lightning speed. If yesterday's rumors were intended to block the people's retreat, then this conscription order is a test of the patriotism of the people of Dichen. Liu Xun and Qin Shengui were riding tall horses and standing on Zhuke Street. Even they took a deep breath. Wu Zhao did not let the people down, and Gao Yang did not let the people down either. All the civil and military officials in the court stayed up all night just to keep Chang'an city running. Now, when the retreat is blocked, it depends on the people's choice. Wu Zhao stood on the second floor of a restaurant, looking out at the empty Suzaku Street. She clenched her fists and suppressed the tension in her heart. This day, Wu Zhao will never forget the words her father left her before his death. The king is like a boat and the people are the water. Water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize it. As long as the people's support is there, Dakian will remain. Without the people's support, it will be the time for Dakian to perish. She has always kept these words in mind and dared not forget a single word of them. If the people are still unwilling to stand up under such means, then Dakian will really perish. She looked at the streets of Chang'an, but they were still dead silent. It was as if they were shrouded in fear of the arrival of the Chu army and the impending massacre of the city. They wanted to be lambs to be slaughtered and fight for the hope that the Chu army would not massacre the city. There was some disappointment in Wu Zhao's eyes, that's all. Wu Zhao just turned around and prepared to leave. Shang Wanwan's eyes also looked dim, but the next second. Boom, a huge roar, a boiling sound, mixed with cursing, rushed straight to the sky. Chapter 129, Wu Zhao's touching thoughts. I'm not walking alone. Wu Zhao raised her head in shock and looked straight ahead. On Suzaku Street. One after another, people came out carrying hoes and kitchen knives, and just like rivers flowing into the sea, they all poured into Suzaku Street. Looking down from a high altitude, it was like a spark that suddenly ignited the prairie and swept across the entire Chang'an. There was anger and desperation on their faces. The one walking in front was a scarred man with a long scar running across his face, revealing a hideous look. He was holding a big knife in his hand. He cursed, "Damn it, Chang'an is where I was born and raised. These Chu army bastards want to break in? It's not that easy. The Chu army massacred the city. What will I rob in the future? Besides, we have the King of Hell guarding the city, and His Majesty is personally guarding it, so there's nothing to be afraid of. He brought a group of brothers with him, cursing loudly. Your mother's servant. I am the only one who can rob the people of Chang'an. How can it be the turn of these bastards? The other an old man with a cane walked out of a room. A strong man with a bare chest and a hammer jokingly said, Old Wang, you are already 60 years old. Can you still fight in the battlefield? Old Wang's head was trembling. When he heard this, he glared and hit the ground heavily with the cane in his hand. Defending our country is the duty and responsibility of every Dacian citizen. Besides, His Majesty personally issued an edict, asking the emperor to guard the country's gates. The king dies for the country. Although I am old, I can still kill the enemy and defend my country. I'll kill all those Chu army bastards with one sword. For a moment, the sturdy man put away the playful look on his face and became serious. Kill the enemy. Old Wang moved his crutch, took a step forward, a murderous look flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly said. The sturdy man also held the hammer in his hand and roared with almost all his strength, Kill the enemy. As this voice sounded more and more passionate, men opened their doors and came to the street, shouting, Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! For a moment, the spontaneous voices of the people slowly gathered together to form a huge sound wave that resounded throughout the entire Chang'an city. This is a strong fighting spirit. These are roars of anger raised in the face of national crisis to protect our common home. This is. Wu Zhao stood where she was. Shangwan Wan'er also stood there. There was an indescribable excitement and shock in their eyes. Wu Zhao watched this scene and listened to the sounds of killing enemies, and her heart was filled with endless excitement. It was endlessly moving. As far as she could remember, she had never cried since she was old enough to understand things. Even if she fell down and her knees were swollen and red, she would grit her teeth and get up by herself. Not to mention that after she became an adult, she had no brothers or sisters, and she was destined to become an empress. How could the empress cry? If Mount Tai collapses in front of you, you will remain calm. If the sky falls down, you will have to carry it on your shoulders. Crying is a cowardly act. Wu Zhao also didn't like crying, and thought crying was the most useless thing in the world, but at this moment, looking at the people in front of him and listening to the voices ringing in his ears, a feeling of sadness in his heart was madly stimulating his tear glands. Admittedly, Gao Yang's rumors contributed to this, but more importantly, the people of Chang'an feel a sense of belonging to Dacian in their hearts. Wu Zhao raised her noble head and looked towards the sky. She wanted to hold back her emotions, just as she had done in the past when facing the intrigues and deceptions of the entire Dacian, but at this moment, the bitterness was madly stimulating her tear glands. Finally, 2 lines of crystal tears slid down from the corners of my eyes. It turned out that there was not one person behind her. She is not fighting alone. Behind her are Shangwan Wan'er, Gao Yang, and countless loyal people, and there are so many common people on Suzaku Street. Gao Tianlong and Lu Jin were also excited. They looked at the scene in front of them with moist eyes. This is the country they are protecting and the people they are protecting. With so many passionate people in Dacian, how can Chang'an be empty? Gao Tianlong suddenly pulled out his sword, the blade pointed straight at the sky, his face flushed, and he roared, Dacian, we will win. On Zhuke Street, the people of Dacian, with their faces filled with enthusiasm, all looked in the direction of Gao Tianlong. They raised their right hands and shouted, Dacian will win. Dacian, we will win. The golden sunlight broke through the dense clouds above the sky, enveloped the entire Chang'an city, and shone on Wu Zhao's noble face. Wu Zhao listened to the shouts and looked at the people of Dacian on the streets. She couldn't help but laugh. Who said that my Chang'an is empty? I have so many passionate people, and I have the help of the living King of Hell. Why can't I win this battle? Fight to the death, with my blood and the strength of the entire city of Chang'an. We will fight until we are dead. Song Mansion Song stood in the courtyard, listening to the roars and roars with a complicated expression. This dead end actually has a glimmer of hope. Gao Yang was promoted to the Minister of War and put in charge of the entire Chang'an. If we really hold on to this battle, then my Song family will have made a huge mistake. Song Li took a deep breath and regretted his decision to bits. On the side, Song Qingqing's fair little face was also full of complexity. This is a huge crisis, but for Gao Yang, it is also a huge opportunity. Qingqing, do you regret it? Song Li suddenly turned his gaze towards Song Qingqing and asked if he could go back in time. On the day when Gao Yang issued the edict seeking talents, he would stop Song Qingqing at all costs. The fate of the entire Song family underwent a shocking change. Song Qingqing had a stubborn look on her face. The king of Wu and the state of Chu are colluding, so they must have made sufficient preparations. Although the people of Chang'an have responded one after another, there are very few people who are not frightened on the battlefield. It's hard to say whether this battle will end. The Song family should make other preparations. The best way is to protect yourself. She had always thought highly of herself since she was young and wanted to marry a man of extraordinary talent and hero, but now she never expected this. The person she wanted to marry since she was a child and still wants to marry now is in Chang'an City, but not long ago, she broke off the engagement with her own hands. Intellectually speaking, keeping Daqian is the best outcome for the Song family. But Song Qingqing was troubled by her psychology and she was unwilling to admit it. She would rather the city be destroyed and Gao Yang die, because the more dazzling Gao Yang was, the more it felt like a hard slap in her face. She is a joke in the whole Chang'an. Song Li didn't say much, just looked in the direction of the imperial palace. If the living devil makes a move, there will be traces to follow, but the living king of hell didn't even show up, which only meant that everything was within his expectations. Moreover, he was doing something more important than mobilizing the people. Good wine, brown sugar, craftsman, blacksmith, even feces. What is he doing? Song Li didn't know, let alone guess, but he knew that all these would be answered when the Chu soldiers arrived at the city. For a time, Chang'an was in a state of turmoil, and the desire for war spread to every street and alley. In particular, the news of Gao Yang's defense of the city was exaggerated, which greatly excited the people. This was something that no one had expected. A reputation for evil deeds is sometimes more useful than any reputation. Generals such as Gao Tianlong, Lu Xun, and Qin Jing was selected the common people, incorporated them into the army, and taught them the art of defending the city as quickly as possible. Wu Zhao stayed in the imperial palace, commanded all officials, and took care of the logistics of the reserve baggage point. One day passed in a flash. Chapter 130, Sword Forging Technique. Chu army approaches the city. The imperial palace, the remote courtyards were in complete chaos. Gao Yang's throat was about to smoke from shouting. Grass. I've said it so many times. You don't have to use water to quench the sword. You can use animal urine first. Animal urine contains salt, which cools quickly. The forged sword is hard enough. Then you can use animal fat to quench it a second time. If the temperature is too high, use animal urine to quench it. If the temperature is too low, use animal fat to quench it. You can control the specific temperature yourself. If a dog can't pee, give it water to drink. If it won't drink, force it. Horses and donkeys should also force water. Human urine is not okay. Some of it contains uric acid, and some contains diabetes. If you dare to ask if human urine is okay again, I will pull you out and castrate you. In the forging room that was temporarily converted from the palace courtyard, Gao Yang's voice echoed throughout the room. Clatter, did. The blacksmith was shirtless, his arm muscles bulging, and he hammered down one after another. The dull sound of hammering echoed throughout the entire palace courtyard. Gao Yang looked at the sky. This woman Wu Zhao really drained him dry, not a penny left. The double liquid quenching method is mainly a method of heat treatment for forged knives. Simply put, it can make the forged knife harder. In the previous life, there was a famous sword that was quenched using the double liquid quenching method. It was called Mo Dao. However, in comparison, the Mo Dao used more complex sword forging techniques, such as steel wrapping technology, soil covering and blade burning technology, etc. This gave birth to the most powerful weapon in the cold weapon era, the Mo Dao. Gao Yang couldn't make a real Mo Dao. This must require a lot of practice, otherwise there is nothing to talk about, but there is absolutely no problem in making an initial version of Mo Dao. In ancient times, gunpowder was certainly a powerful weapon, but swords were more cost-effective, especially the Mo Dao. This is one of his trump cards. However, Gao Yang was in Chang'an, under the control of Wu Zhao, so he endured it and did not let the blacksmith in his mansion make it, but if Wu Zhao wanted to get rid of her, then he really had the ability to turn the table. But at this moment, I can't hide it anymore. Alcohol and gunpowder are not enough. He is a cautious man, and 50% confidence is too little. You have to be at least 99% sure for it to be worth a try. When the two armies charged into battle, the Mo Dao was the biggest trump card. With the dragon banner moved forward and the Mo Dao added, even if the Chu army and the king of Wu attacked fiercely, they would be able to repel them. In a way, since you have chosen to stay, you naturally have to play all your cards. After this crisis, if we fail to capture Wu Zhao, it will be a huge loss. Stop loss must be taken. Xia Yang's heart is bleeding. Alcohol distillation technology, yellow mud decolorization method, white sugar, the art of sword forging, gunpowder. When Gao Yang thought of the Chu army, his heart bleed. These were all silver in his trump cards. This wave was all forced out. If he didn't beat the shit out of the Chu army, Gao Yang might as well change his name to Gao Wan. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana watched from afar and only felt that there was a huge hideous look on Gao Yang's face. They haven't come close yet. Gao Yang raised his hand and said ferociously, "Whoever forges the sword I want first will be rewarded with 3 big butt wives." Hiss. The breathing of the men who were panting from exhaustion suddenly became heavy, and they suddenly looked towards Gao Yang. A shirtless muscular man holding a hammer in his hand. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Sir, are you serious?" Gao Yang nodded and said without hesitation, "I swear in the name of His Majesty, how can this be false? But if you can't make one within 3 days, you'll all be castrated." For a moment, following Gao Yang's words, all the blacksmiths roared with excitement. Grass. For Dakian. For His Majesty. The originally stuffy palace courtyard seemed to be even hotter, and the strong men seemed to have infinitely more strength. Even though I didn't sleep all night, I am still very energetic. Bang bang bang. The sound of the hammer hitting the iron seemed to get louder. Hiss. This surprised Gao Yang. Yes, it's so useful that His Majesty's reputation plus the reward from his big butt wife. Wu Zhao stepped forward angrily. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Is my reputation any good? Gao Yang looked back and saw Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana. He coughed twice. Your Majesty, didn't you make me the Minister of War, responsible for the overall affairs of Chang'an? It's reasonable for me to encourage them. Is it not good to be a beauty? Must she have a big butt? How big is considered a big butt? Where can I find one? Wu Zhao didn't mind and just spoke out. Gao Yang almost wanted to say that someone like His Majesty would be great, but when the words came to his lips, he changed his words. Your Majesty, this is not my business, but beauty and big butt beauty are 2 different concepts. Your Majesty, look, is the momentum coming up all of a sudden? Wu Zhao listened to the intensive sound of hammers pounding inside and the voices shouting for Dakian, for His Majesty, and the corners of her mouth twitched. But I have to admit that having a big butt wife in one hand and castrating her with the other hand is indeed a strong motivation. That's all. Everything is stable in Chang'an now, but the people are angry. I came to you to ask about the preparation of gunpowder and sugar. Wu Zhao listened to the sound of forging swords but did not pay much attention to it. The weapons of the 7 countries were similar now. She did not know why Gao Yang would summon blacksmiths to forge swords, let alone what Gao Yang's crazy idea was. She cares more about gunpowder and sugar. Gao Yang nodded. The dusty gunpowder has been added with egg white, and after testing, it has become granular gunpowder. After adding brown sugar, it's quite powerful, but I always feel it's not quite up to par. I guess it's because there are too many impurities in the brown sugar, and it's hard to control the ratio of sugar to gunpowder. However, the yellow mud decolorization method will take at least 2 or 3 days before it can crystallize into white sugar. Wu Zhao frowned, but I'm afraid the Chu army won't give us so much time. Wu Zhao said worriedly. Gao Yang spread his hands and said helplessly, what we lack most now is time. As long as we can survive the attack at the beginning, the more time passes, the better it will be for us. But if Chang'an can't even survive a day or 2, then even if we have these measures, it will be useless. Wu Zhao nodded and felt that what Gao Yang said made sense. She said, in the past 2 days, I have issued a conscription order as you said, and the people of Chang'an have responded one after another. The effect is better than expected. I have the confidence to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Gao Yang nodded and said, in this battle of Chang'an, in addition to some of my tactics, my greatest reliance is the people of Chang'an. The people are full of enthusiasm, and the soldiers of Chang'an are fighting bravely. There is great hope for this battle. I happen to have a song here with very strong lyrics and music, which can greatly boost the morale of the soldiers and the people. I will write it for Your Majesty. Your Majesty can find a musician to play it, and it may have a miraculous effect. Gao Yang started writing as he spoke, and he almost forgot that this piece of music was very suitable for Dakian. Wu Zhao's face was filled with shock. Gao Yang can also compose music. She looked at Shangguan Wana, and Shangguan Wana immediately followed. She is proficient in mathematics, composition, and poetry, and she is an expert in composition. As Gao Yang wrote and drew on the paper, Shangguan Wana's expression changed from calm at first, to moved, shocked, and finally to disbelief of this. Saw him, Shangguan Wanner's heart was filled with shock and she looked at Gao Yang in shock. This made Wu Zhao very curious. What kind of song is this? It made Shangguan Wanner's face change drastically, but just then, the voices of the soldiers suddenly rang out. Report! The king of Wu and the army of Chu rushed all the way, burning, killing and looting, and are already 30 miles away from Chang'an. The enemy is about to arrive at the city. As the voice came out, Wu Zhao's expression changed. What? Shangguan Wanner also clenched her fists. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "It's coming so fast." The speed of the Great Chu was even faster than he had imagined. 30 miles away, it would only take a short while for them to reach the city of Chang'an. In that case, let's give them a small show of force and put an end to their arrogance. Gao Yang looked into the distance and said lightly. Chapter 131, Small Tricks, Morale Competition on the city wall of Chang'an. Wu Zhao stood at the front, Shangguan Wanner and Gao Yang stood beside her, and behind her were civil and military officials. Even though Gao Yang had been mentally prepared, at this moment, he still couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling and a chill. It wasn't because of a lack of courage. It was simply that the scene before him was too horrifying. Looking forward, I saw a large number of black cavalrymen densely packed together, and a black flag of the Chu kingdom fluttering in the wind. Hundreds of thousands of elite cavalry and infantry charged in unison, with an impact that is unmatched by any movie special effects. At the same time, a terrifying aura permeated around them. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds gathered, which further highlighted the oppressive feeling of the Chu cavalry. The war horses trampled the ground, and sand filled the air, as if the iron cavalry of purgatory was charging. Although Wu Zhao was an emperor, she had never seen such a scene of 2 armies confronting each other. When the army came to attack, her brain went blank for a moment. This is not to mention some of the Dacian civil officials. The timid officials' legs have already started to tremble. They look pale. Can Chang'an City really be defended with such a large Chu army? Only some veterans such as Gao Tianlong and Lu Zhen remained calm, and even had a strong fighting spirit burning in their eyes. They felt that their blood was returning little by little. High school students. Lu Zhen couldn't help but speak, breaking the atmosphere. Gao Yang's eyes were sharp. He took a deep breath and calmly gave orders. The Chu army has been on a long journey and their troops are exhausted. Our army is well rested and waiting for them to tire. The Chu army commander will never launch an attack right away. Now follow the plan, mobilize the people, line up the soldiers with loud voices in front, and shout as hard as they can. Make sure to shout out my great spirit. I obey your orders. Lu Zhen and Qin Jinghua bowed and immediately turned around and left. The Chu army is at the gates of the city. The test for Chang'an is here. Hurry up to the top of the city wall, and shout at the top of your voice later. Come on. Following Lu Zhen's voice, the soldiers quickly climbed to the top of the Chang'an city wall. They looked grim. Gao Yang looked towards the hundreds of thousands of Chu troops in front of him. He felt the powerful oppressive force, and even under the pressure, he actually smiled. Wu Zhao was a little nervous at first, but when she saw the smile on Gao Yang's face, she felt a lot more relaxed. The Chu army is approaching, and you can still laugh? Gao Yang smiled a little pervertedly. I don't know why, but I see the blood boiling in the Chu army's heart, as if they can't wait any longer. Gao Yang thought of his many methods and looked eager to try them out. All the officials were silent, with their mouths twitching. With the army approaching, Chang'an City was facing an unprecedented crisis. Faced with such a situation, it was good enough that Gao Yang did not weaken in the knees. He could actually smile, looking eager to try the opposite of Tiangang. It's really the opposite of Tiangang. The Chu army is approaching the city and must build a camp. The camp of 100,000 troops must be close to a water source. The Jingshui River outside Chang'an is too long. Otherwise, a large number of corpses and cattle and sheep will be thrown upstream of the water source, which will be enough to cause the Chu army to suffer. But it's not realistic to pollute the entire Jing River. Besides the Jing River, there are other tributaries such as the Wei River. The cost-effectiveness is too poor. Gao Yang looked regretful. Water is the basis of life. When Chang'an City was built as the imperial capital of Dacian, water resources were of paramount importance. If these rivers were to be polluted by corpses, the number of people polluting them would be astronomical. Wu Zhao, civil and military officials, hissed, pollute water sources. The Jingshui River is such a big tributary, and this living devil actually has some ideas. But it's not bad to discuss them. Gao Yang said to himself. Wu Zhao realized the point of the problem. So, you are still lost? It was not long ago that I lost it. The water in the Jing River is flowing. The Chu army doesn't know how much I have lost. They will probably be shocked when they see it. Why not discuss them if I can? What's more, this is just a small trick that comes in handy when clearing the countryside. Gao Yang showed a simple smile on his face. Wu Zhao's eyes twitched, but no matter whether it was to clear the countryside or to scare the Chu army, this made Wu Zhao feel more at ease. These are just some small tricks, and I'm afraid there will be more and more tricks to come. It feels so good to have the poison master by my side instead of across from me. Yan Zhang's face was filled with indescribable expression. From a moral perspective, he severely condemned it, but considering the current crisis of Daqian, he could only say that it was a good job. Cui Xinghao also held his breath. All the officials looked at Gao Yang. At this moment, Gao Yang gave me a very strong sense of security. On the top of Chang'an City, the Daqian soldiers and civilians gathered together. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and looked at all the soldiers. She raised her right hand high, with a strong imperial majesty emanating from her body, and then spoke angrily. Soldiers and civilians of Chang'an, I am with you. You all, fight bravely and kill the enemy. Let's fight together for the national crisis. As long as I am here, the city is here. If I die, the city is gone. Fight to the death. Following Wu Zhao's words, the eyes of the soldiers on the city wall suddenly changed. They raised their right hands with boiling blood and shouted loudly. Let's fight together for the national crisis. Daqian, fight to the death. Daqian, fight to the death. Daqian, fight to the death. The shouts gathered into a tremendous wave of sound, sweeping out and spreading far away. Ha! Chang'an is right in front of us. Our great Chu will create unprecedented achievements. Chu Tianfeng rode on a tall horse, looking at the Chang'an city which was already within his sight, with an unconcealable excitement on his face. Break into Chang'an city and capture the Empress of Daqian alive. They are all meritorious officials of the great Chu, and they can leave a significant mark in the history books. Future generations will be proud of them. Chu Qingwan was wearing soft armor and looking at the towering Chang'an city not far away. A smile appeared on his proud and cold face. Chang'an, it's finally here. They rushed all the way, planning for 2 months, and entered Daqian at almost the fastest speed. After Longguan, they went all the way south, crossing mountains and rivers, and arrived outside the city of Chang'an. It's all worth it. King Wu and Shui rode forward on horseback, excitement also in their eyes. As long as we conquer this city, the country will change hands. Wu Shong clenched his fists, his face full of ambition. As long as you kneel down and pledge your loyalty, you can conquer the world. Where can you find such a good thing? Chu Qingwan reined in his horse and looked towards Chang'an city. This Daqian reacted quickly, but I'm afraid he is still in deep despair now. Wu Xiong smiled and said, Chang'an has at most 3 to 4 days to react. With such a short time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deliver the letter for help. A group of Chu army generals also laughed loudly, with disdain in their eyes. The Empress of Daqian has just ascended the throne and her government is unstable. Now she is suddenly faced with such a crisis of national destruction. I am afraid she has already cried out of fear. Our army launched a surprise attack and marched straight into Chang'an city, which was nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered. I heard that the women in Daqian have delicate skin and are very beautiful. I will rush in and have a good time. I heard that the Empress of Daqian is also a stunning beauty. Her looks are second to none in the 7 kingdoms. And she is an empress. If I can shudder at this, then even if I lose 10 years of my life, it's worth it. The Empress of Daqian is also something we can covet, so I will naturally offer her to your majesty. However, I heard that the Empress of Daqian has a girl named Shangguan Wan'er by her side, who is also extremely beautiful, so we can take her down. Brothers, you all know that I hate waste. To capture Chang'an city and Shangguan Wan'er, everyone has a share, but you have to be well-mannered and queue up. Ha ha ha. A group of Chu generals uttered obscene words, their eyes full of disdain and contempt. It seems like the outcome has been decided. Although Chu Qingwan was unhappy, she did not say anything to stop it. The essence of war is bloody and cruel. Not only the generals of Chu were like this, but the soldiers under them were even more so. There was bloodthirstiness and endless greed in their eyes. Once Chang'an city is captured, it will be a top-notch plundering feast for them. But just when the Chu army was laughing wildly and becoming extremely rampant, in the distance, a voice suddenly swept over. Let's work together to face the national crisis. Dacian, 10,000 victory. Dacian, 10,000 victory. Dacian, 10,000 victory. The roar came from the top of Chang'an City, far away, and echoed throughout the sky. Chapter 132. Is Gao Yang the only one who can use tricks? Chu Qingluan's alienation plan. For a moment, the Chu army widened their eyes, even alarming Chu Qingluan. Is this the sound coming from the top of Dacian Chang'an City? They want to fight to the death? Let's fight together for the country? As they got closer and closer to Chang'an City, they could see more clearly. They saw that the sky above Chang'an City was covered with flags, forming a continuous stretch. Looking from afar, there are people everywhere. Chu Tianfeng's expression changed. He looked at Wu Xiong decisively and said, "Didn't you say that Chang'an was empty? How come there are so many Dacian soldiers?" Just from the sound waves alone, there are at least 60,000 to 70,000 people roaring in unison. Another Chu general also spoke up, "Let's fight together for our country's crisis." This voice was filled with fighting spirit, without any fear or terror in it. How many defenders are there in Chang'an City? For a moment, the faces of the Chu generals all changed. Chu Qingluan also looked at King Wu and said, "Give this princess an explanation." Wu Xiong was also dumbfounded. "No, that's not right. Logically speaking, no matter how fast Dacian reacts, it is impossible for them to send troops into the capital. According to the past organization of Chang'an City, it is impossible for them to have more than 30,000 defenders." Chu Tianfeng emphasized, "Impossible, judging from the flags on the top of the city, there can't be less than 60,000 people." Wu Xiong was anxious. "Second princess, General Chu, I can bring my tens of thousands of troops, including General Shui's 10,000 troops. There is no reason for me to lie to you." Chu Qingluan thought so too. She looked towards the top of Chang'an City and suddenly said, "This general guarding the city is so cunning." As she spoke, all the Chu generals looked at Chu Qingluan. Chu Qingluan said coldly, "There are probably civilians mixed in here. Their purpose is to affect the morale of our troops." As soon as these words were spoken, the Chu generals were not fools and they all reacted. Morale is something that cannot be seen or touched, but it is extremely important during a war. The first push is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. The Chu army marched southward with high morale. In addition, everyone knew that Chang'an was empty, so they all came with the idea of robbing gold and silver and gaining merit. Such combat power is extremely terrifying, but now, the city walls of Chang'an are crowded with people, looking as if they are standing firm. The morale of the Chu army's soldiers will be weakened invisibly, the combat effectiveness will naturally decrease. A good general must be able to mobilize the morale of his soldiers, and Chu Qingluan is well aware of this, but this is like an open conspiracy. You know it is an illusion, but the weakening of the morale of the Chu army has been accomplished invisibly. In the face of absolute strength, any demons and monsters are nothing but jokes. Chu Qingluan snorted coldly with disdain on her face. "Order the entire army to prepare to set up camp." As soon as Chu Qingluan gave the order, the Chu army began to set up camp in an orderly manner. Chu Qingluan set up his tent in the center of the city, but soon, a Chu scout rushed over and knelt on one knee. "Second princess, all the large trees within 10 miles of Chang'an City have been either cut down or burned, and even the villages have not been spared. We can only go further away, cut down trees and build fortifications." Chu Qingluan looked calm, not surprised at all. Dacian is not a fool, it's normal for him to make preparations in advance after hearing the news. Fortify the walls and clear the fields. This is just a conventional method. But the Chu army soldier raised his head, looking a little speechless. Chu Qingluan noticed something was wrong, and she asked, "Anything else?" The soldier gritted his teeth and said, "We found more than a dozen bodies in the Jingshui River, as well as some dead chickens and ducks. It was also done by Dacian. But there's no way of knowing exactly how many there are." "What? What a beast!" When Chu Tianfeng heard the news, his face tensed and he suddenly cursed. Chu Qingluan's mouth twitched as well. A name suddenly flashed through her mind, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Gao Yang. This is definitely the work of the living devil. Fortify the walls and clear the fields, throw the body into the water source. This is definitely a beast who is not a human being. Except for him, no one among the veterans of Dacian can do it." King Wu frowned, a hint of fear flashing across his brows. Shui at the side said in a deep voice, the Jing River is dozens of miles long, and there are other rivers outside Chang'an. It is impossible to pollute the water source with corpses, unless it is filled by tens or hundreds of thousands of people. This living devil is probably trying to scare us on purpose, wanting us to bring water from far away to buy time for Chang'an. All we need to do is to salvage the corpse and boil the water. Don't drink the raw water. If Chang'an City is only capable of this, it will only take a few days to capture it. As the defender of Dakian, Shui knew the direction of the mountains and rivers in Dakian. This strategy can't fool him. After these words were spoken, Xu Qingwan's expression became much better. She ordered, "Ride quickly along the river and search up and down to see how many bodies there are." Although Shui spoke, he was a general of Dakian after all, so being cautious can save the day. So Xu Qingwan still wanted to confirm it. After all, this is no trivial matter. Once you drink contaminated water and get plague, it is no joke. But in her heart, she was more inclined to believe what Shui said. Where there is a city, there must be a river, let alone a huge city like Chang'an. If one wants to pollute the river outside Chang'an City, how many lives will be lost? Soon, the scouts from Dichu returned. Report: only a dozen bodies were found along the Jing River, and they have been salvaged. Inside the tent, Xu Qingwan's face was grim. This living devil is really cunning. In Chang'an, the people are being mobilized to destroy the morale of our army. They are also fortifying the city walls and clearing the fields, pouring corpses into the water source to prevent our army from setting up camp. It seems that our opponent this time should be this living devil. Chu Tianfeng was a little surprised. Is it Gao Yang who was in charge of the army? Xu Qingwan's eyes were cold, and she nodded. Yes, these methods are conventional but a bit sinister, unlike those Dakian veterans. It should be Gao Yang. Wu Xiong felt uneasy. He asked, "Second Princess, why don't you lead your troops to attack the city?" Xu Qingwan's face was cold. Our army has been rushing all the way, and the soldiers are already exhausted. Dakian is waiting for them to tire themselves out. It is not a good idea to attack rashly. What's more, when two armies fight, morale is the most important thing. The first battle determines the morale of both armies. If we lose, it will be a huge blow to our morale. The people of Chang'an are just a bunch of scattered soldiers with low fighting capacity. As long as we scare them in the first battle, Chang'an City will be within our grasp. Chu Tianfeng nodded approvingly. He did not underestimate any opponent, and even if he was angered, he could still make rational judgments. His great Chu state had produced an extraordinary female general. Seeing this, Takeo was unwilling to accept it. So we just rest for the night? Of course not. Xu Qingwan turned around and looked at a tall young man. Xu Hong, take a few elite soldiers with you and go to the city of Chang'an immediately, and yell at the top of your lungs. Put all of this on Gao Yang's scheme to cut off the water supply and tell that to the Queen of Dakian. If you want to negotiate, then agree to our army's two conditions. When Takeo heard this, he subconsciously wanted to speak up to stop him, but all he heard was Xu Qingwan's deep eyes as she spoke word by word. First, as the Queen of Dakian, she must kneel down to receive the imperial edict of the Great Chu State, submit to the Chu State, and pay tribute every year. Second, we must kill Gao Yang before we can make peace. Chapter 133, I'll force him to take the lead. When Takeo heard this, he instantly became anxious. Second Princess, do you really want to negotiate? Xu Qingwan looked at Wu Xiong with disdain. We have already reached the gates of Chang'an, and this princess still needs to negotiate? This living devil wants to disgust me, so I will disgust him too. Does he really think he is the only one in the world who can use tricks? Xu Tianfeng's eyes lit up. The Queen of Dakian knows how many people there are in Chang'an. If the Queen of Dakian doesn't agree, the officials may be dissatisfied and our army will suffer no loss. If she agrees, she will fall into her trap. The second princess's plan to sow discord is brilliant. Takeo's complexion also improved. If we can kill the King of Hell without bloodshed and then lead the army to attack the city, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Xu Hong was wearing battle armor, with a murderous look on his face. He smiled and said, Second Princess, I'll take care of this matter. Follow me. Xu Hong selected a few Chu army soldiers, left the camp and headed straight towards Chang'an City. Soon, on top of the city wall, the sharp-eyed Lucian shouted, Your Majesty, someone from the Chu army camp is coming. Some riders are heading towards Chang'an City. When Wu Zhao heard the voice, she looked over. What do they want? Gao Yang's eyes were slightly cold, and he said, those who are kind don't come, and those who come are not kind. Look at this heroic and high-spirited look, he is definitely not here to surrender. Soon Chu Hong rode a tall horse and brought several cavalrymen with him. They came to the city of Chang'an with disdain on their faces and their backs straight. I am Chu Hong, the commander of the Changshui Commandery of the Great Chu State, and an envoy of the Great Chu State. Where is the Great Qian Emperor? Chu Hong shouted loudly, and his voice spread far away. Chu Army Envoy. For a moment, all the officials were shocked, and Lu Wen, Su Xuanji and others were all confused. Song Li frowned and lowered his voice and asked, could it be that the Chu army wanted to negotiate and was really frightened by my Dakian's formation? Gao Tianlong heard this and said calmly, the Chu army is already at the gates of the city, with its sword pointed at Chang'an. How can we negotiate peace? Wu Zhao frowned and gave Shang Wanwaner a look. Shang Wanwaner immediately stepped forward and shouted, Your Majesty is here, what does the Chu envoy want to do? When Chu Hong saw Shang Wanwaner show up, a look of surprise first appeared on his face, and then he spoke loudly. Chu Hong has been ordered to come here and wants to bring a few words to Emperor Qian. Shang Wanwaner spoke again, what are you talking about? Chu Hong was just a captain and was not worthy of Wu Zhao to have a conversation with him. Chu Hong said in a proud voice, Our Great Chu and Great Qian have signed an alliance and will not offend each other. We should be able to enjoy eternal peace. But Dakian intends to cut off the flow of the Yarlung Zangbo River and the Kanglan River, cutting off the water supply to Dachu. This is an outrage to both humans and gods. Dachu cannot accept it, so we are sending troops to Dakian. But our Great Chu is a great country that loves peace and cannot bear to see the two countries fall into war. Therefore, as long as Emperor Qian agrees to our army's two conditions, we can negotiate and enjoy peace again. As soon as these words were spoken, all the officials were shocked, and excitement even flashed across Su Xuanji and Lu Wen's faces. The Chu army is willing to negotiate. Even Wu Zhao frowned. What the hell is the Chu army doing? If we want to capture Chang'an, it is impossible to rely on the illusory strategy of cutting off water supply. This must have been premeditated, and preparations had even begun as soon as she ascended the throne. Yao Yang frowned, realizing something was wrong. Changwan Wanner looked at Chu Hong below the city and continued to ask, what are the conditions? First, Dakian must submit to Dachu and become a vassal state of Dachu. Emperor Qian must kneel to receive the imperial edict. Secondly, the culprit who proposed to cut off the flow of the Yarlung Zangbo River and the Kanglan River and cut off the water supply to our Great Chu must die. We must kill Gao Yang before we can make peace. One word falls. A look of shock suddenly flashed across the faces of all the officials on the city wall of Chang'an. A swish, swish, swish. Many eyes were focused on Wu Zhao and Gao Yang, their faces filled with shock. Gao Yang was also stunned. Not only did his evil plot spread, but even the commander-in-chief of the Chu army knew about it, but he had to admit that this strategy of sowing discord was extremely vicious. Wu Zhao's face was gloomy. If she wanted to negotiate, she had to kneel down to receive the imperial edict, and Gao Yang had to be beheaded. Her phoenix eyes were cold. Lu Wen took a deep breath, stood up, and said loudly, Your Majesty is the emperor, how can you kneel down? But I think we can discuss this matter further. Su Xuanji also said, if we can have peace talks, it will be a blessing for Dakian and the people. Your Majesty is a person of 1,000 gold, you cannot kneel. As the Prime Minister, I can kneel on your behalf to receive the imperial decree. At the same time, some civil officials who were frightened by the momentum of the Chu army also stood up and shouted, Su Xiang is righteous. Su Xiang Dai. Wu Zhao smiled. She looked at Su Xuanji and said, Then I have to thank Prime Minister Su for his sacrifice. Su Xuanji cupped his hands and said with a righteous look on his face, For Dakian and for the millions of people in Chang'an, I will do this without hesitation. But Wu Zhao suddenly raised her voice. How can there be a prime minister like you who is so afraid of death? Today, no matter who kneels, they all represent me and the entire Dakian. With this kneeling, the backbone of Dakian, from the emperors and generals to the common people, will be completely collapsed. If a country does not have a straight backbone, how is it different from being destroyed? Not to mention, Gao Yang is my Dakian's most loyal minister. He has never betrayed me, so how can I betray him? Gao Yang listened and felt a ripple in his heart, but when he saw these civil officials standing up, his eyes became cold. These bastards clearly want him to sacrifice himself. Very good, Gao Yang will remember these bastards. Lu Wen and Su Xuanji felt as if a thorn in their backs was beneath Gao Yang's gaze, but they were still moved and said, Your Majesty, the Chu army is strong. Hundreds of thousands of tigers and wolves are unstoppable, and the edge is exposed. For the sake of Daqian and the millions of people in Chang'an, we ask Your Majesty to stay away from the edge for a while. Your Majesty, we ask you to stay out of the spotlight for a while. Everyone said in unison. Wu Zhao took a deep breath, and her phoenix eyes suddenly looked at Su Xuanji and others. At the same time, an extremely powerful imperial aura emanated from her body, like a raging wave, filling the entire Chang'an city wall. Should I avoid his attack first? Get the arrows. Chapter 134, Kill with One Arrow. Domineering Empress on the top of Chang'an City, Wu Zhao's voice sounded like a sonic boom. Your Majesty, arrows are coming. Lu Xun handed over a large ox-horn bow and several sharp arrows from the side. Wu Zhao took the bow and arrow, her face full of coldness. It was obvious what she wanted to do. For a moment, Su Xuanji and Lu Wen's eyes twitched, especially Su Xuanji, who was scolded harshly, looked even uglier. He hurriedly stopped him. Your Majesty, once you shoot this arrow, Daqian and Dachu will have no chance to turn around. Your Majesty, think twice. Sacrificing one person can save the lives of millions of people in Chang'an. Isn't this worth it? I think Mr. Gao is willing too. Although he knew that offending Gao Yang was unwise, he couldn't care less now. If the Chu army broke through the city of Chang'an, he, the Prime Minister, would most likely not survive. Seeing this, Lu Wen also spoke up, Your Majesty, everyone has to die. Some people's death is heavier than Mount Tai, while others are as light as a feather. If one person's life can really be exchanged for the lives of millions of people, it would be a great blessing. A few ministers who advocated peace also stood up and said, Your Majesty, please think twice. Lu Xun gritted his teeth and said angrily, Coward, a complete coward. You are just afraid of death, but you still act so hypocritical. It's really disgusting. Gao Yang had a grim expression, but he was not surprised at all. Chang'an is populated by passionate men, and there are also many passionate officials in the court, but in this world, there are always some people who are afraid of death and love life, especially the civil officials who have read the books of sages and know the pros and cons. They were lured by worldly prosperity and blinded by power. Many students who were dedicated to serving the country and wanted to bring eternal peace to the country ended up becoming corrupt officials, obsessed with power and party struggles. Gao Yang is well aware of human nature, and he is not surprised by the choice of Su Xuanji and others. If fewer people can die, if the matter can be resolved through peace talks, they are willing to do so no matter what the cost, because no matter how humiliating it is the humiliation of the emperor and the humiliation of Daqian. No matter how much money they have to pay, it is the money from the national treasury and it has nothing to do with them, but they were able to retain their power and their lives. That's enough, but knowing it doesn't mean he accepts it. He looked at Wu Zhao. This was a false proposition based on morality. Regardless of whether the Chu army was sincere in negotiating, one person's death was exchanged for the lives of millions of people in Chang'an City. This seems to be a huge profit. This time, Wu Zhao suddenly spoke, her eyes full of amusement. Okay? Since one person's death can save the lives of millions of people in Chang'an and the entire court, it will be a huge profit, so it doesn't matter if a few more people die. I ask Prime Minister Su, Lord Lu, and every noble lord who has spoken out in support, to die with your lives, the lives of your wives and children, and the lives of your parents. I think you guys also think it's a good deal. My dear ministers, how is it? Wu Zhao swept her cold eyes over every righteous civil official. As soon as these words came out, Su Xuanji suddenly raised his head and looked at Wu Zhao in shock. Lu Wen and the other censors who spoke up turned even paler. They hesitated a little, although they had the courage in their hearts to really agree. What's wrong with death? But looking at Wu Zhao's appearance, I'm afraid that she will really let her entire family be buried with Gao Yang. I will never make such a stupid decision, because I am afraid that I will be the one who is sacrificed. At this time, Chu Hong's voice rang out from under the city. Empress Daqian, what do you think? Neither of these two conditions can be missing, and to show sincerity, Daqian officials are not allowed to kneel and receive the imperial edict on our behalf. Emperor Qian must kneel down in person to receive the imperial edict and execute Gao Yang. Otherwise, my army will be furious, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers will easily break through the gates of Daqian City, and Daqian will be eliminated from the list of the 7 countries. Chu Hong's voice was filled with recklessness and endless arrogance. In his eyes, Chang'an was empty. Even if the people were mobilized, how much combat effectiveness could they have, even if they went too far? The Queen of Dacian could only swallow her anger and even open the city gates to entertain him with beauties. Moreover, Dacian has always claimed to be a country of etiquette. So what if he is unscrupulous and humiliates Dacian as he pleases? What can we do to him? In today's world, the strong will become stronger and the weak will perish. Along with his voice, a figure wearing a golden dragon robe appeared on the top of the city. She had a beautiful face and an endless elegance about her. Under the sunlight, she looked like a fairy from heaven, not a mortal. Chu Hong's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Wu Zhao to be so beautiful. Emperor Qian, what are the conditions of my great Chu? He shouted loudly, looking straight at Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao stood on the top of the city wall with a cold expression. Her face was filled with anger and rage at being insulted. She was the queen of Dacian, but was driven to the outskirts of Chang'an by the Chu army. Not to mention, the Chu army is now asking her to meet such outrageous conditions. This is a shame that Wu Zhao will never be able to wash away in her lifetime. What did the Chu think of her? A tyrant? A mere lieutenant is qualified to negotiate terms with me? Do you think you have a sure win in Chang'an City is already in your pocket? Joke. Wu Zhao's voice echoed far away, attracting the attention of all the soldiers on the top of Chang'an City. Even Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao. Chu Hong's face looked grim and he clenched his fists. He didn't expect Wu Zhao to say this. Emperor Qian, my army is at the gates of the city. Dacian is in danger. Don't make mistakes. When Wu Zhao heard this, her expression became even more disdainful. I'm telling you, you're wrong, so wrong. In Chang'an City, there are tiger, leopard and wolf riders, and an army of 100,000. In the court of Dacian, there are loyal people and loyal ministers. Dacian has been passed down for 100 years, and the Central Plains has stood for 1,000 years. Dacian has people who are willing to sacrifice their lives, and ministers who work day and night. We have swords, spears, and halberds, and a 1,000-year heritage. Guanzhong and Hebei have 1,000,000 troops. Wu Zhao raised her voice by 8 octaves and continued, yes, the king of Wu rebelled, Shui betrayed the enemy, you bypassed Longguan, went all the way south, killed my people, looted my women, and caught Chang'an off guard. But do you think you have won? You are wrong. There are millions of people in Chang'an City, loyal people who are willing to sacrifice their lives, trump cards you can't imagine, and 100,000 soldiers who are not afraid of life and death. I am the Emperor of Dacian. You used dirty tricks to bypass the Dragon Pass, and came to Chang'an City with a few broken swords to insult the Emperor of Dacian. This is a shame for me and the entire Dacian. Chu Hong was horrified when he heard this. In Chang'an City, the soldiers and civilians of Dacian were excited and their blood was boiling. Wu Zhao picked up the ox horn bow, and the golden sunlight fell on her delicate face without any expression. Draw the bow, knock the arrow, call out. As Wu Zhao loosened her hand, a sharp arrow, accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, shot from the top of Chang'an City towards Chu Hong below. Chu Hong's face was filled with fear and he shouted loudly. When two countries are at war, envoys are not killed. Emperor Qian, you. But before he could finish his sentence, Wu Zhao's arrow pierced Chu Hong's chest and nailed him to the ground. Dacian doesn't kill envoys from other countries, but it kills animals. Wu Zhao's face was stern, her icy phoenix eyes showed no emotion at all, and her golden dragon robe displayed endless majesty. She looked down with disdain. Chapter 135, incorporate the Rattan armor soldiers, and a war is about to begin. This scene shocked the Chu army soldiers who came with Chu Hong. They looked incredulous and raised their heads to look at Wu Zhao in fear. All officials were silent, even Gao Yang had never seen such a Wu Zhao, domineering, arrogant, and full of endless majesty. Wu Zhao put away her longbow, her face cold, and she looked disdainfully at the other Chu army soldiers. Go back and tell the commander of the Chu army that my Dacian land was won by my ancestors with blood and sweat. It was earned by countless martyrs who sacrificed their lives. I have no right to give it up, and I will never give it up. I, the great Qian, from my beginning to the end, will not marry, will not be a vassal, will not pay tribute. The emperor will guard the country's gates, and the king will die for the country. Gao Yang is my man, a meritorious official of Dacian. I will never kill him. Let him fight. Come on, attack. I will let him know what Dacian iron cavalry is. Tell him to kill the king of Wu and withdraw his troops immediately to avoid the destruction of his country. At this moment, on the top of Chang'an City, Gao Tianlong's eyes were shocked and he raised his right hand high. Kill the king of Wu and withdraw the troops immediately to avoid the destruction of the country. Let's fight together for the national crisis. The faces of the Dacian generals were filled with excitement. Such an emperor was enough for them to give their lives for him. The soldiers and civilians on the city walls all had passionate faces and were fearless, looking at Wu Zhao with fanatical eyes. Kill the king of Wu and withdraw the troops immediately to avoid the destruction of the country. Let's fight together for the national crisis. At this moment, the morale of the people on the Dacian city wall almost reached its peak. Su Xuanji, Lu Wen, and others lowered their heads, looking as ridiculous as clowns amid so many contemptuous looks. Not only did they fail to negotiate, they also offended the king of hell. This deal was a huge loss. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao's domineering face, and his heart was also stunned. Your Majesty, you looked quite attractive just now. I'm afraid. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and spoke. Even though Gao Yang has a lot of experience, he has seen too many fickle human relationships, but Wu Zhao was under pressure and faced with the approaching Chu army. The words Gao Yang was her man and she would never kill him still caused ripples in her heart. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang, her lips curled up. Are you touched? Your Majesty may think so. Gao Yang spoke slowly, his eyes fixed on Wu Zhao. Maybe he was greedy for more than just her body and power now. Wu Zhao didn't know Gao Yang's state of mind. She said proudly, I am not a delicate woman, nor a cowardly empress. She looked in the direction of the Chu army camp and listened to the morale rising to the sky. I have already done my best. The rest depends on you. Gao Yang felt relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. They will kill us. The king and his ministers looked at each other, then looked in the direction of the 100,000 Chu troops outside the city, with smiles on their faces. Chu army camp, Chu Qinghuan and other Chu army generals were in the tent, their faces full of smugness. Chu Tianfeng said, The Queen of Dacian knows the strength of the Chang'an garrison. Once these two conditions are put forward, I'm afraid there will be a big quarrel in Dacian. If Gao Yang is really killed, it might be a great thing for us. Wu Xiong exclaimed, The second princess's plan to sow discord really amazes me. With the second princess, Great Chu should prosper. Chu Qinghuan nodded, with a proud smile on her face. She also said, This plan can firstly alienate the relationship between the ruler and his subjects in Dacian, secondly, cause Dacian to fall into civil strife, and thirdly, determine Dacian's strengths and weaknesses. If Dacian tries every possible means to negotiate, even at the cost of killing Gao Yang, it means that Chang'an is empty, and most of the people are strengthening their momentum, so our army can capture it in one fell swoop. The general's eyes lit up. Second princess, this is a brilliant plan. This plan is far better than that big working devil. A group of Chu army generals admired and looked at Chu Qinghuan, but just then a voice sounded from outside the tent. Report! Second princess, something terrible is happening. Chu Qinghuan looked carefully and found that it was the personal guard who followed Chu Hong. Where is Chu Hongrun? Chu Qinghuan frowned, a bad premonition flashed through his mind, and asked suddenly. Captain Chu, he was shot dead by the Queen of Dacian with an arrow, and his body is outside the tent. What? Chu Qinghuan slammed the table and stood up suddenly. She immediately walked out of the tent, and the Chu army generals also stood up and walked out together. As soon as he walked out of the tent, what came into view was Chu Hong's dead body, shot through by an arrow, with his eyes open. Chu Hong! How dare the Queen of Dacian! Chu Qinghuan's eyes turned red and she gritted her teeth. An army of hundreds of thousands is camped not far from Chang'an City. How dare the Queen of Dacian do that? The other Chu generals were also shocked. They looked at Chu Hong's body on the ground in disbelief. Dacian, how dare you kill the envoy from the Chu state? Second princess, the Queen of Dacian also wants us to tell her something, otherwise we might lose our lives. The soldier who had spoken earlier hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke slowly. What? Chu Qinghuan asked. The Chu army gritted their teeth and whispered. The Queen of Dacian said that there are 100,000 troops and millions of civilians in Chang'an City, all of whom are fighting to the death. She said that the land of Dacian was obtained by the sacrifice of the Dacian martyrs. She has no right to it and will never give it up. Dacian will not marry, will not pay tribute, the emperor will guard the country's gates, and the king will die for the country. She said that if our army kills the king of Wu and withdraws immediately, we can avoid the destruction of the country. Buzz, as soon as these words were spoken, it was as if the whole place exploded. Chu Qingluan, Chu Tianfeng's expression suddenly changed. Their expressions were filled with emotion, as if they had heard something incredible. Chu Tianfeng was instantly furious. How dare this queen of Daqian be so arrogant? It really pissed me off. But some Chu generals were in a panic. The Queen Daqian not only shot Chu Hong directly, but also dared to speak nonsense. Is it true that in Chang'an City, as Wu Zetian said, there are an army of 100,000 and millions of civilians, all fighting to the death? For a moment, the faces of all the generals looked much uglier. Chu Qingluan also took a deep breath. She said coldly, "They are just ghosts and monsters. We can defeat them with force. Since Daqian is seeking death, I will send them off. Send a message to the three armies. At dawn tomorrow, at 5 a.m., the entire army will attack, destroy Chang'an City, and capture the Queen of Daqian alive." Following Chu Qingluan's order, all the generals clasped their fists and accepted the order. Chu Qingluan looked in the direction of Chang'an City. She said coldly, "Send the Rattan armor soldiers to the vanguard of the siege. This princess wants to catch Daqian off guard and let them know what invincible Rattan armor soldiers are." Chu Tianfeng's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Then, he also said with a grim smile, "They are wearing rattan armor, which is difficult to be penetrated by swords and knives. Once they are allowed to attack Chang'an City, it will be a disaster for the Daqian defenders who are mixed with the civilians to defend the city." The rattan armor of the Great Chu rattan armor soldiers is made of rattan strips and tung oil from the Chu state, and is then processed using a special process from the Great Chu state. After it is made, it is difficult for ordinary swords to penetrate the armor, and it has extremely strong protective power, especially in close combat. It is even more terrifying. Chu Qingluan's expression was also cold. She said to herself, "My Great Chu's ace army should spread your reputation throughout the 7 kingdoms." Chapter 136, Frontal Fight. What a coincidence. Alcohol takes action the next day. Dawn broke. A ray of sunlight shines through the dense dark clouds and covers the earth. Chu Qingluan was wearing armor and riding a tall, dark red horse. Her pretty face was stern, and behind her followed a group of Chu army generals. Hundreds of thousands of troops looked grim and ready to go. Wu Xiong and Shui Yi were among them, their faces also filled with excitement. As long as they take Chang'an City, the world of Daqian will be theirs. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chu Qingluan drew out his sword and said in a cold voice, "Advance according to the plan. This princess will lead the attack from the east gate, and you will lead your troops to attack the west gate, north gate, and south gate of Chang'an. Stand forward to mobilize the morale." In this princess' words, pass the order to the three armies. Following Chu Qingluan's words, the Chu army generals all had solemn expressions on their faces. "Yes, yes." Chu Qingluan's face was grim and he reined in his horse. He looked at the Chu army and spoke loudly. "My fellow soldiers of Dechu, Deqian has gone too far. They want to intercept the water of the Kanglan River and divert it into the Yellow River, cutting off the water supply to Dechu. They want to make millions of people in Dechu suffer from drought and have no harvest. Once the plan is carried out, more than 1 million people will starve to death. Deqian's evil heart is simply outrageous to both humans and gods." Chu Qingluan pointed the broadsword horizontally, with the tip of the sword pointing in the direction of Chang'an City. "For the Great Chu, for glory. In order to protect millions of people from suffering from drought, pick up your swords, use all your strength, and follow me to fight in charge. Conquer Chang'an and capture the Queen of Daqian alive. Water has always been the source of life, and drought has always been an absolute disaster. In the eyes of ordinary soldiers, cutting off the water of the Kanglan River would cut off half of the water in the territory of Chu. This is definitely the most vicious scheme in the world." The name of Gao Yang had long spread throughout the military camp, and countless Chu soldiers wished they could drink his blood and eat his flesh. Even if Chu mobilized food and supplies, it would be much earlier than Gao Yang's evil plan to cut off the water of Kanglan River, but it doesn't matter. That's the best reason to boost morale. For a moment, the Chu army was excited. Kill, kill, kill. They all drew out their sharp swords and turned their cold and bloodthirsty eyes towards Chang'an City. Break into Chang'an City, capture the Queen of Daqian alive, kill the culprit of all this, and plunder everything in Chang'an City. Wealth, power, beauty, everything is beckoning to them. This is an opportunity that can change your destiny. There was no sneak attack in this battle, and it was impossible to hide in such a large-scale siege. As soon as Chu Qingluan gave the order, all the major generals followed suit and issued military orders. With an army of hundreds of thousands, it was impossible for the sound to be heard far away, but there are still major colonels who convey military orders. Destroy Chang'an City, capture the Queen of Daqian alive, and kill her. Chu Qinghuan's sword fell. The soldiers of the Chu army raised their scarlet eyes, and like wild horses breaking free from their reins, they charged towards Chang'an City from different directions. The most brutal siege battle in ancient warfare is coming. On top of the city wall, when Gao Yang learned the news, he had already deployed combat arrangements. He looked up and saw the Chu army coming towards him in a mighty force with terrifying momentum. As the Chu army approached rapidly, one could even see their ferocious faces, sharp swords, and muscular arms. They are coming to attack Chang'an City. They are coming to destroy Daqian. He Yang remained calm and composed. War drums sounded. Accept the challenge. The emperor is here, with us. Let's fight together for the country. Gao Yang then roared boom boom boom. The dull and heavy sound of war drums sounded, as if to make one's blood boil. The Daqian soldiers nervously clenched their swords and stared at the Chu army approaching Chang'an City. Wu Zhao could have waited in the imperial city, but she insisted on sharing life and death with the Daqian soldiers, so she also came to the top of the city. When she arrived, all the officials had no choice but to climb to the top of the city wall. It's just that they are in a relatively safe location and are guarded by the imperial guards. The Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. The more he faced a life and death crisis or a big situation, the calmer he became. In his sight, the distance between the Chu army and Chang'an seemed to have its own scale. His eyes are the ruler. Not only is the 3060 accurate, but the control of distance is also accurate. Lu Xun clenched his fists and looked at Gao Yang from time to time. This kind of combat distance depends entirely on experience, so Gao Yang is still a little worried about the actual combat. He was ready to give a reminder, but the moment the Chu army entered the attack range, Gao Yang moved to put. His voice came out suddenly. The messenger's flag fell. In front, the archer held the longbow at a full bow angle of 45 degrees upward. The moment Gao Yang's voice fell, the messenger's flag fell. Sniff sniff. Thousands of arrows were densely packed like a big net, covering the Chu army soldiers below. Phew, phew. The arrows penetrated the defense and pierced into the bodies of the soldiers of the Great Chu state. For a moment, there were screams of pain. Once you fall on the battlefield, you will face the most terrible thing, which is being trampled. The soldiers behind will not stop, but will continue to kill forward by stepping on their fallen comrades. Since ancient times, the vanguard has had the highest mortality rate and the richest rewards among all types of soldiers. Chu Qinghuan sat in the center of the army, watching from afar with a confident smile on his face. Although the protection of the rattan armor soldiers against arrows is a little weaker, ordinary arrows cannot penetrate our Chu rattan armor. Once they rely on the concealment of the rattan armor and the sky to climb up the city wall, Chu Qinghuan was very much looking forward to it. Lu Xun was sharp-eyed. Although the first round of volleys caused many soldiers of the Great Chu to fall down, but he still felt that the power was much smaller. There's something wrong with the Great Chu vanguard. They've mixed in with the rattan armor soldiers. Lu Xun said loudly with an ugly look on his face. Are the rattan armor soldiers difficult to deal with? Wu Zhao asked with a frown. Gao Tianlong stood beside Wu Zhao and explained. The rattan armor is made of local rattan and tung oil from the Chu state. It has also been processed with a special process. It is not only extremely concealed, but also difficult for swords to penetrate. Is it difficult to penetrate with swords? Wu Zhao looked unhappy and looked towards Gao Yang with some worry. Gao Yang also didn't expect that the Great Chu actually had soldiers with rattan armor. What a coincidence! He turned around and looked at Wu Zhao with a smile. Your Majesty, it's time for barbecue. Wu Zhao, barbecue? I also happen to know a little bit about barbecue. As soon as Gao Yang spoke, he revealed a ferocious look and said, Catapult, adjust the angle, 50 feet. Smash it for me. Small catapults were filled with jars of distilled liquor and thrown out. The large-scale Chu army was able to hit every target accurately. For a moment, the vanguard of the Chu army was stunned. When the wine jar broke, a rich aroma of wine came and filled the entire battlefield. Burning arrows, ready. Full bow. Following Gao Yang's voice, the second round of archers lit the arrows that had been coated with grease, then pulled their bows to their full potential and aimed at the Chu army. Gao Yang had a stern expression as he stared coldly at the Chu army vanguard that was still charging. He had been a little hesitant at first. After all, the poisoner was only responsible for coming up with poisonous plans. As for whether to adopt them or not, that was Wu Zhao's business. If it was against the harmony of nature and would damage one's virtue, then whoever made the decision would have to bear the consequences. Sometimes people have to be superstitious, but after Wu Zhao said that, everything he had thought of was instantly shattered. Following Gao Yang's order, the archers in front of him all let go die in an instant. Thousands of burning arrows enveloped the charging Chu army. At that moment, the Chu army all raised their heads and looked at the burning arrows in the air. Chapter 137, Burning the Chu army. Alcohol shows its power from the top of the Chang'an city wall. A volley of thousands of flaming arrows filled the entire sky at dawn. They are so dense that they block out the sky, and the SUNIT was like a huge net, covering them. At the front of the Chu army's vanguard, an old soldier wearing rattan armor raised his head and watched the scene. The veteran's name is Lu Sanji. He fought for the Great Chu at the age of 16. He went through life and death, and in every battle he was always the first among 10,000 men, charging into battle fearlessly. It has been 30 years since he joined the army, and he is a true veteran. When the rattan armor soldiers were selected, he ran for the position without hesitation. Chu Qingwan called him the elite of Great Chu. Chu Tianfeng also praised him for his unparalleled bravery. He was confident that as long as he could hide his body and use the ladder to rush to the top of Chang'an City, he would be able to kill a lot of people and buy time for the brothers behind him. But he charged all the way towards Chang'an City. But when the rocket was about to fall on him, he panicked and wanted to hide. But how to dodge so many arrows? Next to him was another elite soldier in rattan armor, who was in his 20s, with bulging muscles and as strong as an ox. He was nicknamed the Bull. Call out. Unfortunately, an arrow pierced his thigh, causing him a piercing pain. But he ignored the pain, because something even more horrible happened. From Lu Sanji's perspective, it can be seen clearly. The moment the flame touched the wild bull's body, it began to burn fiercely. It was not only the strong liquor from the broken jar, but also the rattan armor on his body. Rattan armor is secretly made of tung oil and bamboo rattan. After being exposed to the sun for several years, it becomes extremely hard and cannot be penetrated by ordinary swords and knives. But this has a fatal flaw, that his oil will burn when it meets fire. A shrill scream was heard, and Mania tried desperately to untie the vine armor on his body, but the vine armor was easy to put on but difficult to take off. The wild bull became a roasted bull. Lu Sanji's pupils shrank. This was a torture. Even Lu Sanji, who was used to seeing life and death and had killed countless people, felt a trace of fear from the bottom of his heart. Lu Sanji, doesn't want to become a roasted chicken, but something even more terrifying happened. The densely packed Chu army was covered in a lot of alcohol. At the moment the wine jar broke, under the cover of thousands of rockets, some ordinary Chu army soldiers also ignited flames. They rolled on the ground with fear on their faces, but more soldiers, in pain, moved to the side regardless. Save me! Some of the rattan armor soldiers suddenly panicked. Get out of here, get out of here! A soldier in rattan armor was accidentally contaminated by the flames on his comrade's body, and the rattan armor caught fire almost instantly. And scenes like this are happening everywhere. These rattan armor soldiers who infiltrated the vanguard suffered a huge blow. A wall of fire suddenly swept across the ground. It hurts so much. Save me, save me. The Chu army's formation was instantly disrupted, and shrill screams echoed throughout the battlefield. The beauties, gold, silver, jewelry, brocades, and silks in Chang'an City did arouse their inner greed and made them forget their fear of death. But at this moment, the shrill screams aroused the deepest fear in their hearts, especially for the rattan armor soldiers. Their strongest protection in the past has now become something that threatens their lives. Raging flames suddenly rose up, burning everything. There are familiar faces everywhere. Chu army, central camp. The moment Chu Qingwan saw the jars of wine exploding, she realized something was wrong. When thousands of flaming arrows swept out like a giant net, she suddenly stood up straight with an unsightly look. My vine armor soldiers! Her face was full of heartache and her body was trembling. Chu Tianfeng also looked unhappy. He couldn't help but ask, "What's in that jar?" "I smell the aroma of wine. Could it be good wine? Why is it burning so badly?" Chu Tianfeng's face was full of confusion and shock. This time, the messenger also hurried forward. Reporting to the second princess, the armies at Chang'an's South Gate, North Gate, and West Gate have all come under fire, and their offensive has been blocked. Please make a quick decision, second princess. Chu Qingwan frowned. The wine in this jar is definitely not normal. This is trouble. She naturally knew the disadvantages of the rattan armor soldiers. She originally wanted to catch Daqian off guard. Once they climbed up the city wall with ladders, the combat power of the rattan armor soldiers would be terrifying. However, she did not expect that Dakian would start with wine and rockets. Her ace army starts off with hellish difficulty. Who is the commander of Dakian? Isn't he afraid of being punished by heaven for such a fire attack? You don't follow the rules of defending the city at all. Chu Tianfeng couldn't help but curse. Chu Qinghuan forced herself to calm down. Her eyes were cold and gloomy. Who else could it be? Only the great god of death. This speed must have been planned in advance. In other words, he had prepared this vicious plan from the very beginning. The wine must have been processed as well. Wine plus rockets, he was thinking of a fire attack from the very beginning. My rattan armor soldiers were burned to ashes. When Chu Qinghuan thought of this, her face became even uglier. On the front battlefield, she knew without even thinking about it that the soldiers in rattan armor were in a very miserable state. Chu Tianfeng's face was grim. The formation is messed up. Second princess, do you want to continue the attack? Chu Qinghuan took a deep breath, his face grim. Chang'an is empty. How can we easily withdraw our troops in the first battle of the siege? This will have a huge impact on the morale of the entire army. Beat the war drums, and march the whole army forward. This princess doesn't believe that this living king of hell is really not afraid of God's punishment. Boom boom boom, the dull sound of war drums rang out, carrying the clarion call for attack. At the vanguard of the Chu army, a Chu army general heard the drumbeats and said with a ferocious look, "Kill them. Those who retreat will be killed." As he spoke, he killed a retreating soldier with a sword. With murderous intent on his face, the Chu army soldiers had no choice but to continue the attack. On the city wall of Chang'an, looking down from above, it was an extremely shocking scene. The raging flames swept across the entire battlefield like a fire snake. The rattan armor soldiers were especially miserable, whether they were hit by burning arrows or stained by the flames from their comrades beside them. At this moment, Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana were shocked. All the officials felt their scalps tingling. This was definitely a purgatory-like scene that was constantly impacting their minds. They couldn't help but look at Gao Yang's back. Too cruel, this really turned the Chu army and those rattan armor soldiers into barbecue. Wu Zhao looked forward, her phoenix eyes trembling. Qin Jinghua's face was full of complexities. Oil will burn when it meets fire. Once this soldier in rattan armor is hit by an arrow, he will be killed without taking off the rattan armor. This plan was his, but his style is not like his. This kind of fire attack may backfire. Although Qin Jinghua's words were sighs, they sounded like thunder in Wu Zhao's heart. Gao Yang was a vicious scholar plotting against his own interests. He proposed many vicious plans, but in the final analysis, he just proposed them, and it was her business whether to use them or not. But he burned the Chu army without changing his expression and didn't even ask her, could this be? Wu Zhao narrowed her eyes and her phoenix gaze fell on Gao Yang's back. Gao Yang looked straight ahead with a blank expression on his face. Burning the Chu army saved millions of people in Chang'an. Is this a merit or a sin? In sight, the Chu army was getting closer. Gao Yang's eyes were cold and emotionless. Smash it for me. The Chu army was like an ant nest, endless inflow. There were many dead in the front, and even the battlefield was filled with flames, but it couldn't stop the advance of the Chu army. They are not yet scared, then kill them until they are terrified. Following Gao Yang's voice, the small catapults once again threw jars of liquor into the battlefield. Bang! The wine jar hit the Chu army and the ground, then broke into pieces. High concentration alcohol flowed out with a strong aroma. For a while, the pupils of countless Chu soldiers shrank. If they were completely unprepared the first time, this time it directly aroused the deepest fear in their hearts. No, run! Run! Fire, that fire is coming again. The Chu army soldiers were terrified, and Lu Sanji was even more panicked among the crowd. As a rattan armor soldier, he no longer had the usual pride in his heart. On the contrary, an indescribable fear spread in his heart. This mine armor has become the biggest death warrant at this moment. He rushed forward like mad, dodging the rain of burning arrows. Chapter 138, Chu army retreats temporarily. Wu Zhao starts fighting almost at this moment. On the city wall of Chang'an, Gao Yang's death-like voice sounded again, ready. 30 degrees up, release. Another round of volleys of flaming arrows, like burning meteors, either pierced the bodies of the Chu army or ignited the alcohol on the ground, starting a raging flame and hindering the Chu army's advance. Even more miserable were the soldiers in rattan armor and the ordinary soldiers who had alcohol on their bodies but were unfortunately shot. Their bodies were engulfed in flames, as if they were burned by the flames of hell. Pain. It hurts so much. Dakian is a devil, an absolute devil. Run! My ass is on fire. Some Chu army officers and soldiers were completely frightened. They couldn't help feeling fear and wanted to retreat. At this time, the soldiers of the Chu army who had been fighting in the front line also arrived. The large siege equipment had already been prepared and assembled by Wu Xiong and Shui Yi. This surprise attack on Chang'an was destined to be a blitzkrieg. They quickly set up the ladder and stabilized it, and the soldiers behind them quickly climbed up and began to attack the city. Lu Sanji relied on his rich experience in warfare and dodged everywhere, thus escaping the disaster, but he also fell behind a little as a result. If this were usual, he would definitely charge forward without hesitation for the glory of Dechu, but this time, he hesitated. The tall city walls and the endless vicious tactics all became his concerns. Boom, one by one, the thick fallen trees were lifted up by the Dacian soldiers and then rolled down the ladder. The Chu army soldiers who were climbing looked up and almost thought it was dark. When they looked again, they saw only a thick fallen log. Their bodies were as fragile as paper and they were hit hard. The siege was extremely brutal. This is also the reason why many cities are besieged but not attacked. For a city like Chang'an, once one makes up one's mind to defend it, the cost of capturing it is too high. Fallen trees and boulders, all these methods can cause them heavy casualties, but the Chu army had no choice. They had to take Chang'an city as quickly as possible. The longer the time goes, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Because of Dacian's urgent request for help, Dacian's reinforcements will rush towards Chang'an as time goes by. Lu Sanji was timid for the first time. He instinctively felt that it was impossible to capture Chang'an city today. I will attack Chang'an city, but not today. Gao Yang had a cold expression on his face and forced himself to calm down. This time, kindness means death. You must never have a virgin heart. Falling wood. The boulder. Wine jar. Hit it hard for me. Following Gao Yang's order, the Dacian soldiers and civilians on the city wall threw the fallen trees and boulders that they had prepared long ago at the ladders. Bang, one by one, the soldiers of the Chu army fell from the ladders and fell heavily to the ground. Some unlucky ones were even smashed to pieces. The wine jars fell down and the alcohol spilled outside the city wall, and some Chu soldiers realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. One by one, lit torches fell from the top of Chang'an city, and the moment they touched the alcohol, they suddenly caught fire. Fire snakes raged and heat waves hit. Even the Chu army soldiers who were holding the ladders were terrified and retreated one after another. The sounds of death and shrill screams resounded throughout the sky. The Chu army general roared behind him. He who retreats will die. But at this moment, the morale of the troops on the front line had already been weakened and the offensive momentum slowed down, especially near the city wall. The flames were endless and the soldiers of the Chu army kept screaming. Vulcan! Dacian has the god of fire in charge. Whoever falls in love with it can do it. I won't do it. This is too horrible, too horrible. Waves of screams rang out, and many soldiers of the Chu army retreated directly to Central Army Camp. Second Princess, let's retreat first. This fire has dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the army. Let's wait for another opportunity to attack. The Rattan Armor army has suffered heavy casualties. I'm afraid if the battle continues, it will all be burned out. This will seriously affect the morale of our army. Even though Chu Qingluan was very unwilling, she also knew that the first attack had failed. Sound the retreat. After resting, continue the attack. Chu Qingluan gave the military order and turned away. When the gong sounded, the Chu army retreated quickly like the tide. On the city wall of Chang'an, all the Dacian soldiers were excited and shouted excitedly. Hold it. Dacian, we will win. Dacian, 10,000 victory. Some Chang'an residents even collapsed to the ground, crying bitterly. Only by facing the cruelty of war can we know the preciousness of life. Shangguan Wan'er watched the Chu army retreat quickly, her eyes full of disbelief. Wu Zhao also loosened her clenched fists. In the first battle of the Chu army's massive offensive, it was not difficult for Dacian to defend. Gao Yang, you did a great job in the Battle of Chang'an. Wu Zhao's noble face was full of approval. She looked at Gao Yang and spoke. This battle was so easy thanks to these strong liquors. How about this barbecue I gave to your majesty? Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and spoke. Wu Zhao's face looked strange. It was not until this moment that she understood what Gao Yang meant by barbecue. The civil and military officials all felt their scalps tingling, but I have to say, the word barbecue is quite appropriate. I think it's pretty good. I can come here more often in the future. Wu Zhao looked at the charred and smoking corpses of the Chu army on the battlefield and spoke. I'm afraid that this will disappoint your majesty. We have already used up a quarter of our stock in this battle. I'm afraid that there won't be enough alcohol. So much? Wu Zhao was a little surprised. Gao Yang nodded. There are many civilians in Chang'an City. They need to fight one battle after another to complete their transformation. In this first battle, I will give them confidence. As the saying goes, one side gains while the other loses. Our army is strong while the Chu army is weak. We have used a lot of arrows and alcohol. In addition, this battle caught the Chu army off guard, which is why we have such an effect. In the next battle, after the Chu army has taken precautions, I am afraid that the consumption will be even greater. Time is tight and the wine is scarce. This stockpile is not enough. Gao Yang hinted that wine was brewed from grains and was not cheap. This required Wu Zhao to take strong measures to suppress it. Wu Zhao understood instantly. The major wine shops in Chang'an must have private goods, and the major families also have a lot of precious wines in their collections. I will send someone to grab it immediately. Wu Zhao's voice turned cold and her tone left no room for doubt. Gao Yang coughed twice and said, Your Majesty, what you said is wrong. All land under heaven belongs to the king. All people in the world are his subjects. Everything in Dakian belongs to your Majesty. Taking your own things, how can this be considered robbery? At most, it's considered borrowing. Even if your Majesty wants to borrow their heads, that's fine. Wu Zhao, there is some truth in this. Then I will immediately send someone to borrow money from them. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Wu Zhao spoke domineeringly. Chapter 139, Killing the Enemy with Quicklime, Gao Yang's Vicious Method. Your Majesty is wise. Gao Yang smiled when he saw this. The best thing about being a poisonous scholar is not how vicious your plan is, but having an emperor willing to adopt it. This is the most important thing. Otherwise, no matter how evil your schemes are, if the emperor doesn't adopt them, what can you do? But it was obvious that Wu Zhao was very receptive to advice. If he listens to advice, he will be able to fly. All the officials looked at the emperor and his minister in front of them, and couldn't help but twitch. Their lips, they couldn't help but complain in their hearts. What kind of borrowing is this? It's clearly robbery. If they are willing to lend, they can still survive. If they can't lend, then the knife will be to their heads. But right now, alcohol concerns the safety of Chang'an City, so even some imperial censors chose to pretend not to hear it. Illusion stepped forward at this time, but he looked at Gao Yang, showing satisfaction, and even laughed out loud. Great, so great. When it comes to fighting, I have to follow a ruthless guy like you who doesn't play by the rules. This battle was so exciting for me that I felt refreshed all over. Especially when the Chu soldiers in rattan armor were being roasted, I felt even more happy both physically and mentally. This wave of barbecue is tantamount to a huge blow to the morale of the Chu army. Qin Jinghua said, Boy, rattan armor soldiers are different from ordinary soldiers. They use fire to attack rattan armor soldiers. Aren't you afraid of being retaliated against one day? This is a huge murder. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er also looked at Gao Yang. Gao Tianlong also had a complicated expression that if he had known that there were soldiers in rattan armor under the city and that a fire attack was going to be launched, he should have been the one to command this battle. How long can he live with his old bones? Even if there is a backlash, Gao Tianlong will resist it. Gao Yang, too young. But Gao Yang looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Why should we be afraid? Although we killed some soldiers in rattan armor and the fire attack was a bit cruel, if we don't kill them and let them climb onto the top of the city wall, it will be Dakian who will be in trouble. What's more, if Chang'an can be defended, it is equivalent to saving hundreds of thousands of Dakian people. Can this great merit not outweigh these murders? If there is any retribution, Gao Yang will bear it alone. He really didn't believe this. It's not a sin that has killed 400,000 people, so how could there be any backlash? But to Lu Jin and Qin Jinghua, these domineering words sounded like a huge bell, buzzing in their minds. Gao family boy, just because of what you said, once this battle is over, you must come to my house and bring the fine wine you made, and drink the 3 great whites. Lu Jin spoke with a heroic look on his face. Gao Tianlong laughed and scolded, It's you, old man Lu, who is so shameless that you eat and take things. Lu Jin blushed immediately. Old Duke, what are you saying? Am I, Lu Jin, such a person? For a moment, accompanied by the sound of people talking, the tense atmosphere caused by the war was dispersed a lot. After Gao Yang waited for the atmosphere to calm down, he touched his nose and said, "As for backlash, burning the rattan armor soldiers is nothing, but the next move is probably a bit vicious." One word falls, the city was completely silent. Burning the rattan armor soldiers is not cruel enough, so what is the next step? All the officials opened their eyes wide and looked at Gao Yang. They are a bit scalp-tingling. Wu Zhao first raised her eyebrows, and then her eyes showed excitement. For Dakian now, the more evil the scheme, the better. You defended the city for Dakian, and you defended the city for me. How can you bear all the consequences? Just come up with your evil plan, and I will agree to it. Act in my name. If there is any backlash, I will take the consequences. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with a serious expression. These words moved all the ministers and they immediately started to flatter the emperor. Gao Yang was also a little moved. He said, "Your Majesty, this thing is different from the fire attack vine armor soldiers. If it gets out, it may be bad for your reputation. You might as well take a look first." This expression instantly made Wu Zhao look suspicious. Something is wrong. There's something 100% wrong. Others don't know all of Gao Yang's methods, but she knows them all. In order to stabilize the officials that day, Gao Yang also specifically said this: the sword forging technique corresponding to blacksmiths and craftsmen, grenades, the counterpart of alchemist is gunpowder. The counterpart to fine wine is distillation, the art of alcohol. He actually still has some ruthless means of defending the city. Hiss. Wu Zhao suddenly lost her composure. Bring it up. Gao Yang waved his hand and shouted. Upon hearing the order, Chen Shang and Zhao De both clasped their fists and walked down. Soon, the two brought up a bucket of white powder with a hint of yellow, and be extremely careful as if facing a powerful enemy. Gao Yang looked at the bucket of white powder and a smile appeared on his face. This thing is called quicklime, and it is forged from limestone. This thing is a great weapon to defeat the Chu army. With my modifications, the backlash will be 10 or even 100 times more powerful than the fire attack. He used extremely sinister means that were unnoticed by anyone. Hiss. When these words came out, Wu Zhao was shocked. She looked at the quicklime in the bucket with shock on her face. She did know about limestone, which was used for house repairs. Applying it on the walls would make the ground smooth and solid, but can this thing kill the enemy? And it has such great power. There was doubt in Wu Zhao's eyes. The backlash is 10 times, or even 100 times, that of a fire attack, and it's just this quicklime? Wu Zhao frowned, but Gao Yang's words made her even more curious. For a moment, all the officials were surprised and looked at Gao Yang. Ilyushin couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boy, isn't this thing used to repair houses? How to kill the enemy? Don't keep me in suspense, tell me now." Gao Yang looked at the quicklime as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. At this moment, he thought of what his junior high school chemistry teacher once said: if you learn math, physics, and chemistry well, you will not be afraid to travel around the world. This applies not only to the whole world, even if you travel through time, it can still be used. Everyone present here is the most powerful person in Dakian, so you only know that quicklime can be used to repair houses, but you don't know that this thing has another great speciality. That's corrosive. When people are repairing their houses, seeing this is like seeing the devil, because if they accidentally get it in their eyes, it will be extremely serious. The words fell. Qin Jingguo's voice rang out, "Your Majesty, what Lord Gao said is correct. I saw with my own eyes that the craftsman who was repairing the house in your residence accidentally got the quicklime in his eyes. He even rolled on the ground in pain." As soon as these words came out, on top of the Chang'an city wall, all the officials' eyes suddenly lit up. Wu Zhao also realized Gao Yang's intention. She asked aloud, "Do you want to use this quicklime to hurt the eyes of the Chu army's siege soldiers?" Gao Yang nodded, his face full of confidence. "Not bad. Today the wind is blowing from Chang'an to the Chu army camp. This is the time for this item to show its power. You can equip it with a small jar that is easy to break, fill it with quicklime, and throw it down. Once it enters the eyes of the Chu army soldiers will basically be useless. Quicklime getting into your eyes can cause serious vision loss. It can even make you blind. The only way to relieve the pain is to wash it with plenty of clean water, but where can we get clean water to wash it on the battlefield?" Chapter 140, so vicious, but there is a backup plan. One word falls. Everyone's scalp tingled. Blind. If a person becomes blind, it is basically a death sentence. As expected of Gao Yang, he uses one method after another, even using wind direction and quicklime to kill the enemy. But Lu Xun asked curiously, "This thing is indeed powerful, but how can it compare to the barbecue that alcohol brings to the Chu army? Are you exaggerating a bit, kid? Gao Yang smiled when he saw this. The smile made Shangguan Wanna's face tremble. She knew that what she had said before might just be an appetizer. The real tough tricks are yet to come. Gao Yang continued, "Don't worry, General Lu. If this is the only power, I won't exaggerate. The real killer move is at the back." For a moment, all the officials looked at Gao Yang. Even Wu Zhao was a little excited. What Chang'an lacks most now is the means to defend the city. The more ruthless the better, Gao Yang also explained directly. Quicklime getting into the eyes can cause blindness. There is a principle behind this. According to Maha's theory, quicklime is composed of calcium oxide, which releases a lot of heat when it comes into contact with water. Eyes are burned and damaged because there are tears and water in the eyes. When he meets water, the heat he releases is extremely terrifying. So our army can also prepare a large amount of water. First, pour quicklime, then pour water. Then, as long as the Chu army is stained with quicklime, once it comes into contact with water, it will release a lot of heat. Ordinary soldiers have little protection at all, and it is August now, which will cause skin ulcers. Following Gao Yang's words, there was shock on everyone's face. Their scalps tingled. Although rolling rocks and falling logs are powerful, their numbers are very small. However, quicklime and water are very abundant. Moreover, Gao Yang continued, this water can also be used to make a big difference. I previously prepared some water and threw some dead poultry into the water. Now that the weather is hot, the bodies have already rotted. Dirty water is still water. First, it can react with quicklime. Second, if this dirty water enters the human body, it can also kill the enemy. There was silence on the top of Chang'an City. Everyone stared at Gao Yang with eyes wide open. They were stunned. Cui Xinghe clenched his fists. Feeling frustrated, Gao Yang is surprisingly well read that he not only knows how to govern a country, but he also knows about the violent reaction of quicklime when it comes into contact with water, and he also knows medicine. He originally wanted to catch up with Gao Yang, but now he felt that the distance between him and Gao Yang was getting farther and farther, but he was convinced when it comes to these dirty tricks, Cui Xinghe is indeed not as good as Gao Yang. But this is not the end. Gao Yang smiled when these words came out. All the officials opened their eyes wide. Even Wu Zhao couldn't hold it anymore. Is it true that Gao Yang has endless evil intentions in his mind? Shangguan Wanna looked at Gao Yang, her body trembled, and that classic smile came again. All the officials looked at Gao Yang with a tingling sensation on their scalps. What is Gao Yang going to do? Your Majesty should know my brother's talent in making poisons. Just in case, I have asked him to increase production in the past few days. Not only will I use the water that is contaminated by rotting poultry, I will also add a large amount of laxatives, knockout drugs, aphrodisiacs, and poisons to the water. This combination of punches will definitely be enough to put the Chu army in a difficult position. Hiss. On the top of Chang'an City, as Gao Yang finished speaking, the city instantly fell into silence. All the officials widened their eyes and gasped. To grab the bamboo shoots, using quicklime to blind the Chu army soldiers would have been bad enough, but they also added water to make it release heat. That was not all. They also used contaminated water and added large amounts of laxatives, knockout drugs, aphrodisiacs, and poisons. Once these measures were implemented, the Chu army felt very happy. They felt sour just listening to it. Among the entire 7 countries, only Gao Yang could do this. Lu Xun even felt his scalp tingling. He was actually looking forward to the Chu army's attack on the city. When it comes to viciousness, you're the one. This time, as long as we repel the Chu army's attack, their morale will be greatly damaged. If it is true as Gao Yang said, once quicklime gets into the eyes, the Chu army will definitely suffer a great loss of strength. Gao Yang showed a simple smile. Grandpa Lu, look at what you said. This is not malicious. It is obvious that you are working hard for my Dakian. All this is for Dakian. Lu Xun looked non-committal. Wu Zhao thought of her first meeting with Gao Changwen in the Rouge Pavilion and the misery of Prince Rong. Her gaze was also somewhat silent. In my mind, the scene of the Chu army attacking the city seems to be imaginable. Quicklime mixed with water is already invincible, not to mention that the water is poisoned, which is a big problem. That's too bad. TSK. However, these evil plots were all ways to save the country for Dakian at the moment, and after all, they were proposed by Gao Yang, so she was more or less used to them. Although this method is somewhat inhumane, it is still a brilliant plan to repel the enemy. At this moment, being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with amazement. Capitalist, Moism, legalism. Military commander, Gao Yang has the best of all schools of thought. How many secrets does he have that she doesn't know about? For the first time, Wu Zhao was full of curiosity about someone. Gao Yang saw this and said modestly, I am not good at curing illnesses and saving lives, but I do know a little bit about the means of stealing money and killing people, which is not worth mentioning. Wu Zhao, she believed this. The legalists took advantage of loopholes in the laws of Daqian for free, the capitalists exploited the people, the Mahdists used gunpowder, and the doctors used dirty water to kill the enemy. He didn't learn anything good, but he was proficient in all kinds of ways to make money and kill people. Shang Wanwan's beautiful eyes showed a complicated expression. She suddenly felt a gap. When that day comes, she will definitely have a good and in-depth communication with Gao Yang. Your Majesty, the Chu army marched all the way south, striving to win a quick victory. They just suffered a great loss from alcohol and rattan armor soldiers, so they are unwilling to retreat. But they are determined to do this and will not give up today. We should prepare ourselves now. Today's wind direction is just right, the more quicklime the better. Gao Yang glanced at the quicklime with a meaningful look on his face. Wu Zhao looked towards the Chu army camp, and she also felt that Gao Yang's words made a lot of sense. The Chu army launched a massive attack, heading south, colluding with the king of Wu and Shui, and marching straight in, aiming to capture the city of Chang'an as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Chu. But this method, she is an empress after all, quicklime is fine, but using water from rotting animals is too dirty. In contrast, she would rather attack the rattan armor soldiers with fire and roast them all over the ground, but Gao Yang had already committed the sin of burning the rattan armor soldiers for Daqian. Wu Zhao felt it was inhumane to let Gao Yang bear these infamy and sins again. Just do it bravely. I will shoulder all this sin together with you. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and made a decision. Gao Yang's eyes warmed slightly when he saw this. Compared with Wu Zhao's ruthless treatment of Prince Rong, she was really nice to him. Gao Yang, I have no way to repay you, so I can only give you my body. Chapter 141 Gao Feng's brainstorming. I may also become a poisonous person who trouble the country. He bowed to Wu Zhao, and then said to Zhao De and Chen Shang, seal up the quicklime, and then take some limestone to forge with a big fire. The more the better. Order the soldiers to fetch the rotten water I have prepared. After saying that, Gao Yang took out some bottles and jars and added them all in. These are all good stuff. Gao Yang's eyes were filled with excitement. It feels so good to cheat people without any scruples. But when using quicklime, remember to keep an eye on the wind direction. If the wind direction is wrong, don't use it. At this point, Gao Yang looked serious. If this is against the wind, the soldiers of Daqian will be in great trouble. Lu Jin also shouted, all 9 gates of Chang'an, follow Master Gao's instructions. Forged limestone. For a while, in addition to cleaning up the battlefield and carrying the wounded away, people on the top of Chang'an City began to forge quicklime and carry up dirty water using various tools. Gao Tianlong turned his head away and pretended not to see it. There is no need to say much about his eldest son, the Duke of Dinggua's mansion, who was well known and renowned. The second son is also not simple. Although he is not good at poisonous schemes, he has an extraordinary talent in poison. At this moment, he was completely silent. If Chang'an City can be defended, the second son of the Gao family and the entire Duke Dinggua mansion will become famous. As for Gao Feng, his face turned even greener. He could already feel the strange looks from the officials, some even looked wary. Their minds are filled with thoughts like pretending to be a pig but eating a tiger, being wise but appearing foolish, and seemingly mediocre but actually smart. That doesn't make sense. Gao Yang and Gao Changwan, these are both his descendants. The eldest son is good at poison schemes and has learned capital, combining the strengths of hundreds of schools. The second son is good at poisons and is proficient in all major poisons. What about him? As the father of 2 people, is Gao Feng really mediocre all his life, or does he have untapped talents? But he hasn't noticed it yet. Gao Feng raised his head and looked at Gao Yang's busy figure. His eyes suddenly became firm. Gao Feng also has the potential to become a vicious person who causes chaos in the country. The other side. The Chu army camp. Second princess, we suffered heavy losses this time. Thousands of people were killed in the battle, and more than 3,000 brothers were injured. Among them, the rattan armor soldiers suffered the most damage. Once they were touched by the flames, no one survived. They were all burnt, and there were familiar faces everywhere. Chu Tianfeng looked at Chu Qingluan and said with some heartache. Chu Qingluan was angry when he heard this. This damn Gao Yang. He's so cruel. My vine armor soldiers. Chu Qinghuan's heart was bleeding. Although the rattan armor soldiers had huge flaws, she had always used them as a secret killing weapon. Although it is more suitable for a head-on attack between the two armies, it can also launch a surprise attack. Therefore, she mixed into the vanguard army and wanted to catch Dakian off guard. In ordinary siege battles, both sides rarely use fire attacks. In her expectation, even if the Dakian defenders discovered it, they would face two choices of first, prepare the burning arrows, but this takes time, and it is likely that the rattan armor soldiers have already rushed up a second, attack the rattan armor soldiers with fire, but this is against the harmony of nature and will bring retribution. This will delay time and create favorable combat opportunities. In the end, the one guarding the city was Gao Yang, the living devil. He had made up his mind from the very beginning to burn the Chu army. This guy is not afraid of backlash at all. As a result, she also happened to send out the rattan armor soldiers. This is really like lighting an oil lamp in a pit and looking for shit. Those who can join the rattan armor soldiers are almost all elite soldiers in the Great Chu army, but in the face of fire attack, there were heavy casualties. Another Great Chu general spoke dully. It's now confirmed beyond a doubt. Dakian's wine is special. It will burn fiercely when it encounters fire. It is far better than the wine of Dachu. This has greatly affected the morale of our army. I'm afraid Chang'an City is difficult to attack. For a moment, compared to the excitement when they first arrived at Chang'an City, and regarded Chang'an City as a piece of cake, the current Chu army camp was eerily quiet. This fire controlling technique immediately dispelled their arrogance. Chu Qinghuan's face was full of coldness. She suppressed her anger, looked at the Chu army generals and said coldly, "We have to attack even if it is difficult. Now that we are at the gate of Chang'an, we have to take Chang'an City, no matter how much it costs. After 2 hours, we will continue the siege. Chang'an is defenseless. How many wine jars can there be? Wine is made from grain, so how much can there be? Even if it means sacrificing human lives, we must take down Chang'an. If we can't take Chang'an City, you and I will both be sinners of the Great Chu." Chu Qinghuan originally thought it would be very easy, and could even take advantage of the high morale of the Chu army to defeat the Dakian army in one fell swoop and capture Chang'an City within 2 days, but there is no other way now. This is a tough battle and we have to fight hard, use the means of defending Chang'an City at the cost of human lives, and then launch a general attack. Following Chu Qinghuan's voice, a bloodthirsty look appeared on the faces of Chu Tianfeng and other generals. Fight until death. Take down Chang'an City, skin Gao Yang alive, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Capture the Queen of Dakian alive and strengthen the might of our Great Chu. Chu Qinghuan glanced over with her cold eyes, with a hint of satisfaction in them. Her Chu generals are all brave men. Although fire attack is powerful, it is limited to this. In this siege, the advantage is still on her. Could it be that you, the living king of hell, have even more cruel methods? Send a message to the entire army. If you can capture Chang'an City, I will allow you to not put down your sword for 7 days. Everyone in Chang'an can be slaughtered except the Empress Dakian. As long as we break through the gates of Chang'an, no one can escape being killed or robbed. As soon as Chu Qinghuan said this, the eyes of all the Chu army generals in the entire tent lit up, and greed appeared in their eyes. Massacre. This is a very inhumane method and has even been condemned throughout history, but it has been common from ancient times to the present. Massacre in a city means releasing animal nature, which means killing, looting, and raping. They can enter the city with impunity, burn, kill, loot and seize wealth. As soon as this news comes out, the soldiers of the Chu army will surely go crazy. Chang'an is the imperial capital of Dakian, which is filled with countless beauties and countless wealth. For the sake of interests, everyone will die. This is enough to drive countless Chu army soldiers crazy. Yes. I will pass on the second princess military order right away. A hint of greed flashed across the face of the Chu general, and he strode out. Seeing this, Chu Tianfeng couldn't help but said, "Second princess, once this military order is issued, you will become the target of public criticism, and it may even become a stain on your life, and you will be despised by the world." "Are you sure?" Chu Qinghuan looked at Chu Tianfeng with a calm gaze. "If you want your subordinates to fight to the death, this is the only way. As long as Dachu can win, everything will be worth it. If Gao Yang can be the king of hell, then this princess can be one too. As long as the Chu kingdom prospers and achieves world dominance, it doesn't matter if I kill 1 million people." Chu Tianfeng and the Chu army were excited. It is a great fortune for the great Chu to have a second princess. Chapter 142 Chu Qinghuan's madness, not putting down the sword for 7 days. Inside the camp of the generals gave orders, and the captains moved around to convey the military orders. Pass on the second princess order. In 2 hours, the entire army will attack. Take Chang'an City, and don't put down your swords for 7 days. You can burn, kill, and loot as you please. Woman, gold, silver, and treasure are all waving at you. As long as we break through the gate of Chang'an. Following these words, the Chu army officers and soldiers, whose morale had been greatly damaged, slowly raised their heads and looked in the direction of Chang'an City. There was a hint of greed and bloodthirstiness in their eyes. Massacre. This is a temptation they cannot resist. When the benefits outweigh the risks, their hearts begin to stir again. Wu Xiong's face was already grim. He had hoped that the Chu army would be unstoppable, but ended up suffering a Waterloo in the first battle. Now that the news of the massacre had come out, he could no longer sit still and immediately headed towards Chu Qinghuan's camp. Second princess, are you going to massacre Chang'an City? If this massacre is over, what will I do? Wu Xiong rushed into Chu Qinghuan's tent and his voice rang out, filled with questions. Chu Qinghuan's face turned cold, and she said directly, Your Highness, are you asking me to give you an explanation? Wu Xiong's face froze and his aura weakened instantly. That's not what the king meant. Chu Qinghuan snorted coldly. That Gao Yang had many evil schemes and was skilled in fire attacks. My rattan armor soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Chang'an City is not that easy to capture. If we fail to capture Chang'an City as quickly as possible, the result will be 10 or even 100 times worse than slaughtering Chang'an City. Or do you have a way to defeat the enemy? Upon hearing this, Takeo fell silent. He also knew what Chu Qinghuan meant. It was extremely dangerous to march alone into deep territory. As for defeating the enemy, how could he do anything? This damn Gao Yang, I must kill him. Wu Xiong was so angry that his teeth were itching, but at this moment, the scout rushed in from outside the tent. Second princess, there is a pungent smell in the air above the city walls of Chang'an. It's hard to describe the smell. In addition to the smell of rotting animals, there is also a very strange smell. Chu Qinghuan looked at the scout and frowned. The stink of rotting animals? Strange taste? The scout's face was tense, as if he was recalling something. The smell is too far away to be identified, but it comes with the wind and it doesn't smell good. That's why I came to report to the second princess. Chu Tianfeng's brows suddenly tightened. The smell of rotting animals, mixed with some other smells. Chu Qinghuan felt uneasy in her heart. She walked out of the tent, and just then a strong wind blew from the direction of Chang'an City. Even though she was very far away, she could still smell an indescribable odor. Where does this rotten smell come from? What is this Dakian bastard doing again? No, this smell seems to be coming from the top of Dakian City. The soldiers of the Chu army also smelled the strong smell and started talking about it. Lu Sanji was resting in the military camp. When he smelled the smell, his face suddenly turned pale. Having served in the army for so many years, he was never afraid of open fighting, but this kind of covert tactics made him feel a little nervous. A bad feeling suddenly emerged in Chu Qinghuan's mind. A name flashed through her mind, Gao Yang. What the hell is he doing? Chu Qinghuan felt a sense of uneasiness in her heart, but she could only pretend to be calm. As the commander-in-chief of the Great Chu, she must not panic. After the army took a short rest, Chu Qinghuan suppressed his inner uneasiness, drew the big knife from his waist, and once again gave the order to attack the city. This was a war of attrition, which greatly consumed Chang'an's defensive means. However, this time, all the rattan armor soldiers took off their rattan armor and put on normal armor. In the face of fire attack, the rattan armor army was no different from committing suicide, and could not exert any combat effectiveness at all. A crash. The Chu army organized its formation and attacked Chang'an City again like a tide. Their minds were filled with the beauties in gold and silver of Chang'an City, and their eyes were filled with endless greed. Kill, kill, kill. For a moment, the sound of killing was deafening. On the city wall of Chang'an. Report. The Chu army is attacking in full force. Following the messenger's voice, Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. It's finally here. The flowers I'd been waiting for have all withered. Gao Yang stepped forward quickly and looked at the densely packed Chu army soldiers in front of him, like a torrent of steel, his eyes full of surprise. Attack with fire first, to intimidate them and show off our power. Gao Yang looked calm, bang bang bang, when the densely packed wine jars shattered and burning arrows flew towards them. Zhu Qinghuan watched from afar with disdain on her face. Do you want to use the same trick again? I burned you to your heart's content last time, but this time there won't be any vine armor soldiers to burn you. Zhu Qinghuan's face was cold and he clenched his fists. Compared with the last time, the Chu army this time was obviously well prepared and had a certain level of psychological preparation. Although the flames and arrows caused certain damage, they could not stop the Chu army. 50 feet. Full bow, put, whoosh whoosh whoosh, following Gao Yang's voice. Almost in an instant, these arrows broke through the space with the force of thunder and enveloped the Chu army. It's not a burning arrow. With the eyes of all the Chu army soldiers lit up and a relaxed smile appeared on their faces. Arrows are easy to deal with. They are wearing leather armor and the arrows have average penetrating power. As long as they don't hit the heart or other vital parts, they can basically save their lives. Lu Sanji was in the middle position and did not charge at the front. His premonitions of war over the years told him that these attacks would not go smoothly. It seems that Dakian still has a trump card. This is just the calm before the storm. On the city wall of Chang'an, a smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. People's fear deepens little by little, and the cards in their hands are revealed one by one. Now it's time to let Chu experience the power of chemistry. Change the wine jar. Use quicklime. Tray buckle ready. Gao Yang felt the wind direction today and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is a gift from chemistry. Next second, bang bang bang, a dense crowd of pottery jars covered the entire battlefield like a storm. Hiss. So much wine? Again? Even though the soldiers of the Chu army were prepared, they still couldn't help but suddenly panic when the dense pottery jars came towards them. The pottery jar is broken, but there was no wine in it, but white powder, and with today's strong winds, the white powder began to spread throughout the battlefield. Ha ha ha. Dakian doesn't have such a sharp weapon anymore. Follow me and kill. A strong general of the Chu army laughed loudly, raised his sword and roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he thought of the previous fire. His heart was filled with endless murderous intent and he rushed towards Chang'an City. What the fuck? We must take this opportunity to kill these bastards. But the next second, the white powder was blown into the strong man's eyes by the strong wind. He paused in his steps, and almost at the moment the white powder entered his eyes, a burning sensation came over him instantly. Chapter 143, The Power of Quicklime. Blind people everywhere. He let out a shrill scream and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Even a tough guy like him couldn't bear this kind of pain. Lu Sanji swallowed his saliva and clenched the knife. He looked alert. Lu Sanji felt that this thing must be no simple matter, and there might be some trap in it. Immediately afterwards, screams rang out one after another. This made Lu Sanji feel uneasy and he turned his head to look. Many of the comrades within sight were covering their eyes, their faces full of pupils. A chill rose from Lu Sanji's heart. What exactly is this white powder? But those who were affected were the officers and soldiers in the middle, which was also a small number. The real vanguard of the siege has already arrived at the city of Chang'an. They climbed madly towards Chang'an City with the help of ladders. On the city wall of Chang'an, Lu Xun was tall and wore black armor. A breeze blew, ruffling a few strands of white hair at his temples. He laughed loudly and said, "If heaven had not given birth to me, Lu Xun, defending the city would have been like a long night forever." Quicklime. A Chu army soldier led the charge, his mind full of the glory of being the first to capture the city. He climbed up madly, but when he was halfway up, he saw an old face with a sneer on the top of the city wall. Immediately afterwards, a claypot fell from his hand. Bang! The white powder instantly got into my eyes. The next moment, his expression turned green. Pain. It hurt so much, but this was not the end yet, as water with the smell of rotting animals fell from the top of the city wall and soaked him all over. But in just a few seconds, the sizzling sound was heard on his body. My skin and whole body are in extreme pain, especially the exposed face and eyes. The pain was unbearable. My eyes. Almost instantly, a large blister visible to the naked eye appeared on the face due to the violent reaction. Pain. It hurt so much. Not only this Chu army soldier, but almost all the Chu army soldiers who rushed to the front could not escape the disaster, as the Dakian soldiers opened fire at full power. Whether it was pottery jars or quicklime, with the help of strong winds, they covered the Chu army below. Add to that the dirty water that reacts with quicklime. The wails of the Chu army resounded through the sky. That scene is simply shocking. If quicklime gets into your eyes, it will cause unbearable pain, let alone fighting hard to attack the city. Behind him, the Chu army soldiers who were charging in an endless stream were all frightened. They looked at their comrades covering their eyes and screaming miserably. An invisible fear swept over everyone. What exactly is that scary white powder? Why is it so horrible when adding water? Lu Sanji watched from afar and felt a chill in his heart. Lu Jin laughed heartily, like a god of war. Even if he had Chang'an City on his back with only quicklime, he, Lu Jin, would still be invincible in the world. He is now the god who controls eyes in the battlefield of the Seven Nations. Under the city wall, the Chu army wailed, "This quicklime is very harmful if it gets into your eyes." Directly lost combat effectiveness. Ah! My eyes, I can't see anything. Pain. It hurts so much. I can't stand it anymore. What on earth is this white powder? It's been sprinkled in my crotch. Why is it so painful now with the addition of water? Brothers, help me chop this thing off. After the quicklime was finished, Dakian took out the huge rocks and fallen wood. Then there is alcohol and burning arrows. These measures made the Chu army suffer terribly. This battle lasted for 2 hours. Thousands of Dakian soldiers were killed or wounded, but the Chu army suffered even worse. For Dakian, this was an undisputed victory. Wu Zhao looked at the Chu army retreating like a tide, and she was also excited. Within one day, the Chu army attacked twice, and the second attack lasted more than 2 hours, but they were all repelled by Dakian, and the casualties were not great. I never thought that quicklime could kill the enemy. Wu Zhao looked amazed. She thought of the scene she had just seen and was moved. Yao Yang came to Wu Zhao and looked towards the Chu army camp. Compared to the chemical power of quicklime, it's time to use the second method. I'm afraid the Chu army will not have an easy time tonight. Then, Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and said, "Your Majesty, it is time to take this opportunity to mobilize the people of Chang'an." Wu Zhao waved her dragon robe and said domineeringly, "Don't worry, I will spread the news of such a great victory throughout Chang'an to boost morale." Your Majesty, you misunderstood. What I meant was that in addition to using this great victory to boost the morale of the people of Chang'an, we should also mobilize the people of Chang'an to donate limestone and a number of things to kill the enemy. Except for the water from rotting animals and some dirty things, they are all weapons to kill the enemy. I just had a flash of inspiration. Upon hearing this, all the officials looked at Gao Yang. Any inspiration? Wu Zhao couldn't help but ask curiously, what else? Gao Yang said word by word. Corpse oil. On the city wall of Chang'an, as soon as these words came out, all the officials felt their scalps tingling. Gao Feng was so angry that he immediately stood up and said, "Son, you should be careful in what you say and do in front of His Majesty." What are you talking about? Gao Tianlong was also shocked. This thing is useless, it's so immoral. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang's face, which didn't look like he was joking, and her face was disheveled in the wind. She was also shocked. He is truly worthy of being called Gao Yang. What kind of vicious scheme is this? Gao Yang continued. There aren't many fallen trees and boulders in Chang'an City. Great Chu and the King of Wu finally made it to the gates of Chang'an City, and they will never give up. The boulders and fallen wood should be used as little as possible, and there is no need to talk about alcohol. Alcohol is made from grain, and the waste is huge if you use other methods to dispose of it. Even if you borrow from the noble families, the quantity will not be much. I don't know how long this battle will last. The quicklime depends on the wind direction. The highly toxic material is also precious. Large-scale dilution will greatly weaken its power. It will take time for animal carcasses mixed into water to ferment. But there are many corpses in the war. During the decay process, corpse oil will appear, which is extremely poisonous. Wu Zhao's scalp tingled and all the officials stared with eyes wide open. The censor was immediately furious. No. Absolutely not. If Master Gao does this, we will be killed. This time, they are not kidding. Stopping Gao Yang from such moral corruption and this inhumane scheme will surely go down in history. They are really dead. They all looked at Wu Zhao with a determined look on their faces. Wu Zhao also said, Gao Yang, I am the supreme ruler, the emperor of Dakian. This method is too cruel. Things haven't gotten to that serious point yet. That won't do. If I issue this imperial decree, how will the people view me? How will the kings of the 6 kingdoms view me? And how will the history books view me? She could accept tyrants and incompetent rulers, but this method was too cruel. The historian was standing next to her, holding a brush, staring at her, and even looked impatient. As soon as she opened her mouth, there were relevant records in history books. If the censor kills a few more people, she will be criticized for the rest of her life, and even for thousands of years to come. mainly because even Wu Zhao herself could not accept this strategy. Then store the bodies. It will be hot in summer and they will rot in no time. The bones of the bodies contain phosphorus, which will produce phosphine. They will spontaneously combust at night, commonly known as will-o'-the-wisp. How about this plan? Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. She took a deep breath and said, Gao Yang, let's mobilize the morale of the people of Chang'an first. Chapter 144, Chang'an is shaken. Gao Yang's reputation spreads far and wide. 108 wards in Chang'an. Li Long led his personal guards and galloped along the streets, and the sound of their voices echoed throughout the entire Chang'an city. Great victory! Your Majesty is personally guarding Chang'an city, and the grandson of Duke Dinghua has come up with endless clever plans. The 100,000-strong Chu army was repelled head-on by our Dakian, with heavy casualties. There are countless corpses outside Chang'an city. Master Gao burned the Chu army's rattan armor soldiers with fire, blinded the Chu army with limestone, and kept the enemy out of Chang'an. Dakian has won a great victory. Your Majesty has issued an order. May the people of Dakian join the army enthusiastically, fight bravely, and defend Chang'an. Most people are uneducated, so the simpler the words are, the better, and the meaning should be expressed in the most straightforward way. As the saying goes, one must first stabilize the country before fighting against foreign enemies. A great victory can greatly boost morale and even make some Chang'an families with ulterior motives behave themselves. No matter from which angle you look at it, Chang'an city needs an inspiring victory. For a while, in the 108 districts of Chang'an, common people walked onto the streets and watched the imperial guards running through the streets. They felt as if they were in another world. Dakian, great victory. The Empress is personally in charge of Chang'an city, and Gao Yang has endless clever ideas. Countless people felt a sudden sense of relief in their hearts. On Zhuke Street, the lame old man who was leaning on a cane and was about to go up to the top of the city to kill the enemy stopped a soldier and asked curiously, Sir, how did Dakian kill the enemy? Upon hearing this, the people nearby all gathered around curiously. The soldier was in a good mood, and he said, This is Lord Gao's plan. It's also a great way to kill the enemy. When the people heard Gao Yang's name, they all looked solemn. Hiss. Duke of Ting, great lord. Gao Yang's name is well known among the people. The soldier made no secret of his admiration for Gao Yang. He described him vividly. Mr. Gao really deserves the title of the living king of hell. His methods are simply amazing. Well, let me talk to you today. Wu Zhao specifically issued an imperial decree to publicize Gao Yang's methods of killing the enemy. As long as the people had a backbone, the war would go more smoothly. The Chu army is full of tricks. They first mixed a lot of rattan armor soldiers into the vanguard. These rattan armor soldiers are extremely difficult to deal with. The rattan armor on their bodies is first cast with tung oil, and then made with ancient secret methods. Ordinary swords and knives are difficult to penetrate the armor. If the Chu army attacks the top of the city, it will be dangerous. But guess what? The soldier deliberately kept the question in suspense and paused for a moment. The lame old man and the people of Chang'an around him were all filled with curiosity. Did the Chu army succeed? The soldier laughed and said, Master Gao has a brilliant plan and has already made preparations. Although this rattan armor can resist swords and knives, tung oil will burn when it comes into contact with fire. Master Gao's fire attack has directly made the rattan armor soldiers familiar with each other. That scene is simply spectacular. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, the people gasped. The scene of familiar faces everywhere in the Chu army seemed to appear in their minds. Cruel though, but it's so refreshing just to listen to it. How cool. These beasts who want to massacre the city should be burned to death. The lame old man laughed heartily, not feeling cruel at all. Instead, his face was full of satisfaction. The people around, including some children of Dakian, all worship him. Master Gao is truly a master of foresight. As expected of you, Mr. Gao. The old man then asked, What about limestone? Can limestone also kill the enemy? For a moment, all the people were curious. They don't have much other things, but they have a lot of this stuff at home, that is the accumulation of many years. When the soldiers heard this, they admired him even more. This is also a brilliant plan of Lord Gao against the Chu army. After calcining the limestone, you can get lime powder. Once this gets into your eyes, it will burn you. If you don't clean it in time, you may even become blind. And Mr. Gao has gathered all the knowledge of Moism and said that this lime powder releases a large amount of heat when it comes into contact with water, which is extremely effective in killing enemies and can even disfigure people. This is a great way to kill the enemy. The Chu army suffered a great crime today. Therefore, His Majesty has issued an order. If you have limestone at home, you should quickly calcine it into powder, but you must remember to take precautions. The specific method has been posted in the imperial decree. You can also add some dirty stuff to this quicklime and mix it up to increase the killing power of the enemy. When these words were spoken, all the people of Dakian were stunned. They never thought that limestone could one day kill enemies. You are worthy of being called the living devil. This method is so cruel. That was an eye. No wonder our army won a great victory. The lame old man turned and walked away. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Old one, where are you going?" The old man didn't even turn his head, and only said, "I will respond to your Majesty's order. I have a lot of limestone in my house." For a moment, many eyes looked over with admiration, but then, even louder noises rang out. "Ha, when it comes to killing enemies, 10 of me can't compare to the great general on the top of Chang'an City. But when it comes to doing bad things and adding dirty things, 10 great generals are not as good as me. Brothers, it's time to get to work. It's just limestone. I have a lot of it at home. What a coincidence. I just had a severe stomachache. Is this okay? The leeks I ate at noon are a blessing for the Chu army. Aren't they going to be so happy?" For a moment, the voices of the people of Chang'an rang out one after another, and even the style of the streets changed. "Lao Li, where are you going? Go home and kill the enemy." "What a coincidence. I also want to kill the enemy." At the east end of Chang'an, 3 young boys with green faces were feeling this atmosphere, and their blood was boiling. One of the older boys said, "The master said that every man has a share of responsibility for the fate of the country. We were born in Chang'an City, so we should also make more contributions. But we are not ordinary people, we are children." Bang! The older kid slapped him directly. "You're the only one who can argue, why don't you include children in your argument? The rise and fall of Chang'an will affect you and me. If the Chu army enters Chang'an, the beautiful girl next door will definitely be killed by the Chu army. For Xiaomei, the 3 of us must take action." For a moment, the 3 men, including the little boy who was beaten, all looked determined. "I suggest that if we want to do something big, we should have a slogan and a group name. Why not just call him the Excrement Boy?" Chapter 145, All parties are shocked. Gao Yang's new strategy. Song family. When Song Li returned home, the first thing he did was to go straight to the room where Song Qingqing was. "Father, have the Chu army invaded? I have already hidden all the gold, silver, and jewelry." Song Qingqing said hurriedly. Song Li said with a complicated expression, "Qingqing, I'm afraid the Chu army won't be able to break in for a while." "What?" Song Qingqing looked shocked. "Didn't they say that Chang'an City was caught off guard and couldn't hold out for a few days?" Song Li had a complicated expression, thinking of everything that happened on the top of the city wall. Before, all the civil and military officials in the court, and the aristocratic families of Chang'an all thought so, but now that Gao Yang has stayed, it's different. Not only did he come up with a fire attack technique, he also came up with a quicklime technique to repel the enemy, specifically targeting the eyes of the Chu army. I have personally seen the power of quicklime in defending the city. It is too terrifying. I'm afraid this Chu army will have to pay with human lives." When Song Qingqing heard this, her face was full of complexity. Can the city of Chang'an really be defended? Song Li's voice continued to sound. The most terrifying thing is that this is not the limit of his methods. He also targeted the corpses. His methods were also extremely brutal, but he failed to succeed. If Chang'an can be defended this time, while he has not attacked the Song family, and there is still some affection, we must repair the relationship with this living devil. I have been in the court for more than 20 years, and I have never been so afraid of someone. If you offend him, it's like having a knife hanging over the heads of the entire Song family." Song Qingqing looked at the fear on Song Li's face and was shocked. Gao Yang hadn't even taken action against the Song family yet, but he had made Song Li feel fearful. Lu family. Liu Yurong also heard the news. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and her chest heaved with surprise. burn the Rattan armor soldiers and roast them all over the ground. Quicklime kills the enemy and makes them blind everywhere. Her face was flushed and her expression was excited. Except for asking my grandfather for medicine, some of it is useless. The whole person is simply so perverted that it's outrageous and makes people's heart beat fast. Inside the Rouge Pavilion, Lu Yue hurried to the third floor. She pushed open the door and said to the inside pavilion master, "We have defended Chang'an City on the first day, and it was very easy. It's the Chu army that's going to suffer." Lu Ruyan turned around, with a look of shock on her beautiful face. "What? The Chu army is strong. Even if we defend it, it should be Dakian who pays the price. Why would it be the Chu army?" Her face was full of surprise. Lu Yue said with some excitement, "Because of Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao has invented the art of fire attack and the art of using quicklime to repel the enemy. Our Supreme membership card has made a lot of money. If we can defend Chang'an City this time, we must report to the island owner and do everything we can to capture Mr. Gao. In this way, why worry about not accomplishing our great cause?" Lu Ruyan also nodded, her eyes flickering for a moment. The entire Chang'an City was shaken inside the palace. Hu Gao Yang sneezed several times and rubbed his nose. Wu Zhao couldn't help but ask, "Are you catching a cold?" "It seems someone is keeping an eye on me. But it doesn't matter. The key now is white sugar. If we can make this stuff and add gunpowder, it will make the Chu army happy and become a trump card for Dakian." When Wu Zhao heard the word by Tang, her eyes suddenly lit up. The Gao Yang seemed to have thought of something, and laughed again. "I will also ask the craftsman to make some simple loudspeakers, and with the help of soldiers with loud voices, we can give the Chu army some more torture tonight." "Loudspeaker?" Gao Yang explained, "It's commonly known as a loudspeaker. With this item, I have another brilliant tactic. This tactic can also torture the Chu army." Shangguan Wanner and Wu Zhao looked at each other, although they didn't understand, but when they saw the treacherous smile on Gao Yang's face, the same thought came to their minds. The Chu army was going to be in trouble again. At the same time, a night slowly falls above the sky. The cold moonlight poured down, illuminating the earth. The Chu army camp. Bang! Chu Qinghuan slammed his fist on the table, his face turning pale. At this moment, the murderous intent around her was almost intense to the extreme. This Gao Yang has absolutely no moral principles. What on earth is that white powder? Why is it so lethal when it comes into contact with water? I heard that Duke Dinghua Gao Tianlong lived an upright life and was quite famous. How could he have such a grandson? Chu Qinghuan gritted her teeth and almost vomited blood. How could there be someone like Gao Yang in this world? What kind of city defense method is this? First use fire attack, then use this white powder to blind her army. Too cruel, a Chu army general said with an unpleasant expression. Our wounded soldiers have suffered visual impairment, the siege army has suffered heavy losses, and morale is low. There are certainly not many fallen trees and boulders in Chang'an City, and even fewer wine jars, but this white powder is really hard to deal with. I'm afraid our army will have to pay a terrible price. Chu Tianfeng's face looked even uglier, and his hands holding the sword were shaking from the force. It's really a small knife pulling the butt. It opened my eyes. A white powder has become a weapon to kill our army. This move is too damaging. The morale of the wounded battalion has been severely damaged, which has affected the entire army. What should we do? Chu Qinghuan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Morale is easy to deal with. I will go to the wounded camp later and suck out the pus from a few wounded soldiers myself. I will also say some passionate words and spread them to the entire army. This will also help the soldiers turn their grief and anger into motivation. As soon as these words were spoken, all the generals of the Chu army were shocked. They looked at Chu Qinghuan's beautiful face in disbelief. This sacrifice is too great. Chu Tianfeng even said, the second princess is worth a lot of money. The wound not only has blood and pus, but also a white powder from Dakian. There might even be some toxins. This is absolutely not allowed. Even if that's the case, I'll do it for you. Then I'll have to trouble you, General. Once we capture Chang'an City, I will personally recommend you for the credit. Chu Qinghuan spoke directly to Chu Tianfeng. That's all. Chu Qinghuan really couldn't do this, and he was the one with the highest status after Chu Qinghuan. This time, he suffered a lot. He needs to check if there are any wounds in his mouth, so as not to infect him. Chu Qingwan took a deep breath and looked at the generals of the Chu army. Now that things have come to this, we can only use human lives to fill the gap. No matter what the price, Chang'an City must be taken. Although this white powder is powerful, it also has disadvantages. It depends on the wind direction. Once the wind is against you, Dakian will be unable to use it. Rest well tonight, and continue to launch a fierce attack tomorrow to extend the time. The wind direction cannot be favorable to Dakian every day. Chu Qingwan rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little tired. The generals had been busy all day and were exhausted both physically and mentally, so they followed suit. Now, they urgently need a good sleep to soothe their wounded hearts. Soon, the night was as dark as ink, and the Chu army camp fell into silence again. But taking advantage of the night, several figures came up. They looked at each other, and then took out simple loudspeakers. Then they all shouted into the loudspeaker. Enemy attack! Dakian enemy attack! Chapter 146. The Scao Yan. He is really mean. The Chu army camp. On a quiet night, the Chu soldiers who had worked hard to attack Chang'an City for a whole day finally lay down on their beds. After a whole day of fighting, the men were exhausted both physically and mentally. At night, a sound sleep will be a great comfort to their tense spirits. Lu Sanji lay on the bed, listening to the snoring sounds coming from his ears, his nostrils filled with the intoxicating smell of sour feet. His spirit, which had been tense all day, slowly began to relax. In my mind, the scenes of the daytime siege emerged like a passing scene. Fire attack, white powder, and other methods were used in endless ways. This was the first time in all his years in the army that he encountered such a difficult city, yet he had originally been ambitious and wanted to change his fate with this battle, but now all this has caused this veteran to have huge doubts. I don't know what other evil plans the living devil of Dakian has. Go to sleep. As he thought about it, his eyelids grew heavy and he slowly fell asleep. Whoosh, whoosh. In the military camp, snoring sounds were heard one after another, but just then a voice suddenly broke through the Chu army camp. Enemy attack! Dakian enemy attacks! This sound, like thunder in the dark night, suddenly resounded throughout the camp. The voice was so loud and resonant that it hit Lu Sanji directly on the head. Lu Sanji had just fallen asleep when he was suddenly awakened by the sound. He jumped up suddenly like a frightened bird. Dakian is attacking. Without even having time to think, Lu Sanji displayed the tactical qualities of a veteran soldier and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Lu Sanji quickly reached for his weapon with murderous intent on his face. Is Dakian so brave? Could it be that there were really 100,000 defenders in Chang'an City, with so many soldiers and generals that they dared to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night? Once the camp explodes, it will be no joke. In the tent where Lu Sanji was, all the Chu army soldiers were awakened. They lost all sleepiness and got up to grab their weapons as quickly as possible. Such a scene also happened in various places in the Chu army camp. The 8-year veterans and the 20-year veterans immediately followed this voice and shouted out to issue a warning. For a moment, the entire Chu army camp was in an uproar. Enemy attack! There was a commotion and the soldiers of the Chu army came out of their tents one after another. Then they were stunned. Enemy attack! Where are the enemies? Central army camp. Chu Qingwan had just closed her eyes when she heard a shout of Dakian enemy attack, followed by cries of panic from all over the military camp. She immediately turned over and walked out with a long sword in hand. Chu Qingwan was a little surprised and angry at first, but then she became excited. She firmly believed in her judgment that Chang'an City was caught off guard and most of the defenders inside were civilians and were vulnerable. These civilians can still play a role in defending the city, but if they are used in a head-on battle, they are nothing more than toys. Do you really think that her great Chu is just a bunch of rabble? You dare to attack the camp? Living king of hell, I think too highly of you. You brought this upon yourself. Chu Qingwan suddenly opened the tent and walked out, but the next second, she was stunned. The entire Chu army camp was in chaos. There was noise and panic, but no sound of fighting could be heard. What about enemy attacks? Where are the people? Chu Qingwan was confused. The Chu army soldiers were also confused. Lu Sanji was holding a big knife, and he was in a daze as he drew his sword and looked around. Chu Tianfeng and other Chu army generals approached Chu Qingwan. At this moment, they also realized that something was wrong. Chu Tianfeng's face was grim. Second princess, this doesn't look like Dakian's sneak attack. It looks more like, you've been tricked. Chu Qingwan's face was as black as ink. She clenched her fists so tightly that her back teeth ached. I thought it was a gift from God, but I didn't expect I was being fooled. She wondered how Dakian got the courage to abandon the city of Chang'an with its high walls and thick walls to launch a surprise attack on them. A general of the Chu army hesitated and asked, Could it be that it was really our people who shouted? Chu Qingwan looked at the general who was speaking. You mean, we have a traitor from Dakian? At this time, the Chu army soldiers stepped forward quickly and knelt on one knee, reporting to the second princess, we did not find the Dakian army attacking. But we spotted a few sneaky figures. After they finished shouting, they ran away in the direction of Chang'an City. Once these words were spoken, the truth was revealed. Chu Qingwan's face turned even darker. Chu Tianfeng and other Chu army generals also had veins throbbing on their foreheads. Damn it! I just fell asleep, and when I heard the enemy attack, I was almost scared to death. I thought that Dakian was really coming. I was taking a shit, and when I heard the enemy attack, I pushed hard without even wiping my butt. Cunning, so cunning. But the noise was too loud. It echoed throughout our army camp. We didn't have many people, so why was it so loud? Chu Qingwan said coldly, this is definitely a trick of the living devil. The purpose is to scare our army and prevent them from sleeping well. Chu Qingwan was almost certain that this was Gao Yang's work. At this moment, although she had never seen Gao Yang, the image of a beastly, insidious, and unscrupulous person had already emerged in Chu Qingwan's mind. The Chu army generals also cursed out loud, brute. This living devil is simply not a human being. This is too mean. I always have trouble sleeping, and tonight I am in trouble. Chu Qingwan said, calm down the entire army and let them continue to rest. Also, increase patrols. If any Dakian soldiers approach, kill them without mercy. After Chu Qingwan finished speaking, she took a deep breath and turned back to the camp. Soon, under the orders of Chu Tianfeng and other generals, the entire Chu military camp fell into silence again. Lu Sanji was holding a big knife, which was messy in the wind. In fact, when he left the camp, he understood everything. The corners of his mouth twitched. This is Dakian, so cunning. The other soldiers looked at Lu Sanji. Although they were dissatisfied, they did not say anything in the end. Chang'an City, inside the palace. Report. Our harassment tactics were successful, and the Chu army camp was in turmoil. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. The Dakian scout looked at Wu Zhao and Gao Yang and said excitedly. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wanner were filled with surprise. This trick actually worked. Gao Yang asked, is the Chu camp just a little chaotic? How is the military discipline? The Dakian scout shook his head and said, from a distance, the disturbance was not obvious, and it soon quieted down. Gao Yang looked disappointed. It was unexpected, and with the help of the trumpet, it turned out to be just a small disturbance. I'm afraid this Chu commander is not a simple person. It seems the time has not come yet. Wu Zhao nodded and said decisively, since he can lead troops to fight a battle like this, the commander of the Chu army must be very good. Besides, the Chu army has come a long way to capture my Chang'an City, so they are all elite soldiers. Gao Yang's eyes were filled with chill. Then continue the harassment. Select the soldiers with the loudest voices from the army. After an hour, follow the old method and attack from both sides again. Just as I said, shout and run immediately. If the enemy advances, I retreat. If the enemy retreats, I advance. In short, we must make the Chu army sleepless and exhausted tonight, yes. Master Gao, rest assured, the brothers who are taking action tonight are all above average in terms of both running and voice. The Dakian soldiers quickly clasped their fists and retreated inside the palace. Wu Zhao also felt tired, and she spoke to Gao Yang. It's getting late, Master Gao, you should stay in the palace and rest, so as to avoid any trouble. Stay in the palace, hiss. Gao Yang's eyes lit up and he subconsciously looked at Wu Zhao. In our sight, Wu Zhao is wearing a golden dragon robe, with delicate and noble facial features, especially under the cold moonlight. She has a unique flavor. He started to think too much. The corner of Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. She read something from Gao Yang's eyes, which made her face turn cold. Wanner, go and arrange a room for Mr. Gao. Gao Yang's eyes were full of disappointment. Wu Zhao's lips curled up and her mood suddenly improved. She thought of the loudspeaker Gao Yang mentioned, and couldn't help feeling curious. Can the sound get louder? She looked at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes and said, Gao Yang, do you have a trumpet on you? Can I blow it for fun? Gao Yang instantly raised his eyes and looked at Wu Zhao. He definitely doesn't have a small speaker, but he does have a large speaker, but it may not be suitable. Chapter 147, When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I advance. Chu Chingwan is going crazy. The Chu army camp. The soldiers of the Chu army lay in bed, completely unable to sleep. In their subconscious, the enemy attack not long ago was a matter of life and death. So, wake them up directly, and now that I'm back in the tent, I can only start to feel sleepy again. At this moment, the darkness was thick and it was already midnight. This is bound to be a suffering for some soldiers who have light sleep, but if you sleep a little longer in the second half of the night, you can make up for it. Over time, most of the soldiers fell asleep again, and the snoring sounds began to sound evilly again, including Lu Sanji. Chu Chingwan tossed and turned at first, unable to sleep for a while, but gradually fell asleep in the drowsiness. But just then, under the cover of night, from the other side of the Chu army camp, several Dacian soldiers with rough faces, simple loudspeakers in their hands, and loud voices approached again. They looked at each other and nodded in unison. Then, one of them whispered, "Master Gao said, after you shout, start running immediately. If the enemy advances, we retreat. If the enemy retreats, we advance. Tonight, it's harassment." Everyone nodded, and then the soldier stretched out his finger and began to count down 3, 2, 1. As the last number fell, several voices suddenly rang out. The already resonant voices roared in unison, and with the help of the loudspeakers, they once again broke through the Chu army camp. Enemy attack. The general died suddenly. All troops assembled. Almost immediately after they finished shouting this sentence, several Dacian soldiers retreated quickly without any reluctance. At the same time, from a completely different direction, almost at the same time as this voice sounded, a roar suddenly came. Enemy attack. The general died suddenly. All troops assembled. After shouting, several people quickly ran away. Here, with only moonlight to illuminate the camp, the Chu army camp was so large that it was impossible to see where the people outside were. By the time the Chu army noticed the sound, the Dacian soldiers had already fled. They immediately came after him with knives. The Chu army camp of the Chu army soldiers, who had just fallen asleep for a short while, were awakened again by this voice. The general died suddenly? All troops assembled? The sky is falling. Some soldiers did not dare to delay and got up directly, not forgetting to kick their brothers beside them. Hurry up and get up, something terrible has happened. The general has died suddenly. I knew it, there must be a traitor from Dacian who just sneaked in, and the general was killed. All troops assembled. Swish, 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 the soldiers of the Great Chu all picked up their swords and rushed out. Lu Sanji was also among them. His eyes were bloodshot. Although he was a little skeptical about its truth, he shouted at the first moment, "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" All troops assembled. The soldiers of the Chu army all looked nervous, but when they stepped out of the camp, they were numbed. In the entire camp, apart from their panic-stricken selves, there was no sign of an enemy attack at all. Or were they fooled again? But is this full military gathering true or false? Central Army Camp. Chu Chingwan was also awakened. Another enemy attack? She hurried out and saw Chu Tianfeng and other Chu army generals running towards her. When they saw her, they were all obviously relieved, but the next second, their faces became even uglier. There were no enemy attacks. Chu Chingwan is fine too. What does this mean? It means they have been fooled again. Ah! I must kill Gao Yang. Don't let me charge into Chang'an City, otherwise no one, from the 70-year-old grandmother to the 3-year-old child, will be able to escape. The earthworms will be split in half, and the ant nests will be scalded with boiling water. What a beast! I just fell asleep. The generals of the Chu army gnashed their teeth and were filled with hatred. There were also red bloodshot in Chu Chingwan's beautiful eyes. She was a light sleeper and was under a lot of pressure. With this, she would not be able to sleep tonight. She suppressed her anger and said, "First appease the army and stabilize their morale. Come to my tent to discuss matters again." Soon, the Chu army soldiers also received the military order. Fake, it's still fake. They were all stunned and clenched their teeth. Dacian is so cunning. No, I was startled awake twice and my head is starting to hurt. It's obvious that this guy doesn't want us to sleep. For a moment, there were curses and discussions everywhere. In the tent where Lu Sanji was, a big man yelled at Lu Sanji, "This is all Dacian's conspiracy. Don't be so startled next time. Dacian just doesn't want us to sleep. Don't pay any attention to him." All the soldiers immediately spoke up in agreement. Lu Sanji remained silent. He took advantage of the night to look in the direction of Dacian, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Once is a lie, twice is still a lie, even many times. But what if a real wave comes? Central Army Camp, Chu Ching-wan said. Let's talk about it. What should we do? It's obvious that the big dead king doesn't want us to sleep well. How can we attack the city in broad daylight when our army is so exhausted? Chu Tianfeng said with an unpleasant expression. I don't know what kind of magic the Dacian soldier used. His voice was as loud as a lion's roar. It was too loud. And the words are vicious. It's either an enemy attack or the sudden death of the general. All troops, assemble. Our soldiers are listening. How can we not be alarmed? Even if you doubt it, you have to get up. Wu Xiong and Shui Yi were also in the tent, and they were also numb. Wu Xiong said, since you know it's Dacian's evil plan, why didn't the second princess order the soldiers to ignore it? The corner of Chu Chingwan's mouth twitched, and even Shui Yi couldn't help but look at Wu Xiong. Takeo looked embarrassed. How come all eyes were focused on him in an instant? Chu Chingwan said coldly, what if Dacian really attacks? Our scouts shout out the enemy attack, but the soldiers don't react at all. What should we do? Wu Xiong woke up instantly and broke out in a cold sweat. Chu Tianfeng spoke again. Those Dacian soldiers are cunning and ruthless. When our army chases them, they run away. When we don't chase them, they run up again under the cover of darkness. At this rate, I'm afraid we'll have to bring gongs and drums and beat them tomorrow. For a moment, all the generals looked grim. A Chu army general clenched his fist and said angrily, since Dacian is not a human being, we are not human beings either. We can send out the scouts in the army and roar together. Dacian won't let us sleep, so they can't sleep either. Chu Chingwan was silent. What is going on? A good siege war not only led to a shit fight, but now it's also a competition of who has the loudest voice. This is completely different from what is written in military books, but the situations of both sides are completely different. Dacian has Chang'an City and only needs to send a small number of soldiers to guard the city. If they really launch a large-scale attack, they will not be able to hide it from Dacian at all. This enemy attack, can it have an impact on Dacian? But there seems to be no other good solution now. Soon, the Chu army scouts returned. Second princess, our army shouted to march, but there was no movement in Chang'an. On the contrary, a ruthless laughter broke out from the top of the city. They also asked us to speak louder. When the Chu army soldiers said this, they looked humiliated. Chu Chingwan. Chapter 148 Gao Yang's boldness. Do something exciting. Chu Chingwan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. It was not until this moment that she finally understood a truth from military books. A top general can only grow in actual combat, because you never know what kind of person the enemy general is. This Gao Yang is so dirty. This battle was so frustrating, even until now. They don't know what the white powder is. Moreover, the Dacian soldiers could take advantage of the night to get close to the camp and shake their morale, but the walls of Chang'an City were high and thick, so they could do nothing. It's impossible for 100,000 people to stay up all night and roar outside the city of Chang'an, right? But they were the ones who were going to attack the city the next day. So frustrating. It's so frustrating. Chu Chingwan, had never fought such a frustrating battle. At this time, boom boom boom. A burst of gongs and drums accompanied by the sound of enemy attack rang out. Chu Chingwan clenched her fists, and her beautiful face was distorted. That's too much. The gongs and drums are here. It doesn't even have to be tomorrow, it's coming today. The sound didn't last long, but it was a critical blow to the generals of the Chu army. It is not very harmful, but it is extremely insulting. Report. The Dacian soldiers are here again. They beat drums and gongs and shouted loudly. When they were discovered by our army, they immediately ran away. But as soon as our army stopped chasing them, they came back again. As soon as these words came out, all the Chu army generals, including Chu Chingwan, gritted their teeth. This was too much of a bullying. The figures of Dacian soldiers seemed to appear in their minds, accompanied by a sound of asking for a beating. How's it going? I'm touching it again. I'm pulling back again. So what? So what can you do to me? Hit me, idiot. The most unbearable thing is that they really can't hit him. Chu Chingwan had always been extremely calm, but at this moment, she couldn't stand it anymore. Make a fire and cook at 5 o'clock. At daybreak, attack the city. Chu Chingwan gave the order. The Chu army generals were embarrassed, but they could only bow in response. It was too dark at night, and Dacian soldiers could hide their whereabouts very well. If we mess with their mentality, Dacian soldiers would have nowhere to hide during the day, and they would almost never return. But the problem was that they had to attack the city during the day. We can't just take a nap in the camp and attack the city at night, right? The next day. As soon as the sky brightened, the soldiers of the Chu army all had panda eyes and lined up. They woke up 3 or 4 times in one night, so you can imagine how much sleep and energy they needed. But their hatred for Dacian was also real. What a beast! The more Chu Qinghuan looked at it, the gloomier her heart became. It was only the first day, and the fatigue of the Chu army soldiers was already apparent. If Dacian continues to attack, how can we attack Chang'an city? But Chu Qinghuan still gave the order to attack the city. On the city wall of Chang'an, Ya Yang looked at the Chu soldiers who were attacking from afar. With a strong smile on his face, the soldiers of the Chu army could not hide their fatigue. The soldiers of Dacian are in high spirits and are ready to fight. It's early in the morning. Even though it's August, it's still very cold. Let's light a fire to warm up the Chu army first. Guests from afar must be treated well. The wind is blowing in the right direction today. Mix some quicklime with some dirty stuff and throw them together. Gao Yang looked at the jar of wine that had been prepared on the side and said very enthusiastically, accompanied by Gao Yang's voice. When the Chu army entered the attack range, wine jars were thrown at them, and combined with burning arrows, the Chu army was instantly warmed up early in the morning, even so warm that you roll on the ground. When the Chu army finally paid the price, broke through the wall of fire, arrived at the city of Chang'an, and began to attack the city. On the top of the city wall, quicklime was sprinkled down directly into the eyes of the Chu army. For a moment, the Chu army covered their eyes and wailed. Seeing this scene, Gao Yang couldn't help but feel inspired to write a poem. It's like a waterfall dropping 3,000 feet straight down. I wonder if it's the Milky Way falling from the sky. Hiss. What a great poem! Lu Xun laughed loudly, wearing armor and holding a pottery jar filled with quicklime, standing in front of a group of soldiers like a god of war. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be undefeated? Chu Qinghuan watched from afar, feeling heavy-hearted. Dacian's harassment still affected the soldiers' combat effectiveness. Not long after, the Chu army began to retreat, leaving behind only a mess. Second princess, we must find a way to solve this problem. Otherwise, if it happens a few more times, our army's combat effectiveness will be greatly damaged. Chu Tianfeng said with a grim expression. When he saw this, Chu Qinghuan clenched her fists and said nothing. Apart from taking breaks in batches during the day and increasing the number of scouts patrolling at night, what else can we do? The army will rest for 2 hours first, and then attack again in the afternoon. Chu Qinghuan was in a bad mood. Chang'an city was waiting for reinforcements, and they didn't have much time left. But now time was wasted because of the fatigue of the soldiers, but she just didn't have a good solution. She clenched her fists and looked towards the direction of Chang'an city with cold eyes and overwhelming hatred. That group of Dacian soldiers at night were really despicable, but they also ran really fast. In the imperial study. Wu Zhao sat on the dragon throne and looked at Gao Yang with emotion. We clearly had no experience in war, but we were full of clever ideas. We used loudspeakers and loud, fast-moving soldiers to harass them. If they chased us, we ran. If they attacked, we defended. Gao Yang, are you really a genius? Gao Yang shook his head. Your Majesty, your words do not have a good meaning. I am only standing on the shoulders of giants. This is true whether it is fire attack or defending the city with quicklime. These are all conventional means. As for the harassment, it is even more derived from those 16 words. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy stays, I harass. When the enemy is tired, I attack. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. This is the essence of guerrilla tactics. This time he will let the Chu army taste its power. Gao Yang, last night you asked about the military discipline of the Chu army. I understood your implication. Are you planning to do something? Wu Zhao's eyes lit up and she spoke. Shangguan Wan'er also looked at Gao Yang with curious eyes. Gao Yang showed a hint of surprise on his face. Is it so obvious? Wu Zhao nodded directly. It's obvious. Seeing this, Gao Yang showed a deep smile on his face. This smile, filled with ambition, made Shangguan Wan'er's heart rise to her throat. Wu Zhao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and said directly, then I will not pretend anymore. I will reveal my cards. I want to do something exciting with your Majesty. Chapter 149. The wolf is coming and Gao Yang's psychological warfare, so bold and daring. Shang Wanwan's voice suddenly rang out in the Golden Palace. As expected, all men in the world are bad, Gao Yang, and she still have an agreement for that day, but Gao Yang actually said such disrespectful words in front of her. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes also fell on Gao Yang's face, and these words also made her feel very surprised. She also thought of the wrong thing at first and was about to get angry, but after thinking about it carefully, this was not like Gao Yang's style. A ruthless person would not be so presumptuous. Wanner, please step back first. Upon seeing this, Shang Wanner also slowly stepped back, staring at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes. Wu Zhao stood up. Her waist was so slender that it seemed as if it could be held in one hand, and the golden dragon robe she was wearing perfectly set off her perfect figure. She looked down at Gao Yang from a high place and said jokingly, "I am a little curious, what exciting things do you want to do with me?" As Wu Zhao spoke, her phoenix eyes were filled with coldness. This stimulation, not that stimulation that if Gao Yang goes too far, he will also face her wrath. After all, she is the emperor of Daqian and Gao Yang is just a minister. Gao Yang heard this, glanced at Wu Zhao, and smiled. "I have a crazy idea, but the huge benefits also come with huge risks. Your Majesty needs to make your own choice." These words aroused Wu Zhao's interest. "I'm a person who likes crazy things. Tell me, what exciting thing is it?" The words fell. Gao Yang spoke directly, and his voice echoed throughout the Golden Palace. "I want to launch a surprise attack on the Chu army in the next few days to make them panic. If this plan succeeds, it will deal a huge blow to the morale of the Chu army, and Chang'an City will be completely safe." One word falls. Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwan were instantly filled with shock, with a storm of turmoil in their hearts. They both looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. Send troops, raid the Chu army. Shang Wanwan didn't expect that the exciting thing Gao Yang was going to do with Wu Zhao was to send troops to attack Chu. "Is this what you call exciting?" Shang Wanwan asked again. This is different from what she thought. Gao Yang had a serious look on his face and directly reprimanded Shang Wanwan. "Your Majesty should be respected in your heart, like a fairy in the sky who cannot be desecrated." "Lord Shangwan, what are you thinking about?" Looking at Gao Yang's serious face, Shang Wanwan's fair face suddenly turned red. In this case, she was thinking dirty things. She was the one being disrespectful. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched as well, and her phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang's face. Gao Yang clearly knew her bottom line and understood her personality, so he said that on purpose. He is good at playing with people's hearts and controlling human nature. Otherwise, with his cunningness, he would never say such words. If he really dared to be disrespectful to her, Gao Yang must have taken too much tonic from Lu Zhen's mansion. So was he afraid that I wouldn't understand? Or was he deliberately hinting at me to lower her psychological defenses? To some extent, the relationship between the monarch and his subject has undoubtedly become closer. After all, Gao Yang used to only dare to take a peek when she wasn't paying attention, but now he dares to take the opportunity to tease her. That's all. Daqian is in danger right now. For the sake of Daqian, we should be patient when dealing with our meritorious officials. Wu Zetian kept in mind the words in the edict seeking talents. Extraordinary achievements must be made by extraordinary people. She reminded herself in her heart that all talented people since ancient times had quirks, and Gao Yang was no exception. It's this quirk that makes me different from others, but she would never give Gao Yang any feedback on this topic. Wu Zhao pondered Gao Yang's words and thought of the surprise attack last night. She said, Daqian is weak, and the commander of the Chu army is definitely not a mediocre person. Are you sure? 90% sure. Gao Yang said this with absolute confidence. Wu Zhao's eyes lit up and she felt a little moved. Being able to get Gao Yang to say that he is 90% sure is almost equivalent to being 100% sure. Seeing this, Gao Yang continued, this battle may seem like a surprise attack, but it is actually a psychological warfare. Your Majesty, have you ever heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao looked at Shang Wanwan, who also shook her head with a look of confusion on her face. Why is the wolf coming? Wu Zhao asked curiously. Gao Yang walked slowly, with a relaxed look on his face, and said, this story is very simple. Once upon a time, there was a shepherd boy. He was born naughty and liked to play tricks on people. One day, he was herding sheep on the mountain and felt bored, so he shouted to the bottom of the mountain that a wolf was coming. The farmer who was working at the foot of the mountain heard the wolf coming and immediately rushed up the mountain to save his children. But once they got up the mountain, they didn't even see the shadow of the wolf. The shepherd boy laughed and said the wolf was teasing the farmer. The farmer went down the mountain in anger. As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er immediately thought of the Chu army outside Chang'an City and the harassment from Gao Yang last night. At this moment, they seemed to understand what Gao Yang meant. Gao Yang continued, the next day, the shepherd boy used the same trick again. Although the farmer was a little hesitant, he still rushed forward for the sake of the boy and the sheep. In the end, he was deceived again. On the third day, the child continued to shout that the wolf was coming. The farmer was very hesitant this time, but he went anyway. In the end, he didn't even see the shadow of the wolf. On the fourth day, the child did not play a prank, but the wolf really came. He shouted in fear to the bottom of the mountain that the wolf was coming, but guess what happened, Your Majesty? Gao Yang had a smile on his face and his voice echoed in the hall, but Wu Zhao felt a chill running down her spine. She said slowly, the farmer thought it was another prank by a child, so he did not go up the mountain, and the wolf had a good meal. Gao Yang gave a thumbs up and praised, Your Majesty is wise. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched, expressionless, I am not a fool, such stories and such flattery are unnecessary. Gao Yang, Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang, a gleam in her eyes, do you want to deal with the Chu army this way? You're going to use this wolf? Gao Yang nodded, his eyes filled with a chill. Yes, the interior of Chang'an City is empty, this can't fool the commander of the Chu army. The Chu army is still not very stable despite the desperate fight. If you want to increase your advantage, you have to take them by surprise. Our army keeps harassing us, shouting that the enemy is attacking us, and all troops should assemble. The Chu army soldiers are just like that farmer, they will be fooled once, twice, and 3 times. But after 4 or 5 times, they will let down their guard. When they slack off, our army can surprise them and launch a real surprise attack. But at this time, when the Chu army hears their own people shouting about the enemy attack, they will think it is fake. This is our opportunity. One word falls. Wu Zhao's face was full of emotion, her phoenix eyes suddenly lit up, and the scene that Gao Yang described seemed to appear in her mind. The commander of the Chu army is not a mediocre person, he will definitely be prepared, right? Wu Zhao asked, her phoenix eyes staring straight at Gao Yang. Chapter 150 Wu Zhao's decision, gunpowder shocked the veterans in the imperial study. Gao Yang shook his head and said confidently, this is a psychological warfare. Under the psychological game, even if the commander of the Chu army is prepared, it will be of no use. Because this psychological warfare is not only aimed at the generals of the Chu army, but also at the soldiers of the Chu army. Ordinary soldiers can't read a few words, and they are awakened from sleep. After being fooled a few times, the possibility of turning over and continuing to sleep is very high. The more people there are, the better it will be for our army. Unless the Chu army commander gives strict orders to assemble immediately upon hearing the enemy attack, even so, if our army harasses too many times, this move will surely make the Chu army soldiers dissatisfied, and the discipline will be extremely low. Seeing Wu Zhao's red lips moving as if she wanted to say something, Gao Yang spoke in time. As everyone knows, I am a cautious person, so I also thought of the possibility that the commander of the Chu army is a pervert. I have another clever plan. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. Wu Zhao was shocked. Do you have any plan to escape unscathed? Gao Yang licked his cracked lips and said, Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Dakian still has a biggest trump card that has not been used yet? White sugar can be produced today. With the experience of mixing brown sugar with gunpowder, we can make a batch of simple grenades in the next few days. The combination of a grenade and a surprise attack, in the dark, is very powerful. In the dark night, there are many war horses in the Chu army camp. It is not an exaggeration to say that this gunpowder is the power of Thunder God. Even if the Chu army general is a pervert and is on high alert against our Dakian, with grenades in hand, our army can achieve certain results and retreat unscathed after a bombing. But if the commander of the Chu army is fooled? Gao Yang paused deliberately, with a treacherous smile on his face, then the soldiers of the Chu army will be in trouble. When the gunpowder exploded for the first time in the Chu army camp, when the psychological warfare caught the Chu army off guard, and when the war horses began to run rampant, I dare not imagine how miserable the Chu army camp was. Gao Yang's voice became louder and louder, resounding in Wu Zhao's mind. It was like a violent thunder falling from the sky, suddenly dispersing the dark clouds in her mind. Her phoenix eyes became brighter and brighter. From the beginning, you didn't just harass the Chu army? You are waiting for sugar, you are waiting for gunpowder. Gao Yang smiled and said, I never said that. I just wanted to harass the Chu army and make them sleep poorly. Since gunpowder is to be invented, its power must be displayed to the extreme. The night is completely silent, annihilating everything. This unknown weapon is even more terrifying. Psychological warfare plus guerrilla warfare, plus gunpowder that had never been invented. He had no idea how he lost the battle. Whoever loses will be the great god of war. It can never be washed away in this lifetime. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang, who was full of confidence, and her heart was also excited. As Gao Yang said, if this battle can really achieve miraculous results, the situation in Chang'an City will undoubtedly be greatly stabilized, even destroy the Chu army under the city of Chang'an. You will command this battle? Wu Zhao asked out loud. Gao Yang subconsciously took a step back. I am a counselor, not good at military strategy, especially surprise attack. I recommend the Minister of War Wang Hao, Prime Minister Su Xuanji, Dali Temple Minister Lu Wen, and Zhongshu Sharon Shui Xinghe. And Song Li, the Minister of Rights, are all good commanders. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. Shang Wanwaner also looked at Gao Yang with a strange look. This list of nominees does not contain any patriotism, it is full of personal vendettas. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and suppressed her inner excitement. She waved her hand and a sense of majesty emanated from her body. She read out the names one by one. Call the Duke of Ding, Gao Tianlong. Send the message to General Lu Jin of the Left Guard. Send the message to the Right Guard General Qin Jinghua. Send the message to the Protector of the country, Zhao Panu. In half an hour, gather in the Imperial Study. I have something important to tell you. I hereby allow you to enter the Imperial Palace with your weapons intact. Gunpowder and sugar were both top secret. Although the entire Chang'an was blocked, Wu Zhao still decided to act in secret for this surprise attack. She had no hope at all against those cowardly civil officials. Therefore, she only summoned the core figures of the Dacian military. As soon as these words came out, Shang Wanwaner's face turned grim. The general entered the palace without taking off his armor and holding weapons. This was enough to show that Wu Zetian was excited and even couldn't wait. Wu Zhao took a step and ran away. Wanner, you stay in the Imperial Study. When Duke Ding and his men arrive, you take them to the courtyard where the alchemists are. Gao Yang and I will go first to see the power of gunpowder. Wu Zhao let out a breath, unable to hide the anticipation in her heart. Gunpowder is top secret, but the loyalty of Gao Tianlong and others is not in question, and since they want to launch a surprise attack on the Chu army, it is necessary to test the gunpowder first. Yes. Shang Wanwana responded. Soon, the palace guards rode tall horses and rushed out of the palace to the residence of Qin Jinghua and others. On Suzaku Street, war horses galloped all the way. Soon, on the top of Chang'an City, Gao Tianlong received the message. He frowned. Yanger didn't come back all night, and His Majesty summoned him urgently. What happened? Fortunately, you didn't call me in a hurry, otherwise I would be sweating all over. Gao Tianlong immediately hurried towards the palace. The other end, Qin Jinghua received the news. He gasped. Hiss. Entering the palace with weapons? What on earth is going on? He also rode on a tall horse and rode along Suzaku Street all the way towards the Imperial Palace. Wipe. I'm in the toilet. Chow. Just squat down. Lu Jin took a deep breath, held his breath, quickly solved the problem, then pulled up his pants and headed towards the palace. Your Majesty, Lu Jin is here. Such a movement could not be concealed from those people in Chang'an who were interested in this matter. After all, at this critical juncture, all the major families in Chang'an were watching every move of the palace. The Imperial Palace and the Imperial Study, all the generals of Dacian gathered together. When Lu Jin saw Shang Wanwaner, he immediately asked, Your Majesty has urgently summoned me. What is the matter? Your Majesty and Lord Gao are going to test the gunpowder first. Please come with Wanner, old generals. This gunpowder is top secret in my Dacian. As soon as these words came out, Lu Jin, Qin Jinghua and others all looked at each other. Gunpowder, what is that? Gao Tianlong, on the other hand, burst into laughter, feeling very happy. You old bastards, I will open your eyes today. This gunpowder was also made by my grandson. It is a great weapon for killing enemies. Lu Jin and others didn't know about gunpowder and grenades, but as Gao Yang's grandfather, Gao Tianlong knew a thing or two. But he had never seen its power. Lu Jin was shocked. He said dissatisfiedly, Old Duke, you are really tight-lipped. Gao Tianlong ignored the dissatisfaction of several people and said, How can the country's weapon be passed on to others? You all have to thank His Majesty for his trust. This kind of powerful weapon is not something most people can even see.